Chapter 1 At least tonight, call me by my name. On a midsummer night, torrential rain poured down. The sound of freitaping against the glass house intertwined with the dim, ambiguous light within, amid the hurried, disordered breaths, as seductive along in gunfurled. Li Zhi lay prone, biting gather rolling Adam's apple. Luo Renjing narrowed his lange slightly, his chin lifted, his voicey deep restrained whisper haviatho titithrough. He gripped Li Zhi's slender waist. His jawline a tightened veins standing guten thibako for shandori a certain yo went to play his game with him. In Li Zhi's intoxicated gaze, a watery sheen glimmered. Her vividly alluring lips captured the button of Luo Yanjing suit, nibbling at it, a tempting town fascinito ni bion. But suddenly, her wrist twa-sized. Luo Yanjing swiftly rolled over, pinning her beneath him, his scorching breath falling upon her sensitive enekyo arethiona ho initiatithis, don't regret it when I wake up tomorrow. The corner softly zize stern de flushedred I want regret it. Thorough and intensified, drenching kito and done settling her heartbeat, a kiss imbued with the lingering scent of alcohol pressed forcefully against their lips. Lizzie, he murmured, his voice husky, comma name. Healed Hernick, his long finger sweeping through her disheveled hair, his as betraying gan and spoken obsession at less tonight, you moy only calma be my name. Lizzie arched her beautiful swan lake neck. She cast aside her rationality, plunging into the desire the inexplicably arose from her drunken state. After a long moment, she trembled her eyelashes, finally seeing Theman before her clearly. All right, Li Zhi breathed, her voice short. Outside the glass wolf the sound of French uttered like glass and she halting ly responded to his request Luo. It's me. Luo, Yen, Jing. The downpour finally ceased. Dazzling daylight broke fruity clouds streaming through Tigla swollen scattering across the luxurious, soft silk bedding. Li Zhi felt utterly drained. It felt as though fire burned in her stomach, and her head throbbed painfully, grasping the blanket, she sat up, and just as he attempted to open her eyes, the bright sunlight forced her to turn her face away. Her vision flickered red and black and white, blurred. Yet, the trending search term she had seen before droning her sorrows returned to her memory with startling clarity. Fu Yanze sweetly announced this fiance. Therasing star Zhangzhao turned out to be heiress. The false heiress Li Zhi was abandoned. Fu Yanze of course, I custarelli alone. Li Zhi lowered her gaze with a hint of mockery. She had grown up with Fu Yanze, their childhood innocence untainted, since she could remember she had heard the elders around them praise them as a golden couple, teasing that they would marry when they grew up. Thus she regarded Fu Yanze's the object of her unwavering devotion, unconditionally supporting and sincerely adoring him, playing thoroughly off his little shadow for Twatakatas amidst his sheer soft toes around her. However, not long ago, her identity was dramatically reversed. Lizzie who had been cherished like a jewels in seculdhood, was suddenly revealed not of the biological daughter of Jiang family but rather Jiangjiao Thetra Harris, how a swift I brought back to her rightful place on the entertainment world. The Jiang family was merciless. They compelled Li Zhi to change her name and surname at the police station, removed her from the family register, and reclaimed the house they had purchased for her in Kyoto. On a stormy night, Li Zhi found herself homeless. She had initially intended to secretive with Fu Yanze, but unexpectedly learned from trending topics on way about the would announce his engagement to Zhangzhe with her welcome even ket that very evening. Opening the live stream of Tban K, she heard a reporter asking him to choose between he ordinary childhood friend and the star heiress. Fu Yanze rapped Zhangzhe's waist, smiling lightly. I'm not foolish of course, I custarelli alone. Indeed, he was not foolish. How all deep is so naive to choose a thief's heiress? Only she who had been foolish enough to believe that Fu Yanze will take her in, remembering their childhood bond. Les Ibethur Lepindistris, Herayas to Jingasir reflected on how she had fallen from being the pampirderling to a state of homelessness, she longed to escape Relatan los herself an intoxication on Smurry. Thus, she languidly reclined. Her fair, long legs brushed against the smooth ding, clearly still inebriate Danjana aware of her surroundings, even unconsciously clutching the blanket. Until she heard a sultry, teasing laugh that sent shivers down her spine. Li Zhi suddenly became alert. She quickly clutched the blanket and sat up, turning to Khalid with a pair of sharp, elongate days glinting with Hamashiva's smile. Finally willing to wake up? Luo Renjing stood nonchalant lie against the wall, arms crossed, casting aside a long lansather. Fever flirtatious Miss Zhi Zhi hunly no shodotis without taking responsibility. Li Zhi's wouldn't in shock. She instantly became aware, tightening the blanket around herself and scanning her surroundings, only to realize she was in an unfamiliar environment. The sunlight was blindingly bright. 3 walls were made entirely of panoramic glass. Outside, Alish landscapey vibrant greenery and flowers resembled a fairy tale forest. The sensation of fatigue began to prick at her nerves and smurry. Li Zhi said impending misfortune. She hastily pulled the blanket to cover herself, and indeed, she discovered that she was no longer wearing what she had done the previous day. Instead, she was Gladina la perla silnic on none she had never seen before. Les ismen doisses fragments of her drunken night flashing back, and der heart raced as he lifted her gaze. Luo Yanjing? During high school, she shared an unbreakable bond with her closest male friend, not just any ordinary friendship, but necessarily that they could assist each other in collecting love letters without ever doubting each other's intentions, yet now could it rebellious he feared? In this unfamiliar setting, with a solitary man and woman amidst a disarray of clothing, compounded with their man's off last night's intoxication, the hurried breaths mingling with the sound of rain, and the exchanged whispers between her lips, Li Zhi suddenly sensed that thing shad taken Adorned forth force. She stammered, how did we interfere? Li Zhi heard a deep, lingering chuckle as Lu Yanjing grazed an ebro. How did we interfere? He leaned against Thole with a casual arrogance, sauntering towards her in his polished shoes. He halted just as the tips off his shoes brushed TD of bed, propping himself on a nearman lean and cover her. The distance between her lips diminished to mere inches. Warm, humid breaths mingled in the air, sending shivers through Li Zhi, leaving her utterly flustered. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing unbuttoned his jacket, revealing a myriad of marks saturating his collarbone, with distinct bite marks evident in his Adam's apple. What do you say? His low voice resonated in her ears. Li Zhi instinctive liar treated, denying it didn't. But before she could finish her thought, he suddenly grasped her cylinder waist, lifting her closer. Li Zhi turned her face away annoyance. Lu Yanjing sheeted breath naturally found its way to her most sensitive neck. Last night, y'all were praising my sweet talk, savor and jeveriment, yet this morning you refuse to acknowledge it? Li Zhi arched her neck defiantly. It didn't. Her words faltered, her resolve weakening as Lu Yanjing's fanu was thrust before her, unexpectedly playing back a recorded piece of evidence. In the video, a tipsy Li Zhi, with her eyes glistening in le stamp, stumbled as he boldly pressed Lu Yanjing against a glass wall, her pale, delicate tear wrapped around his neck, and she audaciously pressed her lips against his throat. Lu Yanjing was clearly a passive participant, lifting his skin and closing his eyes in restraint, his leg gripping her waist, when she stumbled in her high heels, he instinctively steadied her, yet, Liza pressed in, biting his Adam's apple before Leah pinganto him, forcing him to support her in a koala-like embrace. And then, as she lowered her gaze as she actually kissed Lu Yanjing in the lips. The video, filmed through a car window and glass wall, captured no sound, but the cameraman had zoomed in enough to decipher her silent words, shall we? And it was a completely transparent 270 glass wall. It's impossible. This can be happening. Li Zhi felt an immediate rush of panic, her hair becoming a chaotic mess as he exclaimed, how called the person is slept with last night? The proudy young lady, unwilling to admit her drunken indiscretion with her close friend, found that Lu Yanjing, seemingly unfazed, was rather said with the situation. He regarded her with keen interest. Li Zhi. The moment of confrontation finally arrived. Lu Yanjing leaned in closer, his cousins back in high school, we agreed to be just friends, yet I never anticipated thought you would want to person. Chapter 2 Such matters are hard to resolve without marriage. Li Zhi was filled with regret, nearly biting her lip in despair. She had never anticipated that their drunken state could lead to such reckless behavior. The man she had offended, however, seemed reluctant to let the matter slide so easily. He turned and sauntered over to a sofa, casually crossing his legs in a defiant manner. His black suit was impeccably tailored, exuding an air of sophistication. As she settled into his seat, his posture was languid yet undeniably marked with a refinement and still letting him from engage. Thesher ply-pressed trousers lifted slightly with his movement, revealing a pair of polished derbyshweisen black dresses tugged de salaring uncles. Lu Yanjing regarded her with a leisurely demeanor, tapping the screen with his fingertips. This is evidence. Li Zhi fell silent, her fingers nervously fidgeting. To fair, Lu Yanjing's accusation was not unfounded, and it was precisely this reason had deepened her remorse for her own brazen actions. She was far too familiar with Lu Yanjing. They had been classmates in high school. At the time, when Lu Yanjing transferred to Icheng High School, she had been unaware that this rebellious was the sole hero of the prestigious Lu family from Kyoto, treating him as a close friend. She would climb over walls, and would be there to catch her. She would skip classes, and would take a notice for her. When she persuaded her crushes, would devise a strategy to assist her. All the activities that Fu Yanze had refused to join her in motorcycling, billiards, escape rooms, curling, go-kart or aerial experiences he enjoyed with Lu Yanjing. The Lu family had intended to send him to Icheng, a place where Noonan Weiss identity, to expose him to the realities of life and temper his proud, rebellious nature. Little did they know that would be overshadowed by Li Zhi, the belly of Icheng. Together they had wreaked havoc, truly embodying the power couple of Icheng High School. It was not until after graduation that Lu Yanjing was to come back to Kyoto, and she caught sight of him in a financial magazine. Later, she learned Dunlight had Hahajon abroad for his studies, transforming from a proud youth into the hero of a top financial conglomerate, a figure now unattainable even for Jiang family of Icheng. They had still contacts in Sethan. Li Zhi could hardly remember how she had encountered him again. What she did recall was the grand banquet hosted with Jiang family in Kiev last night, celebrating Zhengzhe's return and announcing the impending union of Fu and Jiang families. Bolstered by alcohol, Li Zhi had ventured to the event. Bikins she overheard Simiani ask Fu Yanze, so, Yaringa jito Jiangjiyo, what about Li Zhi, she so beautiful on das bin devototoyas and second who can you truly let her go? Fu Yanze originally responded with a calm demeanor, swirling a swine-glass nonchalant lion chuckling, I don't want to part with her, beaut it's alright. She has always trusted me she will surely understand that a relationship with Jian Ziodu is morally carried. Besides, the Jian family has already abandoned her. There is nuna left for her to on. How could she throw and Truman lead me over such a trivial matter? Fu Yanze spoke with unwavering conviction. However, he was soon aware of this word swurry overheard by Li Zhi. In afido fridge to splash a de glassofus waterethem before illegan lighter ningon her healand walking away. Li Sevigal I recalled bung pingintasom thingus hestig jaretaway, anthinchus accummod tadron canis, losing consciousness completely. Due to Nana case, it seemed she had indeed slept with her former good friend. There was no denying it. After a long pause, unable to refute him, Li Zhi managed totter, Luo Yanjing, after Alpha Sears, and Eva expected Dado be so twisted now. Luo Yanjing raised a brow slightly. Lizzie, her fingers espalian delicatias jade, clenched the blanket tightly, her cheeks flush adarasi, how could you have juchglas walsathomi and no teven put up curtains, and yo Nicole take pictures. Luo Yanjing casual light whirled to ring on his left hand, the racing for note installing curtain systatite smart controlled capable of adjusting thiglass transparency, normally, Nuno can peek inside. Then when will, Dodley zisfasetern devon redder, witty dolitite be transparent? Luo Yanjing gazadather, histona leisurely. Because a wordier missy was a sudden, sobald and proactive, that I had no time to prepare. By time I managed to struggle out of it, I had already closeted off. You. Zhi Zhi has slightly lifted diskin, feigning indifference and discolor, revealing the marks off their passionating counter, which Kotli Zizike it seems Fiona ha a stake an advantagio after drinking isexualim. Fever strong Miss Zisiden light offlated. Rarely downcast sheppy keta thim from beneath her lashes, has it already been nixed? Not yet. Luo Yanjing tilted diskin slightly, Mayan thappen to paspi, saw the commotion, and to kafododosen. Li zibathed her lip, feeling gatalos. With a forced bravado, she said, I will take her responsibility. Great. Luo Yanjing see sparkled with mischief, his dark carry says fixating gun her, then let's get married. Li zitherd, what? Where's Warren brothers, you must be out of your mind to suggest marrying. Luo Yanjing possessed a naturally handsome evasage, his prominent brow on deep-set black eyes, framed belong w yelids, exudi de narrow farigans when he was rias, yethis alera vila dacrming till tadrawatan shintuthimoliathi cornero fizai. Butha was not smiling no. His dark as remained fikeden Li Zhi, and when thierismet, she found herself inexplicably drawn into the depths of his earnest expression. Her heart skipped a beat. Miss she, although what truly should not be in a marriage relationship, I am rather traditional. Luo Yanjing's gazetted notoiver, Hazea slightly narrow in gathy corners of form, matters like this cannot conclude to without marriage. Li Zhi clenched the blankie tighter, feeling increasingly frustrated. At that moment, she couldn't help but recall the countless intimatekas as they had shared the night before, their breaths mingling, the sensual whispers vibrating in the air. She had enjoyed it immensely, but the shadow happened far too unexpectedly. They were so familiar with each other. She never dreamed she would end up with him. Moreover, Li Zhi noticed that Luo Yanjing was wearing a ring in his left hand. Shep went at it, saying, you must be joking with Aiden is clearly our Ian and marriage advocate. Oh. Luo Yanjing in back with a casual, languid air, he removed the ring from his left hand, raised his wrist slightly and with a deft arc, tossed the ring into the trash can. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips. Now I'm married. Li Zhi was momentarily speechless. You're buying ridiculous, she muttered under her breath. Find another way to compensate have no intention of marrying you. Luo Yanjing gazed him at slightly, though none noticed the flating look of salation in his eyes. Is it because of Fu Yanze? What do she have to do with these? Li Zhi frowned. Luo Yanjing swallowed hard, pausing for a long moment before his voice turned others. Hekala du minute ms last night. Li's highway taken aback and picked up her phone. Indeed, there were a numerous missed call synthecal log, along with a string of WeChat messages from Fu Yanze. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she decided to open the conversation. As his attention so far her legs crossed, Luo Yanjing suddenly stood Japan casual and moved closer to her, peering at her screen as he opened the chat. Zhi Zhi, let me explain. Luo Yanjing clicked his tongue. As a good friend, I feel compelled to remind out that he's about to start making excuses. I didn't expect Tiato coming over last night. Luo Yanjing lazily lifted diskin while the menses had heck no new reckoning, has certainly wouldn't they've been so brazen about his infidelity he would have tried to be a bit more discreet. My relationship with Jiang Zhe was purely a casual affair. Luo Yanjing drawled, oh I hope I weren't just playing around with me good friend before too? Lizzie Atlas forwards switchy doffer for phone. Shello kejapad Luo Yanjing. Are you trying to kick me while I'm down? Not at all. Luo Yanjing spreaditions, I simply can stand be and watch me friend final I break free, only to see her picascandra loot off Titrish again. Li Zhi sighed, I venavera venditted him. Luo Yanjing froze, his expression shifting to enough surprise as she regarded Li Zhi, his dark pupils reflecting both joy and shock. Just as was about a smile, Hanada said her small gestury and turned away. Well then, there is a endless reason has to refuse me proposal for marriage. Luo Yanjing retrieved other mashi had prepared earlier, first have some hot kanji, and then take our timido considerate. Li Zhi parted her lips, momentarily taken aback. Shello kejapat Luo Yanjing in astonishment as she removed his ejecuten lazily rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, bending over its small table to prepare food for her. Had Hanada said that her stomach was bothering her? When had Habatha kanji? The serious expression in Luo Yanjing's face when he mentioned marriage, coupled with the fact that they had thrown away the ring, truly did not seem like he just. Li Zhi lifted her gazeta methes, Harry's fluttering. Luo Yanjing. What is it? Luo Yanjing's gaze affixed on her, his Adam's apple, marked by a bite, rolling subtly with a steep, magnetic voice. Li Zhi tilted her head. What do you want? Dressed in an exquisite hazel nightgown, she's a table already catching the sweet, appetizing aroma of kanji wafting through the air. Luo Yanjing's movements momentarily faltered. Last night I was intoxicated, and I didn't expect things to unfold as stated. In any case, I am really sorry, and I will do my utmost to make amends. Li Zhi gently bit her lip, her beauty shimmering like a delicate flower. Beauty you must have seen hen as I am now a discarded falsy heiress, shunned by everyone, even Fu Yanze has turned this back in me. The to smear lehas lack of discernment, Luo Yanjing replied, hissed on a sudden liacy. Li Zhi's eyelashes trembled slightly. Perhaps realizing ha had overstepped, Luo Yanjing presidis lips toes the ran turn this facier way, when it comes to marrying I am not concerned with such matters. Regaining his composure, Luo Yanjing redirected disguise torture, his tone seemingly nonchalant. My family requires that amari before assuming power. It is like having a marriage arranged at Beothers rather than that, you would prefer to choose for Mijulf. Andy you and happen to complement each other well. Were quite harmonious back in high school, his long, well-defined fingers folded the chair back. Luo Yanjing slushed casually antithesis, his knee slightly apart, leaning closer to scrutinize her. Additionally last night, you took full advantage of him. Caught off guard, Li Zhi suddenly cocked on her kanji. However, the kanji was still where man haydayed like full texture at the tender meat melted in her mouth, soothing her stomach considerably. She light lilac her lips and raised her gazito him. With a suit jacket removed, the open collar of Luo Yanjing sure gave a high man alluring air. So. Hiska's way sentence, why not simply embrace the situation and deepen her camaraderie? Chapter 3 If Mrs. Lu has such needs after marriage, Li Zhi blinked her long eyelashes. At that moment, her delicate face was bare, the makeup removed by Luo Yanjing the previous night. Unlike the aggressively beautiful visage she wore while adorned, her lashes remained long and her eyes, shaped like lychees, were captivatingly clear, exuding a beauty reminiscent of peach blossoms in snow. Is it merely to deepen our camaraderie? She stirred the porridge before her with a spoon. Luo Yanjing, gazing intently at her, spoke with deep, dark eyes. If Mrs. Lu has such needs after marriage, I would be more than willing to oblige. Suddenly, Li Zhi hurled her spoon into the bowl, the handle clinking against the rim with a sharp sound. Her porcelain white face flushed instantly. What Mrs. Lu? Who has such needs? Whom? Luo Yanjing leaned back languidly, casually running his finger along his collarbone. Then I do. Upon seeing the mark of his kiss, Li Zhi felt a momentary pang of guilt. She bit her lip, choosing not to dwell on it, and took small sips of porridge to divert her attention. If it's just camaraderie, I might consider it, but I need a bit more time. All right. Luo Yanjing's expression softened. Li Zhi, emboldened by her indignation, retorted, right now, you are the one seeking my favor. Whom? He smirked lazily. Li Zhi attempted to defend herself. What happened last night was not entirely to your disadvantage. Indeed. Luo Yanjing raised an eyebrow. Li Zhi's mood suddenly brightened, her tone becoming haughty. In any case, you enjoyed yourself. This time, Luo Yanjing did not respond immediately. He slightly raised his chin, casting a complex glance at Li Zhi, clearly not enjoying himself, but rather harboring a hint of melancholy. Ultimately, he merely chuckled ambiguously. Li Zhi did not ponder the meaning behind his expression, engrossed in her porridge, which she had unconsciously consumed nearly half of. At that moment, her phone rang, prompting her to rise and answer. Hello? Yan Bao, what's up? It was Fu Yanxia, the pampered daughter of the Fu family from Yicheng, and Li Zhi's childhood friend as well as her closest roommate at the Central Ballet Academy. Once the call connected, Fu Yanxia's voice emerged cautiously, sweet and melodious. Li Zhi baby, are you feeling alright? I'm so worried, where are you? Quite well. Li Zhi glanced at Luo Yanjing, her tone light. I'm at a friend's place. That's good. Fu Yanxia visibly sighed in relief. Yet in the next breath, her temper flared. I swear, I'm going to tear that scoundrel Fu Yanze a new one. Li Zhi immediately moved the phone away from her ear. However, Fu Yanxia's furious tirade continued unabated, echoing like a machine gun even without the speakerphone. What a world of sorrows and joys, where cattle and horses embellish life, others shine like gold, but he? Just glass shards reflecting the light. Do you think a person like him, deceiving girls daily, is merely suffering from a lack of maternal love? Send you off to Myanmar, and someone would still pour their heart out for you, yet he changes his face in front of you faster than a Sichuan opera mask. Truly, he hangs a gourd in the house and thinks himself a lord, an utterly worthless piece of trash. Li Zhi, she was desperate to prevent Luo Yanjing from overhearing such foul language and attempted to step away. Yet, Lu Yanjing remained nonchalantly perched with his legs crossed. Every word of Fu Yanxie's condemnation of Fu Yanze was crystal clear to him. He listened attentively, letting out a low click of his tongue, raising an eyebrow in casual approval. Well said. Li Zhi's heart skipped a beat, and she turned her head in alarm. She feared her close friend might detect Lu Yanjing's presence, especially since Fu Yanxie had attended the same high school as them. Such news would undoubtedly be explosive for her. Fortunately, Fu Yanxie, consumed by her anger, remained oblivious. Seizing the moment, Li Zhi quickly redirected the conversation. What happened? Did something else occur? Fu Yanxie replied, haven't you seen the trending topics? Your bland existence has been sensationalized by those vile characters. Li Zhi blinked. She had indeed not been following the trending topics. After waking to the realization that she had spent the night with an old friend, her mind had been too occupied to pay attention. Only after Fu Yanxie's prompt did she check the trending news. The buzz surrounding last night had diminished, replaced by even more eye-catching headlines. Zhang Jiao Fu Yanze officially engaged. Zhang Jiao's romance interrupted. Third-party Li Zhi vicious fake heiress get out of the aristocracy to assert relationship ownership. Zhang Jiao may take fiancé Fu Yanze on dating show. Among the photos was the moment Li Zhi had splashed a glass of ice water at the banquet the previous evening. The three of them stood in confrontation, the water intercepted by Zhang Jiao, while Fu Yanze draped his coat over her protectively. Li Zhi held her head high, exuding an air of haughty defiance, as if she had deliberately sought out Zhang Jiao. The comments were filled with vitriol. Wow, so shameless. After being raised in high society for so many years, how can one still be so disgusting? A worthless life indeed breeds worthless people. Is this fake heiress mad? To splash water at a banquet in public, does she think she can compete with the true heiress for Fu Yanze? Seriously, what is the difference between this and being a mistress? I hope Xiao is alright. If not, I will definitely tear this shameless person apart. Li Zhi had never been one to follow the entertainment industry. From a young age, she possessed remarkable talent in ballet, starting her training at 4, and later pursuing studies at the Central Ballet Academy. Before graduating, she was recruited by the Central Ballet Company, now serving as their youngest principal dancer. There exists a chasm between ballet companies and the entertainment world. Those who venture into the latter for financial gain find it difficult to return to the rigorously demanding ballet environment. Had it not been for Zhang Jiao's status as a popular star, the affairs of their social circle in Yichang would hardly have made repeated headlines. Fu Yanxie continued her tirade. Zhang Jiao is truly theatrical. Just returned to the Zhang family and not only snatched your fiancé but also performed as the innocent flower in public, flipping the narrative. You and Fu Yanze have been childhood sweethearts. If anyone is the intruder, it is her, yet her fans are in a frenzy, locking her and Fu Yanze together, especially after he publicly chose Zhang Jiao last night. Now everyone online is saying high society romance, matching social status, shipping them to eternity. Zhang Jiao's leading lady script, the heiress returns. They're even clamoring for the Central Ballet to expel you, all to support their beloved Jiao. Lu Yanjing had also taken out his phone, his sharp gaze dimming as his lashes cast shadows over his eyes, their depths darkening. Fu Yanxie fumed. Look at these comments, it's as if they've lost all joy in life, like frogs critiquing humanity. They even dare to attack your looks with maliciously altered photos. They simply do not understand what true beauty is. And yet, no one condemns that scoundrel, they only target you in this misogynistic world. And a dating show, everything's a mess, I want this world to explode. Boom. However, Li Zhi had long ceased paying attention to the trending topics. She elegantly finished the last bite of her shrimp dumpling, wiped her mouth, and retreated to the bathroom, placing her phone aside. As she listened to Fu Yanxiao's rant, she drew closer to the mirror to admire her beauty, noticing that after the makeup removal, she scrutinized her skin with greater care. Li Zhi lightly blinked. What's the fuss? A little ugly duckling cannot transform into a true swan. If Zhang Jiao enjoys picking up trash, let her die. In fact, I should thank Fu Yanze for his refusal to marry. Meanwhile, Fu Yanxie, who had thoroughly vented her frustrations, grew more concerned for her. Li Zhi baby, are you really okay? Of course. Li Zhi gently patted her cheek, raising her delicate face, thoroughly satisfied with Lu Yanjing's makeup removal skills, as he even knew to provide skincare afterward. Fu Yanxie genuinely regarded her as a friend. But you're about to enter the critical period for your promotion to principal dancer. After all, the Central Ballet is a national-level company. Such negative public sentiment. Suddenly, Li Zhi froze in place. Just then, her phone chimed with a notification, and her gaze fell to see a message from WeChat. Teacher Lin, Zhi Zhi, please come to the company. You might want to prepare yourself mentally in advance. Chapter 4. Drive your most expensive car and take me to the dance troupe. Li Zhi lowered her eyes, gazing at the screen of her phone. She found everything that had transpired recently to be utterly ironic. The family that had cherished her since childhood could so easily cast her aside. The surname she had borne for 24 years could be casually erased at the police station. Friends had departed, and her childhood companion had betrayed her. After being adored for so long, she was suddenly thrust into a quagmire. Even strangers online began to distort the truth. Initially, Li Zhi had consoled herself, believing that she merely lacked funds and was no longer loved, yet in her field of expertise, she could still be the proud swan princess. But now, that she bit her lip, glancing at the message from her teacher, and could almost predict what would transpire shortly. Li Zhi had been pampered, delicate, with a body prone to scars, loving beauty while fearing pain. Yet, when it came to ballet, she had never considered giving up, stubbornly refusing to be dissuaded by anyone. After nearly 20 years of dedication, the opportunity to ascend as the principal dancer was now lost. Suddenly, Li Zhi let out a laugh. Her eyes, reminiscent of Li Zhi, were clear and radiant, brightening with joy, though no trace of mirth could be seen in their depths. Fu Yanze was deeply concerned as Zhi Zhi. It's nothing, Li Zhi raised her chin defiantly, refusing to allow herself to cry. At worst, I'll become a star in the entertainment industry. Fu Yanze dared not speak further. She understood that ballet had always been Li Zhi's dream. Despite being a girl who feared pain, she would endure injections for a back injury just to complete a dance. However, before that, Li Zhi spoke with a tone of pride and a hint of stubbornness. I will not easily concede. Yes, exactly. Fu Yanze quickly affirmed, I believe there is still hope for this situation. After all, those rumors are merely that rumors, the netizens have no grasp of the truth. Perhaps once clarified, everything will be fine. In any case, our princess Zhi Zhi is the best. Anyone who dares to provoke you is in for a rude awakening. Indeed, anyone who dared to provoke her was in for a rude awakening. However, just as Fu Yanze hung up the phone, a call from Fu Yanze came through without hesitation. Li Zhi pressed decline, yet, a message quickly popped up. Zhi Zhi, why are you ignoring me? Don't be petulant, okay, give me a chance to explain. Ha! Li Zhi picked up her phone and effortlessly added Fu Yanze to her blacklist. Explain what nonsense? Such trash deserved to remain in the trash. She deleted all his contact information in one swift motion. Li Zhi then turned to the mirror, using her fingers to massage the area around her eyes, focusing on alleviating the puffiness from the previous night's revelry. Yet, her mood remained affected by Fu Yanze. At that moment, she suddenly noticed several luxurious brand clothing bags beside her. Curiously, she approached and opened one, discovering it contained a dress she had recently coveted but could not afford. Oh my god, Li Zhi exclaimed in delight. She eagerly unwrapped the other bags, finding beautiful accessories and high heels to complement the dress. Among them was a pair of rare diamond-encrusted heels named Swan that had fetched over 10 million at a luxury auction last month. Moreover, they had been tailored to her size. Li Zhi screamed internally with excitement. The outfit from last night was now shredded and unwearable, and there were no other women around. It was evident that these were prepared specifically for her. Lu Yanjing, what a good friend, truly generous with his spending. The Jiang family had never allowed her such indulgence. In an instant, Li Zhi felt elated. Even the lingering displeasure faded, replaced by a blissful lightness. She happily donned her new attire, admiring her reflection in the dressing mirror, and then, like a noble little swan, she stepped out, her heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. Lu Yanjing, she called. Lu Yanjing was currently on the phone in front of a glass wall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. The rolled-up sleeves of his shirt clung tightly to his forearms. Sunlight illuminated his profile, highlighting his prominent brow and sharp features, while his long lashes cast distinct shadows in the glow. Upon hearing Li Zhi call his name, Lu Yanjing quickly wrapped up the call and turned to her. Li Zhi stood before him, adorned in the dress he had gifted her, lifting the hem with her fingertips, arching her back, tilting her face, and swaying her waist to showcase her ensemble. Do I look beautiful? Lu Yanjing's gaze fixated on her, intense and burning. Sunlight streamed through the glass wall, casting a radiant glow around her eyes. She was meant to be this way, forever proud and radiant. Lu Yanjing swallowed hard. You look stunning. Are you free now? With his compliment boosting her spirits further, Li Zhi's tone turned playful. Let me offer you a small opportunity to deepen our camaraderie. Drive your most expensive car and take me to the dance troupe. Zhengba Building, dancers in rehearsal. Li Zhi, clad in a luxurious spring collection gown, the irregularly cut mermaid dress accentuating her waist-to-hip ratio, moved gracefully. The iridescent fabric danced with delight, enhancing her fair complexion. Today, she wore no makeup. Her natural face exuded a clean, cool aura, with distinctly defined lashes and eyes as clear as the morning dew at dawn. Her posture was poised, and her movements elegant. The sound of her exquisite heels echoed through the space. No heavy makeup was needed. Her beauty was sufficiently striking. As she passed by, she garnered numerous admiring glances and a flurry of whispers. So beautiful, truly a swan among mortals. If I'm not mistaken, that is her, the one being criticized online as a mistress, Li Zhi. If she successfully ascends, she will be the youngest principal dancer since the troupe's inception. With her talent, why would she need to be a mistress? Besides, it's one-sided. The man isn't even interested. I just saw her arriving in a Bugatti Chiron, one of a kind. That dress is a limited edition from a top luxury brand, and those heels must be worth 8 figures. What shoes cost more than my life? Diamonds, all rare stones. I saw it on trending. A mysterious magnate bought them. Her persistent suitor, Fu Yanze? Impossible, the Fu family is merely a local power in Yicheng, they don't belong in such auctions. Then the mistress rumors must be false. If Li Zhi can wear such shoes, why would she cling to a married man? Who knows? The internet makes it seem so credible. I can only say, flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. Li Zhi paid no heed to the murmurs around her. She stood proud, like a rose blooming amidst a storm, impervious to the blows, merely adorned with a few dewdrops that only enhanced her beauty. She squared her shoulders, drawing in her abdomen, and approached the troop leader's office, ready to knock, when a heated argument erupted from within. Troop leader Qin, you see for yourself. This is the student you've trained. At the critical juncture of her promotion to principal dancer, she engages in the disgusting act of interfering in others' relationships. The complaints have filled the suggestion box. Qin, there must be a misunderstanding. Zhi Zhi is a good girl, she would never do such a thing. The one defending Li Zhi was Lin Shixian, her university mentor. Li Zhi had come from Yicheng to study in Kyoto and subsequently joined the troupe, always guided by Lin Shixian. Thus, she was the closest person to Li Zhi in Kyoto. Qin Shuang seethed with fury. A misunderstanding. The evidence is irrefutable. The slander is rampant. The entire internet is accusing us of expelling Li Zhi, a dancer with moral issues. Tell me, what misunderstanding could there be? Lin Shixian was at a loss, unsure how to clarify. She also did not know the intricacies of the situation. She only believed Li Zhi's character would not allow her to act in such a manner. Let her take responsibility and withdraw from the troupe to preserve some dignity. Qin Shuang's tone turned icy. Though she will never have a chance to join one of the 5 major troupes again, at least she will have the opportunity to perform. If the upper management's reprimands come down before she leaves, her ballet career will be utterly destroyed. Lin Shixian opened her mouth, wanting to plead, but just then, the office door swung open, and a clear, resolute voice rang out, "I will not withdraw from the troupe." Chapter 5. Too young to distinguish between human and dog, Qin Shuang and Lin Shixian both lifted their heads. They beheld Li Zhi striding into the office in high heels, exuding an air of arrogance, her eyes bright and clear. She didn't even make an attempt to close the door, seemingly indifferent to who might overhear. "What did you say?" Qin Shuang raised her voice. Indeed, a crowd had gathered in the corridor, drawn by the commotion. Li Zhi, with her slender waist and strikingly clear eyes, declared, "I have done nothing wrong and refused to accept unwarranted punishment." Qin Shuang was infuriated, her anger boiling over. She pointed at the scattered accusations on the floor. "Nothing wrong? How do you explain these? Go ask around. Who doesn't think you, Li Zhi, are the other woman? And why don't you question that scoundrel about his shallow, average looks?" Li Zhi retorted with a clean, mocking tone. "My only mistake was being too young and unable to distinguish between human and dog." Seeing her spirit of defiance, Lin Shixian couldn't help but smile with pride. Qin Shuang, seething with rage, shouted, "Li Zhi! Qin Tuan, I never intended to be the other woman, nor do I have any desire to interfere in someone else's relationship. Therefore, I will not withdraw from the troupe," Li Zhi asserted. "I will find a way to clarify this." Lin Shixian secretly gave her a thumbs up from the side. Li Zhi playfully tilted her head, winking at Qin Shuang when she wasn't paying attention. Qin Shuang felt a headache coming on. "How do you plan to clarify? One is a major celebrity, the other a wealthy heir. And that celebrity has now replaced you as a socialite. They wield power and influence, capable of manipulating public opinion at will. And you, Li Zhi, the youngest principal dancer of the National Ballet, on the verge of being promoted to lead performer after less than 3 years. You represent not only the dignity of our troupe but also that of our nation. Do you even comprehend how many envy you? A mere whisper of negative public sentiment could lead to your utter ruin. Moreover, they are soon to appear on that wildly popular travel dating show, Sweet Travelers, which will draw even more attention to their relationship, and the number of people criticizing you will only increase. Who do you think will be willing to listen to your side of the story?" Qin Shuang was truly exasperated. After all, this was someone she had personally nurtured. It was hard to believe she would simply give up. However, the national dance troupe was overly fearful of negative publicity. There could be many principals, but they could not afford to lose face. "I understand," Li Zhi replied, her clarity unwavering. She looked at the two of them with bright eyes. "If I am not popular, if I lack influence, then no one will hear my defense. Isn't that dating show open to ordinary participants? I will join." Qin Shuang and Lin Shixian were both taken aback. They hadn't anticipated that Li Zhi would propose such a solution, considering that the show was a full-time live broadcast, meaning it would be scrutinized by a nationwide audience. It was indeed a brilliant idea. However, having an ordinary person under constant surveillance by cameras for several days posed a significant challenge. Yet, Li Zhi remained resolute, stating plainly, "I am attractive enough, and I have faced the live cameras of the Spring Festival Gala, with countless experiences of live performances. I will not falter in a variety show. There will always be someone who can hear my voice." She refused to accept the world's unfairness. Just because Zhang Jiao has popularity, her fans can arbitrarily speculate about an ordinary person, asserting whatever they wish. The truth is not as such. If the internet cannot hear the voice of the ordinary, then she would peel back the veil of the online world, step into the spotlight, and compel the audience to listen closely. Qin Shuang's anger was indeed gradually subsiding. She could no longer reprimand her and merely rubbed her temples, speaking in a low voice. "But that variety show is not something you can just join at will. You will also need to find a male partner to accompany you." "I'll give it a try." Li Zhi looked at Lin Shixian. "Rest assured, teacher, I won't neglect my practice." Lin Shixian felt nothing but concern for her. She had only just learned about the Zhang family's situation, and this child had never mentioned it before, nor had she relied on her family to join the troupe. "Don't let yourself be at a disadvantage." Li Zhi smiled lightly. "All right." Li Zhi stepped out of the office in her high heels. Facing the troupe leader's wrath, she maintained the same posture with which she had entered. Her colleagues were left in a state of astonishment, suddenly realizing where she found the audacity to leave the door open. How bold, only she would dare speak to Qin Tuan like that. This girl is so cool. I am starting to admire her a bit. I wouldn't know what to do in such a situation. So the rumors about her being the other woman are false? Absolutely. With her attitude so firm, how could she possibly be the other woman? Someone like her would never stoop to that. And she is truly beautiful, much prettier than Zhang Jiao. The rumors within the National Ballet building began to crumble. As Li Zhi walked through the building with poise, her clear gaze proud, she resembled a noble little swan. Yet, despite the triumph, she was internally elated, a little imp of joy dancing within her, eager to share this good news with someone. The first person who came to her mind was her good friend, Lu Yanjing, who had supported her with a Bugatti Veyron and gifted her expensive high heels, making her the envy of her colleagues. However, at that moment, another figure in a suit approached her swiftly. Zhi Zhi. Having known him since childhood for 20 years, Li Zhi was all too familiar with the owner of that voice. Fu Yanze's presence drew near, and the nauseating feeling she had suppressed suddenly surged once more. Before Fu Yanze could reach her, Li Zhi quickly stepped aside. Sir, we are not acquainted. If you come any closer, I will have to accuse you of sexual harassment. Fu Yanze grasped at nothing, a sense of emptiness filling him as he frowned slightly. Zhi Zhi, don't be upset. Li Zhi turned her face away as if she hadn't heard. She gazed at the snow-white national locust trees lining the road, humming a tune as she turned her back, seemingly unwilling to engage. Fu Yanze sighed in resignation. I could explain. Go ahead. Li Zhi pivoted on her high heels and delicately raised her wrist, pointing toward the National Ballet Building. Then you should first go in and explain the situation to my superior. Fu Yanze fell silent, making no move. He merely sighed again. Zhi Zhi, I thought you would understand that you are different from others. We have known each other for 20 years. You should comprehend my position. I only need the Jiang family's support, which is why I had to play along with Jiang Jiao. Indeed, how pitiful you are, having to endure humiliation and play act with the true heiress, Li Zhi said, laughing in anger. Fu Yanze, tell me, while you expect my understanding, who understands the sincerity I have shown you for 20 years, only to be splattered with mud and branded as the other woman, nearly resulting in my expulsion from the Central Ballet, jeopardizing my career? Fu Yanze appeared taken aback. His gaze towards Li Zhi was filled with confusion, as if it was only upon hearing her words that he began to consider her plight. Fu Yanze, not everyone in this world should revolve around you. I have my own career and my own life, I can live without you, and I certainly do not crave the meager affection you bestow while bearing the weight of humiliation. Li Zhi raised her eyes, her gaze as sharp as a lychee, drawing a clear boundary. From the moment you chose Jiang Jiao, I considered you dead. Besides, we have never had any relationship. Fu Yanze's lips pressed into a thin line. His voice was low. Zhi Zhi, I know you're just angry with me, but it's alright, just trust that once I secure cooperation with the Jiang family and gain control of the Fu family's estate, I will surely clarify things with the National Ballet for you. At that time, I will sever ties with Jiang Jiao and come back to marry you. Li Zhi, she could hardly believe her ears, her eyes widening in disbelief. What did you just say? Fu Yanze thought Li Zhi would understand him. He was about to repeat himself when a sharp voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. You shameless harlot, how dare you cling to young Master Fu? A girl, wielding a water bucket, charged straight towards Li Zhi. Go to hell. You re the third party ruining our Zhi-Fu couple. Chapter 6, Will you walk with him or with me? Fu Yanze suddenly raised his gaze. As he witnessed an extreme fan lift a bucket and hurl it towards Li Zhi with great force, he instinctively sidestepped, inadvertently blocking her path. Li Zhi, caught off guard, could hardly react before an entire bucket of icy water cascaded down upon her. While Li Zhi stood there, momentarily stunned, as the frigid water poured mercilessly over her head, sending shivers through her body, the bone-chilling cold penetrating her to the core. The fan, brimming with delight, exclaimed, Haha, this is what you get for splashing our Jiao baby with ice water. Even now, you dare cling to young Master Fu. This is your retribution, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Her laughter rang out, as if she had performed some righteous deed. Fu Yanze parted his lips, gazing at the drenched Li Zhi. Strands of hair clung to her pale cheeks, and her water-soaked dress clung to her figure, still beautiful yet marred by a sense of disarray and distress. In stark contrast, he stood beside her, impeccably dressed, elegant, distinguished, akin to a high-altitude flower, as described by the socialites of Yicheng. The disparity between him and Li Zhi at that moment was painfully pronounced. After a long pause, Fu Yanze finally remembered to shed his suit jacket to drape over her, but Li Zhi, jolted back to reality by the biting cold, stumbled backward in her high heels. Zhi Zhi. Fu Yanze's voice was hoarse. Li Zhi evaded his jacket, stating firmly, I will say this once more, do not touch me. The scorching summer sun of Kyoto bathed her in its light, the damp fabric of her clothing clinging to her skin, rapidly roasting her pores, yet her heart felt colder than her body. Zhi Zhi. Fu Yanze swallowed, do not be willful. You will catch a cold behaving this way. Suddenly, Li Zhi laughed, her wet lashes trembling with her mirth, as the droplets on her shoulders quivered as well. Her shoulders were slender, her lips devoid of color, fragile as if the wind could sweep her away at any moment. Yet she stood tall, her posture defiant. A cold? So, young Master Fu cares whether I catch a cold? When you dodged earlier, did you not recall that even if we cannot be lovers, we have at least been friends for 20 years? Fu Yanze pursed his lips, unable to find words. He looked at Li Zhi with concern, feeling as though his heart was being slowly extracted from his throat. Yen Yen is right, even the scammers from Myanmar would bare their souls for me, yet you, Fu Yanze, are nothing. Li Zhi's cold gaze fixed upon him. Keep your distance. Go indulge in your affections with Miss Jiang Jiao. I never wish to have any connection with you again for the rest of my life. With that, Li Zhi turned on her heel and walked away. The summer sun blazed down, roasting her skin, yet the icy water clung to her, refusing to die. As she turned, the breeze stirred the droplets, the evaporating chill sending a shiver through her. Li Zhi lowered her gaze, instinctively hugging her arms, but just as the chill enveloped her, an aggressively fragrant scent of cold perfume wafted past her shoulder, invading her breath unexpectedly. Accompanying it was an intense warmth. Her shoulder felt heavy as an expensive suit jacket enveloped her slender frame, and this time, she did not shy away. Bang! A powerful punch suddenly cut through the air beside her face. Li Zhi trembled, raising her eyes in shock. She saw the fist land squarely on Fu Yanze's refined and noble face, sending him staggering backward, though he was quickly yanked back by his collar. The sharp pain made his head throb, being struck in public, and then confronted by his longtime rival, left Fu Yanze feeling as though his dignity was being ground into the dirt. A wave of intense humiliation flushed his face crimson. He could not muster a single retort, only glaring at his opponent. What does our affair have to do with you? Exactly, the fan who had splashed the ice water cried out. I was the one who threw that bucket. I was punishing this shameless wretch. If you have the guts, hit a woman. Luo Yanjing suddenly turned to look at her, his sharp gaze bore down, his voice icy. I almost forgot you were barking. Take her to the police station, Luo Yanjing commanded coldly. Assess the damages. She must fully compensate for the clothing and shoes. Yes, his assistant, Ing Sun, promptly appeared. He gestured, and several suited men emerged from a parked extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, swiftly apprehending the fan. The extreme fan protested. Wait, why are you taking me? I am the righteous one. You should arrest that disgusting third party who interfered in someone else's relationship. A crowd gathered along the roadside, many pulling out their phones to capture the scene, murmurs spreading as numerous individuals recognized the parties involved in the trending topic. Luo Yanjing, Li Zhi's breath quivered. She had not anticipated his sudden appearance, and seeing the onlookers recording, she instinctively wished to shield him from the ensuing media storm. Get in the car. Luo Yanjing fixed his gaze on Fu Yanze, as if unfinished business lingered. Ing Sun, turn on the heater in the car, and find her some of my clothes to change into. Yes. Ing Sun nodded and approached, respectfully gesturing, this way, Miss Li Zhi. Drenched and nearly frozen, Li Zhi knew that changing clothes and warming up in the car was her best option. Yet she remained still, her pale cheeks fixed on Luo Yanjing. Fu Yanze's gaze was locked on them, noting the bruises on Luo Yanjing's neck and the disheveled collar of his shirt. A peculiar sense of crisis stirred within him. Zhi Zhi, do you still have contact with him? Luo Yanjing's grip on Fu Yanze's collar loosened slightly. He turned to Li Zhi, observing her tear-drenched lashes and pale face, the extreme sense of fragility urging him to deliver another punch to Fu Yanze. Yet, he found himself lost in thoughts of her. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Yanze broke free. Zhi Zhi, come over, get in my car. Did I not tell you not to associate with them too closely? His tone was resolute, as if he were certain Li Zhi would unhesitatingly choose him. In contrast, Luo Yanjing had subdued his hostility, turning to Li Zhi, his eyes softening as he spoke. Li Zhi. His voice, low and gravelly, paused for several seconds before continuing. Will you walk with him or with me? Chapter 7. Does the marriage you spoke of this morning still hold? Li Zhi lifted her eyelashes to gaze at Luo Yanjing. The luxurious fabric of the suit jacket clung to her skin, and the chill that had seeped into her veins was now rekindled by his warmth and presence. Both of them regarded her. Fu Yanze extended his hand towards Li Zhi, while Luo Yanjing, though motionless, had his aura enveloping her, infiltrating every pore of her being. Yet, Li Zhi took a step back. In that moment, Luo Yanjing's heart felt as if it had been pierced, the corners of his eyes tightened, and within the depths of his dark irises lay a tempest of resentment he had harbored for years, now surging uncontrollably to the surface. He watched as Li Zhi turned away, choosing to walk towards Fu Yanze, and he was compelled to acknowledge a bitter truth. He was consumed by jealousy towards Fu Yanze, a jealousy that bordered on madness. Fu Yanze exhaled in relief, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Zhi Zhi, I knew you would. Fu Yanze. Li Zhi interrupted him. However, Fu Yanze remained oblivious to the tension, gazing down at her tenderly, ready to lead her away, when unexpectedly, a sharp slap resounded across his face. Smack. Luo Yanjing's gaze softened slightly. There stood Li Zhi, having raised her hand without hesitation to deliver a forceful strike to the other side of Luo Yanjing's face that had not been hit. Fu Yanze looked at Li Zhi in shock, while she proudly met his gaze, her eyes icy. This is what you owe me. Let us leave it at that. Li Zhi decisively turned away, her voice light as a feather as she added, we are even now. Li Zhi. Fu Yanze exclaimed in disbelief. With injuries on both sides of his face and bloodshot eyes, he implored, Zhi Zhi, I understand you're upset with me, and it's only natural to vent your frustration. If you come back now, I won't hold it against you. Yet, Li Zhi chose to ignore Fu Yanze entirely. Despite her disheveled state, her back remained resolute as she stepped away from him, moving towards Luo Yanjing. Fu Yanze shouted furiously, Li Zhi. In that instant, Fu Yanze felt as though his heart had been hollowed out. Something he could not control, yet deeply cared for, was being wrenched away from his world without warning, leaving him with an overwhelming emptiness. Drenched in icy water, Li Zhi still felt the chill, but as she lifted her gaze, she found Luo Yanjing standing across from her, his eyes burning with a fervor that rivaled the blazing summer sun. In contrast to Fu Yanze's mere outstretched hand, Luo Yanjing approached her, personally coming to her aid. His demeanor was languid, the lowered lashes exuding an exquisite sensuality. Congratulations, Princess Zhi Zhi. Li Zhi was perplexed. She felt so disheveled, what could possibly warrant his congratulations? Luo Yanjing raised an eyebrow, the small mole at the corner of his eye twitching in amusement. Congratulations on making the right choice. From now on, you only need to please yourself. Li Zhi heard his low, sultry voice imbued with delight. Luo Yanjing slightly lifted his chin, narrowing his eyes at Fu Yanze, and what he missed out on is worth a king's ransom. A provocative gaze clashed unexpectedly. Fu Yanze's eyes locked onto Luo Yanjing, and with a man's intuition, he sensed a heavy animosity. Yet, Luo Yanjing quickly returned the gaze, dismissively glancing at Fu Yanze before grasping Li Zhi's shoulders and turning away. Let us go. Fu Yanze looked on, his heart seething with rage as he watched their retreating figures. He fixated on them walking side by side, involuntarily recalling the kiss marks on Luo Yanjing's collarbone. Were those marks left by Li Zhi? Impossible. Fu Yanze quickly dismissed such doubts. Li Zhi had pursued him for so many years, although he had never defined their relationship or engaged in any intimate encounters with her. He was certain she adored him. She would not easily transfer her affections, nor would she act so recklessly with someone else. Lu Yanjing opened the car door for Li Zhi, resembling a knight as he bowed slightly to shield her from the door, ushering her into the luxurious vehicle. Fu Yanze's accompanying assistant alighted to approach him. President Fu, your injuries, perhaps you should apologize to Miss Li Zhi again? Fu Yanze clenched his fists tightly. Strangely, an impulse surged within him to dash forward and reclaim Li Zhi from Lu Yanjing's grasp, as if he sensed that this opportunity might never come again. However, the memory of Lu Yanjing's earlier punch instilled a measure of caution within him, prompting him to shake his head. Forget it. Zhi Zhi is still angry. She will go with Lu Yanjing, merely to provoke my jealousy. The assistant hesitated, sensing the situation was not as straightforward. It was often said that outsiders see more clearly. He perceived that Li Zhi's nature was well understood. She was proud, fiercely ambitious, and while her admiration for Fu Yanze burned intensely, her withdrawal would be equally ruthless. Yet, Fu Yanze seemed oblivious to this. He unabashedly reveled in the notion that such a haughty and spirited young lady could willingly play the role of his shadow, mistakenly believing she was utterly devoted to him. Let us go. Fu Yanze withdrew his gaze, brushing his fingers against the wound on his lip, wincing at the pain. Jiyu has scheduled lunch with me to discuss the dating show. As for Zhi Zhi, he squinted, she currently has no home and is left with only me. The man in Lu Yanjing's position will have even more concerns. He is at a critical juncture of power transition and surely understands the principles of self-preservation, unable to support Li Zhi for long. So, we just need to wait for Zhi Zhi to calm down. Once she has, she will certainly come back to me. Inside the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, the one-way glass was adjusted to maximum opacity, the heating was turned on, and the partition rose. The vehicle contained only a few of Lu Yanjing's spare suits. He found a shirt for Li Zhi, urging her to dry off and change temporarily to avoid catching a chill. Once she was ready, he called for Lu Yanjing and Ingsun to join them in the car. Wrapped in a warm cashmere blanket, Li Zhi's damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her body gradually warmed. Assistant Ingsun drove them. Lu Yanjing instructed in a low voice, find the nearest hotel, have them prepare hot water, and send a few sets of clothes over. Understood, the assistant replied. He donned a Bluetooth headset, pressed the car screen to dial, and executed his boss's orders. Thank you for today. Li Zhi looked up at Lu Yanjing, her eyes were as clear as ever, her pupils glistening like lychees, pure, radiant, and captivating. Lu Yanjing turned his head to regard her, feeling a tickle in his throat. Instinctively, he reached for his ring, only to remember he had discarded it. Thus, he lazily lifted his chin, his tone languid. It's merely what a good friend should do. As a friend, he had always been dutiful. Yet, only that ring, reminding him of the boundaries he must not cross, knew he had never wished to remain merely her friend. Lu Yanjing, Li Zhi suddenly called his name. A bucket of cold water had thoroughly doused her, awakening her to a realization she had previously deemed necessary to ponder for an extended period. Lu Yanjing looked at her. Li Zhi tightened her grip on the cashmere blanket, her breath quivering with hesitation and trepidation as she met his gaze. Does the marriage you mentioned this morning still hold? Assistant Ingsun nearly slammed on the brakes in shock. Chapter 8. When shall we obtain our marriage license? Today. Lu Yanjing's breath hitched for 2 seconds, his chest heaved, and his heart raced violently, even his voice tightened as he exclaimed, what did you say? Marriage, Li Zhi replied, lightly biting her lip, you and me. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yanjing felt an intense warmth coursing through his veins, his heart swelling as if it might burst from his chest. Li Zhi inhaled softly, her fingers gripping the cashmere blanket tighter, as if she had indeed made a momentous decision. She gazed into Lu Yanjing's eyes and said, a marital bond will allow me to swiftly shed the label of being a mistress, and you happen to need someone to marry to appease your family. Ingsun's lips twitched suddenly. Who needs to appease their family? Who dares to make Lu Yanjing accommodate anyone? Yet, the head of his family responded swiftly, it's a deal. Li Zhi twisted her fingers nervously, but I have a condition. I agree. Lu Yanjing's breath quivered slightly, almost stepping on the tail end of Li Zhi's words. Li Zhi blinked, I haven't stated what it is yet. Anything is fine. Lu Yanjing's fingers intertwined, the knuckles turning pale from the pressure, as they gripped each other tightly. Li Zhi regarded Lu Yanjing with a hint of confusion. Was it merely her imagination, or did he seem somewhat impatient, fearing that she might suddenly have a change of heart? Perhaps realizing he was slightly losing his composure, Lu Yanjing swallowed hard, leaned back against the seat, attempting to appear as casual as possible. After all, we have been good friends for so many years, he said, lifting his chin slightly. Whatever you desire, just say the word. Li Zhi nodded gently. That was indeed true back in high school. Lu Yanjing had always indulged her. Be it his nature or their compatible personalities, he never hesitated over matters that required weighing with Fu Yanze. It was akin to her craving orange soda during her period. Fu Yanze would outright refuse, insisting she drink hot water, whereas Lu Yanjing would somehow conjure a non-chilled glass and sneak it to her when Fu Yanze wasn't tea-looking. Rather than whether he could, Lu Yanjing always cared more about whether she wanted it, but now, Li Zhi understood that no one ought to indulge her forever. I believe we should clarify a few things first. You speak, Lu Yanjing replied, his gaze fixed on her. His brow was pronounced, and his dark eyes, when locked onto hers, were both profound and fervent, making Li Zhi begin to feel the warmth of the car. She loosened the cashmere blanket wrapped around her and negotiated with Lu Yanjing. Well, I wish to participate in that dating reality show called Sweet Travelers, which Fu Yanze and Jiang Jiao are in. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow, is that all? You certainly have a way to get me in. Li Zhi lifted her eyelids, her lychee-like eyes sparkling with both clarity and allure, glimmering with a pleading light. However, there is just one thing, she was uncertain whether Lu Yanjing would relent. After all, she had heard that he wouldn't even appear for interviews with financial magazines, nearly tossing off a written statement as a conclusion, but this was a reality show. And it would be live-streamed all day, who knows what bizarre segments they might include. As Li Zhi pondered how to broach the subject delicately to gain Lu Yanjing's consent, he casually crossed his legs and smirked lazily. He initiated the conversation. Would you like me to accompany you? Li Zhi lifted her gaze in surprise, her beautiful eyes suddenly alight, though her fidgeting hands revealed her unease. This could be seen as a way to deepen our camaraderie, is that so? Li Zhi blinked at him, her gaze captivatingly earnest. Lu Yanjing felt a tickle in his throat, leaving no room for rejection. Moreover, he and waited for her at the Central Ballet Building today precisely because he was handling Li Zhi's public relations. He was invested in this matter and personally overseeing it with the PR department, thus, he was well acquainted with the dating reality show. To be precise, it was a show observing intimate relationships, inviting couples, platonic friends, and partners on the verge of romance to travel together, examining their varying dynamics. Therefore, it indeed required participation in a partnered format. Li Zhi, anxious, tended to fidget. I have no other male friends to invite, but if you truly don't wish to, I can, then what? Lu Yanjing suddenly leaned in closer. His eyelashes half closed, he noticed Li Zhi's hand almost tugging at the luxurious cashmere blanket. Li Zhi. Lu Yanjing leaned in intimately, his warm breath brushing against her collarbone, his gaze locked onto her eyes. You've taken advantage of me completely, and yet you contemplate marrying another? Well, primarily, it wouldn't be appropriate to participate in a dating show with another man after marrying you, Li Zhi retorted softly. Lu Yanjing chuckled in disbelief. He suddenly straightened up, crossing his legs again, his demeanor haughty and proud. That was not the case. But if it were Mrs. Lu inviting, Lu Yanjing drawled lazily, accompanying my wife on a reality show to display our affection would also contribute to establishing my positive image, thereby garnering the Lu family's trust in my ascension as the new head. Sun, did you ever care about maintaining a positive image when you were being reckless? Besides, even if the Lu family lacked faith in you, could they possibly find another heir? Yet, Sun dared not utter a word, merely listening silently as his boss spun elaborate deceptions. That would be ideal. Li Zhi exhaled in relief. The negotiating swan straightened her back. However, Lu Yanjing, even though I currently have no family, and you wield immense power, you must not think that my marrying you equates to me gaining an advantage. She was not lacking in suitors. Even if the Zhang family cast her aside, she was formidable, her ballet skills were exceptional, and she would become the youngest principal dancer at the Central Ballet. Never. Lu Yanjing leaned closer, fixing his gaze on her. Li Zhi, I have said, what Fu Yanze has forfeited is worth a fortune. Li Zhi looked up, locking eyes with his deep, fervent gaze. Lu Yanjing's pupils were pure and dark, she could even see her own small reflection within them. His voice was sensuous yet resolute. It is I who am fortunate. Li Zhi felt her heart flutter chaotically. Despite the fact that they were merely comrades discussing how to deepen their bond, Lu Yanjing had stirred her heart flustered. Li Zhi averted her gaze. So when shall we obtain the marriage license? Today. Lu Yanjing feigned checking his phone for the calendar. Today is quite suitable. He initially intended to fabricate an excuse, yet to his surprise, he genuinely found the auspicious date clearly outlined on the almanac, thus he decided to simply go with the flow. It's a day of auspicious beginnings, ideal for marriage. He lazily tapped his phone screen, deliberately showing it to Li Zhi. It may feel a bit rushed, but you must understand, my family believes in this. Sun. Li Zhi nodded gently. I understand. The Zhang family also held such beliefs. It was precisely because of their strong adherence to these traditions that they prioritized bloodlines and genealogy, leading to her expulsion from the family, deemed an omen of misfortune. Indeed. Lu Yanjing smirked. Now, let us head to a hotel for a warm shower and change into suitable attire, and then we shall proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Li Zhi nodded in agreement. All right. Chapter 9. The license to marry, the grumpy boss turns into a smiling fool, yet public opinion on Weibo continues to escalate. In front of the Central Ballet Building, Li Zhi met with Fu Yanze, only to be doused with a bucket of ice water by fans of Zhang Jiao, an incident that quickly made its way to trending topics. The online community erupted in outrage, with comments flooding in, what the hell, this homewrecker is utterly disgusting. Taking advantage of being a nobody, how shameless can she be? Even after being ridiculed, she dares to cling to Fu Yanze. She has been raised in a prestigious family for 24 years. Does she truly not understand the meaning of propriety and shame? I can only say that sister really did a splendid job, tit for tat, heiress the ice water back at her. I'm really fed up. Can she just stay out of this? My dear Gio has already given her enough exposure. Is she planning to crash into the entertainment industry because she can't make it in ballet? With such an unattractive appearance, does she even think she belongs in the entertainment circle? Why hasn't she been expelled yet? Can the organization even handle this matter properly? Central Ballet. There weren't many photos circulating on Weibo, most were mere snippets lacking context. Point 1 showed Li Zhi and Fu Yanze face to face, her head tilted upwards as she gazed at him, the angle only capturing her profile, devoid of emotion, resembling a plea for retention. Following that was an unflattering shot of Li Zhi after being splashed with water, poorly captured and maliciously edited, undeniably unflattering. Fans of Zhang Jiao were incensed, they flooded her Weibo with comments like feel for my sister, get lost, you lunatic, and exorcise the evil. Even Zhang Jiao herself went live, her makeup impeccable, porcelain-like skin, and her eyes rimmed in red, evoking pity. Everyone, don't worry about me, I have full faith in brother Yanze. He promised me that he never harbored any feelings for Li Zhi, always considering her as a sister, and had made his refusal clear long ago. Our love for each other came unexpectedly, only after I was taken back by the Zhang family and saw him did we fall for each other at first sight. Perhaps Li Zhi couldn't handle these changes, which led her to act impulsively. Although she hasn't succeeded in pursuing him, she indeed has known brother Yanze for a longer time. Honestly, if it weren't for these events, I would have loved to be good sisters with her. At this point, Zhang Jiao's voice choked, her lip quivering as tears began to pool in her eyes. Fans, already sympathetic to her plight of being overshadowed, were further incensed by the malicious fake heiress attempting to steal her man, prompting them to send countless reports to the Central Ballet on her behalf, determined to have Li Zhi expelled. However, on the other side of the coin, the individual being vilified, just as she exited the Civil Affairs Bureau after work, hurried to finalize her marriage certificate with an unnamed male guest who had recently gained notoriety, directly submitting their marital status to the Central Ballet. Qin Xuan was already overwhelmed with the influx of reports when she unexpectedly received a letter from the Lu family. The legal department of the Lu family had drafted a notice regarding Lu Yanjing and Li Zhi's marriage, subtly advising all leadership to refrain from rashly dismissing an outstanding dancer based on hearsay. Qin Xuan was taken aback. She could not comprehend how Li Zhi had become entangled with this influential figure, and moreover, how swiftly they had secured a marriage certificate. Yet, the correspondence from the Lu family indeed quelled the leadership's desire to expel Li Zhi from the ballet troupe. For Li Zhi, the next hurdle was addressing the online uproar. Sut acted swiftly. As the general manager of Xinghua Media, the distributor of Sweet Traveler and Lu Yanjing's aunt, she promptly had the legal team draft 2 agreements. In the office, Sut, clad in a crisp white suit, leisurely sipped her coffee while turning to Lu Yanjing with a curious smile. Have you thought this through? Lu Yanjing, in a well-fitted suit with a relaxed demeanor, leaned back against the sofa, his posture casual as he flipped through the agreement with nonchalance. He then picked up the signing pen from the coffee table. Sut, sipping her coffee, cast a playful glance, reveling in the unfolding drama. Are you really going to sign? What is it to you? Lu Yanjing lazily raised an eyebrow. Sut, unabashedly grinning, remarked, You, young man, have always defied convention, holding yourself in high regard, and yet now you're set to accompany your wife on a dating show. She set her coffee cup down and teasingly called him by his childhood nickname. A rebellious child getting married is quite the spectacle, Lu Xiaoqiao. This nickname was given by Lu Yanjing's mother. From a young age, his rebellious nature was evident, tracing back to a moment when he had mischievously urinated on his father's expensive suit. His father had deemed him an unruly child, sending him to a temple. A Taoist priest, upon examining his fate, proclaimed that his destiny was too favorable, leading to an inevitable arrogance. Thus, the name had been carefully chosen to temper his spirit. However, it was a name that did not suit his proud demeanor. He found it utterly unappealing. With narrowed eyes, he glared at Sut, signing his name on the agreement with a dismissive flick of the pen. Don't call me that ridiculous name. How charming, Sut retorted fearlessly. I'll be sure to tell Zhi Zhi about your little nickname. This trait is perceived as endearing by girls nowadays. Lu Yanjing, with his legs crossed, smirked coldly. Fine, but if you wish to forfeit your next investment project, be my guest. Sut was rendered speechless, feeling as if she couldn't catch her breath. Your father was right. You are indeed unruly. I just helped you out, Lu Xiaoqiao. I'm your beloved aunt. Oh, Lu Yanjing replied nonchalantly, rising from his seat and glancing at his watch. Even beloved aunts must yield to my wife. But I understand your irritation. After all, you're still single while I'm married. Sut was utterly exasperated. After 8 years of effort to bring him to this point, he was now flaunting it. I'm leaving. Lu Yanjing picked up the agreement and waved it casually. I'll take her out to celebrate soon. After all, we should have a meal to commemorate my marriage. Sut crossed her arms. Lu Xiaoqiao, how many times do you need to announce your marriage? Is this ever going to end? Aunt, Lu Yanjing's dark eyes fixed on her. A slight curve appeared at the corners of his eyes, the tiny mole glimmering. I got married today. Sut, for the nth time, she could no longer contain herself. Standing up in her high heels, she forcibly ejected Lu Yanjing from the office, slamming the door behind him. I got it, I got it, I got it. Get out, get out, get out. Having gone too long without intimacy, Sut felt her hormones spiraling out of balance. The door nearly struck Lu Yanjing in the face, yet he remained unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced at the dating show agreement and marriage certificate, chuckling softly. He then snapped a photo of the marriage certificate and posted it on social media. Frowny face. I got married. Parents, friends, and relatives alike, what? Chapter 10 Li Zhi's official announcement. Stay away, I'm married. Li Zhi swiftly obtained the agreement for the dating reality show. She promptly informed the Central Ballet Company of her intention to participate and requested a leave of absence in advance. Subsequently, she immersed herself in her practice, her spirits elevated. In contrast, Fu Yanze was seething with indignation. Since returning home, she had been fixated on Weibo, her anger flaring. As she read the venomous slurs, she felt a helplessness akin to being unable to slap the keyboard warriors through the screen, leading her to vent hysterically at home. Oh, I'm so furious. My face is turning pale with rage, I'm livid, I could chew through green with anger, I'm fuming. This bunch of fandom fans is simply like a bandage wiping a butt, leaving me high and dry. Just look at how mindlessly they worship Zhang Jiao, as if they were zebras with their heads up their own backsides. How could anyone say my little Li Zhi is ugly when she is so stunning? Are they saving their vision as an inheritance? Before the floor-to-ceiling window, the curtain fluttered, the night view of Kyoto streamed through like countless stars, cascading with the evening breeze onto her fair shoulders and back. Li Zhi paid no heed to the insults on Weibo. Dressed in a beautiful ballet skirt, she arched her feet, relaxed her shoulders, and extended her long legs into an elegant split. As her fingertips brushed the ceiling, her shoulder blades were drawn back gracefully, moving like the wings of a butterfly. Li Zhi maintained her stretching position, breathing deeply with her eyes gently closed and her face slightly raised. The starlight composed of myriad lights fell perfectly upon her visage. Fu Yanze turned to her. Little Li Zhi, your life is becoming even more bitter than my usual unsweetened Americano. How can you remain so unconcerned? What good does worry do? Li Zhi lazily opened her eyes, tilting her head to glance over, her swan-like neck long and straight, each moment breathtakingly beautiful. She curved her lips into a faint smile. Rather than worry, let them revel a bit longer in their joy. After all, the more they enjoy themselves now, the harder they will fall when the truth hits. She had specifically told Lu Yanjing not to help manage the public opinion. The heat had to be generated first for the impact to be felt. Fu Yanxia's eyes brightened. You have a plan? Of course. Li Zhi gracefully retracted her legs, her spine's curves exuding sensual beauty. Fu Yanxia jumped in excitement. Tell me, you must share. With a charming smile, Li Zhi turned towards the sofa, picked up a leather document pouch, and extracted the dating show agreement along with a seemingly unfamiliar marriage certificate. Fu Yanxia? A marriage certificate? She incredulously widened her eyes, snatching the certificate to inspect the names. Lu Yanjing, our high school classmate, the one who often escaped classes with you, claiming brotherhood, only to discover later that he hails from a prestigious family in the capital? Fu Yanxia felt her mind dulling. After a long pause, she finally looked at Li Zhi in shock. You two, married? The public discourse on Weibo had yet to subside. The Central Ballet Company had remained silent, and Zhang Jiao's fans continuously refreshed the website, only to find that Li Zhi had not been removed from the list of principal dancers. Thus, the commotion persisted. They incessantly messaged the Central Ballet's official account and tagged various artistic organizations, attempting to leverage public opinion for their cause. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanze had officially announced their long-anticipated dating show, Sweet Travelers. Zhang Jiao v. You are my sweet encounter, a belated reunion, a romance that blossoms at first sight, and will I be your only beloved? Fu Yanze v. By the riverside, the fragrant orchids, my heart is at ease. You are my everlasting one and only. Zhang Jiao v. Their sweet declarations set the internet ablaze. The entire web bore witness to their love, a bond stronger than gold, unyielding against any third party. The comments section was flooded with ecstatic fans. In no time, topics such as Li Zhi get lost, Jifu officially announcing dating show, and when will the Central Ballet start work surged to the trending list. Fu Yanxia's mind was still reeling. She stared at the dating show agreement and the unexpected marriage certificate, her expression vacant. Is this what you meant by a plan? You're stepping into the grave of marriage with a wild man just to stay at the Central Ballet? Why is he a wild man? Li Zhi replied haughtily. He is Lu Yanjing. The one you knew. She placed the dating show agreement and marriage certificate side by side and snapped a photo. Moreover, compared to being expelled from the Central Ballet, what does marrying Lu Yanjing even mean? Li Zhi logged onto her long-dormant Weibo account and promptly shared the photo along with an official announcement. Then she waved her phone at Fu Yanxia. Trust me, there is no better move than this. Fu Yanxia quickly grabbed her phone to take a look. She saw that Li Zhi's Weibo, which had been inactive for ages, suddenly verified her status as the principal dancer of the Central Ballet. The dating show agreement and marriage certificate were boldly displayed. Ligv, I don't wish to stand out, I merely want to distance myself from that flock of chickens. Stay away, I'm married. Netizens. Li Zhi speaks out. Central Ballet principal dancer certification. Li Zhi is joining the dating show. Li Zhi is married. Explosion. Netizen, what the hell, this is the ultimate plot twist. After diligently slandering Li Zhi for days, treating her as a third party infringing on others' relationships, she turns around and tells me she is married? As Li Zhi had anticipated, tonight's Weibo trending topics exploded. In the office of the CEO of the Fu Corporation, the atmosphere was as still as a stagnant pond. The mood was grim. Fu Yanze's expression was as if carved from concrete, his voice low and menacing. Have you found out who the man she married is? The assistant held his breath, afraid to speak. He cautiously observed Fu Yanze, swallowing hard before shaking his head in no. The production team has strict confidentiality measures and refuses to disclose Miss Li Zhi's invitation details. No? Fu Yanze abruptly raised his gaze. If not, then the marriage certificate must be fake? Or perhaps she simply grabbed someone off the street just to provoke me. The assistant's heart trembled at the thought, yet, he steeled himself to remind, what if Miss Li Zhi genuinely intends to part ways with you? Impossible. Fu Yanze denied vehemently. He had never considered the possibility of Li Zhi leaving, believing she was merely throwing a childish tantrum, harming herself in the process, just to make him jealous. Yet, Fu Yanze felt a simmering anger. He picked up his phone to check WeChat and noticed that their last conversation still lingered on the few explanations he had sent her, to which she had not even bothered to respond, only adding to his frustration. Fu Yanze rose and began pacing, loosening his tightly fastened collar. Have they signed the contract for the dating show? Yes, the assistant confirmed. Fu Yanze raised a hand to his forehead. Forget it, let her be. If this helps her vent her feelings, so be it. I won't mind her being married. After all, she entered this marriage for my sake. The assistant fell silent, initially wanting to advise against it, but sensing that Fu Yanze was not in the mood to hear dissenting opinions, he chose to remain silent. Fu Yanze, hands on his hips, declared, find a way to investigate further. I must know who that audacious man is. He did not want Li Zhi to appear on the dating show. It would not only interfere with his and Zhang Jiao's public displays of affection, but he also did not want to see her feigning intimacy with another man on the show. Thus, Fu Yanze pressed his lips together. If you find out, make him withdraw from the dating show. Tell him, no matter how much Li Zhi offers him to cooperate, I will double it. Chapter 11. The guilt of marrying him. The production team swiftly released the official announcement, Sweet Traveler V, rediscover intimacy on the journey, flourishing in the sweetness alongside the breathtaking northern landscapes, the nation's first travel romance reality show exclusively for the youth, featuring multi-angle high-intensity live broadcasts, unlocking the romantic daily lives of trending internet celebrity couples. This Saturday at 2 p.m, Avocado TV, don't miss it. Accompanied by 6 official posters, featuring popular young actress Zhang Jiao, the dashing Fu Yanze, the top-tier singing and dancing sensation Lin Rong, the renowned singing deity Shang Su, the premier ballet dancer Li Zhi, and everyone. Upon opening the 6th poster, one would find that the character's image had been erased, leaving only a silhouetted outline marked with a question mark. Mystery guest, stay tuned. The comments section erupted into a flurry of question marks. Damn it! The production team has pulled this stunt on me. I am dying to know who Li Zhi's husband is. Who on earth has managed to snatch this little vixen? Pfft, they didn't even dare to show the poster or the pages of the marriage certificate. I bet that marriage certificate is a sham. I think so too. Even if they did marry, they could just be a plastic couple, casually dragging a misfit to act, merely to vie for someone else's fiancé on a romance show. What a bummer, taking away Jiao and Fu for marriage. Ah, I'm so annoyed. I just want to see the sweet romance of baby Jiao. Can this nobody just roll away? Debates raged on Weibo, with curses echoing endlessly, yet the 2 individuals suspected of being a plastic couple were peacefully seated in an upscale French restaurant. The evening breeze played a gentle tune, with candlelight illuminating the ambience. Exquisitely plated dishes graced the table. Lu Yanjing lazily loosened his collar, his long, pale fingers, defined and delicate, glinting with the silver of the cutlery, exuding a mature yet alluring charm, a testament to his masculine allure that had evolved since his youth. Li Zhi rested her chin on her fingertips, observing with rapt attention, until a perfectly sliced Wellington was placed before her. Lu Yanjing lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, his deep, magnetic voice reaching her ears. Peeking at me? Li Zhi's expression flickered momentarily before she proudly lifted her face, unabashedly pulling the steak towards herself. Who was peeking? I was merely being forthright. Lu Yanjing responded with a prolonged, light chuckle. He smirked, slightly raising his chin, his tone casual. What is Mrs. Lu so lost in thought about? Tonight's dinner was a celebration of their nuptials. Li Zhi fluttered her eyelashes, tilting her head coyly. Nothing much, just feels quite surreal to be married to you, with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Guilt? Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow at Li Zhi, gently blinked, playing with her fork on the steak. Yes, I originally thought my life script was already penned, ending with marrying Fu Yanze, yet here I am, married to you instead. Lu Yanjing chuckled. Does he even deserve that? Indeed, he does not, Li Zhi replied with a playful smile, teasingly adding, lucky you. Seeing Li Zhi radiate her brilliant confidence, Lu Yanjing's heart stirred, his gaze locking onto her, his dark pupils glimmering in the night, burning with intensity. Whom? His voice was low. I hit the jackpot. Whom? Li Zhi expected a retort, yet was surprised when he genuinely affirmed it. She looked up, her eyes meeting his profound gaze. Lu Yanjing's features were already striking, and a mere gaze could easily evoke a sense of deep emotion. Li Zhi suddenly felt uneasy, her eyes darting away. What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? But Lu Yanjing held his gaze steady, remaining silent, and unexpectedly pushed a box towards her, a wedding gift. Ah? Li Zhi's bright eyes lit up. We have such treatment to deepen our camaraderie? Lu Yanjing's lips curved. Isn't this to ensure I don't let you take too much advantage? Open it and see if you like it. No girl would dislike receiving a gift. Li Zhi set down her utensils, elated as she cradled the royal blue jewelry box, anticipating a necklace. However, upon lifting the lid, the dazzling brilliance of diamonds flooded her vision. She immediately recognized it as the most expensive crown sold at the luxury auction house in recent years. With over 200 carats of embedded weight, featuring a pear-shaped diamond as the main stone, complemented by rare, high-clarity sapphires, and a swan frame crafted from fragmented diamonds, its contours were specially cut to reflect the most radiant light. This is, Li Zhi was momentarily stunned. Aren't you about to head into a romantic reality show battle against scumbags? Lu Yanjing smirked. With this diamond crown, I celebrate Mrs. Lu's liberation from her chains and our joyful nuptials. The crown of a ballet princess shall never fall, and our Miss Yu will forever hold her head high. The day the romantic reality show premiered arrived as scheduled. This season of Sweet Traveler was set against the backdrop of the romantic and mysterious northern realm. Snow-capped mountains, solitary deserts, vast grasslands, and hidden lakes, each step revealed a different scene, akin to a world of its own, making it the perfect destination for couples to drive and explore. The guests had already begun to arrive in droves. At 2 p.m. on Saturday, Avocado's live streaming channel opened promptly, with eager viewers flocking in. Here we go, looking forward to Jiao and Fu's wedding. I can't wait to see what tricks Li Zhi will pull. Rather than her antics, I'm more curious about what misfit she has brought to play her husband laughing to death. How does she dare, isn't a plastic marriage bound to be exposed in front of the cameras? Bringing a fake husband to a reality show to snatch someone else's partner, she must understand NTR. With such a scandalous plot of infidelity and a mistress, I'm amazed the production team dares to air it. At least Zhi and Fu are happily married, they will surely slap Li Zhi's face and make her envious. Netizens munched on snacks, ready for the spectacle. The livestream camera focused on the serene shores of Lake Salemo, dubbed the last tear of the Atlantic. The bright, clear lake, resembling a polished mirror, met the sapphire blue sky. Swans frolicked nearby, while distant snow-capped mountains loomed. The greenery flourished, and flowers bloomed vibrantly. Wow, Lin Rong is here. A gentle breeze swept through the Monet-like flower sea, and a familiar sweet song accompanied Lin Rong's arrival, dancing gracefully. As a top-tier singing and dancing star in Huagua, Lin Rong donned a playful pink crop top paired with a white short cake skirt, performing her signature sweet jazz dance, her fluffy pigtails swaying as she appeared on camera. All three female guests excelled in dance, so the production team had prepared task cards for them, requiring a dance performance for their entrance. Lin Rong took the lead, a master of stage presence, her sweet looks combined with a lively tune and fiery jazz moves, winking at the camera and instantly elevating the live stream's atmosphere. Ah, this girl is so spicy. Those flirty eyes strike right at my heart. Come back, girl, mom forbids you from dating. Ah, dating, she and that Shangsu kid are just playful adversaries. Alright, don't be fooled by her sweet looks, when she gets fierce, she can toss Shangsu into the lake. Laughing to death. They should be the program's comedic duo, a perfect contrast of friendship and unfulfilled romance. I'm already looking forward to their playful bickering. As Lin Rong danced closer to the camera, lifting her skirt, she sweetly greeted, "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Rong." The livestream was filled with countless supporters, but she was ultimately not the most anticipated guest of this season's Sweet Traveler. The camera shifted. Help! So beautiful, Zhio is here. Chapter 12 of the Celestial Swan, Li Zhi, dominating the entire entertainment industry at the other end of the sea of flowers. A gentle yet melancholic ancient melody began to play. Zhang Zhio, adorned in a flowing ankle-length gown of pristine white, gracefully approached, performing her signature classical dance. She rose onto her toes, her arms elegantly unfurling, the swirling hem of her dress brushed through the sea of flowers, and petals hidden within her sleeves scattered like a rain of blossoms. Aha! Stunning! Oh my, Zhio knows how to surprise her fans. She truly is a fairy scattering flowers. Who dares to say she is anything less than a celestial being? Her dance is absolutely mesmerizing. Her ability to command the camera is impressive, truly a noble scion by birth. With such talent, she could easily join a central dance troupe. Is there an official here to witness our Zhio's brilliance? Isn't she a far cry from a mere socialite, aha? The fans erupted into frenzied cheers. As Zhang Zhio concluded her performance, she gracefully lifted the hem of her gown as if to take a bow. It's been so long since I danced, I'm a bit rusty. Hello, my darlings, it's wonderful to see you again. Aha, Zhio. Zhio looks absolutely stunning today, so sweet, she must be in love with Fu Xiao. Let us make Li Zhi envious. Zhang Zhio felt a sense of satisfaction with her dance. Today, she had specially invited her favorite makeup artist to create an exquisite look for her. However, just as she was about to greet Lin Rong, she noticed Lin Rong gazing into the distance with bright eyes. My heavens! Look, a swan! The camera swiftly shifted to follow the flowing, luminescent dance gown, catching the sunlight, along with the flawless diamonds adorning the crown on her head, unexpectedly captured everyone's attention. The familiar strains of a waltz filled the air. The audience in the live stream couldn't help but focus their gaze, eagerly anticipating the moment Li Zhi would falter in the face of Zhang Zhio's captivating dance and stunning beauty. However, as the camera panned, what came into view was a delicate arm, as white as mutton-fat jade. The slender wrist twirled gracefully, a sparkling diamond bracelet cascading down the arm, reflecting a glimmer of light at her fingertips. Wow! A fairy casting a spell. The viewers in the livestream suddenly fell silent. The camera zoomed out. Li Zhi rose onto her toes, elegantly extending her shoulders, her long legs and arms forming a breathtaking ballet pose, her noble and graceful demeanor filling the entire frame. My goodness, Lin Rong was awestruck. She truly deserves to be a professional dancer. The difference is clear. While she was comparing herself to Li Zhi, Zhang Zhio's pride was also wounded, causing her to clench her fists and raise her gaze. She beheld the shimmering surface of the lake, the flowers swaying gently. Even the white swan, which had not appeared before, had glided in, willingly playing a supporting role for Li Zhi, dressed in a high-fashion ballet-inspired short skirt, with a soft chiffon bow cascading down her back and a dazzling diamond crown atop her head. She approached gracefully, reminiscent of a swan in flight. The melody danced, and she pirouetted lightly. As the gentle breeze caressed her face, her neck elongated elegantly when executing a whip-like kick, her slender waist and delicate frame resembled a doll from a music box. When leaping amidst the flowers, her white legs seemed to strike the audience's heart like a bullet. At that moment, the photographer unexpectedly focused on a close dash-up. Li Zhi, akin to a butterfly, showcased her beautiful shoulder blades and the perfect silhouette of her slender back, extending her arms and leaping towards the camera. In that instant, her enchanting gaze collided with the lens. Wow, divine beauty. Who the hell told me Li Zhi was unattractive? Oh my, I was truly mesmerized by her. When she dances, it's as if she has little wings behind her. Did anyone see that? She can fly. This is what a professional ballet dancer looks like. What did Zhang Zhio just perform that you all praised? Is this really Li Zhi? Is this truly Li Zhi? The same Li Zhi I've criticized for days? I'm starting to regret it, but if I had known she looked like this, I wouldn't have been able to criticize her in the face of such beauty. Even if she were a mistress, can we ignore Fu Yanze? I would divorce my husband for her in an instant. The live stream exploded with excitement. Even Zhang Zhio's fans were taken aback. The plain girl they had derided for days had transformed into an ethereal beauty, with her professional dancing overshadowing them all. As this earthly swan descended from grace, she gently lowered her arms. Li's skin resembled porcelain, her lychee-like eyes sparkling with life, her long lashes fluttering as she gazed into the camera, the charming little mole on her nose radiating elegance. "Hello everyone, it's wonderful to finally meet you." Her lips parted slightly, the blush at the corners of her eyes resembling snow falling on crimson plum blossoms. "I am Li Zhi." "Ah. Sister, sister." "She is giving me the eye. Help, my heart can't take it. Oh my, this sister is too beautiful, why settle for any man when she could have anyone?" To say she outshines all female stars in the entertainment industry is no exaggeration. With that beauty, physique, and dance, anyone who doesn't understand is in trouble. The live stream erupted in chaos, and the viewers rushed to social media to share. Li Zhi ballet, Li Zhi divine beauty, Li Zhi earthly swan, a unifying standard of beauty emerges. Li Zhi outshining all of entertainment, explosive. Numerous related topics quickly surged to trending status. Everyone, what is happening? Who is outshining whom? How did Li Zhi become the center of attention after being called an ugly girl for days? Can she really outshine the entire entertainment industry? Confused onlookers clicked to find out. They initially thought Li Zhi had bought her trending status, but upon entering the livestream, they were immediately captivated by her elegant and noble dance, reminiscent of a swan taking flight. Wow! Is this really Li Zhi? Is this the level of beauty for ordinary people now? This can't be real, she looks like an AI. How could she have been criticized for so long with a face like that? I am starting to think the internet has lost its sense of sight. Wow, that ballet-inspired dress looks like DS latest haute couture for spring-summer. That swan crown, I can't be mistaken, right? It is a royal antique from a luxury auction, worth nearly 100 million. How could Li Zhi have that? Isn't she a fake heiress? Fake heiress versus true heiress. In terms of looks, temperament, dance, attire, and jewelry, she completely overshadows Zhang Zhio. There is no comparison. Shockingly, Li Zhi once again ignited fervent discussions on Weibo. The topic the swan crown has appeared drew in many curious onlookers who had never encountered the mistress drama. Li Zhi was indeed a fake heiress. Furthermore, after Zhang Zhio's return, she had been expelled from the Zhang family. To take it a step further, that nearly 100 million diamond crown was certainly beyond the Zhang family's means. With such deductions, all clues pointed towards Li Zhi's mysterious husband, who had yet to make an appearance. Meanwhile, the reality show's camera finally turned to the male guest after much anticipation. The audience flocked in, eager to unveil the mystery behind Li Zhi's unconventional husband. Chapter 13. My wife occupied my entire youth in the recording studio. The ambience is steeped in a mysterious, dim light. The camera, maintaining a sense of suspense, focuses on the area between the waist and neck. The first thing to capture the audience's attention is an exquisitely tailored black suit, complemented by hands that exhibit clear musculature. On the left hand's ring finger rests a ring, while a subtly luxurious watch clings to the slender wrist, accentuating its sinewy lines. He has remarkably fastened the shirt's top button in a manner reminiscent of asceticism, revealing a sensually pronounced Adam's apple at the collar, with a robust tie cascading down into the depths of his suit jacket. Wow! Who is this? The vibe of a dapper gentleman is undeniable. He looks so handsome. The sexual tension and hormones are palpable. Well, it's certainly not Shang Su. Nor could it be the oddball hired by Li Zhi, huh? This dominant aura must belong to Fu Yanze, right? After all, he is a scion of a wealthy family. Our dear Zhio is so fortunate. The netizens buzzed with various speculations. Meanwhile, the interview with the male guest officially commenced. The host inquired, "Sir, are you satisfied with your partner's performance during her dance entrance today?" The camera slightly tilted upward, revealing a sharply defined jawline and a lip shape that exudes an irresistible allure. The tension in the shot was palpable. Even knowing he was taken, the viewers in the live room found their hearts racing with anticipation to hear his voice. Unexpectedly, his sensuous lips curled into a smirk as he boldly retorted, "What kind of nonsensical question is that from your production team?" The crowd was taken aback. This esteemed gentleman's style of speech was quite unexpected. The host was momentarily stunned. Although the audience could not see Lu Yanjing's face, she was directly confronting the imposing figure, beads of cold sweat forming as she gazed into his penetrating dark eyes. She raised a hand to wipe her forehead. This is just a standard inquiry. We wanted to hear the male guests compliment their partners." Lu Yanjing let out a dismissive laugh. He nonchalantly twisted the ring on his finger. Complimenting a partner and critiquing them are two entirely different matters. As long as she is happy, I am satisfied. Her mere existence makes her the best in my eyes. Oh my! How arrogant! I adore this style of respect towards one's partner, unconditionally supporting her. So desirable and intoxicating. Who understands this kind of dominant affection? The host gulped nervously and continued, "Is there anything in this sweet journey that you are looking forward to?" She felt a wave of anxiety, dreading that Lu Yanjing might respond with something audacious, leaving her at a loss for words. To her surprise, he suddenly smiled, his voice carrying a sensual timbre as he spoke. "I look forward to waking up every morning to see her, rather than realizing upon opening my eyes that she was merely a figment of my dreams." I'm swooning. How sweet. Fu Xiao loves our Zhio so much, she is in his dreams, and he wishes to see her upon waking. I'm suddenly so envious of Zhang Zhio. I think I understand Li Zhi a bit. If I encountered such an exceptional man, I wouldn't let go either. If only this gentleman could whisper in my ear, "Darling, are you comfortable?" I would willingly meet my demise. The host exhaled in relief. Next, please provide 4 photographs from your life, along with the specified order. We will hand these photographs to your partner, and once she successfully arranges them according to the game rules, the production staff will bring her to meet you. Lu Yanjing slid the pre-prepared photographs across the table. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. The audience eagerly leaned closer to their screens, curious about the sweet memories shared between Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanze. However, they were taken aback when they saw the first photograph. Ballet shoe ribbons? Something seemed amiss. They looked again. The audience's gaze followed the camera as it panned down, revealing that the dapper gentleman had provided 4 photographs, all imbued with the essence of youth, hands with clear musculature entwined with ballet shoe ribbons, a desk adorned with a bottle of room-temperature orange soda, physics notes fluttering in the wind, and a candid side profile of him, silver-haired and half-covered by a school uniform, captured while napping at his desk. This collection of photographs radiates youthful exuberance. I can almost envision a passionate and liberating school romance. Wait, but what does this have to do with the marriage between Jiao and Fu? The dapper gentleman can't possibly be Fu Yanze, can he? He and Zhang Jiao have only recently met. How could there be shared youthful memories? The audience finally sensed that something was amiss. It appeared they had been misled, especially the ballet shoe ribbons pointed too clearly towards Li Zhi, who had just dazzled everyone. Just then, the host asked, "Could you share what special significance these 4 photographs hold for you?" The viewers held their breath, both anxious that this dapper gentleman might say something shocking and intensely curious about his answer. Fortunately, Lu Yanjing did not retaliate this time, of course. Even the host breathed a sigh of relief. The camera caught the corners of his lips lifting as he caressed the ring on his left hand, his voice low and magnetic, "Because my wife occupies my entire youth." The live audience. Oh my, so it really isn't Fu Yanze, and certainly not Shang-Su. Among all the pairs in this program, only the one with Li Zhi is a married couple. And this dapper gentleman, who had captivated the audience with his palpable sexual tension and character, had just referred to his wife? The live audience collectively felt as if their souls had left their bodies, with their left brains grappling with the oddball image and their right brains with the dapper gentleman. They returned to the female guests' live session. Soon, the female guests received their respective sets of 4 life photographs. Lin Rong read from the task card. "Ladies, welcome to the mysterious northern region. Your partners have been taken by the production team. Please complete the rescue task as soon as possible." Good heavens! Lin Rong ceased reading. What a clever abduction. Why rescue them? I can enjoy my travel on my own. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. I told you Lin Rong wasn't here for romance. She would prefer Shang-Su to stay far away from her. However, Zhang Jiao was still very concerned about Fu Yanze. She took the task card and continued reading. For the first stage of the rescue task, each female guest must arrange the 4 life photographs provided by their partners in the correct order. If arranged correctly, you may proceed to the rescue. If incorrect, you will face a penalty and must complete it before attempting to arrange again until successful. Lin Rong was at a loss, holding the 4 photographs given to her by Shang-Su, which depicted the 4 music awards he had won, clearly meant to be arranged by the date of receipt. Yet, she was frustrated. How am I supposed to know that? Who remembers what awards he won in which year? The live audience found it all incredibly amusing, calling it plastic. Yet they understood, as Lin Rong and Shang-Su were not in a romantic relationship, merely friends who were more than friends but not quite lovers. Zhang Jiao, however, was different. Hee, this segment is too easy for our Jiao. She will surely come in first. That pretend married third party might not have it so easy. I wonder how she'll wrap things up. The original audience in the live room awaited the spectacle. But those who had just returned from the male guest's live session suddenly felt inexplicably hesitant to speak. Sure enough, Zhang Jiao was still motionless with the 4 photographs, while Li Zhi's light voice suddenly chimed in. "I've finished arranging." Chapter 14. Li Zhi, hey, I'm off to find my husband. Confused viewers? The camera swiftly swung toward the source of the voice. There stood Li Zhi, holding 4 photographs, delicately pinched between her fingertips as she displayed them in a meticulously arranged sequence from left to right, yet, no one in the livestream seemed to believe her. What is she doing? Is it all arranged already? Zhang Jiao and Lin Rong haven't even moved, and she dares to boast about being done? Is this a joke? She really knows how to show off. What will happen when the production team tells her she is wrong? Won't that be a slap in the face? Lin Rong was utterly bewildered by Li Zhi's speed. With a vacant expression, she exclaimed, "Huh? You finished already? What kind of photos are so easy to arrange?" Lin Rong couldn't help but lean in for a closer look, and even Zhang Jiao couldn't resist peeking, expecting some special hint in the pictures, only to discover. What on earth are these? Straps, orange soda, physics notes, white hair. Lin Rong pondered. Such a disjointed assortment, more absurd than my award-winning times. How on earth did she piece this together? However, Li Zhi merely smiled, her lips curving gently. Her butterfly-like eyelashes fluttered with amusement, and the small mole on her nose glimmered enticingly. It was undeniable that she shared an uncanny rapport with Lu Yanjing. These 4 photographs transported her back to her high school days, and she almost instantly matched them with the corresponding events in her first year. To prevent her Achilles tendon from being injured while practicing dance, she went through considerable effort, ultimately only managing to snag a strap that wouldn't have made any difference even if it hadn't been stolen. In her second year, she craved this particular drink during her period, but alas, the supermarket only had it chilled. To her surprise, upon returning from lunch break, she found a can of room-temperature orange soda on her desk. In her third year, she struggled with physics, while Lu Yinjing excelled in every subject, consistently ranking first in the grade that he even wrote notes for her to help her catch up. And that silver hair, but back then, during the intense exam preparations, he had suddenly scaled the wall and dyed his hair white, attracting all the girls in the school like moths to a flame. Li Zhi was certain she arranged the events chronologically, there was no way she could be wrong. In any case, the order is as follows. Director, are you sure? Li Zhi remained steadfast, I am certain. Zhang Jiao gently reminded her, Zhi Zhi, we cannot prioritize speed alone. If we get it wrong, we'll only waste more time facing the consequences. Oh, Li Zhi replied with an air of superiority. She tilted her face upward, glancing at Zhang Jiao. So, Miss Zhang, do you know how to arrange your set of photos? I.e. Zhang Jiao suddenly faltered. Truth be told, she had no idea. She had only known Fu Yanze for less than a month and was not well acquainted with his life story. Li's lips curled into a slight smirk. Do you need my assistance? Zhang Jiao's expression shifted slightly, her fists clenching tightly, yet she remained silent. Let me give you a hint, Li Zhi said, tilting her head as she pointed to the top photograph with her fingertip. This should be placed first. It's the first award he received in kindergarten. Zhang Jiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. She hadn't anticipated this round of tacit understanding, fearing her fans would discover how little she knew Fu Yanze. Thus, she quickly changed the subject. Zhi Zhi, you don't have any feelings for brother Yanze, do you? Not at all, Li Zhi replied with a smile. She playfully lifted her chin to look at Zhang Jiao. However, if you're truly concerned about him, I could dig a pit for you. You know how men are, they only behave when buried. With that, Li Zhi lost interest in Zhang Jiao's gaze and cheerfully turned to the director, exclaiming, Director, I'm done. The director's group didn't keep them in suspense. Congratulations, the answer is correct. Livestream audience. What the hell, she actually got it right. I suddenly feel like Li Zhi and her husband really have something special. I was just thinking, how could such rich youthful memories belong to someone they just met? When everyone was criticizing, I didn't dare to speak up. I just crawled back from the male guest's livestream, and Li Zhi's husband is really damn handsome. Seriously, he is handsome to the point where you can't even focus on his face. Thanks for the reminder. I just climbed back onto Weibo to review Li Zhi's husband's interviews. After watching, all I can say is, damn, what more could one ask for in life? To put it plainly, having a husband of this caliber, who cares about Fu Yanze? The rumors about a mistress must be false, right? Who would be so malicious as to spread such lies and almost get her kicked out of the company? Regardless, I don't care. I am shipping this youthful campus couple now. They're so sweet. Public opinion began to pivot unexpectedly. Meanwhile, the little swan hidden in Li Zhi's heart began to leap with joy. She swapped her ballet shoes for high heels, stepping lightly on the floor as she approached the camera. Her divine beauty suddenly filled the frame. She proudly winked her right eye, deftly waving her hand. Bye, off to find my husband. Her tone was almost boastful, as if challenging those who labeled her as a mistress. In short, she lightly tossed those words into the air before turning away like a proud little swan, with her back straight and shoulder blades resembling delicate wings. The diamond crown atop her head sparkled brilliantly under the sun's rays. The livestream audience was left in stunned silence. Was she just flirting with me? Damn, the moment Li Zhi leaned in, I felt my heart skip a beat. Can we just take a moment to appreciate how beautiful she is? Ah, her tone is so adorable. So proud, she just flaunted that she is off to find her husband. What does this mean? She is provoking her critics, boldly declaring her lack of interest in other men. Help, I think I'm turning from a hater to a fan. Lin Rong felt her brain melting. She stared at Li Zhi, feeling as if her soul had been caught. In frustration, Lin Rong stomped her foot. Damn it, even if we take 1,000 steps back, can't we swap my partner from Shangsu to the beautiful Zhi Zhi? The livestream's comments erupted with laughter. But the director coldly reminded them, please, the other two guests must hurry to complete their rescue tasks in the correct order, as it will determine your consumption level for today's necessities. Lin Rong. She quickly grabbed the 4 photographs, her mind racing to recall which awards corresponded to which year. Zhang Jiao, watching Li Zhi's retreating figure, bit her lip, hurriedly averting her gaze. Relying on her intuition and a few encounters with Fu Yanze, she hastily submitted an arrangement. Director, sorry, only the first one is correct. Please, Zhang Jiao, proceed to the Wheel of Fortune to randomly draw your punishment. Audience. Goodness, the first one was the one Li Zhi reminded her of, right? This dating show has become more bizarre. The real couple lacks chemistry, while the pair suspected of being a plastic couple, who have yet to meet formally, are being explosively shipped across the internet. Chapter 15. Are you suggesting that I tear it with my mouth? Li Zhi swiftly arrived at the next task point. A staff member approached her, draping an opaque silk cloth over her eyes. Please randomly draw 3 cards. The camera deliberately zoomed in on the contents of the cards. Inscribed upon them were various body parts: mouth, nose, ears, neck, collarbone, waist, and so forth. Good heavens, what on earth is this for? They all seem like sensitive areas. I can't shake the feeling something scandalous is about to unfold. Saucy hee hee, I can't wait to see the waist of the suited gentleman. Ah, his Adam's apple is so alluring. Why not pull off his tie and unveil his collarbone? Many viewers rubbed their hands in anticipation, yet, fans of Zhang Ji were still throwing shade at. I don't understand what you're all so excited about. That man is as reluctant to show his face as he was during the announcement. He must be hideously ugly. How much water army did Li Zhi and Zhongba purchase? The naysayers were ignored. Serious viewers were eager to know how the plot would unfold. At that moment, Li Zhi's vision was completely obscured, her long eyelashes lightly brushing against the silk, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Am I not the one supposed to rescue the male guest? Then why are my eyes covered? What exactly are we drawing lots for? Are they tools for the rescue? The staff offered no response. This piqued the audience's curiosity. Sensing something unusual, ignored, Li Zhi tilted her head in confusion, her diamond crown sparkling with delicate shards of light. Nevertheless, the drawing had to be done. Li Zhi extended her hand, relying on her senses to find her way in the pitch darkness. Fortunately, the staff proactively handed her the cards. The camera zoomed in on the drawing, her translucent fingertips landed in the center, pinching the card that the audience had eagerly anticipated. Frowny face neck. Aha, it really is the neck. Cursed the production team. Why couldn't they be specific about the Adam's apple? I want to see it bitten. Saucy, saucy. Li Zhi quickly drew 2 more cards, which turned out to be the mouth and ears. She handed all 3 cards to the staff, her voice bright and slightly coy. What comes next? Can I take off the silk? Where am I supposed to go to rescue him? However, the staff remained silent. In the next moment, her wrist was suddenly grasped by someone. She gasped slightly, turning her head in surprise. Just as the live stream screen plunged into darkness, the audience was left bewildered. A sinister voice echoed, "Hee, Miss Li Zhi, you've been fooled. Regrettably, you have been kidnapped. Please wait patiently for the male guest to come rescue you." Hiya. The sound effect was delightfully mischievous. Vocal. I knew something was off. The production team knows how to stir the pot. Extreme reversal. Suddenly, it's the male guest coming to save the female guest. But what was that lot that Li Zhi just drew? The viewers were intensely curious. Yet, the live stream remained in darkness for quite some time, and when the signal was finally restored, the atmosphere appeared hazy, the lighting dim, with the diamond crown above casting a brilliant glow. Inside the small wooden cabin, Li Zhi was bound to a chair, her eyes still covered by the previous silk cloth, and her ankles ensnared by kidnapping ropes. However, what captured the most attention were the 3 little stickers affixed to her mouth, neck, and ears, precisely the 3 cards she had just drawn. The production team had yet to disclose the rules, yet, savvy viewers familiar with dating show tropes boldly speculated, could it be that she has to tear the stickers off with her mouth? Anti-smile. JPG, the camera finally shifted back to the male guest. Outside the wooden cabin, under the scorching summer sun, Lu Yanjing strode towards the taskboard in his tailored black suit, his polished leather shoes glistening. The mysterious veil was gradually lifted. Entering the frame was Lu Yanjing, exuding an overwhelming aura of masculinity with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, along with long, elegant legs. He casually loosened his tie, the top button of his shirt undone. The initial air of restraint had long dissipated, replaced by an innate arrogance and an unabashed confidence, exuding a palpable tension. Once Lu Yanjing made his appearance, the older viewers in the livestream became particularly animated. Heavens! Those legs are longer than my life. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist. I'm utterly captivated. The possibility of him being a beer-bellied, oily, middle-aged tycoon is ruled out. This suited gentleman captivates me every time he appears. I hope he doesn't look too ugly when he finally shows his face. The production team still withheld Lu Yanjing's full visage. He paused before the taskboard, and with a clear motion of his well-defined hand, he lazily picked up the task card, lowering his lashes. Rescue task? The camera, anticipating that he would likely be too disinterested to read aloud, zoomed in to reveal the specific rules of the rescue task to the viewers. Rescue task. Congratulations! Your female guest has successfully completed the arrangement of her life photos, but unfortunately, on her way to find you, she encountered a kidnapper. According to reliable information from the investigation team, Miss Li Zhi has been hidden by the kidnappers in the small wooden cabin in front of you. You must proceed to rescue her. The specific rules for the rescue are as follows. Please surrender all electronic devices, cooperate with the staff to have your eyes covered, and bind your hands behind your back as you head to the cabin to locate your partner. Your partner has a total of 3 sealing stickers placed on her. On the mouth, ears, and neck. Please remove the sealing stickers from your partner's body without using your hands, and finally assist each other in removing the blindfolds and untying the ropes to complete the rescue. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. I guessed right. No hands allowed, but tearing off stickers means using the mouth. Help, I can already imagine how tantalizing the visuals will be. All 3 areas are quite Li Zhi, I'm already at a loss. Please spare me. She probably never anticipated that the card she drew would be applied to herself. Doghead, the production team is quite clever. Using the mouth to tear off the stickers from each other's mouths is no different from kissing. Doesn't this perfectly test whether they are a true couple? If it's genuine, a kiss wouldn't be a big deal, but if it's fake, that is another story. I specifically noted Li Zhi's camera earlier. Those 3 sticker locations are super tiny. I'm already getting excited. The audience in the livestream was thrilled, rolling on the floor in exhilaration. Indeed, after reviewing the rules, Lu Yanjing also grasped the key point raised by the viewers. He lazily raised an eyebrow, his voice low and sultry. No hands allowed for tearing off the stickers? He still hadn't shown his face in the livestream, but the camera captured the sensual movement of his Adam's apple, along with a deep, elongated chuckle. So, with the mouth? The livestream erupted once more in fervent cheers. Some were shipping, some were eagerly anticipating, while others scoffed. Just wait, maybe he'll refuse later. After all, he has just a plastic husband that Li Zhi pulled in at the last minute. Even if he is getting paid to act, he surely wouldn't agree to sell himself. Unfortunately, Lu Yanjing's lips curled into a smirk, his voice was deep and alluring, his Adam's apple throbbing, and the curve of his smiling lips was impossible to suppress. Alright. Haters. In an unexpected turn, this proud and arrogant suited gentleman even extended his hand. Aren't you going to tie me up? Come on. Everyone, wait, just a moment. Earlier, during the interview, you were boasting defiantly, challenging the production team with an air of rebellion. Now, when they say they'll tie you up, you're actually asking for it. Chapter 16 Luo Yanjing, it's me, your husband. The staff of the production team were left utterly astonished. They had initially harbored concerns that such an imposing figure, a veritable titan, might resist being bound, leading to a prolonged state of trepidation. To their surprise, he had taken the initiative to request it? Fearing that the magnate might change his mind, the crew hurriedly rushed forward to secure his bindings and covered his eyes with silk cloth. At that moment, the camera finally ascended along his bound hands, aligning with the audience's eager anticipation to reveal the face they had been yearning for. With superior bone structure and a clear, flowing jawline, beneath the vivid red silk blindfold lay those previously glimpsed, enticing lips. Luo Yanjing's lips bore a striking hue, his complexion an icy white. The proud and flamboyant arch of his brows was obscured by the red fabric, rendering this audacious figure unexpectedly imbued with a hint of allure in such an appearance. Oh my! So handsome! Ah, help, how can a man embody both restraint and desire so exquisitely? Though his features remain partially concealed, the allure is palpable, the jawline is clearer than my life plan. Who is still bitterly claiming he is too ugly to show his face? This isn't fear of embarrassment, it's clearly fear of a lady rogue trying to seize him from the screen. The audience was captivated by Luo Yanjing's visage initially, they found the few exposed details not unappealing, but now, with nearly everything revealed save for his eyes, their aesthetic sensibilities were thoroughly entranced. He was even more striking than they had imagined. Zhang Jiao's fans ground their teeth in frustration. I advise you not to celebrate too soon, be wary if he has a pair of beady eyes. All other features will be in vain. After all, young Master Fu has already graciously revealed himself. My brother-in-law is indeed quite handsome. Rational viewers were too disinterested to engage, whether it was Luo Yanjing's commanding presence, his evident affection and protection for Li Zhi, or the implicit understanding during the photo arrangement segment. Everything about their relationship raised eyebrows regarding the trending gossip concerning a third party. They appeared to enjoy a blissful marriage. The husband was certainly not lacking. What, then, propelled them to covet another's fiancé? Some even retorted, oh, that certainly allows Zhang Jiao to answer the question correctly. Even Lin Rong has successfully set off, yet your sister is still enduring her fifth punishment, right? Zhang Jiao's fans fell silent, having been precisely pricked at their sore spot. They dared not continue their raucous protests, retreating to Zhang Jiao's side, hoping she would promptly complete the dreaded photo arrangement. The staff guided Luo Yanjing. Sir, the small cabin is directly ahead, please complete the rescue task quickly, or the kidnappers may return at any moment. Luo Yanjing nodded, exuding an air of unrestrained confidence. Even with his eyes covered, his vision obstructed, he bore no semblance of being constrained, nor did he bother to feel around for his path. Instead, he strode purposefully toward the small cabin. Meanwhile, inside the dimly lit cabin, Li Zhi sat on a chair, idly tapping her heel against the floor, awaiting Luo Yanjing's arrival to rescue her. This wretched production team, having claimed she was to save her partner, had instead lured her into a grand twist of fate, leaving her bound to a chair, with no idea when Luo Yanjing might arrive. Li Zhi stretched her swan-like neck and tilted her head back. She sensed something had been affixed to her lower lip by the staff, an uncomfortable foreign sensation that she could not touch, forcing her to shift her neck to distract herself. But that dazzling crown atop her head was simply too radiant. With every slight movement, the hundreds of carats of diamonds sparkled brilliantly, leaving the audience dazzled. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open echoed. Click. Li Zhi perked up, and with the sound of polished shoes striking the ground, a long-awaited shaft of light penetrated her blindfold. Luo Yanjing entered the small cabin, relying solely on instinct, unfamiliar with the interior layout and unaware of Li Zhi's precise location. He relied on his familiarity with her, catching a whiff of the sweet fragrance of lychee and rose. Li Zhi sensed someone had entered the cabin. It wasn't the staff. The cool, captivating, and mysteriously deep scent of cologne wafted toward her. Li Zhi's lips parted slightly. Luo. She instinctively began to call out his name but abruptly remembered they were participating in a variety show as a couple, and the audience held suspicions about their relationship. She bit her lip, the unfinished tone pivoting just in time, adopting a tone that was irresistibly sweet. Husband? Luo Yanjing's steps halted abruptly, his throat bobbed, momentarily taken aback. As he turned his head toward the sound, the veins and muscles in his neck tensed involuntarily. Li Zhi softly called again, is it you, husband? Her voice was delicate and melodious, akin to a feather caressing the ear, igniting a riot within Luo Yanjing's heart. Although he realized Li Zhi was merely performing, he couldn't help but let a smile play at the corners of his mouth. It's me. His voice held an irresistible allure, a low magnetic timbre, laced with delight. Your husband. In her mind, Li Zhi secretly kicked Luo Yanjing's shoe. Although he had responded swiftly, she was well aware of his glee, mocking her in his heart. It was utterly embarrassing to call him husband for the sake of the broadcast, yet, she was relieved to have not mistaken his identity. Otherwise, she could only imagine the scorn from the viewers. She urged, hurry over and help me untie the ropes, I can't see, and my hands and feet are bound. Luo Yanjing smiled, seemingly unconcerned. Beneath the thick, vibrant red silk, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, exuding a beguiling charm. Understood, my lady. Ah, help, so flirtatious. It's me, your husband. Understood, my lady. This interaction hardly resembles that of a fake couple. Yet, at that moment, Li Zhi felt an overwhelming sense of shame. After all, she had once openly referred to him as a brother during their school days, promising there would be no other feelings involved. Now, however, they were addressing each other as spouses on a live variety show. How could she face her high school classmates? But for the sake of the dating show to dispel rumors and expose the true nature of a scoundrel, she had to grit her teeth and perform. Luo Yanjing approached her slowly, his wild fragrance enveloping her, seeping into her previously calm breaths. Li Zhi subtly moved her hands bound behind her, believing he was about to help her. To her surprise, the man before her suddenly bent down, his lips brushing against the top of her head. Luo Yanjing, uncertain of how far apart they were, could only make a rough judgment based on the scent and sound. As he leaned closer, he realized he may have been too low, as his lips had made contact with something soft. He straightened slightly, turning his voice sultry. But my lady, it seems we cannot untie you just yet. Li Zhi turned her gaze in confusion. Luo Yanjing chuckled lightly. The rescue rules just issued by the production team state that I must first remove the ceiling stickers on you before I can untie you. At his words, Li Zhi was momentarily taken aback. She suddenly recalled that upon being bound in the small dark room, the staff had indeed affixed 3 items to her. Besides the noticeable foreign sensation on her lower lip, there were also stickers on her right ear and left neck. Those must be the ceiling stickers? The 3 cards drawn likely served this purpose. However, Li Zhi had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, her tone upbeat. Then hurry and tear them off. Sure. Luo Yanjing raised an eyebrow, but there is something I need to inform my lady about first. Li Zhi tilted her head in confusion. What is it? Chapter 17. The superior willing to serve as a wife. Little did she expect that Lu Yanjing, with a leisurely demeanor, would chuckle lightly. Breathing out softly, he remarked, my hands are also bound. Li Zhi momentarily froze, an ominous premonition rising abruptly within her. Indeed, she soon heard Lu Yanjing's deep, sultry voice whispering into her ear, so, if you assist your husband with your mouth, I trust you wouldn't mind, would you? I don't mind. I truly don't mind. What a delightful couple. However, my life is still at stake. Could you possibly consider that this is a live broadcast? What does it mean to help with your mouth? What on earth? That phrase fills my mind with all sorts of lewd thoughts. Who understands the sexual tension of a suited man bowing for love, a superior willingly serving his wife? Sisters, this is neither a no man's land nor a sharing zone. What on earth are you discussing? The audience in the live stream erupted into frenzied screams, yet, upon grasping the rules, Li Zhi suddenly fell into a daze, her complexion flushing a shade of pink that crept up her neck to her ears. She gently bit her lip, her teeth grazing the ceiling sticker on her lower lip. The thought of Lu Yanjing using his mouth made her instinctively clutch her skirt tighter, an overwhelming sense of taboo surging within her. You wouldn't mind, would you? After all, she had already thrown caution to the wind. Last time, she had drunkenly taken advantage of Lu Yanjing, having already kissed him. What difference would one more time make? However, Lu Yanjing was merely there to accompany her in this act. He might be somewhat unwilling, thus, Li Zhi cautiously inquired, is that all right? To her surprise, Lu Yanjing showed no inclination to refuse. Instead, he took a deep breath and leaned closer. Where? The ear, the neck, and the lips? Left side or right side? Lu Yanjing's lips curled into a smirk. My eyes are also covered, so I need a hint from my lady. Li Zhi's heart raced uncontrollably, her breath becoming shallow. Right ear, on the earlobe. His breath drew nearer. Until his lips grazed her ear, sending shivers down her spine. I cannot see, so I might not find the precise spot. It is not meant to tease you, my lady. Li Zhi trembled in her breath. At that moment, the audience in the livestream had reached a state of frenzy. In the frame, Lu Yanjing, clad in a tailored suit, showcased a sharp jawline. He leaned in closer, his hands bound behind him, the ropes accentuating his well-defined wrists. The lighting was dim yet alluring. Li Zhi was tied to a chair, tilting her head to the left, her neck muscles taut, exposing her right ear to Lu Yanjing. He tentatively approached with his nose, his warm and ambiguous breath brushing against her ear, trailing downwards, and then suddenly, his sensual lips enveloped her earlobe. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, he's got it, he has it in his mouth, the sexual tension is off the charts. Oh my, the ballerina's ears are so red. My goodness, save me, I never expected these two to be so perfect together. The atmosphere is simply electric. The audience transformed into a chorus of excitement, yet, Li Zhi was indeed extremely nervous. She wrinkled her skirt into numerous creases, acutely aware of Lu Yanjing enveloping her earlobe with his warm mouth. His tongue deftly swept across her earlobe. Upon locating the ceiling sticker, he attempted to suck it off, but it was affixed too securely, thus, he resorted to coaxing it with his tongue, again and again. Each motion accompanied by his deepening breath sent shivers through her sensitive areas, leaving her legs feeling numb. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Suddenly, he whispered close to her ear, it's come off. Li Zhi's defenses tightened. She felt her heart leap wildly, followed by a sudden chill against her ear. Lu Yanjing, now free from the sticker, released her. The breeze from outside the small wooden cabin brushed against her once warm earlobe, causing a shiver to race down her spine. What's next? He removed the sticker from his mouth. Li Zhi felt her heart melting into a puddle. She never imagined that one day she would engage in such intimate actions with a close friend. The last time, she had been drunk. She had no clear recollection, but this time, she was painfully aware, able to hear his breath and feel his warmth. Moreover, his tongue was so agile that it felt like he was quite skilled at kissing. But wait, what did that have to do with her? They were merely acting in a dating show. Li Zhi bit her lip again, her fingers brushing against the sticker, forcing herself to say, there's still the left side of the neck. Lu Yanjing replied softly as he rose. He shifted direction and leaned down once more. The ceiling stickers designed by the production team were quite small, proving challenging to locate. His lips traced along Li Zhi's sensitive neckline, descending until he discovered its position. This time, he could not suck it off. Lu Yanjing delicately nudged the upper edge of the sticker with his lips, as if he were planting soft kisses upon her. The angle captured by the camera was impeccable. If one were unaware, they might think Lu Yanjing had buried his head in her neck, bestowing upon her strawberries. Li Zhi felt herself nearing madness. She couldn't help but adjust her posture, her knees touching, her legs pressed tightly together beneath her skirt. Last one. Lu Yanjing smirked, slightly straightening his posture, moving from Li Zhi's neck to her face. The camera instinctively zoomed in, capturing the moment as he pressed his nose against hers, their breaths mingling. This one, where is it? The lower lip, the lower lip. It's on the lower lip. They're about to kiss, save me. Oh my gosh, this is so enticing. Is this what a real couple is like? I fear the following scenes might be too much to air. Li Zhi was terrified as well. She even wished they would just end the live stream, so no one could witness her embarrassment, especially since her eyes were covered. With her vision obscured, her other senses felt heightened. She could distinctly hear Lu Yanjing's heartbeat, and the next ceiling sticker was on their lips. Li Zhi's eyes, concealed beneath the silk cloth, were tightly shut. She slightly tilted her head, whispering quietly against Lu Yanjing's ear, in a tone too soft for the microphone to capture. Lu Yanjing, are you really sure? This was essentially no different from kissing. Lu Yanjing's brow flickered slightly, his tone languid. I've already given you my first kiss. What else one more? In our kind of relationship, one must go to great lengths for a good friend. First kiss? Li Zhi's eyes suddenly flew open, her long, thick eyelashes brushing against the silk. A tingling sensation coursed down her spine, but her mind was also momentarily paralyzed. That night, in a drunken stupor, she had forcefully kissed Lu Yanjing, stealing his first kiss? Though she too had never kissed anyone before it, but someone like Lu Yanjing, who had graduated high school and never dated, based on what Li Zhi knew of him, if he had ever been in a relationship, his first kiss would undoubtedly have been lost. Oh no. It seemed her sin had deepened significantly. Upper lip or lower lip, he suddenly pressed. Lu Yanjing's voice was once again picked up by the microphone. Hurry, my lady, the kidnapper will return soon. If you don't speak up, I might just kiss you directly. Oh my, he's urging her. I see through him, he just wants to kiss his wife. It's already so ambiguous. I wonder which naysayer dares to call them a plastic couple in a fake marriage. Kiss. Li Zhi, please hurry and kiss him. Li Zhi closed her eyes once more, took a deep breath, and resolved herself as if marching to her demise. Lower lip. Chapter 18. Madam, I shall commence. The camera once again zooms in on the two. One can see the broad shoulders and narrow waist of Lu Yanjing gradually enveloping the slender figure of Li Zhi in the dim light. He presses against her nose, inching closer with deliberate slowness. The air, thick with an intoxicating tension, trembles as shadows entwine with the coolness of their skin. The sharp scent of his cologne is almost overwhelming, causing Li Zhi to involuntarily hold her breath. Yet, she remains acutely aware of Lu Yanjing's breath cascading towards her, nearing her lips. No one could ever discern the tumultuous beating of Lu Yanjing's heart. No one knows that with every inch she draws closer to Li Zhi, his heart races faster, as if it might burst forth from his chest at any moment. Until the distance between their lips dwindles to a mere inch. Lu Yanjing senses that Li Zhi's breath has suddenly relaxed, albeit briefly, before she tenses it back in. His lips part slightly. Madam. She breathes with a tremor. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple bobs as his voice emerges, hoarse and heavy. I wish to bite. Li Zhi internally cries for help, thinking, just bite if you must, but what is with the warning? Yet, as she is lost in her tumultuous thoughts, she suddenly feels a soft warmth upon her lips. The camera deliberately zooms in for a close dash-up in the midst of the audience's ecstatic screams. Their lips finally meet without a gap. Ah! The bullet screen erupts with shrieks. At that moment, Li Zhi's spine tingles, as if an electric current has surged through her limbs at the speed of light. Lu Yanjing takes a deep breath and releases her lips, slightly parted, before finding the perfect spot to reapply his gentle bite. Aha! They kissed. Again. Rounding it off, that's practically 2 kisses. So tantalizing, I swear, this is more thrilling than the romance movies I've watched. I'm about to lose it just watching through the screen. Oh my, the suit-clad gentleman looks like he knows how to kiss. Li Zhi's choice of actor is incredible. Handsome and dedicated, even taking on kissing scenes. How much did she pay? After filming this reality show, can he come kiss me too? The viewers in the live stream go wild with excitement. Li Zhi couple kiss. True couples are indeed explosive. The related topics quickly ascend to trending status. Who doesn't love watching such romantic antics? Passers-by, unaware of the context, stumble into the live stream and are greeted by a dapper gentleman in a suit, gently nibbling on the lower lip of a swan-like princess. It appears to be a kiss. Li Zhi feels no different, yet, she is acutely aware that Lu Yanjing is meticulous, striving to minimize contact with her lips, merely teasing the edge of the ceiling sticker. But lo and behold, this sensation only makes her feel more flustered. As his teeth graze her lips, a shiver runs through her, and she cannot help but anticipate the inevitable contact of their lips, each moment igniting her heart. Lu Yanjing's breath is heavy as he nibbles at her. Finally, as the edge of the ceiling sticker is peeled away, he decisively rips it off. Li Zhi has held her breath for too long. Feeling the sticker being torn away, she instinctively releases her breath, only to find that as Lu Yanjing rises, his upper lip accidentally brushes against hers. Li Zhi, she cannot contain herself, letting out a soft, delicate sound. The audience erupts in frenzy. What was that sound just now? Do they remember their life? This is far more entertaining than any adult film. Wait, weren't they just pretending to be married, pulling in some random to act? Tell me how they managed to create such an atmosphere. Even a random would not look like that. Conclusion, they are undoubtedly a real couple, at least I can tell that the suit-clad gentleman is head over heels. Speechless. I just came back from the live stream of Zhi Fu's wedding, where Zhang Zhi finally answered the question correctly, thanks to elimination, but I don't know why it felt so awkward between her and Fu Yanze. Even Lin Rong and Shang Su, while bickering, managed to keep it more entertaining than these two. Fans of the Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing couple begin to emerge, yet they still do not know his name. They cannot even come up with a couple name. At this moment, Lu Yanjing has completed the task of tearing off the ceiling sticker. Hearing Li Zhi's melodious, petulant gasp, his spine stiffens, and his Adam's apple moves. He bites his lip and chuckles softly, it's over. Yet, it seems he is not quite finished. Lu Yanjing turns back, stepping in his exquisitely polished leather derby shoes, and bends to bite the silk cloth tied over her eyes, loosening it. The long-awaited light suddenly floods in. Li Zhi is momentarily blinded, her head turning away. As the blindfold slips away, finally restoring her vision, she turns to seek out Lu Yanjing, intending to assist him in loosening his blindfold. However, to her surprise, she finds Lu Yanjing, draped in red silk, kneeling behind her in his suit. His hands remain bound, his already broad shoulders appear even wider due to the constraints. In this moment, he resembles a dashing rogue, kneeling submissively beneath Li Zhi's skirt, hands behind his back, on one knee, bending forward to gnaw at the rope binding her hands to the chair. With a swift flick of his head, he frees the rope. Wow, that move was so suave. Ah, the rogue in a suit is too real. He actually knelt down. Oh my goodness, this formal kneeling has taken my breath away. If it weren't for his commanding presence, I wouldn't be losing my mind. To rescue his princess, he willingly enters the fray, accepting bondage, and here he is, kneeling to untie her. I don't care, if anyone dares tell me that Li Zhi wants to compete with Zhang Zhi for that thing, Fu Yanze, I'll charge at them with a fierce rebuttal. Li Zhi and her husband are the real deal. Li Zhi has been completely unbound. After the ropes around her hands are released, she intends to help Lu Yanjing as well, but he stands up with an air of arrogance, his tone defiant, untie yourself first. Li Zhi has no choice but to bend down and free her ankles before promptly untying Lu Yanjing. In a sudden move, she reaches out and yanks away the red silk cloth that has covered his eyes. The audience gasps in astonishment, the camera swiftly adjusts to focus, the vibrant red silk swiftly brushes across Lu Yanjing's prominent brow, and as his long-awaited eyes adjust to the light, they suddenly reveal themselves. A stunningly handsome visage crashes into the viewer's sight, not the beady eyes they expected, nor the aloof, icy demeanor of the neighboring Fu Yanze. Instead, a pair of piercing, sharp eyes that perfectly match his audacious tone and proud demeanor. Narrow in shape, with deep-set double eyelids. At this moment, as the camera zooms in, his pupils appear dark and profound, exuding an air of fierce intensity, but in a fleeting moment, as he turns to look at Li Zhi, the corners of his eyes lift ever so slightly, revealing a small red mole, adding a hint of alluring charm to his gaze. Is it my turn to introduce myself? Lu Yanjing lifts his chin defiantly, one hand in his pocket, his collar still loose, casting a languid yet brazen glance at the camera. I am Li Zhi's lawful husband. My surname is Lu. My name is Lu Yanjing. Chapter 19. Her Highness the Princess's task is to be happy every day. The entire live stream room nearly exploded in an instant. What the heck? Who did he say he is? Lu Yanjing, is he from that Lu family, the super prestigious family in Kyoto? Lu Yanjing sounds so familiar, I think I saw that name in a financial news report. Isn't that the heir of the Lu family? Vocal, I just searched, and it really is. Could it be that I'm not hearing things? Did he just say his name is Lu Yanjing? Rumor has it that this individual has previously refused to appear on CCTV financial interviews, and now, his first public appearance is accompanying his wife on a dating reality show? The audience was in a frenzy. Even Zhang Zhi's fans were momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the current situation. Who is Lu Yanjing? Wasn't it said before that Li Zhihua hired a stunning male model to play her husband? Why did everyone go silent at the mention of Lu Yanjing? Some fans kindly chimed in to explain. The Lu family is the top aristocracy in Kyoto, with influence that extends across military, political, and business circles. Their wealth likely traces back to the era of large landowners in the last century. The current generation has only one son, Lu Yanjing, born to the reigning patriarch Lu Shao and his wife Su Sang. Top aristocracy? An only son, does that mean all the immense wealth belongs to him? So, Li Zhi suddenly becomes the only daughter-in-law of a wealthy family, the future matriarch. No wonder Li Zhi, despite being a false heiress, can wear a crown worth nearly 100 million. It must have been gifted by Lu Yanjing. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing suddenly smiled and declared, from now on, any fans of my wife can present their tickets from her dance performances to receive a complimentary meal at any restaurant under the Lu conglomerate. The crowd. Any restaurant under the Lu conglomerate, wouldn't that mean an average cost of over 1,000 per person? Even Zhang Zhi's fans were tempted, they thought, although they dislike Li Zhi, it wouldn't be a loss to buy a ticket for a free meal. But Lu Yanjing quickly extinguished their hopes. Of course, I will arrange for the restaurant manager to thoroughly investigate each individual's fan status and online statements before granting the complimentary meal. Anti-fans. Except for Zhang Jiao's fans. Zhang fans? Except for Fu Yanze's fans. Fu fans? Except for the CP fans of Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanze. CP fans? Anyone who has ever spoken ill of my wife is completely excluded. All the anti-fans. Now, Lu Yanjing languidly glanced at the camera, his tone brazen. I trust you all have no objections to my wife not being interested in playing the role of a mistress for anyone else? Everyone. Aha, no objections, no objections. Oh no. Had I known Li Zhi's husband was Lu Yanjing, I would never have believed the rumors trending online. Ah, the immense wealth slipped right through my fingers. QAQ, I've lost my chance for a complimentary meal at the Lu family restaurant. I could just slap myself. Clearly, listening to rumors without verification is unwise. Are all you netizens just pawns for Zhang Jiao? Charging into battle for her, while she was just venting about Li Zhi being a mistress during her last livestream. Unbelievable. Expletive. I declare, I'm diving into the ship of Lu Yanjing and Li Zhi. The CP officially established. Li Zhi, overhearing, furrowed her brow slightly. She tugged at Lu Yanjing's sleeve. Hey, Lu Yanjing, you're being extravagant, won't this be too costly? While he was indeed helping out a good friend, his recent spending seemed rather excessive. Those swan high heels and that swan crown, together worth over $1 billion, and now he was beginning to distribute wealth, yet, Lu Yanjing simply smiled at Li Zhi. If Mrs. Lu's fans are happy, then Mrs. Lu is happy. What is the harm in spending a little to please Mrs. Lu? Moreover, he slightly bowed his neck, his dark pupils reflecting a depth of emotion. My wife has already saved enough. Even if I were to squander, it wouldn't be a loss to our princess. Li Zhi looked up at him, her heart fluttering. Lu Yanjing's gaze was intense, and he reached out, tucking a strand of hair that had fallen from her diamond crown behind her ear, his voice low and sultry. As for Princess Zhi Zhi, she has but one task. He chuckled softly, that is, to be happy every day. The viewers in the live stream erupted into a chorus of ecstatic screams. Ah! Help, help! He really treats her like a princess. My goodness, Li Zhi is so lucky, with a husband like that, who cares about Fu Yanze. He's so skilled. Oh my, the big boss of the instantly became a prototype. Are all those domineering CEOs this charming? Suddenly, I feel like the neighboring childhood friend seems a bit low-key. He must know Li Zhi isn't a mistress, yet, he didn't step up to help clarify for his childhood sweetheart. Almost got her expelled from the central ballet. The onlookers gradually came to their senses. Upon realizing the issues between Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanze, they began to withdraw their support and willingly jumped into the romantic sea of Li Zhi's husband Lu Yanjing, heir of the Lu family, free meal with dance tickets. Numerous related topics quickly soared to the trending list, prompting the Central Ballet to act swiftly. Central Ballet v. Li Zhi is our youngest core member, an impeccable dancer, and the youngest principal in our history. We will resolutely uphold the reputation of every dancer, strictly forbidding any public opinion trial, and will never dismiss an excellent dancer based on unfounded rumors. We urge everyone to keep their eyes open and seek the truth. Welcome to the Central Ballet for our performances. Public opinion was almost entirely reversed, which was completely unexpected for Qin Xuan, but it ultimately resolved the issue. Li Zhi's promotion to principal dancer would not be affected. The CP successfully completed their first rescue mission, and the staff came to congratulate them, surfing the wave of excitement. Congratulations for securing first place, and you will receive the finest travel resources for today's accommodations and meals. Now, you two can freely explore the Seiram Lake. This vehicle is available for your self-drive use. We will regroup here in 3 hours for dinner and accommodations. A rugged vehicle was parked nearby. The staff handed the keys to Lu Yanjing. Li Zhi beamed with joy, her heart soaring with excitement. Our synergy is truly remarkable. She had just sneakily checked Weibo. The public opinion had completely reversed, and even the previously skeptical Qin Tuan had the official Central Ballet account post an announcement. The ballet career would no longer be affected. The reality show journey was quite rewarding. Lu Yanjing smiled lazily, of course. Li Zhi turned to glance at the photographer who was lagging behind, then leaned slightly towards Lu Yanjing. Lu Yanjing. He languidly lifted his eyelids. The smile at the corners of his eyes, if observed closely, revealed a hint of indulgence and affection. Li Zhi's tone was light and cheerful. You performed wonderfully just now. Lu Yanjing remained silent. He merely lifted his chin slightly, looking at her with an inscrutable smile in his eyes. That little speech about pleasing Mrs. Lu was so well crafted it sounded genuine. Li Zhi blinked playfully. If I weren't fully aware that we're comrades, I might have thought you were hopelessly in love with me. Chapter 20, I only care about my wife's happiness. The audience watched the live broadcast with bated breath. They were dying to know what delightful conversation Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing were having, as they appeared so joyous, laughing sweetly and charmingly, yet, the photographer had yet to approach. Through the haze, they could just make out a figure clad in a tailored suit, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, beside a ballet princess adorned with a diamond crown, her slender waist and fair skin complemented by bright eyes and pearly teeth. Her beauty was striking, and her figure was simply enchanting. Even from a distance, she was a vision to behold. By the time the photographer caught up, the conversation had shifted entirely. Lu Yanjing tilted his head, his Adam's apple bobbing as he evaded Li Zhi's question, merely curling his lips in a playful smirk. As if forgetting the off-road vehicle keys the production team had just handed him, he lazily raised his chin in a haughty gesture, casting a sidelong glance at Li Zhi. Motorbike, are you in? The audience was perplexed. Which kind-hearted soul takes a princess out for a motorbike ride? However, Li Zhi's interest was evidently piqued. Following the direction of Lu Yanjing's chin, she soon spotted an exceptionally cool riding team. Absolutely. The staff, bewildered, thought, but we didn't have this planned. Lu Yanjing tossed the off-road vehicle keys back to the crew and turned to lead Li Zhi away. The director rushed after him. Lu, Mr. Lu. He halted, exuding an air of arrogance, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, casting a sidelong glance toward the director. His calm, dark eyes were unsettlingly intense. Yet, the production team truly had no such arrangements, and given the speed of the motorbike, it would be nearly impossible for the photographer to keep up and capture their moments. Thus, the director steeled himself and said, our director didn't schedule a motorbike ride, so? Lu Yanjing replied with an ambiguous smile. The director's heart sank. How could someone's smile be more unnerving than their frown? He hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Before he could voice his concerns, Lu Yanjing spoke first. My wife wants to ride. The director, and? Lu Yanjing's gaze softened as he noticed the sparkle in Li Zhi's eyes, his tone commanding. My wife wants to ride. The director, so? Lu Yanjing languidly raised his chin. The rules are your concern, not mine. I only care about my wife's happiness. The director, so I'm the only one left to suffer in this world? Ha, the director has turned into a little sourpuss. I adore Lu Yanjing's audacious declarations. He mentions his wife 3 times in 3 sentences. This is no mere suit-clad thug, he is clearly a devoted husband. I initially thought it was absurd for him to want to take Li Zhi on a motorbike, but it seems he genuinely knows her and understands her passion. He really loves her. Indeed, Li Zhi had an undeniable affection for motorbikes. Despite her delicate and noble appearance, akin to a pea princess, her interests were surprisingly diverse and adventurous. She had developed a fascination for motorbikes during her high school years. Back then, she had insisted that Fu Yanze accompany her, to which he frowned and asked, what girl plays with motorbikes? He disdained such perilous pursuits, believing them to be the whims of the unrefined. He thought that she should be practicing piano, calligraphy, dancing ballet, while he focused on managing a company. Li Zhi felt dejected for quite some time because of this. However, one day after school, there was a commotion at the school gates. Curious, she approached to see a brand new, dazzling black and pink Kawasaki motorbike parked by the roadside. A tall youth perched on the bike tossed her a pink helmet. Startled, she instinctively raised her hands to catch it. The youth removed his helmet with one hand, revealing a pair of narrow, rebellious eyes. Lu Yanjing grinned broadly, tossing his head in invitation. Wanna play? Hop on. Truth be told, Li Zhi had yet to learn how to ride. She was merely an enthusiastic spectator, adept at being an accessory. This was a secret known only to Lu Yanjing, who indulged her, never believing that a girl must always be poised. Regrettably, after graduating high school, they lost touch, and no one else took Li Zhi out on motorbike rides. At that moment, she was brimming with excitement, her eyes sparkling with delight and eagerness. The director attempted to argue, but Miss Li isn't dressed appropriately, and she's wearing high heels. Li Zhi's lips parted slightly as the light in her eyes dimmed, seemingly realizing that her dress and heels were indeed unsuitable for riding. Her expression fell in disappointment, yet, a languid voice cut through. No need for your concern, I brought her gear. Ha! Li Zhi turned, her surprise evident. She perked up again. Really, you brought me riding gear, and shoes to change into? Ah, how fortunate she was to have such a good friend. Lu Yanjing's smile relaxed, his eyes glimmering with a hint of tenderness as he glanced at her. Could I not anticipate that you would want to ride? Before arriving, he had meticulously researched self-driving routes in the northern regions. Noticing that many opted for biking, he immediately thought of Li Zhi, knowing she would crave a motorbike adventure. The little swan in her heart fluttered with excitement. Finally, someone who understood her. Let us go, let us go. Li Zhi urged, tugging at Lu Yanjing's arm. I need to change clothes and shoes. I want to ride. The director was at a loss, utterly stunned as he watched Li Zhi eagerly push Lu Yanjing toward the riding team. One was eager to try, while the other sauntered along with a playful smile, willingly following her lead. He even raised his hand in a dismissive gesture, as if to signal the production team to keep their distance and not interfere with his plans to ride and pamper his wife. The director, speechless, could only radio the director's team. Director, Mr. Lu is taking Li Zhi for a motorbike ride. The director had already seen it on the monitor. She was rather open-minded about it. Let them ride. Just find a biker to take the photographer along, keep up with them, and don't miss the shots. Photographer, I can get a reduced sentence for jail time, but at work, it feels like I'm risking my life. However, given Lu Yanjing's reckless nature, he couldn't care less about the photographer's safety, nor even his own. Li Zhi quickly changed into her riding gear. The elegant and regal swan princess transformed into a leather-clad vixen. The skin-bearing leather crop top paired with shorts showcased her long legs, complemented by high-shine leather boots. Ah, the beauty is so fierce. Li Zhi's legs are longer than my life-covering mouth to cry. Honestly, girl, looking that stunning, are you trying to make us men wear body-hugging dresses? I don't know if she is slaying men, but she is definitely slaying me. Ah, I'm going to fangirl over Li Zhi. The live chat erupted in a chorus of screams. The director never expected that this dating show could yield such an effect. The only one left disheartened was the photographer. Lu Yanjing also donned his gear. The black riding outfit accentuated his rugged appeal, with his broad shoulders and narrow waist further emphasized. He stepped out in short boots, biting the velcro of his gloves with his teeth, slipping them on with ease, then smoothly mounting the bike with his long legs. He lightly tapped the back seat with his pale, knuckled fingers. Get on. Li Zhi mounted the bike with practiced ease. Donning her helmet, her ballet-trained flexibility allowed her to perform a high kick as she effortlessly swung her long legs over the seat. Meanwhile, the photographer was still struggling to climb onto the bike. Just as he was about to get on, the engine roared to life with a vroom, and when he looked up, he saw Liu Yanjing and Li Zhi racing away like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the winds of Salem Lake. Chapter 21 Stealing Love with 3 Bold Moves. The news of Liu Yanjing and Li Zhi riding a motorcycle together has gone viral. Their perfectly matched riding attire, the striking contrast, the audacious display of affection, and their stunning looks have captivated a multitude of admirers, drawing them in to indulge in their sweet romance. In the capital, at the Liu residence, Su Sang has activated all the viewing equipment in the villa, immersing herself in her son's reality show livestream. Upon learning of Liu Yanjing's marriage certificate, she summoned the butler and hung a banner proclaiming joy in the Liu household, adorning the premises with festive decorations such as lanterns and auspicious symbols that remain untouched to this day. The elite families of the capital are now well aware of Liu Yanjing's nuptials. Although there had been no prior whispers of such news, the grandeur of the Liu residence could not be fabricated. As the reality show premiered today, the veil of mystery surrounding the only heir of the Liu family and his sudden marriage has finally been lifted, causing the threshold of the Liu residence to be nearly trampled by visitors bearing wedding gifts. Only the Jiang family from Yicheng stands in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Su Sang is delighting in the broadcast, watching her son skillfully woo his wife and the scenes thick with romantic tension. Unable to contain her excitement, she collapses into Lu Xiao's embrace, kicking her legs in glee. Ah, how sweet, watching others fall in love is so delightful. Lu Xiao clicks his tongue, casting a disapproving glance at Su Sang, who lies across his lap, his expression icy as he questions, "What? Am I not sweet enough?" Su Sang rolls her eyes at him, rising from his lap with a playful huff. "Look at that sour face of yours, it pales in comparison to how sweet my Zhi Zhi is." Lu Xiao smirks defiantly, crossing his legs with bravado. Is it that girl who Lu Xiao has had a crush on for 8 years? If she's so sweet, why doesn't he have the courage to steal her away? He merely wallows in the shadows, bringing shame to our family. Su Sang mutters under her breath. At least he finally learned to seize an opportunity. He managed to bring her home. Lu Xiao flips a page of his book. Otherwise, he shouldn't even dare to claim me as his father. You have a distorted view of the world, Su Sang retorts. My perspective aligns with yours, Lu Xiao replies. If that rascal were to have his views aligned with Zhi Zhi, he would have learned his father's ways long ago, seizing and conquering, deceiving and abducting, loving after achieving possession. Su Sang is left speechless, grateful that he hadn't raised their son, as such thoughts are utterly ludicrous and cause her cheeks to flush. Oh, come now, she dismisses him. Zhi Zhi is not like me, nor is her situation the same. If Xiao Qiao were to act in such a manner, they wouldn't even remain friends. Lu Xiao has always refrained from contradicting Su Sang, even if he does not entirely agree. The camera has lost sight of Liu Yanjing and Li Zhi, the footage shaky as though at a dance party, the motorcycle speeding along, yet their figures remain elusive. With that, the reality show seems unnecessary to continue watching. Su Sang pulls her legs up onto the sofa. What do you think we should prepare as a dowry for Zhi Zhi? Money alone would surely lack sincerity. What about the wedding? Should it be traditional or Western? Perhaps we should simply hold both? Don't forget the wedding photos. Should we go to Europe? Zhi Zhi, being a ballet dancer, would surely adore the scenery there, right? We could take a set of wedding photos in every country. And where shall we set up the marital home? The Swan Castle only occupies 6,000 square meters, and the swans have escaped. We must think of a way to retrieve them. Lu Xiao can no longer listen. He takes a deep breath. Are you sure the swans escaped, and it's not your son who fears the birds will be taken away? Does it matter? Su Sang smiles. Zhi Zhi dances ballet, and the swans of Swan Castle are perfectly suited for her. Lu Xiao raises an eyebrow. Don't celebrate too soon. I believe welcoming Zhi Zhi into our home will not be so straightforward. They've already obtained a marriage license. Su Sang exclaims anxiously for her son. Can they still divorce? The Liu family has no tradition of divorce. Lu Xiao taps the book on his lap with his fingers. It's not about divorce. We may first need to figure out how to deal with the Qi family. The Qi family, an ancient and mysterious lineage in the capital, is said to have noble blood tracing back to previous dynasties, boasting close ties to the royal family, thus holding a high status among the elite of the capital. Even the Liu family must show them respect. Su Sang furrows her brow. What does this have to do with the Qi family? Didn't Zhi Zhi get driven out by the Jiang family? She reflects on the Jiang family's cold-heartedness, having cast away their daughter after 24 years. She is determined to provide Zhi Zhi with the best to make the Jiang family regret their actions. But why is the Qi family now involved? Lu Xiao's tone turns serious. Don't you find it peculiar that Zhi Zhi bears a resemblance to your dear friend Yu Lanci? Yu Lanci, a prominent figure in the Hong Kong circle, is known for her haughty and domineering nature, once a socialite among the elite. Su Sang's vivacious personality aligns well with Yu Lanci's. After marrying into the capital, they quickly bonded. The two would often indulge in wine together, one lamenting her loveless marriage to a rigid and humorless husband, the other bemoaning her own predicaments, nearly bringing each other to tears. Yet, they soon found themselves infatuated with love, transforming their mutual insults into public displays of affection. Sadly, 24 years ago, Yu Lanci lost her daughter in a tragic incident, prompting her to temper her spirited nature and dedicate her days to fervent prayers for forgiveness, vowing to lead a righteous life, provided she could reclaim her daughter. Su Sang ponders. You're right, the birthmark on Zhi Zhi's nose is in the same spot as a Yu's. A Yu is the nickname of the Qi family's daughter, lost at an incredibly young age, mere days after birth, with no time to bestow upon her a proper name. No wonder I felt such an affinity upon seeing her. Su Sang exclaims, slapping her thigh, why didn't I think of this sooner? Lu Xiao closes his book. Previously, she was merely the Jiang family's daughter. No one would suspect that the Jiang family's daughter had been switched with one abducted by human traffickers, no matter how similar they appeared. Su Sang nods true. Who would have imagined that the Jiang family's nanny had orchestrated such a scheme, accidentally losing the true daughter of the Jiang family, fearing the patriarch's wrath, and conspiring with her husband to substitute a pretty infant? In the course of a day, a child can change remarkably. When the Jiang couple returned from a trip, they assumed the alterations in appearance were entirely normal, never suspecting anything amiss. It wasn't until a routine check revealed discrepancies in Li Zhi's blood type that a paternity test was conducted. Lu Xiao gripped Su Sang's wrist, pulling her firmly into his embrace. In any case, I've already ordered an investigation. The timeline of the Jiang family's baby switch coincides with the abduction of a Yu. The next time you meet with Yu Lancy for a shopping outing, drop a few hints. If it proves true, it would certainly score points for that rascal when he formally proposes to the Qi family. Su Sang winks playfully. For the happiness of Xiao Xiao's marriage, leave this minor detail to me. With that, she gives an emphatic thumbs up. Chapter 22. I can do it better than him. At this moment, on the set of the dating reality show, the photographer had yet to catch up with the speeding motorcycle of Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing, while the two protagonists had already joyfully circled around half of Seiran Lake. The east gate shimmered with glistening waters and vibrant hues. The colorful sea of poppies swayed in the wind, resembling Monet's garden embraced by the Atlantic. The motorcycle came to a halt beside this exquisite floral expanse. Li Zhi, with a playful tilt of her face and her eyelashes gently fluttering, welcomed the breeze, stretching her arms as she threw herself into the sea of flowers. Woohoo! She exclaimed, joyfully flipping over, her legs playfully swaying in the air. I'm so happy. Lu Yanjing, with a slight smirk at the corners of his lips, cast a sidelong glance at Li Zhi, effortlessly sitting down while holding two cans, and offered her one of the orange sodas. Have you vented your feelings? Suddenly, Li Zhi opened her eyes wide. Propped on her elbow amidst the flowers, she rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Lu Yanjing for a moment before sitting up to accept the soda. What's up? Classmate Lu, are you trying to read my mind again? Lu Yanjing merely raised an eyebrow, a faint smile dancing in his eyes. He pinched his can of cola, bending his fingers to pop it open, then raised it to his lips for a hearty gulp, his Adam's apple shifting sensually. As he set it down, he casually nudged his can against his shoulder. If you haven't vented enough, my shoulder is available for you to lean on. I wouldn't dream of it, Li Zhi pouted playfully. She cracked open the chilled orange soda, the bubbles surging up as if to quench the blazing heat of summer. Savoring the sweetness of the orange, she proudly straightened her neck. I'm feeling much better now. The unspoken understanding between friends seemed to require no decoding. She had never complained, yet he knew that a series of recent events had left her feeling unwell and unvented. He refrained from mentioning it, but she instantly realized that he was trying to cheer her up. Lu Yanjing, Li Zhi suddenly turned her gaze towards him. He languidly swayed the can in his hand, lazily tilting his head to meet her gaze. As Li Zhi blinked, her eyes sparkled with a hint of curiosity. How come I never noticed before that you seem to understand me even better than Fu Yanze? Lu Yanjing's wrist faltered momentarily. After a brief pause, he let out a derisive chuckle. Then Fu Yanze must be quite the poor childhood companion. Have you ever heard the saying, a childhood friend can't compete with a sudden arrival? I'm not even talking about love, Li Zhi retorted, casting her eyes away. She curled her legs, lazily propping her chin on her hand. But seriously, if it were another girl, a person like you would surely be an enchanting presence in their youth. Lu Yanjing let out a slight hiss of annoyance. He tapped the can with his fingertip. What, Miss Zhi Zhi has high standards, and I can't impress you. But I already have Fu Yanze, Li Zhi replied, looking skyward. I've always assumed I would marry him, so having you around would be a waste. She had never paid attention to other boys growing up. Besides Fu Yanze, it seemed the only other boy she had interacted with was Lu Yanjing, and they had clearly established that they were merely friends, thus she had never considered anything beyond that. Lu Yanjing, in a relaxed posture, rested his arm on his knee. With a casual turn of his head, his gaze sharpened. So, in the future, would you consider me? Li Zhi quickly averted her gaze. She turned to look at Lu Yanjing in surprise, only to see him lift his chin, his Adam's apple bobbing. He took a sip of cola. After all, if we're married, we could just muddle through life together. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple moved again. His long, elegant fingers tightened around the can, and after a moment, he lowered his gaze back to Li Zhi, staring deeply into her eyes. I will do it better than him. Li Zhi's heart raced. She parted her lips, momentarily stunned as she gazed at Lu Yanjing, feeling as if the winds of Seiran Lake had stirred ripples within her heart, moistening what had been a dormant emotion. They locked eyes, an inexplicable magnetic field of ambiguity forming between them, but just then, an abrupt voice broke the moment. Zhi Zhi? Li Zhi almost instantly withdrew from that magnetic field. She averted her gaze, seizing the opportunity to look in the direction of the voice. There stood Jiang Jiao, wrapping her arms around Fu Yanze's waist, riding past the sea of poppies, unexpectedly encountering Li Zhi. Jiang Jiao quickly tapped Fu Yanze's shoulder, prompting him to stop. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Fu Yanze's heart raced, hearing Jiang Jiao call out Li Zhi's name. He couldn't help but turn his gaze towards her, but the most excited was the photographer, finally catching up with the elusive Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing. The photographer dashed over, brimming with enthusiasm. Oh my goodness, you too. The camera shook and the first recorded sound was that of the photographer's voice. At last, I've caught you. The live stream began to buzz with excitement. Ha ha ha. I can feel the photographer's excitement even through the screen. My goodness, finally, we see Jing and Zhi back on camera. What are they doing? A floral battlefield. What, a battlefield? No wonder they didn't want anyone to catch them. Little Lu, what is going on? Our Zhi Zhi is delicate, don't hurt her. Ah, how infuriating, Zhi and Fu's appearance clearly interrupted them. Am I the only one concerned? The encounter of these four is practically a battlefield. The atmosphere was undeniably strange, especially as Jiang Jiao approached Li Zhi, peering around her to see the man behind her, smiling gently. Zhi Zhi, aren't you going to introduce us? Fu Yanze immediately squinted at the scene. Remembering that Li Zhi had posted their marriage certificate on Weibo, an unnamed rage surged within him. Their bond was rooted in childhood friendship. He had specifically explained to her that his relationship with Jiang Jiao was merely super. Why did she have to be so willful, running off to marry some random man at the roadside, deliberately bringing him along to irritate him? Fu Yanze suppressed his anger, taking a deep breath. He wanted to see what kind of person could provoke such emotions within him. Jiang Jiao was equally curious. After all, she was thoroughly aware of this faux heiress's past, knowing all too well how devoted she had been to Fu Yanze, without any other men in her orbit. Yet the man at the center of attention seemed unfazed. He merely turned slightly, his face obscured by Li Zhi, his long fingers still holding the unfinished cola, casually swaying it. Are you that curious? Fu Yanze's pupils narrowed slightly. He felt the voice seemed somewhat familiar. Lu Yanjing, however, was more than willing to cooperate with this little performance. He stood up, downing the remaining cola with a swift motion, then expertly flicked his wrist, tossing the empty can straight into a nearby trash bin. Clang, the metallic sound echoed as Lu Yanjing turned towards Fu Yanze, loosening his collar with a confident air. Didn't we just meet at the entrance of the Central Ballet a few days ago, Fu Xiao? Chapter 23. Celestial Arrival vs. Childhood Sweetheart. A confrontation with a rival. Fu Yanze's eyes narrowed as he beheld a tall, languid figure striding toward him with an air of arrogant nonchalance. Jiang Jiao, equally intrigued, turned her gaze, only to be utterly captivated by his striking appearance at first glance. Clad in rebellious black, he boasted an impeccable physique with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Lu Yanjing held his chin high in a relaxed manner, his sharp eyes casting a condescending glance downward. His tousled hair, styled in a carefree manner, revealed a full forehead, while beneath his pronounced brow, his lips exuded a sensual allure, not to mention the depth of his piercing gaze, characterized by prominent eyelids and a small beauty mark, which, when coupled with his jet-black pupils, emanated an intense aura of dominance and aggression. Before Fu Yanze and Jiang Jiao, Lu Yanjing displayed no intention of politeness, nonchalantly toying with the ring on his left hand's ring finger. He remarked, "This is our first encounter, Miss Jiang." Jiang Jiao's heart raced. Despite Lu Yanjing's unpleasant demeanor, the moment she laid eyes on him, she felt an unexpected flutter of attraction. It must be said that Li Zhi had a discerning eye. Although he was a hired husband, his looks were undeniable, and his presence exuded a potent charisma. Suddenly, Fu Yanze's heart sank, his gaze fixated intently on Lu Yanjing as he spoke. Lu Yanjing? Jiang Jiao gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment as she turned to Fu Yanze, unable to conceal her shock. Lu Yanjing, having navigated the entertainment industry for several years in the capital, Jiang Jiao was no stranger to the name. Fu Yanze claimed this man was Lu Yanjing. Her gaze returned to the man, who showed no signs of denial, instead lazily curling his lips into a smirk. Fu Yanze's voice was heavy with disbelief. How could it be you? The audience in the livestream sensed an unusual tension. Is there a story here? Please, elaborate. Lu Yanjing and Fu Yanze seem to know each other, and their energy suggests a conflict. Isn't it strange if they don't know each other? After all, Fu Yanze has been Li Zhi's childhood friend for years. How could he not know her husband? Yet, the situation doesn't resemble that of familiar acquaintances. It seems more like a surprise at his presence. Oh wow. We have some juicy drama here. The online sleuths sharpened their focus. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing raised an arrogant eyebrow, his dark eyes glinting coldly as they lingered on Fu Yanze's face. He suddenly clicked his tongue. Fu Xiao's injuries seemed to have healed quite swiftly. Fu Yanze's expression stiffened slightly. The audience in the livestream was baffled. What injuries? Lu Yanjing casually straightened his posture, tilting his head to slyly glance at Li Zhi. It appears we were too lenient that day. Indeed, we should not have held back, Li Zhi retorted with a huff. Such scum should be hung on the wall. The audience was left perplexed. Fu Yanze was beaten? Li Zhi just called him scum? Though confused, they instinctively sensed excitement brewing. Jiang Jiao was privy to Fu Yanze's injuries, a punch and a slap mark. After all, they had met that day to discuss their participation in a dating show, and she had inquired about it, but Fu Yanze had merely brushed it aside. Now, it seemed as if Lu Yanjing and Li Zhi were the ones responsible. Fu Yanze remained silent, his face cold. Jiang Jiao gazed at him, softly asking, "Brother Yanze, do you know Mr. Lu?" Fu Yanze replied curtly, "I do." Lu Yanjing interjected, not particularly eager to know. Fu Yanze's expression darkened further, yet he suppressed his anger, explaining to Jiang Jiao in a calm tone, "We were classmates in high school." Woohoo! High school classmates? Li Zhi and Fu Yanze were also high school classmates, right, so she and Lu Yanjing must be high school classmates too. No wonder the photos from their lives are filled with campus elements. So their love story began back then. Suddenly, I understand where Lu Yanjing's hostility toward Fu Yanze stems from. Isn't this celestial arrival versus childhood sweetheart? I'm more curious about how Fu Yanze got hurt. This feels like a shocking revelation. Yet, Jiang Jiao remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. She smiled gently. So that's how it is. No wonder the 4 life photos sent to Zhi Zhi exude such youthful vibes. It's a love story that transitions from school uniforms to wedding dresses. Love, Fu Yanze glared at Lu Yanjing with hostility, furious enough to nearly grind his teeth. How could it be him? How could it possibly be him? Lu Yanjing, what business did he have accompanying Li Zhi on a dating show? Was that marriage certificate genuine or fabricated? What sort of love could exist between the two of them? Fu Yanze's voice turned icy. When did Mr. Lu marry my neighbor's sister? I had no idea. Our affairs as a couple have nothing to do with you, Lu Yanjing retorted, echoing the words he had previously spoken. He then lazily turned his attention to Jiang Jiao. However, I must intervene in matters concerning you two as a couple. Miss Jiang, he addressed her, his low, magnetic voice drawing her gaze. Jiang Jiao's heart raced as she met his eyes. Lu Yanjing's lips curled into a teasing smile. I must warn you, your fiancé does not seem particularly trustworthy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiao was momentarily taken aback. She turned to Fu Yanze, her expression one of confusion, while Fu Yanze's pupils seemed to constrict. Suddenly, Lu Yanjing lifted his chin slightly, leisurely scrutinizing Fu Yanze, relishing his evident anxiety. This Mr. Fu just got engaged to you, yet the very next morning, he came to Zhongba to harass my wife, claiming that his relationship with you was merely a game, seeking to make my wife his secret lover. The audience in the live stream gasped. Lu Yanjing's smile was languid, yet each word cut like a knife. Unfortunately, I happened to witness this. I cannot stand by and allow such a scoundrel to betray and entangle my wife in his sordid affairs. I gave him a punch on your behalf, as well as for my wife. What the heck? A game, a secret lover? So that's how Fu Yanze got hurt? I remember that day, it even trended on social media, didn't it? It was about Li Zhi shamelessly pursuing Fu Yanze, only to be splashed with water by Jiang Jiao's fans. But according to Lu Yanjing, it seems Fu Yanze was the one pursuing Li Zhi. Whoa, what is going on? Who's telling the truth? If Lu Yanjing's account is accurate, then the rumors of Li Zhi being a third party would be a complete disaster. Fu Yanze's sordid intentions, which he had desperately tried to conceal, were laid bare. His face twisted in anger as he spat. Lu Yanjing, don't think you can fabricate lies and slander me just because of your power. Fabricate, lies, slander? Li Zhi chuckled, intrigued. She tilted her head, looking at Fu Yanze. Then why don't you tell us your version, Fu Xiao? I am quite eager to hear what you have to say about that encounter in front of Zhongba building. Was it me pursuing you, or you pursuing me? If I were the one pursuing you, Fu Xiao, then why were you at Zhongba building that day? Li Zhi's smile was charming and playful. You weren't there to learn ballet, were you? Chapter 24. It is not too late to abandon him now. Fu Yanze's expression was decidedly unfavorable. His brows were slightly furrowed as he regarded Li Zhi with an air of displeasure, seemingly perplexed as to why she had chosen to conspire with Lu Yanjing to make things difficult for him. Yet, the cameras were still rolling, and he felt compelled to provide an answer today. Thus, Fu Yanze pressed his lips together tightly. So what if I approached Li Zhi first? I merely considered her as a sister, expressing normal concern. Who could have anticipated that I would be inexplicably punched by you? Normal concern? Lu Yanjing narrowed his eyes, recalling the day Li Zhi was doused with cold water. The veins at his temples throbbed. If you were genuinely concerned, then why was your first reaction to dodge when that bucket of icy water was thrown at her? Fu Yanze's expression froze abruptly. However, the live stream's comments section erupted. What the heck, is it really like this? So, there was never any entanglement between Li Zhi and Fu Yanze, the marketing accounts fabricated all those rumors? Ah, the truth is finally revealed. I always thought, with Lu Yanjing, why would Li Zhi still cling to Fu Yanze? This is truly absurd. I cannot fathom why this world harbors such hostility towards girls. They didn't even ascertain the truth before launching a smear campaign against her for so long. Oh my. Jiang Jiao's fans even went so far as to throw a bucket of ice water on someone. That's just malicious. Fu Yanze actually dodged while standing next to her? At least they were childhood friends. His behavior is just too disappointing. Public opinion had nearly turned on its head. With Lu Yanjing's candid remarks, anyone with a semblance of clarity could discern the truth behind the matter. Li Zhi is not the third party. The truth behind the water throwing. Lu Yanjing speaks out. Textbook for protecting wives. Many related topics quickly ascended to trending status, as an increasing number of people began to grasp the reality, suddenly realizing they had been mere pawns in a war of public opinion. Jiang Jiao was exceedingly displeased. She had not anticipated the swift reversal of the narrative, nor that Fu Yanze had sought out Li Zhi that day. Logically, since Li Zhi had no interest in Fu Yanze, she should have lowered her guard. Yet, upon witnessing her marriage to Lu Yanjing, her jealousy flared like wildfire. Clearly, she was the true heiress. Why did Fu Yanze persistently fixate on that impostor? Even Lu Yanjing lavished her with sufficient affection. What did Li Zhi possess that warranted such attention? The free activity period soon concluded. The production team returned Lu Yanjing's motorcycle, allowing him and Li Zhi to change back into their previous outfits. Lin Rong and Shangsu also arrived punctually at the gathering point. As the second pair, they were assigned to the tourist shuttle. The two playful rivals bantered throughout the journey, bickering on the way to the vehicle and playfully vying for restroom breaks, taking photos upon arrival at the scenic spot. Upon reuniting with Li Zhi, Lin Rong excitedly dashed over. Beautiful women truly have the power to uplift one's spirits. Shangsu cast a sidelong glance at Lin Rong's short legs, scoffing quietly before turning to greet each guest politely. Lin Rong's affable nature was apparent. The live stream's comments hailed her as the audacious one. Li Zhi was not one to be shy either. The two soon found a kindred spirit in one another. Lin Rong curiously peered at Lu Yanjing, her thoughts shifting from his youthful photographs, which had once painted him as a trendy white-haired lad, to the sight of him now dressed as a dashing gentleman. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist, long legs that exuded an air of elegance. A proud aura radiated from his eyes and brows, and when he glanced at her with those deep black irises, devoid of hostility yet unintentionally showcasing the maturity and arrogance of someone in a position of power, Lin Rong whispered to Zhi Zhi, "Your husband is so handsome. He could easily outshine 18 male models." Certainly, he was far superior to Fu Yanze. The rumors were utterly ludicrous. With such a husband, why would one need to entangle oneself with another man? Meanwhile, Li Zhi blinked her long eyelashes. Is that so? Previously, she had only regarded Lu Yanjing as a sworn brother, never contemplating his attractiveness. She had never paid attention to the girls who were infatuated with him. However, hearing Lin Rong's words today piqued her curiosity, and she gazed intently at Lu Yanjing. At that moment, Shang Su was conversing with him, and the atmosphere seemed quite amiable. Lu Yanjing's lips curled upward, his Adam's apple bobbing as he chuckled softly, exuding an undeniable charisma. Li Zhi recalled he had always been tall during their school days, and now he stood at an impressive height of nearly 6'3". His lean waist concealed beneath a well-fitted suit, his fingers were adorned with a silver ring that he idly toyed with. Suddenly, Shang Su lifted his chin to gesture towards Lu Yanjing. Lu Yanjing casually turned his head, following the direction indicated, his eyes lifting to meet hers, a hint of a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth as he slightly adjusted his posture to face her. In that instant, Li Zhi found herself locking eyes with Lu Yanjing. She was unprepared for the electric jolt she felt upon encountering his deep, dark gaze. Her heart raced uncontrollably as she finally realized Lin Rong's words held some truth. Although she could not ascertain if Lu Yanjing could indeed rival 18 male models, he was undeniably striking to a fault. So, marrying him might just be her good fortune? The production team assigned the guests self-driving cars. As champions, Jing Jiuyi received a top-of-the-line luxury SUV, while the couple of Zhi and Fu were spared from a dire fate of cycling with a small sedan. Their next destination was a music-themed restaurant located in the city center, over 100 kilometers from the Salem Lake scenic area. The staff provided the coordinates, instructing everyone to arrive safely within 3 hours, at which point dinner arrangements would be made. With the journey being extensive, the live broadcast was temporarily halted, and filming equipment was gradually packed away. Li Zhi's spirits were evidently high, her heels clattering with every step as they made their way to pick up the vehicle. Lu Yanjing smirked, raising an eyebrow. Feeling good? With a slight lift of his wrist, he unlocked the car and opened the passenger door for Li Zhi. Of course. Li Zhi replied proudly, her eyes sparkling with delight. This is simply exhilarating. She carefully stepped into the SUV, which had a high chassis, and Lu Yanjing's hand hovered protectively at her waist until she was securely seated before he closed the door. Li Zhi fastened her seatbelt. I never imagined the rumors could be cleared up so smoothly. As she turned her head, she noticed Lu Yanjing gracefully stepping into the vehicle, playfully winking at him. She patted his shoulder. It was all you, getting right in Fu Yanze's face and setting the record straight. Not feeling any remorse? Lu Yanjing cast a sidelong glance. Li Zhi, slightly indignant, retorted, why should I feel sorry for a man who has had a lifetime of misfortune? I've known him for 20 years, and I'm not brain dead. If he is like that, why should I feel sorry for him? Lu Yanjing chuckled softly, appearing quite pleased, his lips curving upward. Alright, our dear Miss Zhi Zhi seems to understand the importance of moving on. It's not too late to abandon him now. Li Zhi playfully glared at him. Lu Yanjing. Yes? Lu Yanjing replied nonchalantly, his wrist casually rotating the steering wheel as the SUV began to move. Li Zhi straightened her posture. You wouldn't actually consider spending the rest of your life just settling with me, would you? Lu Yanjing's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly, his long fingers steadying it as he glanced at her through the rearview mirror, his gaze intense and unwavering. Is that a problem? Li Zhi tilted her head in contemplation, seemingly unaware of Lu Yanjing's deeper intentions, merely raising an eyebrow. Are you so certain that you won't encounter someone you wish to marry in the future? Lu Yanjing slowed the vehicle. This time, he turned to face her, his gaze penetrating, the depth of his black irises burning with conviction. I want Li Zhi felt a shiver at the resoluteness of his expression. She was somewhat taken aback but brushed it off, continuing, anyway, I certainly won't be interested in any man again, one Fu Yanze is more than enough. Lu Yanjing's throat felt slightly dry. He swallowed hard. Fu Yanze was never worthy of you, he does not represent other men. Indeed, Li Zhi replied cheerfully, you're different, you're far more dependable than Fu Yanze. Lu Yanjing's heart raced, his pulse quickening. So Li Zhi turned her gaze to him, if you genuinely never encounter someone you like in the future, your earlier proposal might not be so bad after all. Chapter 25. A review of the exquisite and overwhelmingly sweet sticker ripping cut in the vibrant ambience of a musical dining bar. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. Under the night sky, an exotic open-air garden adorned with splendid lanterns and mysterious, vintage brick red tones crafted a sumptuous feast reminiscent of the Silk Road, all enclosed by flowing white drapes. The rhythm of the music was undeniably fervent. As Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing stepped into the dining bar, they were immediately greeted by the melodious and elegant strains of the duder. My beauty. Over here. Lin Rong cheerfully beckoned to Li Zhi. Upon lifting her gaze, Li Zhi noticed that the other two groups of guests had already arrived, leaving her curious about what transpired before her arrival. Lin Rong, with a face flushed like a peach blossom, seemed utterly thrilled, yet her gaze, sharp as an ice pick, was fixed upon her instinctively. Li Zhi turned to see Fu Yanze, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes glowing with a fierce crimson. He cast a hostile glance at Lu Yanjing, as if he were intent on devouring him whole. Lu Yanjing merely cast a sidelong glance, too disinterested to engage. However, once Li Zhi settled beside Lin Rong, she eagerly inquired, what were you all discussing just now? Lin Rong's smile was sweet, and as she recounted the moment, her cheeks flushed once more with excitement, nearly bouncing on her seat. We were watching the cut of you and President Liu ripping stickers. Ah, it was so overwhelmingly sweet, and the formal kneeling scene, you two truly are the epitome of a couple, it's such a delightful pairing. The thought of that scene made her cheeks burn. Lin Rong reminisced about the edited clips, particularly the moment when Lu Yanjing gently nibbled on Li Zhi's earlobe, his throat visibly moving as he playfully tugged at her sticker with his tongue, accompanied by clear swallowing motions. It was undeniably tantalizing. Lin Rong whispered excitedly, do you think there will be a reaction? Li Zhi's eyes widened in surprise, her ears turned crimson as she hurriedly covered Lin Rong's mouth, glancing around in a panic, only to discover cameras capturing the moment. We're live, Lin Rong. What are you saying, you little devil? The viewers in the live stream had already inundated the screen with playful emojis. Hee. Ask away, wicked grin. Whoa, Lin Rong, you're so bold, I want to ask too. I'm genuinely concerned that this couple will end up playing the game, and when the game is over, they'll just be left to, sisters. Be careful, or the live stream will get shut down. This isn't a no man's land. Viewers, Li Zhi, not Li Zhi resolutely refused to entertain such risky inquiries. Her eyelashes fluttered as she deliberately averted her gaze from Lu Yanjing, her skin visibly flushed. In truth, she had been too shy to ponder the matter deeply. After all, kissing her good buddy felt exceedingly embarrassing. Although it wasn't a kiss in the traditional sense, the intimate contact when Lu Yanjing peeled off the lipsticker was unavoidable, and it happened quite frequently. He would tease her lips with his own, his delicate peaks and soft edges brushing against her, again and again, inducing a sensation that sent electric shocks through her heart and spine. Suddenly, she understood Fu Yanze's intense gaze towards her. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing, with a languid smile, settled beside her, his posture exuding a carefree arrogance. We should have more games like this in the future. I owe thanks to the production team for this treat. Oh my goodness, him. Admit it, you just want to kiss your wife. When he was peeling the stickers, he clearly tried to avoid touching Li Zhi's beautiful lips. I thought he was just being reserved, turns out he was just pretending. They must be quite the fiery couple behind the scenes. Li Zhi's cheeks burned with embarrassment. She shot an indignant look at Lu Yanjing, resembling a pufferfish about to explode in anger. Yet before she could speak, Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow at Fu Yanze. Mr. Fu, I presume you also enjoy such games? Li Zhi froze momentarily. Fu Yanze narrowed his eyes, glaring back at Lu Yanjing. Lu Yanjing, with an air of arrogance, casually adjusted the silver ring on his finger. After all, to marry a genuine heiress, you were the one who chose her right in front of the cameras. The breath Li Zhi had been holding burst forth like a bubble, releasing a wave of exhilaration. Her good buddy was helping her retaliate against the scoundrel. He understood her completely. The Fu Yanze's expression darkened, his fists clenched, a sense of resentment brewing within him. It was only when he witnessed the nearly kiss between Lu Yanjing and Li Zhi in the edited clips that he felt this unfamiliar emotion called jealousy. Anger surged within him, anger that Li Zhi could allow another man to kiss her. Panic set in as he began to realize that Li Zhi was genuinely playing the game. Yet, in front of the cameras, with Zhang Jiao by his side, he could only muster a strained smile. Of course. Zhang Jiao observed Fu Yanze with a subtle gaze. He appeared unable to conceal his emotions, making it all too easy for her to detect his displeasure and jealousy. That he was still hung up on Li Zhi. Let's order, Zhang Jiao said nonchalantly, her gentle smile diverting the topic. After a long day of fun, everyone must be hungry, right? Absolutely. Lin Rong enthusiastically agreed. How do we order? The production team hasn't announced the resource allocations yet. At that moment, the lively voice of the director finally rang out. Of course, we must fulfill President Liu's wishes. The guests turned towards the source of the voice, where Ji Tang, the chief director of Sweet Travelers, stood before them with a megaphone. Hello, esteemed guests, I am the director, Ji Tang, and I will accompany you on this journey ahead. Ji Tang flashed a dimpled smile. However, you may also consider me your tour guide, as this is my hometown. Ji Tang, a fresh graduate with a master's degree, was one of the few female directors in the entertainment industry. Her vivacious personality and boundless energy made her a favorite. She simply adored sweet moments and was particularly passionate about romantic variety shows. Wow, it's so rare to see a female director. Indeed, and she's from the northern region. This romantic trip is bound to be interesting, can't wait for the fun. Speaking of romantic variety shows, we cannot forget about Zhang Laolu and the Dung Beetle. Doghead. Dear sister, you're mixing in personal favorites. We're all family. I've seen 10 miles of red makeup and just striving for the day too. Ji Tang was exceptionally skilled at enlivening the atmosphere. Although she played a behind-the-scenes role, her appearance immediately brightened the live stream's comments. Next, we shall allocate dinner resources. The menu had been laid out before the guests for quite some time, and as they awaited their turn to order, anticipation filled the air. Ji Tang produced 3 vouchers, based on today's rescue mission rankings. Here are the funds for your dinner. Each of the 3 guest groups sent a representative. Lin Rong eagerly sprang to her feet, her heart fluttering with anticipation, only to be left dumbfounded upon seeing the voucher amount, 50 yuan? Fu Yanze glanced at the 20 yuan voucher in his hand. Lin Rong, unable to contain her curiosity, leaned toward Li Zhi. How much did the first place group receive? Li Zhi shrugged, handing over the voucher, 100. Lin Rong hesitated, casting a glance at the menu. A serving of hand-grabbed lamb cost 128 yuan, which even the first place group couldn't afford, leaving them with only enough to purchase 10 skewers of roasted red willow meat. Chapter 26. The highly ambiguous Pocky kiss challenge. Ji Tang's intention to stir up some excitement was unmistakable. Shang Su leaned against the sofa with an indifferent expression, arms crossed, and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, well then, what are the rules? Without hesitation, Ji Tang produced 3 boxes of Pocky. With a playful glint in her eye, she announced, of course, it's the sensational variety show game, the Pocky Kiss Challenge. Pocky, the English name for the biscuit sticks, originated from abroad. In this game, 2 participants each bite one end of a biscuit stick, gradually bringing their lips closer together as they eat. The shorter the remaining biscuit when they finally bite through, the more impressive the feat. Ji Tang winked. This time, the maximum distance for our challenge is 1 centimeter. You have 1 minute, and for every successful stick, you earn a dinner fund of 100 yuan. Aw, 1 centimeter. Oh my goodness. How is this any different from kissing? I can't wait to see Lin Rong and Shang Su. Could it be that Jing Jiuyi is about to contribute yet another ambiguous moment? A real couple could just kiss directly. Finishing all the biscuits still counts as less than 1 centimeter, right? Ji Tang elaborated on the rules. Once confirmed, the distance is calculated, and you cannot pick up the biscuit again if it's deemed not short enough. You must start anew with a fresh stick, and it must remain uneaten. You cannot finish it all. This meant they would need to exercise restraint. Kissing was permitted, but not excessively so. The live chat was filled with sharp comments. Director Ji is worried that Jing Jiuyi will get the stream banned, huh? Doge. Having heard the rules, Lin Rong felt as if she were facing a formidable adversary. Grasping her twin ponytails, she questioned, can I forfeit? Suddenly, I feel like 50 yuan is quite enough for a meal. That would mean 5 skewers of Honlu roasted meat. She had heard that the lamb skewers here were larger than a palm. She could have 3 for herself and 2 for Shang Su, and that would suffice. Ji Tang smiled. That is not allowed, dear. She saw right through Lin Rong's intentions. Our starting point for Honlu roasted meat is 6 skewers. Lin Rong, she forced a smile, then turned to glare at Shang Su with evident displeasure. Don't think you can take advantage of me. Shang Su chuckled ambiguously. Don't worry, I'm far more concerned about your intentions toward me. The audience reveled in the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiyu chuckled softly. Yanze, this game should be easy for us. Although they had never kissed, they were, after all, engaged. However, Fu Yanze appeared distracted. Upon learning the rules, his first instinct was to glance at Li Zhi, anticipating her refusal. He believed she would deliberately try to provoke him, even though she had kissed Lu Yanjing out of spite before. This time, doing so in front of him seemed beyond her capabilities. Yet, Li Zhi remained silent, her ears flushed crimson, her delicate fingers nervously curling at the hem of her dress, her eyes instinctively darting toward Lu Yanjing. Internally, she screamed, why do we have to kiss again? Lu Yanjing, with a subtle smirk, leaned closer, his long lashes casting shadows over his innocent-looking eyes as he whispered, Mrs. Lu wouldn't want me to go hungry, would she? Li Zhi's resolve wavered. She recalled how Lu Yanjing had been helping her throughout the day, teasing Fu Yanze, and even gifting her a diamond crown to ride motorcycles, and now, it was merely about eating a biscuit stick, and there was no guarantee they would actually kiss. If she refused, wouldn't that'd make her seem heartless, but Lu Yanjing raised his chin slightly, lazily tapping the 399 yuan dish of Kanto-style braised fish maw with his fingertip, saying, I'm so hungry, I want to eat this. Li Zhi, what are you eating in Xinjiang? As Lu Yanjing looked up from her neck, his eyes held a hint of innocence beneath those long lashes. Stomachache, I had something too spicy for lunch. Li Zhi, fine. Since they had kissed twice already, what was one more? This was merely a battle of camaraderie. Thus, Li Zhi relented. All right then. Lu Yanjing's lips curled in an uncontainable smile, casting a sidelong glance at Fu Yanze before quickly returning to whisper in Li Zhi's ear, thank you, my wife. Aw, Lu Cha-Cha. He's so bad. He is definitely doing this on purpose, pretending to have a stomachache just to kiss his wife. Li Zhi, don't let him enjoy this. Why do I feel like Lu Yanjing just purposely glanced at Fu Yanze, as if to flaunt it, huh? No wonder they've never gotten along since high school. Just a trick of a childhood rival. Fu Yanze could no longer contain himself. He nearly rose to confront Li Zhi, demanding to know what she intended to do. But Zhang Jiyu suddenly took hold of his arm, sweetly calling his name, Yanze, dear. Fu Yanze furrowed his brow and turned to look at Zhang Jiyu. She merely smiled gently. It seems like Zhi Zhi and President Liu are indeed very much in love during their honeymoon phase, wouldn't you agree? Honeymoon phase. Fu Yanze's temples throbbed in frustration, his heart raced even more, but he realized Zhang Jiyu was reminding him he was currently engaged to Zhang Jiyu, while Li Zhi was Lu Yanjing's wife. Suppressing his anger, Fu Yanze sat back down, but as he raised his eyes, he caught Lu Yanjing's gaze, which clearly radiated triumph, recalling how Lu Yanjing often hung around Li Zhi in high school, and the rumors that circulated about the two of them, especially when Lu Yanjing dyed Li Zhi's hair silver. Fu Yanze had always felt wary. Had his instincts been correct all along? Lu Yanjing like Li Zhi. As this thought surged through his mind, Fu Yanze's heart raced with anxiety and a deepening sense of crisis. Meanwhile, Ji Tang had distributed the Pocky to the 3 groups of guests. Lu Yanjing lowered his gaze, a smug tone in his voice. I'll take a different box, my wife doesn't tea like chocolate flavor. Ji Tang exclaimed, then what would you prefer? Li Zhi, matcha. Lu Yanjing, matcha. Their unintentional harmony sparked a flurry of excitement in the comments. Li Zhi proudly lifted her chin, tapping the matcha-flavored Pocky against his shoulder. Not bad, you remember I like matcha. How could I forget? Lu Yanjing's brows twitched. She had always had a particular fondness for matcha since high school, and her taste had not changed. He recalled it well. Li Zhi's spirits lifted, and her lips curved into a smile. Zhi Tang continued distributing pocky to the other guests, even asking for their preferred flavors. Even Shangsu knew that Lin Rong disliked strawberry and peach, preferring blueberry and raspberry. Just as she was about to take a box, Lin Rong snatched the mint-flavored one. This one, I'm afraid of Shangsu's bad breath. Shangsu took a deep breath, hands on his hips, thinking that he might as well have gotten her the strawberry flavor. It was a waste since he had been considerate of her blueberry and raspberry preference, but Fu Yanze and Zhi Zhi had none of these interactions. He was indifferent to what others liked. Even when he heard Lu Yanjing mention that Li Zhi disliked chocolate but liked matcha, he frowned slightly. Was that so? But whenever he gifted her chocolate for her birthday, hadn't she happily accepted it? At that moment, Ji Tang's voice rang out. Everyone, get ready, we are about to start timing. Chapter 27 Zhi Zhi, be good, open your mouth, here we go again. The audience in the live stream awaited with bated breath. The camera zoomed in swiftly, multiple angles prepared to showcase the impending intimate scene from every possible perspective. Li Zhi's heart stirred with a tumult of emotions. She lowered her eyelashes and observed as Lu Yanjing, with fingers of harmonious proportions, casually peeled open the box of Baiji biscuits, retrieving a stick of the treat and twirling it deftly between his fingers. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Lu Yanjing turned his eyes downward, bending slightly towards her, his voice husky and sensuous. Nervous? Li Zhi's breath quickened noticeably, yet she mustered her courage, responding, what is there to be nervous about between an old married couple? But heaven knew her heart was screaming in panic. The little swan hidden within her bent its long neck in distress, flapping its wings as if wishing to sink to the depths of the lake. Help, what old married couple? Repeated kisses with Lu Yanjing, who was akin to a sworn brother, were utterly mortifying. Would the scene of him biting the biscuit stick be edited into some suggestive cut for endless replay? Would she suffer social death at future class reunions? But it was she who had chosen to participate in the dating show. Lu Yanjing was also her invited guest. No matter how embarrassed, anxious, or awkwardly she felt, even if she wished to retreat, she could only brace herself and proceed. Lu Yanjing, however, had already seen through her. The corners of his lips curled slightly, and his teasingly husky voice flowed like honey. Don't be nervous. Fu Yanze glanced over, somewhat perturbed that he witnessed Lu Yanjing raise his hand, his fingertips grazing Li Zhi's cheek, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, then lifting her chin to present her radiant face. Miss Zhi Zhi, just bite down. He leaned in closer, his fingertip gently caressing her lips, a light chuckle escaping him. Leave the rest to me. Rest assured. Lu Yanjing bent lower, grasping the microphone and bringing it close to Li Zhi's ear. I'll try not to kiss you. Li Zhi did not flinch. Yet the warmth of his breath rendered her ears numb, sending a shiver down her spine, leaving her feeling weak. Tears brimmed in her heart. Indeed, true friends were reliable, and with such restraint. Yet Fu Yanze's gaze turned fiery with jealousy. Yet he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glued to Li Zhi, while Jiang Jiao tugged at his sleeve, calling out several times before finally retrieving his wandering soul. Ji Tang was ready with a countdown timer. She emphasized, you only have 1 minute, everyone, the richness of tonight's dinner depends entirely on this biscuit. Hee, what kind of biscuit? As long as the top is fine, the bottom must not be. President Liu seems quite strong in that department. I am genuinely afraid he might suddenly, Lin Rong and Shangsu won't kiss, right? We might just witness their first kiss on screen. The audience rubbed their hands together in anticipation. And it was at that moment that one camera angle zoomed in abruptly. What greeted the viewers was a hand of striking visual impact, long and slender with clearly defined bones. Just as Li Zhi was becoming somewhat dazed with nerves, Lu Yanjing suddenly leaned in closer, his hand grasping the nape of her neck, the elegant swan-like curve of her neck firmly held by his broad palm, the disparity in size evident. A slight tingle of strength compelled Li Zhi to raise her gaze, her lashes fluttering. She met Lu Yanjing's deep, penetrating gaze, heavy and steady, imbued with an inexplicable tenderness. Ready. Ji Tang's voice followed swiftly. Start. In that instant, Li Zhi felt her heartstrings taut. Before she could fully comprehend, the hand that had held her neck glided upwards, cradling her face, fingertips parting her lower lip. Open your mouth, Lu Yanjing reminded, his voice LOW.AS. If under a spell, Li Zhi found herself inclined to trust Lu Yanjing's promise, believing he would indeed handle everything, claiming he would avoid kissing her. Her rosy, alluring lips parted slightly. The matcha-flavored biscuit stick approached her teeth, prompting her to involuntarily bite down on it. In the next moment, an assertive, crisp male scent enveloped her. Lu Yanjing, without hesitation, seized the nape of Li Zhi's neck, drawing her closer, while he deftly bent down to bite the other end of the biscuit stick. Ah! The live stream erupted with a chorus of screams. Li Zhi's breath trembled. She felt Lu Yanjing's closeness stirring the turbulent waves of her heart, like a swan frolicking in a lake, sending ripples cascading outward. The most sensitive part of her neck was gripped by him, his palm radiating warmth. It was as if a tantalizing force was gently squeezing her neck, urging Li Zhi to lift her face. Don't be nervous. Lu Yanjing still held onto the biscuit, his husky voice resonating from his chest, sweet yet reassuring. Trust me. Li Zhi's lashes quivered as she raised her face to look at him. Almost at the moment she tilted her neck to find the right angle, Lu Yanjing unexpectedly bit off a significant portion of the biscuit, leaning in without warning towards her lips. Their breaths intertwined. He had completely entered her world. The audience in the livestream went wild at this sight, unable to contain their excitement, kicking their blankets and stamping their feet. Just then, the camera focused on his Adam's apple. Lu Yanjing's eyes were deep, with alluring double eyelids that seemed to hold the stars. As he gazed at Li Zhi from such close proximity, the emotions hidden within his eyes could no longer be concealed, causing his Adam's apple to bob slightly. Yet Li Zhi, overwhelmed with tension, had shut her eyes tightly, her swan-like neck straightened, her delicate face slightly raised, her damp lashes quivering like plum branches burdened by snow. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Lu Yanjing, kiss me. Oh my, is this the ultimate tug-of-war between adults? Their size difference is astonishing. 9m1. 7m, Lu Yanjing's hand seems ready to snap Li Zhi's delicate neck. This is outrageous. Someone stop this, what they're doing is the true definition of online bullying. The audience in the livestream was utterly captivated. Li Zhi, too, was in a state of extreme tension, her heart pounding, as if everything around her had faded into nothingness, leaving only the sounds of her and Lu Yanjing's intertwined breaths. And the rhythmic thumping of their hearts colliding. However, Lu Yanjing did not kiss her as the audience wished. He gently lifted Li Zhi's chin, tilting his head to present the sharp line of his Adam's apple and his well-defined jawline to the camera. Then, moving just an inch closer. Li Zhi had lost track of Lu Yanjing's actions, unaware of how much time had passed. Just as their lips were about to meet, any slight relaxation or tremor from either party would surely close the distance between their lips. Lu Yanjing abruptly bit through the biscuit stick, the sound of crunching echoed, sending a shiver through Li Zhi's scalp. Her heart fluttering momentarily, she suddenly opened her eyes to see a piece of biscuit, roughly a centimeter long, resting in Lu Yanjing's palm. Li Zhi's eyes brightened. Did we succeed? We succeeded. Lu Yanjing truly hadn't kissed her. Li Zhi leaped in joy, but before she could revel in her excitement, her chin was lifted once more. The corners of Lu Yanjing's lips curled, a pleased yet sensuous laugh escaping his throat. He retrieved a new biscuit stick, offering it to her, parting her lips. So, be good, Zhi Zhi, open your mouth. It was then that Li Zhi realized the game was far from over. Her eyes widened, instinctively parting her rosy lips as she heard Lu Yanjing's voice draw near again. Let us do this once more. Chapter 28. Miss Zhi Zhi, your ears are quite red. The audience in the live stream transformed into a chorus of excited screams. Lui New Jerseying once again bit down on the biscuit stick, drawing ever closer to LZH's lips as if laying siege to a city. The previous tentative flirtation, charged with ambiguity and breathless anticipation, had now evolved into a more decisive maneuver. After gauging the length of the biscuit stick and the distance between their lips, Lui New Jerseying's actions became increasingly fluid. He bit down, severing a significant portion while maintaining a safe distance. Then, as if drawn by an unseen magnet, he suddenly leaned in towards LZH's lips, only to be met by an invisible repulsion, halting just shy of contact. Though the kiss remained elusive, each of Lui New Jerseying's advances sent waves of exhilaration through the audience, who were left in suspense, uncertain of when the moment of contact would finally arrive. Only LZH was privy to Lui New Jerseying's promise. He had assured her he would refrain from kissing her. How are they managing to be both desire-filled and restrained at the same time? Lui New Jerseying is so composed. Oh my, LZH seemed a bit nervous just now, perhaps she found it too awkward to kiss in front of the live camera. So Mr. Lu is genuinely trying not to kiss her. Although he claims to be doing it for the show's benefit, he truly respects his lady. But this tantalizing push-and-pull dynamic is so addictive. Lui New Jerseying genuinely adores her. Initially, JT Ying had worried that their interactions might become too heated, which is why he instituted a rule that they must not finish the biscuit stick, leaving a portion intact. However, he did not anticipate that they would create such an intriguing atmosphere. The results were unexpectedly delightful, yet LZH found herself dizzy from the game, her shoulders tensed, her heart fluttered, and an insidious electricity coursed through her taut body, causing her heartbeat to quicken with a strange thrill. With every approach of Lui New Jerseying, their breaths mingled and scattered, delicately brushing against her soft facial hair, before he swiftly withdrew after severing the biscuit. He truly fulfilled his vow. Though LZH did not feel the brush of his lips, the uncertainty of their proximity ignited a fervor within her. Each advance tightened her heartstrings, only to be swiftly followed by a retreat, stirring the waves of her emotions. LZH swore she had never experienced a minute that felt longer than this one. It stretched on until her legs felt weak beneath her, and even with her eyes closed, it seemed as though golden light was emanating from within her. Yet JT Ying did not call for a stop, for the time had not yet elapsed. It was merely her subjective perception that rendered this minute interminable. Even Lui New Jerseying noticed her unsteady legs. He bit down on the biscuit with a deep, amused chuckle, then let his hand, which had been resting on the nape of her neck, slide down to her lower back for support, lifting her with a powerful grip. I am utterly enamored by Lui New Jerseying's palpable desire tempered by restraint. I merely stumbled upon the trending topic on Weibo, curious to see how the Beijing Circle's elite navigates romance, and unexpectedly found myself captivated by this 1-minute Pocky kiss. Oh, come on. Let me experience at least half a minute. LZH's ears are so red and flustered, it seems her legs nearly gave way just now. The camera magnified every reaction but failed to capture the reality that these were not a married couple, but rather good friends engaging in forced flirtation. FYNZ remained entirely disengaged. Jing Zhyu was quite proactive. After biting down on the biscuit stick, she would lean in without concern for whether a kiss would occur. However, FYNZ's gaze repeatedly strayed towards LZH. He could not see the profile of the two, but from his vantage point, it appeared as if Lui New Jerseying was enveloping LZH in a series of passionate embraces. The biscuit stick had been accidentally bitten through several times, with lengths no longer than a centimeter. On several occasions, he held the reins, yet forgot to bite, wasting much time. Nevertheless, even though Jing Zhyu was assertive, FYNZ seemed reluctant to cooperate, especially when her lips were nearly touching his. He suddenly pulled back in a fluster. Jing Zhyu's fans. What's up with FYNZ? He seems particularly resistant to kissing our ZHYU. He appears to be lost in thought. Is he glancing at LZH? I feel like he is jealous of her and LUY New Jersey-ing. Our LZH's fans here. FYNZ has firmly chosen our ZHYU. How can you claim he is jealous of LZH here? As a neutral observer, I can clearly see that FYNZ's affections do not lie with Jiing ZHYU. Any fan with excessively rose-tinted glasses or poor eyesight should refrain from arguing with me. The livestream featuring Jiing and F was embroiled in chaos. Jiing ZHYU's patience had finally worn thin. In the remaining seconds, she stopped reaching for more biscuits, turning her face away in silent defiance. Only then did FYNZ realize his slip of composure. He pursed his lips. ZHYU, Jiing ZHYU, stifling her frustration, chose to ignore him, turning her back. At that moment, JTing finally spoke up. Time's up. Just as the final second ticked away, LUY New Jersey-ing bit through the biscuit stick at the precise moment, the small fragment falling into the palm of his hand. In that instant, LZH felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. LUY New Jersey-ing licked his lips, sporting a smile that glimmered with mischief, then raised his hand to press his fingertip against LZH's lips, brushing away the remnants of matcha that clung to her dewy, red lips. His voice, low and husky, declared, "It's over." His fingertip glided over her soft lips, and LZH released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, her eyelashes trembling as she met his gaze. LUY New Jersey-ing regarded her with a relaxed smile, tilting his head languidly, his eyes settling on her cherry-like ears. "Miss Zhi Zhi." LZH took her time to regain her composure. Her breaths were still somewhat shallow, and even after the game concluded, she remained in a daze, her voice carrying a sweet, bewildered lilt. LUY New Jersey-ing leaned in once more, his deep, dark eyes fixated on her glistening, painterly eyes, his tone both sensual and languid. "Your ears are quite red." Chapter 29. What should I do? She is so adorable. In that fleeting moment, a wave of embarrassment surged almost instantaneously. Li Zhi's eyes widened, glistening with moisture, her crimson lips slightly parted as she looked at Lu Yanjing with a hint of helplessness. She nearly bit her tongue, exclaiming, It's too hot, the heat is making my ears flush." Indeed, Li Zhi quickly turned her back, avoiding Lu Yanjing's gaze, pretending to fan herself in a nervous manner. "The summers here are indeed warmer than in Kyoto. Help me." Li Zhi internally screamed in embarrassment, yet, Lu Yanjing saw through her subtle feelings at a glance. He observed her earlobes, reminiscent of cherries, and the tiny crimson mole on her nose that contrasted beautifully against her fair skin, causing him to involuntarily smile. "What should I do? She is utterly charming." He slightly regretted not kissing her earlier. However, Li Zhi was caught in a phase of bashful pride, feeling a tad awkward and embarrassed, her gaze evasive and reluctant to meet his. Lu Yanjing refrained from teasing her further. Fortunately, Jitang soon confirmed the results of the three teams. She announced, Lu Yanjing and Li Zhi consumed 12 sticks, with 9 qualifying. Lin Rong and Shang Su had 5, with 3 qualifying. Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanze managed 15, with only 2 qualifying. Wow, is CEO Lu really that fierce? An average of 1 stick every 5 seconds, and such a high success rate. This is hilarious. Just a while ago, the much-hyped Fu Yanze for marriage was faster, averaging 4 seconds per stick, yet only succeeded with 2. Non-romantic pairs are more reliable than them. Fu Yanze must have been off his game. Every failed attempt was all on him. New meal vouchers were distributed to the guests. Jitang also got into the spirit. Now, please, everyone, enjoy this vibrant summer night. The music of Deuter soon filled the air. A band and dancers showcasing the unique charm of Xinjiang quickly ignited the atmosphere of the outdoor dining venue. Woohoo! Lin Rong was the first to get excited. Without a care for the budget, she ordered 6 jugs of beer for everyone and energetically rallied, "Cheers!" The group lifted their glasses, fulfilling their communal social obligation. The chilled beer was refreshing as it slid down their throats. Li Zhi cradled her glass, finally feeling the earlier heat dissipate significantly when Jitang announced the results. She could hardly believe her ears. After all, in that minute, her mind had been in a fog, with Lu Yanjing leading the game while she merely focused on biting the biscuit sticks. She never imagined they had consumed so many, and with such a high success rate. Most importantly, Lu Yanjing had genuinely fulfilled his promise prior to the game. He had maintained an exquisite sense of restraint, bestowing her with ample respect. Li Zhi's heart stirred gently, the little swan she had wished to hide beneath the lake slowly emerged, lifting her wings to steal a glance at Lu Yanjing. She hadn't anticipated being caught, but as she turned her head, her eyes slightly lifted, she unexpectedly found herself locked in Lu Yanjing's deep gaze. How could she have known he was also watching her? She hurriedly averted her eyes, taking a large gulp of beer to suppress her racing heart. In contrast, Lu Yanjing's gaze remained unflinching. He lazily raised a smile. "What is this? Is Miss Zhi Zhi so bashful that she wants to hide from me?" "Not at all," Li Zhi mumbled softly. It was precisely Lu Yanjing's words that jolted her into realization. Her tendency to evade was indeed rather peculiar. It was merely a game, they hadn't even kissed. What was she truly shy about? With that thought, Li Zhi straightened her shoulders, lifting her chin with pride. "I wasn't trying to hide, I just didn't want to stare at you." Lu Yanjing chuckled lightly. He casually held his beer cup, taking a sip of the chilled beverage, which quelled the overly fervent beating of his heart tonight. Yet, he had certainly helped her secure ample funds for their meal. Lu Yanjing pushed the menu toward her. "What would you like to eat?" "Huh?" Li Zhi blinked her eyelashes in surprise, looking at Lu Yanjing with some confusion. "Aren't you feeling unwell? Don't you want to order the Kanto-style braised fish fins and fish maw?" It was indeed quite peculiar to be ordering such a dish at a barbecue restaurant. However, the menu did feature it, which added an unusual twist, as if it had been deliberately designed by the production team. Lu Yanjing slightly raised his eyebrows, putting down his cup, seemingly unconcerned about what they would eat tonight. Order what you desire first. If there's enough left, I'll get that. Li Zhi cast a sidelong glance, as if assessing him. Lu Yanjing's throat moved slightly as he lowered his eyelashes, pretending to fiddle with his cup. Avoiding her gaze, however, Li Zhi seemed oblivious to anything amiss, proudly pointing at the menu. Then I want the Kanto-style braised fish fins and fish maw as well. He was already feeling unwell, yet she had no intention of extravagantly spending the meal vouchers. Little did she know, she had seen through him completely. Surprisingly, when Lu Yanjing heard Li Zhi order this dish for him, he momentarily paused, as if lost in thought for a few seconds. Then, with a sigh, he gazed up at the moon, seemingly pondering something, before retracting his gaze, slightly bowing his neck, and with a low chuckle, remarked, "Fool." The live stream erupted in a chorus of excitement. Ah, I knew it. What stomachache, he was just tricking his wife to play a little game. Ha ha, CEO Lu had no intention of ordering that dish, he purposely relinquished the choice to the beauty, yet she remained oblivious. But Li Zhi thought she was helping Lu Yanjing because of his stomachache. Isn't this a mutual pursuit? The chemistry between Jing and Zhi is simply delightful. In addition to the Kanto-style braised fish fins and fish maw, Li Zhi ordered several specialty dishes. Xinjiang cold noodles, hand-pulled lamb, roasted red willow meat, and big plate chicken. She leaned closer to Lin Rong, her eyelashes fluttering. Don't order duplicates, let us eat together. Lin Rong nearly leaped up to hug Li Zhi and shower her with kisses. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanze, with a budget of 220 yuan, felt quite restrained. With no one inviting them to join, they could only awkwardly order a few items. Zhang Jiao was still upset with Fu Yanze. Fu Yanze felt quite annoyed, yet mindful of the cameras, he suppressed his irritation and softly coaxed her from the side. Fortunately, Zhang Jiao was quite perceptive previously, their CP had garnered significant heat, and a public quarrel during the livestream would undoubtedly be detrimental, risking a loss of fans. Thus, she quickly offered Fu Yanze a way out. Deliberately glancing at Li Zhi, she lightly tapped her cheek. Just give me a kiss and I'll forgive you. Li Zhi turned her attention curiously towards them. Fu Yanze instinctively raised his gaze, only to find himself locking eyes with Li Zhi. It was a strange feeling, as if guilt surged within him, yet his competitive spirit also flared. Ironically, Li Zhi appeared entirely disinterested in their affection. She had already shifted her gaze, eagerly savoring the Xinjiang cold noodles, her little swan excitedly flapping her wings. Lu Yanjing, this is so delicious. Chapter 30. Embracing warmth against the abs, Fu Yanze felt as though he had struck a blow against cotton eye in his heart. He was sulking with Li Zhi, intentionally seeking revenge in her presence, only to find her indulging in that wretched cold jelly. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao appeared utterly engrossed. She shyly propped her chin on her hand, her cheeks flushed with delight at being kissed publicly by Fu Yanze. The fans in the live stream exuberantly exclaimed, "Ah, they kissed. Zhi and Fu's marriage is so sweet." Li Zhi, on the other hand, relished her meal. With ample funds at her disposal, after finishing Lin Rong's draft beer, she ordered several sweet, fruity cocktails. The summer breeze caressed her cheeks gently. Li Zhi tilted her head back, a strand of hair fluttering from her ear, resting on her luscious, wine-stained red lips, her eyes tinged with a hint of intoxication, rendering her even more captivating. Lu Yanqing glanced at Li Zhi, his gaze hardly wavering from her. Noticing the dazed look in her eyes, he suddenly raised his hand, resting it atop her glass. Drink less, don't get carried away like that night. Li Zhi shot him a sidelong glance, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Was that night solely my fault? Such things must be a mutual affair. Drunkenness is still an affair. Indeed, Lu Yanqing smirked, his lips curling in a carefree manner. It's my fault for harboring ulterior motives towards Miss Zhi Zhi. Li Zhi retorted confidently, as long as you know. Although she was the one who initiated the mischief, it was Lu Yanqing's rigidity that became the crux of that incident. Yet, Li Zhi still felt a tinge of regret. Lu Yanqing seemed quite capable, but she never anticipated he would be all show and no substance, given that she felt nothing upon waking up that morning. Li Zhi sighed. Lu Yanqing raised an eyebrow, perplexed. He hadn't anticipated that what was poised to happen that night would abruptly halt due to Li Zhi's unexpected outburst. He lazily inquired, "What are you sighing about?" Li Zhi gazed at him with a mix of pity and sympathy, her eyes briefly flickering downward. Shaking her head to sigh, Lu Yanqing was left bewildered. Following her gaze, he scrutinized the tailored pants for a couple of seconds, his expression complex yet failing to detect anything wrong. However, when Li Zhi pushed a bowl of broth towards him, she earnestly implored, "Eat more, it will nourish you." Lu Yanqing lazily squinted at her. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. They are undoubtedly a true couple. And she insists he should nourish himself. Could it be that the beauty is hinting at a night of passion? Passion, in what sense? Why do I feel like Li Zhi appears melancholic, as if lamenting that President Lu is lacking in certain areas? Ah, don't be ridiculous. President Lu clearly looks quite skilled. Watch out, beauty, or you might end up sore. The atmosphere of the drinking party was just right. Such a setting was most suitable for sharing stories. Lin Rong, displaying her curiosity, leaned forward. Miss Zhi Zhi, why not share the tale of your campus romance with President Lu? The synchronicity in your life photos is remarkable. I still can't fathom how they were arranged so quickly. There's nothing particularly special about it. Li Zhi fluttered her eyelashes. Upon seeing the photos, I recalled the events that transpired, and thus I arranged them chronologically. Moreover, of the 4 photos, 3 were taken by me. In truth, she was uncertain if they were arranged by time without other elements reflected in the photos. She couldn't conceive of any alternative arrangement. Coincidentally, Lu Yanqing thought similarly. Noticing Lin Rong's keen interest, Li Zhi willingly shared the stories behind the first 3 photos: the stolen ballet shoelaces, the room temperature orange soda, and the physics tutoring. Fu Yanze, listening nearby, frowned in realization that he was startled to discover how many things he was oblivious to. When had Li Zhi practiced ballet and sustained an injury, he indeed remembered her expressing a desire for orange soda, but since she was on her period and couldn't consume anything cold, he had refrained from letting her drink it when she mentioned it, given that the soda was kept in the supermarket's freezer. As for the physics tutoring, thought it was a fact that Li Zhi struggled with physics, and their teacher, aware of their childhood bond, had suggested he assist her more. However, tutoring was a waste of time. Li Zhi was quite the daydreamer. Often, while he was explaining problems, she would zone out or suddenly begin sharing amusing anecdotes from her recent experiences. After 2 tutoring sessions, Fu Yanze had lost all patience. Was it during such times that Lu Yanqing seized the opportunity? No wonder, no matter what he said to Li Zhi, she was resolutely unwilling to sever ties with Lu Yanqing. Was that how their relationship had deepened? Lu Yanqing, unable to suppress a smirk, turned to Li Zhi. "Tsk, you remember it quite well?" Of course, Li Zhi proudly lifted her chin. "However, I still don't know where that can of orange soda came from, considering you had never left the school premises." Lu Yanqing lazily raised an eyebrow, casually swirling his drink. "If one wishes for something, it shall materialize. Physics may have heated things up." He held it close against his abdomen, warming it. He ended up catching a cold that night and returned home with a fever, yet he would never confess such youthful indiscretions before the live stream camera. Lin Rong's curiosity piqued. "And the white hair, what is the story behind President Lu's dyed white hair?" "Ah, do ask more, I'm curious too. The suited thug's academic performance is already impressive, but that white hair is such a stark contrast. It's hard to imagine what drove him to dye that white hair. Could it have been Li Zhi who suggested it, and he obediently complied?" But Li Zhi appeared visibly puzzled. She had no idea why Lu Yanqing had chosen to dye his silver hair, so she elbowed him playfully. "Oh, come on, tell us why you suddenly decided to dye that eye-catching mane? Didn't you always think that dyeing hair was tacky?" "Tacky?" Lu Yanqing laughed in disbelief. He turned to Li Zhi, his fingertips tapping the table lightly. "Wasn't it you who expressed curiosity about how a handsome guy with white hair would appear in reality, which prompted me to dye it? I used the finest hair dye available, which left me feeling quite self-conscious," Lu Yanqing remarked, casting a sidelong glance. "And you now dare to call it tacky? Dyeing hair for love. I knew it, given President Lu's nature, that white hair could never have been his own idea. So it's indeed related to Li Zhi, Goodness, he dyed his hair white just for a fleeting comment from her, one she doesn't even recall now. I told you, Lu Yanqing truly loves her." Chapter 31. His Adam's apple bobbed, little liar. Li Zhi blinked her long eyelashes. The casual mention from Lu Yanqing about dyeing his hair undoubtedly sent a tremor through her heart, akin to surging waves. She cradled her wineglass, her head bowed in contemplation. A vague recollection surfaced, as if there had indeed been such an incident. In the early spring, when the orioles sang, the tender branches outside the window were budding, and the butterflies she attracted to the windowsill stirred her heart into a restless flutter. The cacophony of recitations during the morning self-study was particularly loud, as her classmates raced against time, yet Li Zhi, who had already secured her qualification for the Central Academy of Drama's entrance exam, remained at ease. She loathed rote memorization. In truth, she despised early morning study sessions. Thus, seizing the opportunity while the teacher was absent, she took out a comic book she purchased from a bookstore near the school the previous night. The male protagonist, with his silver hair and crimson eyes, seductively licked his fangs, captivating the female lead to the point where Li Zhi's cheeks flushed with excitement. Curious, her deskmate, Fu Yanze, leaned over. "Little Li Zhi, what treasure are you sneaking a peek at?" Just then, the bell rang, transforming the classroom from a realm of studious silence into a hubbub of chatter. A boy near the door stood up, waving and calling, "Jingo, let us go for a bathroom break." Lu Yanqing was slumped over his desk in the back row, a sleeper. Upon hearing the call, he lazily lifted his eyelids, his expression still tinged with a hint of morning lethargy, as if he were on the verge of irritation. However, when his half-asleep gaze flickered towards Li Zhi, he suppressed his annoyance and languidly responded, "Coming." Li Zhi was sharing the comic with Fu Yanze. As Lu Yanqing passed by her, he happened to overhear 2 girls gushing in admiration. With her hands cradling her face, Li Zhi exclaimed, "He is so handsome, boys with white hair are just too attractive. If I were the female lead, I would definitely fall for him at first sight. I can't help but wonder what it would be like if there were a handsome guy in reality with silver hair." It seemed like that very day, Lu Yanqing left for the restroom and never returned. During evening self-study, he suddenly pushed open the classroom door, revealing the shockingly white hair that astonished the entire class. So that was how it happened. Yet at that time, Li Zhi had not connected the dots, merely thinking it a delightful coincidence, as if her fantasies had manifested into reality, and it had come to fruition on the very same day. Now, Li Zhi, playfully resting her chin on her hand, turned her gaze toward the more mature and radiant Lu Yanqing, finding it hard to imagine what he would look like if he dyed his hair white now. Put. She couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Yanqing shot her a sidelong glance, his deep black eyes seemingly filled with a hint of melancholy. "What are you laughing at?" Li Zhi lightly tapped her cheek with her fingertip. "I didn't realize that little Lu was so innocent back in high school. I was just joking, don't you understand the playful banter among girls?" Lu Yanqing responded with a dismissive hum. Leaning back with an air of nonchalance, he tilted his head back to gaze at the moon, his Adam's apple prominently visible. "I don't understand. Yet he vividly recalled the words that had compelled him to dye his hair silver. If I were the female lead, I would definitely fall for him at first sight. Lu Yanjing raised his glass, took a long sip, the alcohol lingering in his throat before he swallowed, lightly licking his lips as he murmured, "Little liar." Clearly, she had gazed at him countless times. She hadn't fallen in love. Li Zhi, of course, did not comprehend the reason behind Lu Yanjing's determination to dye his hair. Reflecting on it now, she found it amusing. However, Lin Rong was already captivated. She excitedly raised her wineglass to the exquisite campus romance of Jing and Ji. Cheers. Such a divine campus romance that Li Zhi felt a shiver run down her spine. Nevertheless, Lu Yanjing leisurely lifted his glass, turning his gaze toward Li Zhi, his eyes slightly raised, as he gently clinked his glass against hers. Li Zhi recalled her mission for coming to this dating show. Besides clearing her name, she needed to play the role of Mrs. Lu, facilitating Lu Yanjing's assumption of family leadership. Therefore, she too raised her glass, clinking with Lin Rong and Shang Su before finally clinking with Lu Yanjing. Ding! The crisp sound of glasses clinking melded with the warm summer evening breeze. Lu Yanjing, with his eyes slightly raised, smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling with mirth. "Drink less. I'll finish it for you." Li Zhi took a small sip of the lychee-flavored wine. As she lifted her eyelashes, she saw Lu Yanjing tilt his head back, downing his glass in one go, the sharp movement of his Adam's apple mesmerizing as a drop of wine dribbled into his collar. He slightly raised his chin. The glass was empty, not a drop remaining. Seeing this, she too attempted to finish her lychee wine, but unexpectedly, the glass was suddenly snatched away. She looked up in surprise, only to see Lu Yanjing holding her glass, turning it to the side that her lips had not touched, finishing the remaining half for her. Lin Rong squealed in excitement from beside them. Lu Yanjing bent his neck slightly, a strand of hair falling onto his brow. "If you drink anymore, you'll be drunk." His voice, husky and low, dripped with sensuality. Li Zhi, still somewhat proud, raised her eyebrows, her damp eyelashes fluttering softly like melting snowflakes in the breeze. "I want to get drunk." She had a bit of tolerance for alcohol. Lu Yanjing chuckled softly, rolling his Adam's apple, too lazy to expose her. The evening breeze was gentle. The four of them were in high spirits. Meanwhile, Fu Yanze, who hadn't even filled his stomach, wore a sullen expression. He had no idea of the myriad stories between Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing, which sounded exceedingly ambiguous. Hadn't Li Zhi also never been loyal to him? After all, she had been flirting with Lu Yanjing back in high school. So, on what grounds could she accuse him of choosing Zhang Jiao for his own benefit? He had merely temporarily set aside Li Zhi, having assured her that he would return to marry her once everything was settled. Yet she remained so willful. With these thoughts, Fu Yanze's guilt diminished considerably. As the night wore on, Lin Rong handed over the dinner expenses from her and Shang Su to Li Zhi, and Lu Yanjing stood up to settle the bill. Fu Yanze had consumed quite a bit of alcohol that evening. His meal expenses fell short, having drunk the 2 rounds that Lin Rong had initially ordered for him and Zhang Jiao. However, the alcohol did nothing to quell the agitation in his heart. Seeing Lu Yanjing rise to leave, he abruptly stood up as well, casually telling Zhang Jiao that he needed to settle the bill, and followed closely behind Lu Yanjing. The cameras failed to keep up with them. Assuming there was nothing worth filming at the checkout, using the budget provided by the production team, Lu Yanjing paid the bill for the 4 of them and directly settled the costs for the production staff's meals and drinks at the restaurant. He turned to return to the table. Just as he turned, he spotted Fu Yanze standing there with bloodshot eyes, his gaze locked onto him. Lu Yanjing lazily raised his chin to glance at him, his eyebrows slightly twitching as he brushed past Fu Yanze's shoulder, intending to walk away. Suddenly, Fu Yanze called out, "Lu Yanjing." Lu Yanjing ignored him. Fu Yanze's voice rose sharply, "Do you like Li Zhi?" Lu Yanjing halted in his tracks. He slightly turned his body, narrowing his elongated eyes to scrutinize him. Fu Yanze turned to face him as well. Does Zhi Zhi know that she believes their relationship is purely platonic? In truth, she has been scheming all along, using that identity to her advantage, harboring ulterior motives? Chapter 32. The arrogant suit-clad thug was pampered by the red-hot temper. Lu Yanjing's gaze was deeply set, his chin raised haughtily as he fixed his eyes on Fu Yanze, half-lifting his lashes as he swept over him with a disdainful look. "Fu Yanze, do you think the last punch you received was not enough?" "I spoke the truth," Fu Yanze replied with unwavering confidence. He warily scanned the vicinity, ensuring there were no cameras recording. Before continuing, "I should have foreseen this. Back in high school, I ought to have been more assertive, keeping Li Zhi away from you." Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow languidly. So? The pent-up anger that Fu Yanze had harbored throughout the day finally found an outlet. "Lu Yanjing, do you have any morals left? You are well aware that Li Zhi has been bound to me by a verbal engagement since childhood, yet you shamelessly covet her even now. Relying on the Luo family, do you believe you can discard all pretense?" A cold sneer escaped from Luo Yanjing's throat, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Do you remember your verbal engagement with her during the times you abandoned her when she needed you most? When you chose Zhang Jiao in front of the live audience, when you turned a blind eye as she was splashed with water and left to suffer, did you ever consider that?" The manager of the restaurant had long since departed, leaving them alone. The dim lighting in the corridor cast shadows over Luo Yanjing's sharply defined features, obscuring his pale skin and vibrant lips while accentuating his wild, rebellious maturity. "Fu Yanze, I regret not being more unscrupulous." Luo Yanjing's voice was low and chilling. "Otherwise, I would have taken her from you back in high school." Fu Yanze's throat tightened. He gritted his teeth. "Do you think this will make Li Zhi fall for you? She has always wanted to marry me." "Is that so?" Luo Yanjing scoffed lazily, casting a disinterested glance at Fu Yanze before leisurely raising his hand to unbutton his suit jacket. He retrieved a marriage certificate from an inner pocket, raising an eyebrow slightly. Let me remind you, she is currently marrying me, isn't she? Fu Yanze's pupils dilated in shock. Until that moment, he had deceived himself into believing that Li Zhi's relationship with Luo Yanjing was merely an act, that the marriage certificate flaunted on Weibo was nothing but a facade. But now, in the dim light, the glaring marriage certificate pierced his eyes, reddening them with pain. He instinctively reached out to snatch it away. Luo Yanjing arrogantly lifted his hand, the cuff of his jacket catching on his wrist. There's no need to snatch it. As classmates, I don't mind showing you our marriage certificate. Fu Yanze clenched his fists tightly. He watched Luo Yanjing's long, defined fingers bend slightly as he flipped the certificate to reveal the main page. The bold red background and the beaming couple in their wedding photo assaulted Fu Yanze's vision. His gaze fell to the date on the certificate, June 24, 2024. The very day after he publicly announced his engagement to Jiang Jiao, the day he encountered Luo Yanjing while searching for Li Zhi at the ballet. It was that very day. The person you fail to cherish is coveted by another, Luo Yanjing remarked haughtily as he tucked the marriage certificate away, his tone brimming with arrogance. Since you cannot provide her with what she desires, then step aside and let me take over. Luo Yanjing. Fu Yanze's eyes were wild with fury. For the first time, he clearly felt the sting of regret. He never imagined that by merely letting go once, Li Zhi would truly turn around and marry someone else. Fu Yanze's voice rose in a furious roar. Luo Yanjing. Just wait, Li Zhi's marriage to you on that reality show was merely a ploy to incite my jealousy. In the end, she will always choose me. But the anger and jealousy he felt were solely his own. He would never understand that one act of letting go led only to a lifetime of impotent rage, and never to Li Zhi's return. Luo Yanjing paid him no mind, his demeanor as flamboyant as ever, more disinterested than before as he adjusted his suit jacket and strode away with long strides. The production team could never have imagined that while they failed to capture the scene of the bill being settled at the front desk, a spectacular drama unfolded instead. Li Zhi blinked her long lashes. Why did you take so long? Did we exceed the spending limit? No, Luo Yanjing replied nonchalantly, a smile playing on his lips as he glanced back at Fu Yanze, reclining lazily with his legs crossed. I was just catching up with an old classmate. Li Zhi turned her gaze back to Fu Yanze. Noticing his grim expression, she surmised that Luo Yanjing must have dealt with the scumbag for her once again. Thanks, she nudged him playfully with her elbow. Luo Yanjing shot her a complex look, raising an eyebrow in a way that conveyed ambiguity. Thanks for what? How absurd it was that she was thanking him for selling her out. Yet, oblivious to the true nature of Luo Yanjing's conversation with Fu Yanze, which was an assertion of dominance flaunting the marriage certificate, Li Zhi simply cradled her face in her hands, her smile radiant. Just thanks. Luo Yanjing let out a low chuckle, unable to tolerate the way Li Zhi's eyes sparkled with mischief. He turned his face away, his sharply defined Adam's apple bobbing as a flush crept from his ears down to his neck. His voice dropped to a husky whisper, fool. Aha! The live stream erupted in a chorus of screams. Vocal. Luo Yanjing's ears are red. The arrogant suit-clad thug has such an innocent side, he is like a blushing young man. What did Li Zhi do to make his ears turn red? I still don't understand what they're thanking each other for. But Li Zhi's gaze is so captivating. Luo Yanjing calling her a fool is so charming. Help, I'm utterly smitten with Jing Ji. The audience across the internet was enraptured. No one could have predicted that the greatest surprise of the reality show Sweet Traveler would come from Li Zhi, who had been smeared by rumors of being a homewrecker, along with Luo Yanjing, while Jiang Jiao and Fu Yanze seemed lackluster, facing skepticism about the authenticity of their romance. The entertainment industry was in an uproar. In the luxurious East Sea private room of the Si Haiba Huang bar located by Shikahai, a sharp explosion of sound reverberated. What the hell? One of Luo Yanjing's childhood friends, Pei Ji, scrolled through trending topics on Weibo out of boredom, nearly toppling off the sofa upon seeing the headline of Luo Yanjing showcasing affection with a girl. Shang Jinan kicked him playfully. What is wrong with you? The drinks haven't even started, and you're already acting crazy. It's not that, Pei Ji said, dazed. I can't believe it, Brother Jing is trending. He gawked, sinking back into the sofa, his phone hastily pulled out. Where's Shu Ge? Is he coming tonight? I need to share this explosive news with him. You mean Qi Jiashu? Shang Jinan scoffed lightly. Not a chance. He is busy with 4 things every day: erasing, breaking up with Sang Ying, reconciling with Sang Ying, and finding his sister. Who knows what he is up to tonight? Then I'll message him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime rarity that the whole world must witness. Pei Ji's fingers flew over his phone screen. Wait, Shang Jinan interjected with a low hiss. What's so special about Brother Jing trending? There's nothing strange about his status. What's strange? He leaned closer, grinning. Is Brother Jing coming down to earth? Let me see which newspaper or television station got the scoop. Wait, what? The previous moments Shang Jinan. Giggling, seeing the reality show, Shang Jinan no longer giggling. He practically performed a dramatic transformation on the spot, his pupils shaking. I don't know if you're blind or not, but I feel like I'm hallucinating. After a long moment of calm, Shang Jinan took a deep breath, unable to suppress his astonishment. Are you telling me that the man on this trending topic, who has been acting like a lovesick fool, doting on some girl and blushing like a schoolboy, is the Luo Yanjing we know? He felt as if his entire world had crumbled. Suddenly, he grasped Pei Ji's earlier reaction. He went on a dating show? Chapter 33. Congratulations to Princess Zhi Zhi on her triumphant debut. Luo Yanjing's phone vibrated incessantly, as if it concealed some peculiar vibrating toy, buzzing furiously within the pocket of his suit jacket. Who could it be? Li Zhi inquired, somewhat perplexed. She fluttered her eyelashes at Luo Yanjing and suggested, if it's something important, you should attend to it. No need, Luo Yanjing replied, his eyelids slightly lowered. He cast a cursory glance at his phone, performed a few operations, and then nonchalantly returned it to his pocket. Just a few inconsequential acquaintances. Pei Ji and Sheng Jinan were glued to the live broadcast, watching in disbelief as Luo Yanjing blocked their WeChat accounts during the program, casually remarking to a girl, just a few inconsequential acquaintances. Pei Ji and Sheng Jinan exclaimed in unison, what the hell? Pei Ji was ready to flip the table, exclaiming, he has no humanity towards the opposite sex. Sheng Jinan took a swig of whiskey, muttering, did we not agree that whoever falls in love first would be the dog? He should have at least informed us before he started barking like a dog from the livestream. Pei Ji turned to him, would you dare say that in front of Jingo? Sheng Jinan zipped his mouth shut. Pei Ji pointed at the screen, look at this person, he has worn that ring symbolizing anti-marriage on his left pinky finger for 5 years, and now he just decides to take it off. Sheng Jinan was baffled, wait, who is this girl? When he posted about his marriage certificate, I thought he had lost a bet, he never mentioned her before. Pei Ji found a clue on Weibo, it seems she was a classmate from his time studying in Yicheng? How did they suddenly get together after 5 years? How ridiculous, Jingu must have been harboring a secret crush during high school with that face of his. The two were roaring in the private room at Donghai. Clearly, their world was not lively enough, so they turned to disturb Qi Jiashu. However, Qi Jiashu quickly replied, get lost, I just broke up with Sang Ying and am busy looking for my sister. Sheng Jinan shrugged, the implication clear. Look, what did he just say? This person had only 4 things to attend to, and today he was busy with 2 of them. Now, he had no clue where to find his sister, who had been lost for 24 years. As the dinner segment concluded, the guests proceeded to their new destination, a foreign-style guesthouse that the production team had reserved for them in advance. Draped curtains and floral carpets adorned the space, with bright corridors and a romantic garden. The magnificent blue carpet of Yining unfurled along the flower-lined path, leading to a courtyard vibrant with blooming flowers and shaded fruit trees. Based on the rankings from the initial game, the top-ranked Jing Jiyu were assigned to an opulent suite, while Lin Rong and Shang Su were allocated independent small rooms, leaving Ji Fu with merely a quaint little cabin in the courtyard. Ji Tang announced, everyone, please rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we will embark on a day tour of the city. However, the specific itinerary will be determined by you. We will play a small game tomorrow morning, and the winning group will gain the right to act as tour guides. See you at 10 tomorrow morning, sweet dreams. The day's journey had finally come to a close, and the photographers gradually packed up their equipment for the day. Li Zhi, a dancer by profession, maintained a closer relationship with the crew than film actors typically would. Thus, despite having been raised as a princess, she would still smile brightly and say to the staff she encountered, thank you for your hard work, rest well. The staff seemed quite taken aback, for although Jiang Jiyu was indeed a genuine heiress, everyone knew that Li Zhi was the one who had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. With a pampered upbringing, a touch of arrogance was to be expected, yet, it was she who displayed the more amiable disposition, appearing as a proud little swan, albeit charmingly so. In contrast, Jiang Jiyu showed no signs of appreciation upon seeing the exceedingly simple little cabin. Her expression soured, and even when staff members wished her good night, she remained cold and unresponsive. Jiang Jiyu felt a sense of grievance. She had never stayed in such an environment even when she was merely a star. Now, as a true heiress, she found herself experiencing a downgrade in lifestyle, and she blamed this on her affianced fiancé. Fu Yanze gently coaxed, don't be upset, we'll work harder to secure first place next time. Tomorrow, no matter what game it is, I'll help you win, alright? But that was hardly the crux of the matter. Jiang Jiyu was still preoccupied with Luo Yanjing's words and had observed Fu Yanze's demeanor throughout the evening. Acutely aware that his heart clearly belonged to Li Zhi, she snapped, will we really secure first place next time? Fu Yanze, if it were Li Zhi playing the game with you today, with your childhood bond, you would have breezed through it. Fu Yanze was reluctant to bring up Li Zhi, let alone recall the day's games. Otherwise, he would be plagued by images of Luo Yanjing kissing Li Zhi and flaunting their marriage certificate. He had never been one to lower himself. A few soothing words for Jiang Jiyu were sufficient. He would not allow her to overstep. So what, you want me to partner with her, have the Jiang family bring her back to get engaged to me, and then you'll be satisfied? Jiang Jiyu was taken aback. She merely intended to throw a minor tantrum and hear Fu Yanze soothe her a little. She hadn't expected him to explode with such rage. She was at a loss for words. No, Yanze go, that's not what I meant. The sound of suitcase wheels clattering against the stones suddenly pierced through their argument. Jiang Jiyu bit her lip. I'm not doubting you, I just care too much. You and that other girl have a childhood bond. Of course, I'm jealous. The clattering grew louder and more intrusive. Jiang Jiyu clung to Fu Yanze's arm. Yanze go, I understand my mistake. Please don't, who is it, so annoying? Jiang Jiyu could no longer maintain her facade and irritably turned to locate the source of the noise. Fu Yanze was equally agitated. He turned to see Luo Yanjing dragging Li Zhi's suitcase as they passed by. Upon seeing Li Zhi, Fu Yanze instinctively attempted to pull away. However, just as he made the move, he noticed a delicate hand intertwined with Luo Yanjing's arm. Li Zhi leaned in. Oh, are you two arguing? Fu Yanze fixed his gaze intently, recalling Luo Yanjing boasting about the marriage certificate. Along with Li Zhi's clearly provocative demeanor, he refused to be outdone and took the initiative to hold Jiang Jiyu's hand, stating, not at all. Jiang Jiyu sensed his attempt to withdraw. Initially prepared to be angry, she was taken aback when she felt the warmth of his palm enveloping her hand, realizing that Fu Yanze did not wish to leave but rather wanted to hold her hand right in front of Li Zhi. Zhang Zhiyu's spirits lifted. You're overthinking it, we're just playfully bickering. Oh, Li Zhi replied nonchalantly, then please, continue. Zhang Zhiyu's desire to show off went unfulfilled, leaving her feeling as if she had been struck against cotton. To make matters worse, Li Zhi added, however, you can argue all you want, but please don't involve me. I have no interest in partnering with someone else's fiancé, nor do I wish to commit bigamy. After all, I am now a married woman, the kind who has been stamped at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As for the favor of not marrying me from certain individuals, I can only offer 4 words in gratitude, thank heaven and earth. Li Zhi gazed at Fu Yanze with a calm yet resolute expression. Fu Yanze narrowed his eyes, staring back at Li Zhi, finding no trace of malice or regret in her gaze. It appeared she had truly severed ties cleanly when she said she no longer wanted him, she meant it. How dare she, how could she? Fu Yanze's eyes glowed with a fierce intensity as he watched Li Zhi, who blinked innocently, wishing you both eternal bondage. As her words faded, Li Zhi turned away like a heartless little swan, her shoulders back and head held high, striding away without a backward glance. Zhang Zhiyu was driven to the brink of madness. She could not comprehend why this faux heiress had any reason to be so brazen in her presence. Fu Yanze felt an intense frustration brewing within him as well. Yet, seizing the opportunity to fire at the enemy, the battle-ready little swan hummed a cheerful tune. Instead, the suitcase wheels continued to clatter, clack clack. The sound of her high heels echoed, tap tap. Li Zhi bounced lightly on her toes, gracefully hopping forward. Luo Yanjing chuckled lazily, tilting his head to glance at Li Zhi, raising an eyebrow. Congratulations, Princess Zhi Zhi, on your victorious debut. Chapter 34. Luo Yanjing replied, as you command, my queen. Li Zhi gracefully turned around. Her skin was fairer than snow, her bright eyes glistened, and a hint of enchanting crimson lingered at the corners of her eyes, a remnant of the wine's effects. As her slender waist turned, the ballet-like skirt swayed elegantly. Xiao Luo's contributions are immense, she playfully leaned towards Luo Yanjing. Yet, just as the sweet scent of lychee and rose wafted into his breath, she suddenly twirled back with a playful bounce. Luo Yanjing raised an eyebrow. I told you before, our chemistry is simply destined. Li Zhi was truly elated today. This was the happiest day she had experienced since discovering that she was not the true daughter of the Jiang family. The crisis of being expelled from the central ballet had been entirely averted. Negative public opinion had taken a turn for the better. Fu Yanze and Zhang Zhiyou were clearly furious, and the more incensed they were, the more joy Li Zhi felt. She tilted her head. I even feel like my mission is accomplished. I could withdraw from the dating show now without any issue. She had long since tucked away her diamond crown with her hair adorned with no embellishments, her soft bun accentuated her playful demeanor. What's this? Luo Yanjing lazily glanced over. Is Miss Zhi Zhi planning to abandon the donkey after using it? Li Zhi's eyes sparkled. Are you the donkey? Luo Yanjing replied. Who knows, perhaps in Miss Zhi Zhi's eyes, I'm merely a white donkey. A white donkey, used and discarded. Li Zhi couldn't help but laugh, her melodious and carefree laughter mingling with the evening breeze, reminiscent of delicate wind chimes. Luo Yanjing appeared nonchalant and proud, yet witnessing Li Zhi finally release the pent-up emotions that had burdened her heart, dancing joyfully against the evening wind, made him feel a sense of relief for her. He smiled lazily, the corners of his lips curling upward. Absolutely not, Li Zhi proudly lifted her chin. Luo Yanjing subtly restrained his smile, lowering his gaze to meet her sparkling eyes. Li Zhi continued, after all, when we signed up for the dating show, we agreed not to withdraw halfway. That clause was meant to keep you in check. This was due to the fact that this young master was accustomed to acting on a whim. Although Su Ti was the project leader, she could not allow him to come and go as he pleased. Since she had recommended participants, she could not let Luo Yanjing create trouble for her regarding withdrawal. And, Li Zhi fluttered her eyelashes, I remember that I have to assist you in dutifully playing the role of Mrs. Luo Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed. He smiled languidly. Alright then, princess, if it comes to that, I shall repay your kindness in kind. Li Zhi did not take this statement seriously. At just then, the lights ahead illuminated, and she tilted her face, pointing at the cascading floral window. This must be it? Luo Yanjing lifted his gaze. There, on the second floor of a charming blue house adorned with exotic flair, was a glass flower window that could be opened. The balcony extending from the window was adorned with a waterfall of flowers, romantic and fragrant. Luo Yanjing released the handle of Li Zhi's suitcase, stepping up the outdoor stairs of the house in polished shoes, his clear bones articulated as he lifted the sign hanging on the door, Jing Ji Yi, but. He casually shook it twice, turning to show Li Zhi, this should be the place. Li Zhi approached in her high heels to take a closer look. Luo Yanjing turned back to grab her suitcase, overhearing her murmur, the production team is quite clever. They had crafted a small red heart. It sounded like their love nest. Li Zhi felt a twinge of worry. Once we go in, they won't have only prepared one bed for us, will they? After all, they had signed up as a couple. If there truly was only one bed, but Luo Yanjing reassured her, no way. He lifted Li Zhi's suitcase onto the small steps, retrieved the key to the house from a nearby box, and opened the door for them. He lightly tapped the wall by the entrance, and the lights blazed to life. Li Zhi was still curious as to why Luo Yanjing was so certain. He leaned back, glancing at her with a raised brow. Would I casually take advantage of my good buddy? Though he very much wanted to. After all, he had waited 8 years for this day, yet, precisely because he cared for Li Zhi, he understood that he could not force what he desired. That he had always placed Li Zhi on a pedestal. Otherwise, he should have taken her from Fu Yanze back in high school, just as he had mentioned tonight, but he hadn't. He exercised restraint and maintained propriety throughout high school. He had stayed by Li Zhi's side as a friend for 3 years, and after graduation, he wore the token ring that constantly reminded him not to overstep for 5 years. Everyone said he was shameless, yet, before Li Zhi, he could never bring himself to be so. Rest assured, Luo Yanjing smirked. I had my aunt speak with the production team. They prepared 2 beds. Li Zhi blinked her eyes. Her lychee-like gaze sparkled with curiosity. Won't that make others suspect our marital discord? Not at all, Luo Yanjing replied arrogantly. Suddenly, he leaned in closer to Li Zhi, his dark eyes deep and focused, burning like a flickering flame. When the corners of his eyes lifted, a small mole sparkled mischievously. Because Luo Yanjing's breath brushed against her, the fresh and pleasant scent of his cologne enveloping her senses, his voice, low and magnetic, resonated. I told the production team that my wife and I require separation between wet and dry. Li Zhi blinked in bewilderment. Initially, she did not comprehend what separation meant, but upon realization, her cheeks flushed crimson. Dry and wet separation, the kind where one would need to change beds after engaging in certain activities that might soil the sheets? Luo Yanjing! Li Zhi exclaimed, her embarrassment palpable. Her heart raced, feeling that the already flirtatious journey of the day, combined with Luo Yanjing's remark about separation, had completely disrupted her composure. Her eyes glimmered with a blush, her heart fluttering. To mask her strange heartbeat, she seized her suitcase back, kicked off her high heels, and hurried upstairs, exclaiming, I'm not talking to you anymore. Luo Yanjing, casually slipping his hands into his pockets, chuckled softly, his low, magnetic laughter resonating as if it were a symphony echoing from his throat. Silly girl, he bent down to pick up her slippers. Don't walk barefoot. You'll catch a chill, princess, put on some shoes. Li Zhi's cheeks were still flushed, and the slight effects of the evening breeze had been amplified by Luo Yanjing's remark about separation. She wanted nothing more than to avoid seeing him again, thus, she quickly darted into the room on the second floor, her voice drifting out, just leave my slippers by the door. And the suitcase, she added. Indeed, Li Zhi had left her suitcase behind in her flustered escape, as it was too heavy. After all, a girl's suitcase for travel seemed to contain the universe. Understood, Luo Yanjing smiled lazily. As he carried her slippers upstairs, he noticed the abandoned suitcase at the foot of the stairs. He hoisted both the suitcase and slippers together. His demeanor was languid, his posture proud, yet his tone was filled with endless indulgence and affection, even elevating Li Zhi's status. As you command, my queen. Chapter 35. Lu Yanjing is absolutely secretly in love with you. Li Zhi's heart raced wildly. It felt as though a strange tide surged within her chest, her heartbeat resonating like a hammer, creating a symphony that made her already buzzing eardrums vibrate in response. How bittersweet, how could Lu Yanjing be so bittersweet? She threw herself onto her cloud-like soft bed, pulling a pillow over her flushed and flustered face. The events of the day flashed through her mind like a slideshow. Tearing stickers, riding scooters, eating cookie sticks, and that particularly ambiguous remark just moments ago, she couldn't help but recall that night, wondering if something similar had transpired to provoke such a statement from Lu Yanjing. Although, logically speaking, it shouldn't have it after all. If he were lacking in that aspect, surely it would not lead her to, oh my heavens. Li Zhi lamented, kicking her legs in frustration. She lifted her tousled head, gazing at the ceiling. Li Zhi, what on earth are you thinking? Just then, her phone rang, a timely distraction arriving. Thinking it a savior, she hurriedly answered, only to find it was a video call from Fu Yanze. As soon as the video connected, Fu Yanze, wearing a black mud mask, popped her head into view like a bandit leader. Wow, little lychee, you actually went live with Lu Yanjing and kissed. Li Zhi, this was precisely the topic she wanted to avoid. Fu Yanze. What nonsense are you spouting? Fu Yanze's eyes widened behind the mud mask. I saw it all. Your ambiguous moments are all over Weibo trending. The fandom has already amassed hundreds of thousands. What? Li Zhi shot upright. Hundreds of thousands, was her social death now so widespread? Fu Yanze wore a mischievous grin. Hee, I actually think you two are quite sweet, that's all acting. Li Zhi exclaimed in a hushed scream. Fu Yanze tilted her head in confusion. Is it? But why do I feel like Lu Yanjing's gaze towards you is anything but innocent? You must be mistaken. Li Zhi's cheeks flushed, her heart racing, or perhaps Lu Yanjing is just a very convincing actor. She could hardly bear to entertain such thoughts. After all, following Lu Yanjing's earlier teasing, her mind was now filled with bittersweet notions, yet Fu Yanze continued to discuss innocence. Fu Yanze, with a playful smirk, remarked, if you're mistaken, then why is your face so red? Li Zhi muttered softly, it's just the alcohol showing. Did you not notice how much I drank during the live stream? Of course, Fu Yanze had noticed. She happened to have no performance that evening, so she sat with a watermelon in front of the television, enjoying the reality dating show. While the idea of alcohol causing a flush seemed plausible, having known each other for years, Fu Yanze could easily discern the difference between Li Zhi being tipsy and merely shy. She languidly reclined on the sofa, smoothing the mud mask with one hand while holding her phone aloft with the other to continue the video call. Come on, tell me how you two ended up together. Last time, Li Zhi had flung the marriage certificate so suddenly, and was too busy clarifying rumors online for Fu Yanze to delve deeper. Well, Li Zhi tossed her phone onto the bed, propping her chin on her hand, her gaze lowered as she traced circles in the air. That night at the reunion, we just happened to run into each other. She deliberately omitted the part where she had acted flirtatiously, heading straight for the conclusion. I urgently needed a marital relationship to resolve the crisis of being expelled from the Central Ballet, and I promised Qin Tuan that I would join the reality show to turn around the negative public opinion. Coincidentally, he needed to marry to secure the inheritance rights of the Lu family. Fu Yanze, at first glance, there seemed to be no issue. However, upon reflection, the questions multiplied. Lu Yanjing needs to marry to obtain the Lu family inheritance? Fu Yanze tried to remain composed. She took a deep breath and raised her hand. Li Zhi, you can't possibly be fooled by Lu Yanjing, can you? Li Zhi felt a strange sensation. She narrowed her eyes at Fu Yanze on the screen. What do I have that is worth deceiving me? Fu Yanze sat up, fixated on the screen. From her perspective, Li Zhi's skin remained clear and flawless, her lychee-like eyes glistening with moisture, and her fluttering lashes were captivating. Fu Yanze chuckled softly. Obvious. Li Zhi at Fu Yanze lazily eyed her. You say Lu Yanjing married you for power, but even Fu Yanze understands the importance of avoiding harm and refuses to step forward to clarify rumors, decisively opting for the real rich girl. How could Lu Yanjing marry someone who was still labeled as a mistress at the time? How would the Lu family accept it? How could it benefit him as a power holder? Besides, have you ever seen a power holder on a dating reality show? Although Li Zhi was too close to the situation to see clearly, Fu Yanze had already discerned everything. Initially perplexed as to why Lu Yanjing had suddenly sought her out for marriage, she had figured it out while watching the dating show. This was Lu Yanjing, rebellious and unruly in high school. He was someone who would fight anyone he disliked. Yet now, on the reality show, he obediently complied, even extending his hand for the production team to tie him up. He showed no reluctance in partaking in ambiguous games like tearing stickers with his mouth or sharing a cookie stick. Fu Yanze asserted, he is absolutely secretly in love with you, and it likely started back in high school. Li Zhi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her voice rose an octave. How is that possible? But she quickly realized her outburst might alert Lu Yanjing next door. Lowering her volume, she continued, back in high school, all the gifts I gave to Fu Yanze were picked out by him. My goodness. Fu Yanze exclaimed in astonishment. He actually endured the humiliation of pretending to be your good buddy just to stay by your side, fearing you would discover his feelings and keep his distance, even going so far as to assist your rival. This is the pinnacle of a secret admirer. Li Zhi's heart raced inexplicably. Her gaze faltered. Impossible, he was merely helping me out of friendship, and besides, he had his own needs. Li Zhi gently bit her lip. Then she began to defend Lu Yanjing. Moreover, he specifically requested 2 beds from the production team to sleep separately. If he intended to deceive me, tonight would have been the perfect opportunity. Fu Yanze shook her head, clicking her tongue. She mused that Lu Yanjing had executed a brilliant strategy of retreating to advance. By not raising Li Zhi's suspicions, he would continue to allow his proximity, facilitating a better opportunity to seize her. Never mind, I'll stop here. Fu Yanze had already begun to envision a narrative of a secret admirer plotting to ascend the ranks. Just wait, little Li Zhi. With your naive and sweet disposition, you will inevitably fall into Lu Yanjing's grasp. A man of his caliber is like a lion stalking its prey on the savannah. Never let him catch the opportunity. Otherwise, once he moves, you will be unable to escape your fate. Fu Yanze. Li Zhi felt as if she had been pulled into the wings of a swan, flapping and rising to protest. You're the naive one. The two friends began to tease each other over the screen. It wasn't until the black mud mask on Fu Yanze's face cracked from laughter that she finally reached out, calling for an end to the call. Originally intended to divert her attention, this conversation with Fu Yanze only intensified the heat in Li Zhi's chest, akin to a bonfire ignited on a summer night. In a flurry, she got up and entered the bathroom, attempting to quell the unusual waves of emotion and excitement from the evening. Yet, in the state of vacuity while showering, her mind could not help but wander. Lu Yanjing had been secretly in love with her since high school. How could that be? The shower water drenched her lashes, and the memory of her lips, softened today by Lu Yanjing, moistened her heart. Thus, that night as she slept, she dreamed once more of the rain-soaked night when she and Lu Yanjing had reunited, the torrential rain, the coolness of the night, and the sinewy fingers tracing along Li Zhi's delicate waist. Torn and tattered garments lay scattered across the floor. Lu Yanjing knelt beside her, breathless, gripping her waist, his forehead resting against hers, beads of sweat forming at their temples. Zhi Zhi, relax. Li Zhi's body tensed in apprehension. She tilted her head back, lips parted, her gaze hazy, her arms wrapping around Lu Yanjing's neck, her nails inadvertently grazing his broad back, leaving behind a trail of tantalizing marks. Lu Yanjing pressed gentle kisses to her lips, his deep, sensual voice whispering in her ear, "Don't be afraid, it might hurt a little, but I will be gentle." Li Zhi did not refuse. Everything was surrendered to Lu Yanjing's lead, his dark eyes brimmed with sentiments, his voice husky yet fervent as he pleaded, "From now on, don't only love him, I beg you, look back at me sometimes." Chapter 36. With an open-collared black shirt, the intoxicating allure almost reached a fever pitch, and Li Zhi suddenly awakened from her slumber. A dream filled with warmth and ambiguous caresses had been drenched by the torrential rain from the previous night. Li Zhi gently exhaled and opened her eyes. The stunning beauty before her, with a complexion as vivid as a painting, exhibited a faint blush of peach. Her eyes downcast, the damp eyelashes sparkled with a glimmer reminiscent of red plums weighed down by snow. Even the corners of her eyes appeared enticingly flushed, exuding an irresistible allure. "Help, how could I have dreamt such a thing? Li Zhi, oh Li Zhi, how could you indulge in such fantasies about your male friend while still dreaming? You are far too risky." The discomfort of being damp and sticky was unbearable. Li Zhi rose once more to take a shower, but after dispelling the humidity, she found herself unable to return to sleep. Thus, she decided to practice in the living room. As the sheer curtains fluttered, sunlight spilled into the room. Before the exotic glass window, in the interplay of light and shadow, an elegant and proud swan stretched its shoulders, executing a graceful kick with its long legs, showcasing the delicate contours of its shoulder blades. Although there had been no performances recently, her ballet fundamentals could not be neglected for even a day. Back kicks, grand jettes, pirouettes. The sunlight gradually grew brighter, illuminating Li Zhi's feather-light arms and beautifully curved legs, leaving ephemeral traces of beauty in the shifting light. After practicing to the point of fatigue, and considering her short sleep duration, Li Zhi decided to lay out her yoga mat and take a brief rest in a split position, preparing to practice a few more grand jetas before heading upstairs for a shower and makeup. The production team was scheduled to arrive at 8:30, originally intending to surprise the couple's morning routine. She unexpectedly encountered a lavender figure performing a split on the yoga mat as soon as she entered the living room. Production team, live stream audience, attention, this does not appear to be a still image of the production team seems to be sneaking a peek, but what about that doll on the floor that looks even sneakier? Dante tell me that Li Zhi it seems that Lu is not putting in enough effort. How could he let Li Zhi wake up so early to practice? What a delight, her back is so straight, her shoulder blades are beautiful, and her split fundamentals are impressive. Is she really able to sleep in such a position? The production team was equally bewildered. They initially hoped to capture something sensational but found themselves thwarted halfway through their covert operation. Li Zhi had indeed fallen asleep. While she intended to count seconds in her mind, she had inadvertently lulled herself into slumber. The production team, stealthily adjusting their equipment, crouched down and zoomed in. Li Zhi lay peacefully, her face resting on her hand, her eyelashes gently rested against her eyelids like delicate brushes, and her rosy lips formed a slight pout. From the angle of the camera, her skin appeared flawless. The live stream audience erupted. Wow, stunning, completely entranced. This is probably the perspective Lu sees each morning, though I can't quite grasp the situation. I'm just going to leave a roll of tissue here for backup. Li Zhi is so beautiful, she hasn't even put on makeup yet. It's simply drool-worthy. I'm breathless. Her beauty is overwhelming. I can hardly imagine how joyful Lu must feel each morning waking up to such a beauty. Unaware that she was being filmed, Li Zhi continued to slumber. Fu Yanze, watching the livestream, sighed in exasperation, attempting to call her, but she had forgotten her phone. Despite the seemingly mundane scene, it attracted a growing audience eager to experience the joy from Lu Yanjing's perspective. It was not until Li Zhi awoke that her delicate eyelashes fluttered, transforming from the vibrant pride of her waking state to a softer demeanor as she rubbed her sleepy eyes, propping herself up on her arms. Upon lifting her eyelids, she was startled to find a dark lens looming close. The groggy Li Zhi jumped in surprise, instinctively curling her legs and sitting up on the yoga mat, her gaze meeting the camera. When did you all come in? The live stream chat overflowed with hee hee hee. Li Zhi blinked, her drowsy eyes still glistening with mist, appearing somewhat innocent. Did I fall asleep? How long was I out? What time is it? It's nearly 9 o'clock. Teacher Li Zhi, a staff member chuckled. You still have time to do your makeup. Li Zhi hurriedly scrambled off the yoga mat, uncertain if she had appeared awkward on the live broadcast. She fluffed her arms like a little swan and dashed upstairs. Just as Lu Yanjing was about to descend, he, languidly fastening his black shirt, had only managed to secure the button at his chest when he noticed a lavender figure swiftly dart past him. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow, leaning casually against the staircase, lifting his chin to watch the fleeting silhouette. At least say good morning, Miss Zhi Zhi. Yo, Loopy is throwing up their hands. Zhi Zhi missed look at Lu's nonchalant demeanor, wifey dashing away, Jing Jing being all coy. Lu looks so handsome in that black shirt, he is purposely leaving his buttons undone in front of his wife. The audience in the livestream was buzzing with excitement. However, Li Zhi paid him no mind. The sound of a door closing indicated she likely went to take a shower, given her ballet attire, which clearly suggested an early morning practice. Lu Yanjing casually turned back. He had intended to leave his shirt open, but upon noticing the dark swarm of the production team below, he raised an eyebrow, smirking, glancing over the cameras in their hands. He buttoned up 2 more buttons and said nonchalantly, so it was you all who scared my wife away. Ha 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 ha, an unexpected calamity. The production team that scared away the boss's wife. Brace yourselves for his impending wrath. Production team points at themselves in disbelief. I'm dying, but Li Zhi was so adorable just now. It felt like she was caught slacking off during practice, but she looked stunning even without makeup. Her skin is better than that of many stars. You know who I'm talking about. Yet, Li Zhi was incredibly frustrated. She had not anticipated falling asleep while doing the split, nor did she expect a production team to ambush her that morning. Although not a celebrity, as a severe beauty aficionado and perfectionist, she would not allow any unflattering photos to circulate. Thus, Li Zhi swiftly opened Weibo to see what had transpired during her nap, worried that Zhang Jiao's fans might take the opportunity to criticize her. To her surprise, numerous positive trending topics appeared. Li Zhi's natural beauty, Lu Yanjing's morning perspective, Li Zhi's stunning back, all related to her. The content of the livestream featuring Li Zhi asleep in the split position was captured and shared by marketing accounts. Her elegant split, butterfly-like shoulder blades, and perfectly sculpted back received abundant praise in the comments. Many openly envied Lu Yanjing, not perceiving Li Zhi as merely a woman who had married into wealth. The proud little swan, satisfied, rested her chin on her hand, lightly tapping her cheek. I knew it, I was born beautiful. And so, the princess, who had felt embarrassed just a moment ago, hummed a tune as she entered the bathroom to wash up again, then proceeded to apply her makeup beautifully. The guests had already begun gathering in the courtyard after being overshadowed by Li Zhi the previous day. Even internet users compared their outfits, claiming that Zhang Jiao, the true heiress, looked more like a genuine lady than Li Zhi. Consequently, Zhang Jiao donned her battle attire today, emerging in a seasonal new arrival from a luxury brand, a one-shoulder white ostrich feather dress paired with 10cm diamond chain high heels. She instantly dazzled everyone. Ah, sister looks so beautiful today, exuding the aura of a socialite. This is what a true heiress should look like, right? She is completely overshadowing Li Zhi in every aspect. She should have dressed like this yesterday. Ah, GU's diamond chain on her heels is stunning. Will she get sore feet after walking for a while? No worries, our GU is the queen of the red carpet, those little heels are no challenge. The livestream chat was filled with compliments. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, Zhang Jiao was confident in her outfit today, eagerly waiting to reclaim her status as the true heiress. She even linked arms with Fu Yanze. Brother Yanze, do I look good today? Very good, Fu Yanze replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Lin Rong and Shang Su were bickering nearby, completely oblivious to their display of affection. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing sat with an air of nonchalance, legs crossed. Even when Jiang Jiao stole glances at him, he remained indifferent, refusing to spare her a single glance, casually lifting his chin to gaze in the direction of the small villa. At that moment, the live stream chat finally erupted with other voices. Li Zhi has arrived. Chapter 37 of The Ambiguity intensifies. The tissue-ripping game. The cameras swiftly zoomed in. The guests raised their eyes to gaze at the quaint little house. There, a striking figure emerged, adorned in a brilliant red dress, her back gleaming with a silver chain of diamonds, complemented by black high-heeled leather boots and dark sunglasses, approaching confidently under the sun's radiant glow. Li Zhi possessed a slender waist and fair skin, her delicate neck and slender bones accentuated by the exquisite fabric of her red dress, which rendered her already porcelain skin even more radiant. The shimmering diamond chain on her back highlighted the graceful contours of her shoulder blades, as if they were poised to take flight. Noticing that everyone had gathered, Li Zhi removed her sunglasses, her captivatingly vibrant visage instantly captivating the camera. The viewers in the livestream were momentarily stunned. Wow, my wife. Help, Li Zhi's stunning beauty is practically touching my face. Who could withstand this? This sister's beauty is truly unparalleled. My nosebleed is your trophy. Can the livestream invent a function for remote conception? I'd love to steal her away from Lu, but I fear his wrath will chill the air. Who was it that was singing Jiang Jiu's praises? Although Li Zhi is a fake heiress, her true socialite aura shines through. The older viewers were fervently enamored. Even Fu Yanze found himself momentarily entranced. Having just praised Jiang Jiu's beauty, he now found his attention completely captivated by Li Zhi, unable to shift his gaze from her. Her long, flowing hair cascaded over her delicate shoulders. As she blinked her bright eyes, her lips glistening, eyelashes delicately curled, she shrugged her shoulders, striking a pose of haughty elegance, turning to face the camera, playfully adjusting her sunglasses. Good morning, ah. Good morning, beautiful Zhi Zhi. Vocal. Is she casting a spell on me? Even Lin Rong, who had been busy bickering, pushed aside her conversation with Shang Su upon seeing Li Zhi. My heavens, beautiful Zhi Zhi, you've reached new heights of beauty. Jiang Jiu clenched her fists tightly, her elongated rectangular nails nearly embedding into her palms, sunlight staining her eyes a deep crimson. Just moments ago, she had basked in the glow of her own beauty, but now, she found herself eclipsed by Li Zhi. What was she wearing? The brand and logo were utterly unrecognizable. Was it street vendor merchandise? How could it possibly compare to her luxurious attire? Jiang Jiu was infuriated, unwilling to accept being outshone by an ordinary person. Lu Yanjing lazily elevated his chin, uncrossing his legs, his tailored black dress socks falling back into place. He approached Li Zhi with a smirk, greeting her. Good morning, my lady. Li Zhi cast a slight sidelong glance, recalling the somewhat embarrassing dream from the previous night. As she made eye contact with Lu Yanjing, she felt a hint of shyness but ultimately delivered the response he longed for. Good morning. You look beautiful, Lu Yanjing remarked, his voice deep and magnetic, a lazy smile playing on his lips. You surpass the brilliance of earthly wonders. Li Zhi felt her ears flush slightly. She maintained her chin high, yet there was a hint of discomfort in her eyes. Wasn't it your choice? Indeed, Lu Yanjing replied with a playful smirk. The masterpiece by Master Monologue was tailor-made for Mrs. Lu. Jiang Jiu's pupils suddenly constricted. The live stream erupted in chaos. Wow, Master Monologue? ISNT, that the luxury brand from France that specializes in bespoke designs. Rumor has it that one of their dresses costs as much as a decent apartment in Kyoto. Are you saying Li Zhi is wearing a house? I suspected I couldn't recognize the brand of this dress because I simply wasn't worthy. First the diamond crown, now a bespoke gown. What's next? Truly, Lu Yanjing is remarkable. The audience was left in awe, marveling at the spectacle while secretly acknowledging that the faux heiress had once again outshone the genuine socialite. Moreover, Jiang Jiu's ostrich feather dress was rather mediocre. Aside from its affiliation with a high-end brand, it bore no distinctive features. She bit her lip, feeling a pang of injustice, yet, Fu Yanze remained oblivious to Jiang Jiu's emotions, his attention entirely fixated on Li Zhi. It wasn't until Lu Yanjing glanced at him that he finally became aware. Li Zhi was engaged in light-hearted banter with Lin Rong when she suddenly felt a warm hand on her shoulder. Turning her head, she found Lu Yanjing holding her shoulder, drawing her close to him. What's wrong? Li Zhi inquired. Lu Yanjing feigned nonchalance, shifting his position to obscure her from Fu Yanze's view, smiling in a lazy manner. Nothing, you all continue your conversation. Li Zhi blinked in confusion, while Lin Rong, with a knowing smile, saw through the entire situation. Oh dear, it was clear that the beautiful dress was custom-made for his wife, yet here he was, acting jealous of her childhood friend at 10 o'clock. Ji Tang made her timely entrance, her tone bright and lively. You all arrived quite early. How did you sleep last night? Lu Yanjing lazily lifted his chin, his lips curling into a smile as he glanced at Li Zhi beside him. Quite well. Because he had woken up to see her, not merely a figment of his dreams. Yet, Li Zhi casually replied, it was all right. After all, last night's dream had been exhausting, and she had woken up too early, even managing to fall asleep in a split position. Lin Rong leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Did you two have a heated battle last night? Li Zhi suddenly fluttered her eyelashes. Whether it was the red dress or the blazing Xinjiang summer sun, she felt herself redden from her neck to her ears. Lin Rong. What are you saying in front of the camera? Ha, Lin Rong asks too many questions. Lu Yanjing seems fine, while Li Zhi is just holding on. One enjoyed herself while the other was utterly exhausted. I knew it. Lu always looks like he knows how to please. Li Zhi could be bent double without a second thought. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were sizzling all night long. The audience relished every moment, assuming that Li Zhi was merely shy. They could hardly imagine that nothing had transpired the previous night, yet merely waking up to see Li Zhi was enough to leave Lu Yanjing smirking. Fu Yanze clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on Lu Yanjing, his resentment and regret from not taking Li Zhi away the other day bubbling to the surface. He couldn't help but recall the moment when they discovered only one bed in the cabin, and the staff joked, of course, the couple should share a bed. If even couples were arranged to share a bed, then what of Lu Yanjing and Li Zhi? They were husband and wife. Had they truly spent the night on the same bed? Fu Yanze was furious. He suddenly remembered the ambiguous red marks he had noticed on Lu Yanjing's neck when they met outside the Central Ballet Building. Such scandalous behavior, to fool around the night before and then marry someone else the next day. He couldn't fathom how Li Zhi could agree to a sham marriage with him, enduring the discomfort of sharing a bed. Zhang Jiyu quietly observed Fu Yanze's expression, noticing his failure to manage his emotions, fearing that fans might notice. She quickly linked her arm with his. Brother Yanze, are you feeling a bit low on blood sugar because you skipped breakfast? Fu Yanze's eyes flickered. Prompted by Zhang Jiyu, he realized he had lost his composure and quickly straightened up, pressing his lips together. Yeah, perhaps. I didn't sleep well last night. This time, Zhang Jiyu's expression faltered. The accommodations in the cabin had indeed been subpar, and with only one bed, Fu Yanze had expressed his conservative views, wishing to wait until after marriage for any intimate matters. Thus, he had made do with a narrow space on the floor. Zhang Jiyu had understood this last night. Fu Yanze's reluctance to sleep with her stemmed from Li Zhi, who had spent the night with Lu Yanjing. Yet, Zhang Jiyu was adept at managing her expressions. She feigned a playful tilt of her head, batting her eyelashes. Sorry, I'll try not to steal your blanket tomorrow night. Successfully navigating past the awkward moment, Jitang finally announced the rules last night. I gave everyone a heads up. Today, we will embark on a day trip around the city. This hidden gem of a town features numerous spots perfect for couples to enjoy a city walk, such as the exotic Luxing Street, Kazanki, and the delectable Han People Street. You can also choose to dine at a Russian restaurant or explore a photography studio to experience Uyghur culture. However, the specific travel arrangements will be decided by your tour guide for today. As for who the tour guide is, that will be determined through a game. The romantic variety show was bound to feature something more than ordinary games. Lin Rong had already seen through the ruse. She feigned a smile. So what are we doing today? It won't involve us eating spicy strips again, will it? Yesterday it was biscuit biting, today it was spicy strips, a routine of playful teasing. Although she and Shang Su were resolute in their refusal to engage in any kind of kiss. No. Ji Tang waved her fingers. Today, we will play the tissue ripping game to escalate the ambiguity. Chapter 38. What is inappropriate about us? A kiss. Ji Tang picked up 3 tissues and introduced the rules. Mouth-to-mouth tearing of the tissue. One person bites the tissue while the other uses their mouth to tear it. The two will alternate, with each person allowed a maximum of 3 attempts. The pair with the smallest remaining piece of tissue will emerge victorious and become today's tour guide. The live stream chat exploded in excitement. How amusing. Such a spicy challenge. It sounds even more intimate than a cookie bite. Pocky kisses can be controlled at a centimeter, but tearing tissue seems to bring you dangerously close. I crave that thrill. I want the thrill. I can't wait to see Zhi Zhi take the initiative. The previous 2 rounds were led by President Lu. The audience eagerly rubbed their hands together in anticipation, yet Lin Rong appeared to be facing a dire threat. Help. Why is it always this type of game? Can't we skip it and just let me comfortably finish in last place? Ji Tang laughed cheerfully. Stop struggling, Rong Bao, just go for it. If all else fails, you can concede early. Lin Rong looked up to the heavens in despair. She then averted her gaze and shot a side-eye at Shang Su. Heaven knows how torturous it is to be stuck with him. This variety show is truly chilling. Shang Su scoffed lightly, raising an eyebrow. He glanced at Lin Rong with a cryptic expression. So, you possess that kind of thing? At least yours is only 3 centimeters long. I get so frustrated by you that my glands swell, and I can't even have a proper menstrual cycle. Lin Rong rolled her eyes at Shang Su, wishing she could leap and smack him. Their playful banter was undeniably entertaining, causing the live audience to burst into laughter. Ji Tang allowed them some time to strategize, permitting a temporary microphone shutdown to evade the camera. Under the flower rack in the corridor, Lu Yanjing, clad in luxurious black, leaned nonchalantly in the interplay of light and shadow. His collar was loose, with 2 buttons of his black shirt undone, the shifting sunlight occasionally illuminating his straight collarbone, pale as jade, almost scorched by its brilliance. As Ji Tang announced the free time, Li Zhi fluttered her wings and darted to the corridor, occupying the flower rack and swaying leisurely. Lu Yanjing cast a casual glance her way. What are your tactics for today's game? A bit of pretense? Li Zhi tilted her head back. Grasping the swing's ropes with both hands, she arched her neck like a swan, gazing at him. Anyway, the stakes in today's game aren't high. There are only a few sightseeing spots in the city center, so it doesn't really matter if we win or lose. While Ji Tang spoke of strategy, little did she know that Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing shared a unique bond, allowing them to engage in conversation. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow slightly. Why is our Miss Zhi so indifferent to victory today? Desire for victory has its time. Li Zhi fluttered her eyelashes. After all, we aren't exactly a perfect match. What do you mean? Lu Yanjing's tone was languid. Li Zhi straightened up, releasing the swing's ropes, lightly touching her thumbs together. Oh, Lu Yanjing feigned realization, but just as Li Zhi thought they would easily reach a consensus, Lu Yanjing bent down with a deep chuckle, his warm lips brushing against her ear. Kiss? Li Zhi's ear tingled instantly. His low, magnetic voice pressed against her sensitive flesh, striking her heart in that fleeting moment. Li Zhi's eyes widened. Lu Yanjing, don't speak so bluntly about such things. Otherwise, she would be doomed to have spring dreams again tonight. Lu Yanjing smirked lazily, chuckling softly. Wasn't my first kiss taken by our esteemed Miss Zhi? That night was quite intense. Now you find my directness bothersome? Li Zhi, that's inconsequential. She paused for 2 seconds. Today's tissue-tearing game isn't particularly significant either. Agreed. Lu Yanjing nodded languidly. Li Zhi was taken aback, lifting her eyelids slightly. Really? Then let us perform well enough so that no one thinks our marital relationship is strained, affecting the Lu family's judgment of your inheritance qualification. Lu Yanjing leaned back against the swing frame, unfastening the cuff of his shirt. Just as Li Zhi was about to high-five him in agreement, she heard Lu Yanjing casually say, as long as you don't mind Zhang Jiao taking the guiding position, arranging everything for the day, and leading you by the nose, that's fine. Li Zhi's hands suddenly froze mid-air. She looked up at Lu Yanjing, who lowered his gaze back to her. As for me, it's just a matter of being ridiculed by relatives, saying my wife doesn't care for me, doesn't want to kiss me, finds me distasteful. But Miss Zhi's perspective is what truly matters. I'm fine with it. Truly. Lu Yanjing's eyelashes fluttered slightly, the light streaming through the gaps in the flower rack cascading down to his eyelids, rendering his ordinarily dark pupils somewhat lighter, appearing almost innocent. Li Zhi wasn't concerned with his innocence. She was pondering the earlier part of his statement, led by Zhang Jiao. She should be quite smug about it, Lu Yanjing remarked. Li Zhi's heart began to waver. Just then, Zhang Jiao approached her, gently calling her name as Zhi Zhi. Li Zhi's spine tingled. She shot a quick glance, hastily raising her hand. Stop. Zhang Jiao feigned confusion, pausing her steps, preparing to put on a mock expression of grievance. Li Zhi coldly said, please keep your distance, Miss Jiang. I've had a phobia of clusters since childhood and cannot be near overly cunning individuals. Zhi Zhi, I know you still resent me. Zhang Jiao bit her lip. Actually, I came specifically on behalf of Brother Yanze. Li Zhi blocked her ears, unwilling to listen. But Zhang Jiao continued speaking. Brother Yanze promised me that regardless of what the game is today, he would help me secure first place. Yesterday, he felt quite sorry for disappointing you, so he kept zoning out during the cookie biting, fearing you would feel sad seeing us being intimate. Li Zhi, covering her ears, was futile. Li Zhi still heard this absurd declaration. She could no longer tolerate it, pulling her hand back and shooting a glare. Could you two please get your heads straight before talking to me? Anyway, Zhang Jiao pursed her lips. I just wanted to ask you, if we appear quite intimate while tearing the tissue later, you wouldn't mind, right? I mind quite a bit. Li Zhi smirked coldly. I fear that witnessing such scenes might make me nauseous. Zhang Jiao, but it's fine. Li Zhi tilted her head. I've had a rabies vaccine, so I should be immune to you. Lu Yanjing chuckled lazily beside her. Zhang Jiao's expression darkened. She hadn't expected Li Zhi to show no semblance of decorum, taking advantage of the lack of audio and camera to speak such harsh words to her. How could Lu Yanjing possibly like her? That's good. Zhang Jiao pretended not to understand. She merely smiled and said, if Zhi Zhi doesn't mind, then Brother Yanze can approach me without any burden. We must secure the first position today. Li Zhi nodded perfunctorily, hastily waving her hand as if she were allergic to her. Thus, Zhang Jiao swayed the ostrich feathers on her shoulder and turned back to seek Fu Yanze. Li Zhi was speechless. She turned to Lu Yanjing. Even tofu has more sense. Why doesn't Zhang Jiao? What does she want from me? Why does she think I would mind Fu Yanze being close to her? I would rather they lock themselves away and stop causing trouble for others. Perhaps Lu Yanjing's tone was lazily audacious. She sees you as a veterinarian. Li Zhi, that does make a certain amount of sense. Little Lu, Li Zhi realized, I see you truly possess quite an insight. What do you mean? He raised an eyebrow lazily. Li Zhi proudly lifted her chin. This competition is unrelated to the guiding position. The priority is to ensure that the rabies patient and her dim-witted fiancé do not take first place. Lu Yanjing smiled. Our esteemed queen is indeed wise. So, that plan from earlier is cancelled. The combative little swan suddenly perked up. Li Zhi reignited her fighting spirit. During the competition later, do not hold back with me. Let us tear it down to the smallest pieces. Today, first place is mine. Lu Yanjing's eyes sparkled with amusement. His gaze lifted slightly, his voice sensual and low. All right, I shall heed my wife's command. Chapter 39. A 3mm gap. Dare to gamble. Li Zhi's heart raced with fervor. Even after the discussions had concluded, the sultry whisper of Lu Yanjing calling her wife lingered in her ears, sending shivers down her spine. What on earth was Lu Yanjing up to? There were no cameras rolling just moments ago. What kind of endearments like husband and wife were exchanged between pure and innocent friends? She felt as if her dreams of spring tonight would be rife with inspiration. Li Zhi fanned her flushed cheeks with her hand, struggling for a considerable time to dissipate the heat radiating from within. However, Lin Rong remained oblivious to the cause of her friend's discomposure. Noticing something amiss, she leaned in with concern. Zhi Zhi. Li Zhi blinked her long lashes and turned to Lin Rong. The latter gently touched her face. Your skin feels so hot and flushed. You haven't been sunstruck, have you? Li Zhi replied. She paused for a couple of seconds, her lips parting slightly. I shouldn't be that bad, although it is quite warm in Xinjiang today. Lin Rong nodded in reassurance. Yet, the audience in the livestream saw through the facade and voiced their thoughts. Oh dear, is it really just the heat? Could it be that the two of them exchanged some risque topics while the mics were off? After all, they are about to tear the tissue, so the young couple must have discussed their preferred kissing poses, having spun a web of lies. Li Zhi felt a pang of guilt. Her gaze wandered, her fingertips brushing against the little mole on her nose. Sun-kissed and rosy, she feigned busyness, admiring the beauty of the courtyard. Ji Tang distributed 3 tissues. I assume everyone has strategized? Is there even a need for strategizing? Shang Su glanced at Lin Rong. Didn't she say that we would concede right away? Lin Rong nodded earnestly from the side. Zhang Jiao smiled softly. Yanze and I agreed last night that we must strive for first place this time. Fu Yanze's gaze shifted toward Li Zhi. Upon hearing this, she nonchalantly nodded and clapped her hands. A bond stronger than gold, let us seal it tight. Fu Yanze's expression darkened in an instant. He quickly interjected, of course, I will do my utmost today to help you secure the tour guide position. He was determined to see Li Zhi squirm. At that moment, a lazy, teasing voice chimed in, that might not be possible. Fu Yanze turned sharply. There stood Lu Yanjing, his brow arched, chin raised defiantly as he cast a sidelong glance, because my wife has declared that she intends to claim first place today. Aha! Familiar Lu Yanjing-style wife-protecting speech. Indeed. This man is practically a textbook on pampering his wife, every word he utters is gold. Her word is law. I'm dying of sweetness. And it's mutual. Just now, when Li Zhi faced Fu Yanze, she practically had stay away written all over her face. Ji Tang was also ready for some sugar. She chirped excitedly, well then, if everyone is prepared, we may begin at any time. The camera shifted immediately toward the 3 groups of guests. Ironically, the group most eager to concede suddenly appeared the most proactive. Once Ji Tang declared the start, Lin Rong promptly pinched the tissue and tiptoed, quickly, tear it. Shang Su eyed her short legs with amusement, letting out a light chuckle. He then placed a hand on her shoulder. Take a breather. My back isn't broken, I can bend. As his words fell, Lin Rong's feet returned to the ground, and Shang Su bent down to grasp the tissue she had pinched, swiftly tearing off a strip. Next, he held onto the portion he had just torn. Lin Rong symbolically tore off a segment as well, then raised her hands in mock defeat. We completed it. Ah, they're so hasty. No wonder they're the perfect example of friends above lovers. They nailed the balance. Could it be that they are allergic to romance? Lin Rong shifted into spectator mode. She showed no interest in Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanze, instead peering toward Li Zhi's side. At that moment, Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing were not in a hurry to commence. Beneath the green foliage, the dappled light played across them. Concerned for Li Zhi's delicate skin, Lu Yanjing had specifically sought out the shade for their game. There was no need for her to tiptoe. His tall, languid frame bent down towards her. Lady Zhi Zhi, you first? Sure, Li Zhi replied, her enthusiasm palpable. In a spirited combat mode, she felt no burden as she promptly bit down and tore off a segment with ease. Next, the torn piece remained with Li Zhi while Lu Yanjing took his turn, resulting in a smaller strip. True couples are a joy to watch. Lin Rong's eyes sparkled as she beamed at the scene beneath the green tree. Shang Su crossed his arms. What's the matter, are you envious? Who wouldn't be envious of such a sweet romance? Lin Rong replied matter-of-factly, you can be envious too. Just as Shang Su was about to respond, Lin Rong made a face, but you don't deserve it. Shang Su's temples throbbed in irritation. Lin Rong, disinterested in further banter, redirected her attention back to Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Li Zhi had successfully torn off another segment. She appeared effortless, her eyes sparkling with joy and pride as she lifted her chin. This game doesn't seem that difficult after all. Is that so? Lu Yanjing's eyes glinted mischievously. Li Zhi swayed the small piece of tissue in her hand, measuring about 4 centimeters. It's much less intimate than a pocky kiss. Yet Lu Yanjing chuckled softly. He casually tilted his chin, gesturing for her to look toward Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanze, his gaze steady as his lips brushed against her ear. What shall we do then? His voice was low and seductive. A smaller scale 1T help Mrs. Lu secure first place. Li Zhi blinked in surprise, raising her eyes. She had initially intended to discuss a new strategy with Lu Yanjing, but as she looked up, she found herself lost in the depth of his dark, penetrating gaze. Li Zhi momentarily froze. She noticed Lu Yanjing's Adam's applebob, Zhi Zhi. 3 millimeters, his voice was sultry and inviting. Dare to gamble? Chapter 40 of the ambiguous scene of tension explosion. Li Zhi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Her eyes widened slightly, and her fluttering eyelashes trembled as she raised her gaze towards Lu Yanjing, who appeared noticeably tense. 3 millimeters, doesn't that mean we're about to kiss? Perhaps, Lu Yanjing mused thoughtfully, as if seriously contemplating the strategy of the game. Holding onto the tissue occupies a certain area. The less you hold, the more room I have to maneuver. However, there is also the risk of letting the tissue fall directly to the ground. The moment the tissue touches the ground signifies defeat, regardless of the remaining unused opportunities. Li Zhi hesitated for a moment. After all, a mere 3 millimeters of distance between their lips was excessively ambiguous, tarnishing the pure camaraderie of allies in battle. Lu Yanjing, Li Zhi grasped the microphone tightly. Her lips parted slightly, but wouldn't that mean you're sacrificing too much? After all, he had lost his first kiss to her while intoxicated. Just moments ago, during their strategic discussion, Lu Yanjing had still been concerned about this matter, and he had mentioned that he considered himself a rather traditional man. Lu Yanjing pondered solemnly for a moment before declaring with conviction, for the Brotherhood, I would gladly take a stab. Li Zhi looked at him with a complex expression, then, she poked at his chest with her fingertips, but I feel that all 12 of your ribs are now pierced. She paused for 2 seconds before adding, all by your own doing. What should I do then? Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow lazily. But our Miss Zhi has declared that she wishes to come in first. Li Zhi was momentarily taken aback. She looked up at Lu Yanjing in surprise, feeling as if her heartstrings had been plucked. You've made quite the bold declaration, Lu Yanjing said, rubbing Li Zhi's flushed earlobe. If we lose, it would be rather unfair for our Miss Zhi to be left at the mercy of others for an entire day. The audience in the live stream transformed into anxious spectators. What are they discussing? Let me in on it. They must be strategizing a new plan. Stop squeezing the mic, it's perfectly reasonable for a couple to share a kiss. Ah, the cursed Jing and Zhi, why do they always clutch the microphone when whispering sweet nothings? Lu Yanjing's hand on Li Zhi's ear is so tantalizing. What are they discussing that has her ears turning so red? Lin Rong was equally bewildered. As a bystander, she couldn't hear the couple's secret whispers and felt an overwhelming urge to rush over, yet Shang-Su pressed her head down mercilessly. At this moment, Li Zhi was still in doubt. Lu Yanjing gazed at her, neither persuading nor urging her. A beam of sunlight filtered through the branches, illuminating the small red mole on the tip of Li Zhi's nose. With her eyelashes lowered, she said, if you want me to win, why not just come over and tear it right away? It was an unnecessary question, but Lu Yanjing's deep, magnetic voice soon resonated, because there's a chance I might kiss you. He lifted his eyelids to glance at the beam of light, then reached out to clasp the back of Li Zhi's neck, gently pulling her towards him to shield her delicate skin from the sun's rays, guiding her back into the cool shade of the tree. So Lu Yanjing smiled nonchalantly, shouldn't such matters be reported first and then await Miss Zhi's decree? Li Zhi's heart raced wildly. Her lips parted slightly, looking at Lu Yanjing in astonishment, a feeling of being respected stirring within her. Help, the fact that he sought her opinion was actually out of concern for offending her? He wasn't worried about losing his purity, he was afraid that if he accidentally kissed her, it might offend her. Oh dear, what kind of celestial ally is this? Alright. The impulsive feeling surged suddenly. Lu Yanjing's self-sacrifice while still respecting her boundaries made Li Zhi feel that even if they accidentally kissed in the pursuit of victory, it wouldn't matter. After all, it wouldn't be the first time. She was determined to win. Thus, after 5 minutes of the audience frantically scratching their screens in vain, they finally witnessed Li Zhi releasing the microphone, followed by her declaration, let us go. What coming? Where to? Did she just say that Lu Yanjing should kiss her? Ha, no way, but why does she appear so valiant, as if prepared for sacrifice? I can't hold it in anymore. I want to know how the plot develops. What secrets do this couple share? Can you please stop squeezing the mic next time? The audience was furious, pounding their tables, yet, the long-awaited ambiguous scene approached as the camera zoomed in for a close-up. Li Zhi grasped her small tissue, measuring the 3 millimeters that Lu Yanjing had mentioned, trying to minimize the area held between her lips. The audience was still processing what had happened when Lu Yanjing lowered his head. Suddenly, like a lion hunting on the grasslands, he grasped Li Zhi's slender neck with great intensity, lifting her up as he bent down to bite onto her tissue. Ah! Oh my god! After 5 minutes of silence, we are suddenly treated to an intensely charged ambiguous scene. Goodness, the sensual tension in that grip around her neck. Lu Yanjing's veins on the back of his hand. Li Zhi's neck muscles, is this something I'm allowed to see? The live stream erupted into chaos. Even Lin Rong, watching from the sidelines, suddenly clasped her hands over her mouth to suppress a loud shriek. Li Zhi had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. It felt as though her heart had skipped a beat, her breath invaded by the strong fragrance of his cologne, filling her with a sense of urgency. For centimeters didn't seem excessively close, yet, uncontrollably, in that moment, Li Zhi shut her eyes, her breathing tightening with anxiety. Lu Yanjing observed her. He tilted his head back to bite the tissue, noticing Li Zhi's eyelashes trembling with tension, and couldn't help but chuckle lazily. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. Lu Yanjing's jawline was sharp and clear, his chest resonating with laughter, the cold allure of his throat visible through his black shirt, suddenly rolling with sensuality. As he bit onto the tissue, he slowly drew closer, as if magnetically drawn, until he unconsciously pressed against the corner of Li Zhi's lips. The entire livestream audience transformed into excited gophers. Lin Rong bounced up and down beside Shang-Su, stifling her excitement to avoid startling the couple, pinching his arm. How sweet, oh my gosh, so sweet. However, Lu Yanjing still refrained from kissing her. He left the final millimeter of distance, gently biting the edge of the tissue, slowly drawing it into his mouth. Like a lion claiming its prey, he began to consume it inch by inch. Li Zhi's heart raced uncontrollably, her lips felt sore from the pressure, her spine tingling, even the act of breathing felt perilous. She was acutely aware of Lu Yanjing's proximity. This closeness was not a playful peck. It wasn't a mere brush of lips that could be avoided. In this moment, Li Zhi had nowhere to retreat. She was uncertain when Lu Yanjing might accidentally kiss her, and she feared that if she loosened her grip on the tissue, it might fall, leading to an unexpected collision of their lips. On the other side, Fu Yanze finally gathered his resolve to use his last chance to tear the tissue. He instinctively glanced at Li Zhi, only to see Lu Yanjing enveloping her slender figure with his overwhelming presence. From a distance, it appeared as if he had already claimed her lips. Fu Yanze's eyes widened in fury. This was not the first time he had witnessed Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing sharing a kiss in such an ambiguous game. As the saying goes, 1 time is a fluke, 2 times is a coincidence, but 3 times is a pattern. Even if Li Zhi was deliberately trying to provoke him into jealousy, Fu Yanze could no longer withstand the bait. Thus, in a fit of revenge against Li Zhi, he stuffed the tissue into Jiang Jiao's mouth, seizing her chin and bending down to kiss her forcefully. Fans of the Jiangfu pairing erupted in cheers. Jiang Jiao was both startled and delighted, never expecting Fu Yanze to be so proactive. In her surprise, she momentarily forgot that she was still holding onto the tissue, opening her mouth in response. Just then, Ji Tang's voice rang out, "The tissue of Jiangfu's pairing has fallen to the ground, your game is over." Fu Yanze hurriedly pushed Jiang Jiao away. Upon seeing the tissue that had dropped to the floor, Jiang Jiao was at a loss for whether to be angry or excited. However, Ji Tang's announcement about the tissue falling affected not only Jiang Jiao and Fu Yanze's kiss. Li Zhi, who had only been holding onto a small piece of tissue throughout, remained tense, fearful that it might accidentally drop and ruin her chances with Lu Yanjing. Hearing that another group had encountered such a mishap heightened her vigilance and anxiety, causing her to instinctively tighten her grip on the tissue. Her lips couldn't help but tremble slightly. Little did she expect, Chapter 41 of the ambiguous magnetic field and instinctive attraction. Little did he know Luo Yanjing was already teetering on the brink of danger. His heart raced, breaths quivered, and he clenched his fingers in restraint, every sinew of his being betraying the desires he struggled to suppress. The tremor of Li Zhi was akin to the pull of opposing magnetic forces, shattering the artificial boundaries he had maintained for so long, suddenly severing the red line he had fought to uphold. In that fleeting moment, he felt his lips brush against something soft and warm. His taut spine froze suddenly, and a tingling sensation surged through his limbs like wildfire. At that instant, the camera zoomed in. Li Zhi's lips parted slightly, and in a heartbeat, they were perfectly aligned with Luo Yanjing's. The live stream erupted in a chorus of gasps. Ah, they kissed. Vocal, save me, this tension leading to an unexpected kiss is downright intoxicating. Sister works so hard, when she finally has a moment to relax, she deserves to witness such delightful scenes. I examined it closely. It was Li Zhi who moved first. She initiated the kiss. Heavens, I can't contain my excitement, my lips are practically soaring into outer space. Aren't you too worried about getting a belly bump? Ladies, we're definitely in for a surprise. The couple's trending topics surged on the entertainment hot search. Even Lin Rong couldn't contain her excitement, bouncing around with Ji Tang in a fit of glee. They kissed, so sweet. Finally kissed. Li Zhi suddenly froze, her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and she opened her eyes to meet Luo Yanjing's gaze, her eyes shimmering with confusion and astonishment. Yet, Luo Yanjing remained bent forward, motionless, his lips still pressed against Li Zhi's, neither retreating nor advancing, as if time itself had come to a standstill. He clearly hadn't anticipated that the boundaries he had fought to maintain would ultimately be crossed by Li Zhi's boldness. In that instant, electricity coursed through his entire being. Luo Yanjing's eyelashes quivered, his gaze lowered, the depth of his double eyelids accentuating the intensity of his dark pupils. As if the heavens conspired to enhance the moment, a beam of sunlight pierced through the leaves, casting a dappled glow at the corners of Luo Yanjing's eyes, igniting a warmth akin to burning stars, raw and fervent. In the next heartbeat, Luo Yanjing swallowed hard and closed his eyes. He tilted his head slightly, the muscles in his neck taut, and finally tore away the last remnants of that paper tissue. The audience in the livestream was on the verge of madness. The viewership for Sweet Traveler in the avocado live streaming room soared to unprecedented heights. Li Zhi's heart raced. When Luo Yanjing removed the tissue, she felt as if her chest might explode. The tingling sensation from their lips cascaded down her spine, making it nearly impossible for her to maintain her balance in her high heels, her legs turning to jelly. However, Luo Yanjing's arms swiftly supported her lower back, the remaining fragment of tissue falling into his other hand. Be careful. His deep, resonant voice sent shivers down her spine. Lin Rong buried her head in Ji Tang's chest, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, I might faint. President Luo has rendered our beauty Li Zhi weak in the knees. Who understands this?" Li Zhi hurriedly stood from Luo Yanjing's embrace, her eyelashes glistening, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. They had merely brushed against each other, but her lips somehow glistened with a dewy sheen. Thank you." She glanced at Luo Yanjing, then realized something was amiss. No. Spouses shouldn't express gratitude in such a manner, nor should they apologize for a kiss. She nearly botched the moment. Flustered, she quickly changed the subject, waving her hand. "Let's wrap this up, our tissue should be small enough." Ha 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 ha. Li Zhi looks busy, but one wonders what exactly she's busy with. Her blushing face is adorable. Honestly. Couples don't need to be this shy about a peck. More kisses, please, I love it. Why do I inexplicably feel that is so pure? Last time it was Luo Yanjing with flushed ears, and this time it's Li Zhi. But it feels even sweeter. An inexplicable tension lingered in the air. Li Zhi dared not glance back. Feeling both embarrassed and shamefully pleased with herself for taking advantage of him, she clearly wanted to say something but hesitated. The constraints of the camera made it impossible for her to open up and chat freely as she would with a close friend. Meanwhile, Luo Yanjing, amused, licked his lips with his tongue and couldn't help but turn to look at Li Zhi with a playful smile. In truth, he probably shouldn't be smiling. At least in front of Li Zhi, he ought to feign shock or the blush of having been taken advantage of, yet he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. The pounding of his heart extinguished the rationality that momentarily faded from his mind. Feeling shy? Luo Yanjing leaned in closer. Li Zhi felt her ears heat up, his warm breath cascading down her neck, reigniting that tingling sensation along her spine. Could it be that once again, you've taken advantage of me and now feel guilty? Luo Yanjing lowered his lashes, scrutinizing her. Seeing Li Zhi's ears redden, it seemed that the only shame she felt came from the kiss itself, devoid of any hint of rejection or disgust. His tone lightened. "Don't worry, I won't hold it against you." Li Zhi, she shot him a glance, then suddenly exclaimed, "I kissed because I wanted to." Who gives you the right to complain? The live stream erupted in laughter, declaring that the couple's dynamic was uniquely entertaining, wondering how a dog could benefit while acting innocent. It was Ji Tang who finally broke the tension that had been building between Li Zhi and Luo Yanjing. You two are quite impressive, Ji Tang chimed in, reveling in the sweetness. She held up the remaining bit of tissue from No Need to Measure. The championship is yours. Yay! Lin Rong was even more excited than Li Zhi. She clung to Li Zhi's arm, pouting playfully, I want to go to Kazanki. Li Zhi, I heard they have the most delectable roast chicken soup in Borsak. If Zhang Jiao had won, she wouldn't have been able to act this way. Zhang Jiao seemed somewhat aloof, not easy to approach. But Li Zhi was different. Lin Rong employed her most beguiling tactics. Li Zhi indulgently nodded, alright, we'll go to Kazanki for Borsak later. The guide's authority fell into the hands of, more accurately, since Luo Yanjing treated Li Zhi's words as commands, it was effectively in her hands. Zhang Jiao felt extremely dissatisfied. She had expected to secure the guiding authority, only to be surprised by unexpected twists. However, she was still pleased by Fu Yanze's kiss. It was a pity she couldn't have it all. Meanwhile, Fu Yanze's eyes were as red as cherry beads. Only after the game concluded did he realize that Li Zhi and Luo Yanjing had not kissed previously. It was merely an illusion caused by their distance. His impulsiveness had led to the premature end of the game, leaving him to watch Li Zhi actively press her lips against Luo Yanjing's. It drove him into a frenzy. Ji Tang announced, you may set off at any time. The 3 self-driving cars will be assigned based on your tissue-tearing results. For the remainder of the day's itinerary, just follow the arrangements of President Luo and our beauty Li Zhi. I shall take my leave. She pretended to straighten her skirt, then turned cheerfully to exit. Li Zhi seized the opportunity presented by Ji Tang's departure, eager for a distraction from her flushed cheeks and racing heart. Let us head to Kazanki for breakfast. Everyone readily agreed. Mainly because Zhang Jiao, who was reluctant to comply, had no choice but to wear a smile. The male contestants went to find the staff to retrieve the cars. Luo Yanjing was handed a note by the director, President Luo. This contains a mysterious task specifically for male contestants. Please keep it confidential from your partner and complete it by noon. Luo Yanjing's brow arched slightly. He lazily lifted his chin, his tone brimming with arrogance. What happens if I don't complete it? Your partner will face a penalty, the director said with a conspiratorial wink, but you can take a look at the task details first. Trust me, you'll want to complete it. Luo Yanjing scoffed dismissively. His expression was one of disdain as he opened the note, and as his gaze fell upon it, his brow furrowed in intrigue. The camera zoomed in, revealing the task written on it. In the scorching summer of Xinjiang, to protect your partner and prevent her delicate skin from tanning, kindly apply sunscreen for her. Chapter 42. Do you need my assistance, my dear wife? The audience rubbed their hands together in eager anticipation. Applying sunscreen, how thrilling. A classic line of the rough pads of a man's fingers grazed her smooth skin, sending shivers through her entire being. Caressing her neck. Her back, her legs. How intriguing. I'm somewhat looking forward to this. Just imagining the scene is already brimming with sexual tension. This dating show segment is simply too urban chic. The fans wore expressions of mischievous delight, eagerly anticipating that Lu Yanjing would promptly embark on his task. Yet, Li Zhi remained blissfully unaware. She was still enveloped in the lingering shyness of having kissed Lu Yanjing, her heart racing uncontrollably, a wave of unfamiliar and peculiar sensations washing over her, leaving her somewhat uneasy. It's perfectly normal for adults to share a kiss, but the fact that her heart raced at the thought of Lu Yanjing made her feelings seem awfully sordid. Li Zhi felt a fluttering in her heart for Lu Yanjing. Consequently, even as she entered the car, she persistently avoided his gaze, and after fastening her seatbelt, she lowered the sun visor, feigning busyness as she touched up her makeup in the mirror. Lu Yanjing was in charge of driving. With a sidelong glance, his cool wrist resting on the steering wheel, he found amusement in Li Zhi's flustered demeanor. Busy as a little swan splashing in water, still feeling shy? I am not, Li Zhi replied, slightly raising her delicate face. She parted her lips, leaning closer to the mirror, gently rubbing her lip peak with her ring finger, smudging the freshly applied lipstick. What's so embarrassing about accidentally kissing my husband? Before the camera, Li Zhi was fiercely defiant. She blinked her long lashes, pridefully turning her face from side to side, seemingly in high spirits as she admired the shimmer of her eyeshadow, contemplating what else might need a touch-up. Unfortunately, her makeup skills were simply too proficient. Even after being out for a considerable time, and having her sunglasses pressed down, her makeup remained impeccable, leaving her unsure of how to busy herself without revealing any trace of her unease. Is that so? Lu Yanjing's lips curled into a slight smile. He clearly relished the way Li Zhi called him husband, his languid voice laced with amusement. But my dear, your adorably flushed ears seem to tell a different story. Li Zhi froze. She hurriedly raised her face to the mirror, casting a sidelong glance and noticing the sparkling diamond earrings that adorned her swan-like neck. Only upon realizing her ears were decidedly not flushed did she comprehend she had been jested. Lu Yanjing. In an instant, she erupted in indignation, flapping like a little swan on the lake, splashing water all around her. Lu Yanjing suppressed a chuckle, his voice low and rich, the sound vibrating through his throat, a sultry laughter that resonated in Li Zhi's ears. I can't be bothered with you, Li Zhi replied, turning her face away with an air of haughtiness. She found an excuse to shift her gaze, resolutely determined not to let Lu Yanjing perceive her oddity. The audience in the livestream laughed heartily. They found the interaction between Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing entertaining, noting how, despite being a married couple, they retained such innocence, with Lu Yanjing clearly indulging her without reservation. Shall we navigate directly to the Kazanki parking lot? Lu Yanjing lifted his gaze, looking at her through the rearview mirror. Li Zhi slightly turned, granting him a sliver of her attention. Don't go to the parking lot. I've already mentioned to them that we should park on the other side and enter from there. She pondered for a moment, realizing she couldn't quite describe the location. She simply lowered her head to retrieve her phone, opened the navigation, and after snatching Lu Yanjing's phone, set it up. The guest house wasn't far from Kazanchi. As they encountered a red light, Lu Yanjing tapped the screen with his long, defined fingers, lazily raising an eyebrow after glancing at the map. Aren't we taking the main entrance? Li Zhi hesitated, glancing at the camera, then giving Lu Yanjing a complex look. After a moment of silence, ultimately, she decided to spare Lu Yanjing some face. After all, it was rather embarrassing for a grown man to fear birds. Thus, she replied, just don't worry about it. Li Zhi lightly pressed her fingertip against the sun visor, pushing it back, then donned her sunglasses with an air of superiority, crossing her arms as she leaned back. Just follow my lead. Her tone was imperious, leaving no room for her knight, Lu Yanjing, to entertain any dissenting thoughts. Lu Yanjing played along, suppressing his laughter, his fingertips lightly tapping the steering wheel as he adjusted her navigation. Very well, I shall heed your royal command. Li Zhi nodded in satisfaction, lifting her chin slightly. However, Li Zhi's arrangement was indeed rather illogical. Even Lin Rong, upon seeing the navigation route, tilted her head in confusion. Hey, did you misguide us? Aren't we supposed to go through Kazanki's main entrance? The location that Zhi provided is this, Shang Su remarked, lifting his eyelids, confirming the navigation on his phone. She explicitly emphasized not to take the main entrance. Why not? Lin Rong asked, somewhat astonished. She blinked in bewilderment. I searched for tips, and the little red book says there are tons of pigeons at Kazanki's main entrance. You can even feed them. Wouldn't it be a pity not to take a picture with that magnificent scene of flying pigeons? The audience in the livestream echoed their confusion. Fans of Zhang Jiao seized the rare opportunity to voice their criticisms. Li Zhi didn't do her homework. Doesn't she know the main entrance at Kazanki is a popular photo spot with pigeons? She might as well hand the tour guide duties back to Yu. Unbelievable, how can she even call herself a tour guide? Earlier, Jiao mentioned wanting to take a photo with the pigeons at the main entrance. While the other two guest groups have seen the tips and know about the stunning pigeon flock, our so-called tour guide remains indifferent, doing things on a whim? Haters took the chance to criticize relentlessly. However, many rational individuals retained their opinions, not believing that Li Zhi was that kind of person, and from her expressions while communicating with Lu Yanjing, she seemed to harbor some unspoken difficulties. Ultimately, they did not go to the main entrance. Lu Yanjing parked the car near the location Li Zhi had designated, engaged the handbrake, and removed the car key. Click, the crisp sound echoed. As Li Zhi unbuckled her seatbelt, she hurried to exit the car, as if finally escaping the enclosed space shared with Lu Yanjing. However, as soon as she pushed the door open, the outdoor heat rushed in, and even with her sunglasses on, she felt the scorching heat on her extended leg. Li Zhi hesitated for 2 seconds. Suddenly, she remembered she hadn't brought her sunshade and hadn't reapplied sunscreen, so she slowly retracted her leg. At that moment, Lu Yanjing, casually leaning against the driver's seat, opened the glove compartment with his well-defined fingers. Nonchalantly, he retrieved the sunscreen that the production team had placed inside beforehand, twirling it lightly with his fingers, glancing toward Li Zhi with a slight tilt of his head. Looking for this? The audience, genuinely invested in their romantic exchange, perked up, realizing that the main event was about to unfold. Yet, Li Zhi remained completely oblivious, gazing at Lu Yanjing in surprise. How do you have this? Lu Yanjing smirked, his smile playful and teasing. He squeezed some into his palm, leisurely applying it to his forearm. What? Can I apply sunscreen? Li Zhi, she looked at Lu Yanjing with a complex expression. You can. The audience was on the edge of their seats. They anticipated that Lu Yanjing would soon offer to apply sunscreen for his beloved wife. To their surprise, he handed the entire tube of sunscreen to Li Zhi, his brow slightly raised. Why don't you do it yourself? Li Zhi had been awaiting this very prompt. She didn't hesitate to accept it, her tone cheerful. You're the reliable one, thanks. Lu Yanjing flashed a deep, knowing smile. He made no move, appearing as a husband waiting for his wife to finish her makeup and apply sunscreen, casually leaning back in his seat as he busied himself with his phone, awaiting her command to depart. The audience grew anxious. Wasn't he supposed to help with the sunscreen? Suit guy, you usually seem so composed, why are you suddenly so passive? Stay calm, I suspect he is harboring some ulterior motives, just waiting for the right moment to surprise Zhi Zhi. He definitely has a trick up his sleeve. I'll do a handstand if he doesn't. The audience was consumed with impatience, utterly clueless as to what Lu Yanjing's next move would be, fearing he might be rebellious and refuse to follow the production team's arrangement, declining to complete the task of applying sunscreen. Li Zhi remained unaware. She diligently applied sunscreen, starting with her legs, then lifting her long hair to expose her neck, reopening the sun visor to meticulously apply it in various spots in the mirror. The dress was designed with spaghetti straps, necessitating attention to her collarbone and chest area, as well as her shoulders, which were prone to sunburn marks. Li Zhi glanced at Lu Yanjing a couple of times. Then, turning away, she swept her hair behind her shoulder to shield him from her view, quietly letting her strap down, applying the sunscreen evenly around the strap area, then raising it back up to apply on the other side. Everything seemed to proceed smoothly. However, when Li Zhi reached back to apply sunscreen on her back, she suddenly felt she had hit a snag. She stretched her arms as far as they could go, reaching down over her shoulder, trying to apply it around her waist, her movements a flurry as she wished she could sprout 1,000 hands, but still, there were places she simply couldn't reach. Just then, through the mirror, Li Zhi caught sight of Lu Yanjing's gaze. He lazily tilted his chin up to look at her, his peripheral vision casually glancing at her back. As the audience held their breath in anticipation, Lu Yanjing finally set aside his damned phone, sitting up leisurely, raising his lips as he leaned closer to Li Zhi, his low, magnetic voice lingering in her ear. Do you need my help, wife? Chapter 43. A surge of adrenaline, applying sunscreen for her. Li Zhi blinked her shimmering eyes, hesitating as she turned to glance at Lu Yanjing. She observed the faint smile curving at the corners of his lips, his demeanor languid, and a hint of lazy amusement dancing in his dark eyes, suggesting no ill intentions. Indeed, Li Zhi found it difficult to reach her own back. She adjusted her sunglasses, sliding them down to the small red mole on the tip of her nose, lifting her eyelids to gaze at the blazing sun. The scorching rays threatened to dry her out in no time. She simply couldn't afford to be exposed to even a hint of sun. Her vanity finally swayed her resolve. All right. Li Zhi handed the sunscreen to Lu Yanjing. It seems I must trouble you. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow with a playful smirk, his voice deep and teasing. It would be my pleasure to serve Mrs. Lu. The live stream exploded with comments. Success, he has succeeded. Look at him, looking like a caught fish. Ah, Branch, you've been fooled. Li Zhi remained blissfully unaware. After all, Lu Yanjing acted with impeccable restraint, only offering help when she required it, leaving no trace of his intentions. Lu Yanjing lifted his eyelids, meeting Li Zhi's gaze as her sunglasses slipped down. He lazily raised an eyebrow. Turn around. Oh. Li Zhi removed her sunglasses. She turned her back, her long hair cascading behind her, the sweet scent of her shampoo wafting into his breath. Lu Yanjing's voice was husky. Your hair. Li Zhi extended her graceful arm, gathering her long locks to the front, clearing her line of sight. What came into focus for the camera now was her exquisite back, adorned with delicate chains glimmering like diamonds, her pale skin covering the elegant contours of her shoulder blades, reminiscent of small wings. The live stream erupted. Wow, so beautiful. Truly a dancer from the Central Ballet, her back's lines are impeccably trained. Lu Yanjing is indeed fortunate. Lu Yanjing felt a tightening in his throat, his gaze dropped, the creases of his double eyelids deepening. His eyes, dark and increasingly profound, concealed any desires he might harbor. While Li Zhi remained oblivious, the camera zoomed in. Lu Yanjing's long, elegant fingers delicately lifted the chain on Li Zhi's back. Perhaps his fingertips inadvertently brushed against her skin, causing her body to shiver slightly. She felt her heart race inexplicably. Perhaps asking Lu Yanjing to help apply sunscreen was indeed too intimate. Her breath quickened. Remember to apply it carefully. But as soon as she uttered those words, Li Zhi regretted it. She closed her eyes in frustration, her beautiful swan-like neck drooping, her fingertips lightly tapping her forehead. Help! What did she mean by carefully? That was not her intention. She merely feared that Lu Yanjing would be careless, leaving her with uneven tan lines, yet the air in the vehicle was thick with an inexplicable tension. What should have been a perfectly normal request now resonated with an entirely different implication in this atmosphere. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed. With a low, husky chuckle, he replied, understood. Li Zhi's spine instinctively stiffened, her breath caught in her throat, but despite her taut nerves, she couldn't suppress the rapid beating of her heart. Just then, Lu Yanjing picked up the bottle of sunscreen. He twisted off the cap, avoiding the chains on her back, squeezing a small amount onto her shoulder blade. The cool sensation made her shudder. Before she could adjust, his scorching palm began to rub the sunscreen over her back. In that moment, Li Zhi felt her entire spine tingle, as if electricity coursed through her limbs, making her pores open and her scalp tingle. This sensation was akin to a clash of ice and fire. Li Zhi bit her lip in annoyance. Suddenly, she regretted asking Lu Yanjing for help. To consider it from another angle, she realized she could have summoned Lin Rong for assistance. Perhaps it was fate or the relentless heat of the Xinjiang sun that momentarily clouded her judgment. In any case, at that moment, she hadn't thought too much. Out of instinctive trust, she had handed over the sunscreen. Lu Yanjing seemed particularly patient. He carefully lifted the chain, applying the cream in small amounts, dotting and then spreading it with his palm. Being so close, his breath fell upon Li Zhi's back, igniting her adrenaline, as if the blood in her veins surged toward her spine, warming her entire body. Yet Lu Yanjing's gaze was even more intense. This fleeting moment of intimacy was like drinking poison to quench thirst for him, yet he willingly succumbed to the fall. Even in this descent, he maintained his composure, occasionally asking in a low, husky voice, is this all right? Is the pressure too much? Li Zhi's breath trembled once again. Time seemed to stretch unbearably long, and she wished to escape immediately. Yet some matters, once begun, cannot simply be halted. Thus, she steeled herself and replied, yes, that is fine. The pressure is acceptable. The atmosphere crackled with tension, the air thick with unspoken words. Li Zhi found herself unconsciously crossing her legs as Lu Yanjing continued his meticulous application. His broad palm glided slowly across her slender back. The viewers in the live stream were going wild. Help! What is happening here? What are these wolfish words? What pressure? In what context? Is Lu really just applying sunscreen? Is he merely seizing the opportunity to touch his wife's back? So steamy, so steamy. I've never blushed and had my heart race while watching a dating show before. Sunscreen, am I merely a part of your little couple's play? The live stream was a frenzy. The older viewers engaged in various antics. Even some prominent figures began to clip the footage for more scandalous edits. Li Zhi felt her legs weaken in the passenger seat. Finally, Lu Yanjing finished applying sunscreen to her back, leaving no corner untouched. What about your nape? No need. This time, Li Zhi firmly declined. She hastily swept her hair back over her shoulder, her fingertips trembling slightly as she grabbed her sunglasses and hurriedly put them on, using them to mask her current embarrassment and fluster. Lu Yanjing lazily acknowledged, His voice sounded tense, the desires in his dark eyes quickly suppressed as he turned his face away. When he raised his gaze again, his expression had returned to normal. At least to Li Zhi, it appeared as though a good friend was merely lending a hand. Conversely, she found her own accelerated heartbeat and surging adrenaline troubling. Let us go. Lu Yanjing lifted his chin slightly. He casually retrieved an umbrella from the car's storage compartment and stepped out with long strides, seizing the opportunity. Li Zhi exhaled a sigh of relief. She hurriedly fanned her face with her hands, regaining her composure within Lu Yanjing's field of vision. Just then, the passenger door swung open. Li Zhi turned, ready to step out and face the sun's wrath, but as she lifted her leg to step down, a cool shade suddenly opened above her head. She looked up in surprise. Lu Yanjing was holding the umbrella for her, his other hand lazily reaching out to assist her. With a casual tilt of his chin and a slight smile, he said, "After you, my queen." The live stream audience erupted once more. "Ah, he is so charming." Vocal. Lu Yanjing is an exceptional man, helping his wife with an umbrella. Oh my, what does he call Li Zhi, my queen? Who understands the significance of that title? I'm drowning in their sea of love. Li Zhi felt her heart flutter. As she watched Lu Yanjing extend his hand to help her out of the car and shield her with the umbrella, something within her chest began to swell. This sensation was entirely foreign. Even when faced with Fu Yanze, she had never experienced a feeling quite like this, where her heart was tickled by a feather, both delightful and electrifying. Watch your step. Lu Yanjing reminded softly. Given the higher chassis of the SUV and the uneven ground, combined with Li Zhi's high heels, she placed her hand in his palm, ensuring her footing before safely stepping out of the vehicle. The other two pairs of guests were given the same task. The Zhifu couple had their mission progressing smoothly, as Fu Yanze had taken the initiative to help apply sunscreen, and Zhang Jiao had no reason to refuse, despite only applying it to one hand. However, Lin Rong and Shang Su's task had failed. They were bickering when they convened. "Lin Rong, are you even a woman? Every girl knows to apply sunscreen before going out in summer." Shang Su exclaimed. "Shang Su, are you out of your mind? Even if I wanted to apply sunscreen, I would do it myself. What does it have to do with you? Stay away, back off." Lin Rong retorted to the audience and the live stream laughed uncontrollably. Li Zhi, arriving late, had not heard this exchange and was blissfully unaware that applying sunscreen was merely a task. She said, "It's getting late, let us go have breakfast and then discuss where to go next." Lin Rong finally found a new topic, clenching her fist, to Bearsack. Charge. Chapter 44. Have you grown impatient with life by provoking my wife? The restaurant's courtyard exuded an enchanting charm, surrounded by the rich hues of Ili blue. Kazanki resembled a mystical and romantic fairy tale realm. Traditional Kazakh dishes were served, with the outer crispiness and inner tenderness of the boursak, paired with an array of exquisite dipping sauces, quickly satisfying everyone's palates. Lin Rong was in high spirits, her eyes curving into crescents as she looked up at Li Zhi. "Zhi Zhi, where shall we venture next?" All the guests turned their gazes toward her. Li Zhi delicately brushed the jam from the corner of her mouth with her fingertip. "Why don't we wander freely? The photo studio next door has a good reputation. The girls might enjoy an experience there." Lin Rong had no objections. Although she had previously mentioned to Shang Su her desire to feed the pigeons at the main entrance, she understood that the power of navigation lay in Zhi Zhi's hands, and her arrangements reflected her own preferences and thoughts. She trusted Li Zhi unconditionally. Moreover, even if she were to feel dissatisfied, it would not be Li Zhi's fault. She could only blame herself for not winning the game. However, Zhang Jiyu clearly held a different perspective. After a long moment of apparent hesitation, she finally spoke. "Zhi Zhi, you haven't forgotten to prepare an itinerary, have you?" Li Zhi shot her a sidelong glance. Zhang Jiyu smiled slightly. "In truth, Kazanki has many delightful shops worth exploring, delectable foods to savor, and beautiful spots for trendy photos. Why not guide us to experience them instead of simply letting us wander?" The live chat erupted with comments. "Exactly, if you're not going to prepare an itinerary, don't rush to play tour guide. Hurry and relinquish your spot to you. This is so frustrating. When will she finally leave? Even I, who have never been to Ili, know from scrolling through social media that the pigeon flock at Kazanki's entrance is breathtaking. How can this so-called heiress be so oblivious to the world outside?" Yet, rational viewers, Li Zhi's fans and supporters of the CP pairing rolled their eyes at the barrage of comments, quickly stepping in to defend her. "Wait, are Zhang Jiu's fans out of their minds? Isn't it your sister who lost the game? The rule is that whoever wins gets to choose the itinerary." "Exactly, it's just a pigeon flock photo opportunity. Since Zhi Zhi has already said it's free time, if your itinerary is so well prepared, why not go by yourselves?" What kind of person admires Zhang Jiu, blindly glorifying this so-called pure white lotus? Even Lin Rong frowned at these words. She turned to Zhang Jiu. "Didn't Zhi Zhi say it was free time? If you want to visit those shops, sample those delicacies, and take those photos, can't you go on your own?" Zhang Jiu's expression slightly stiffened. "However," she replied, "I'm merely concerned that Zhi Zhi hasn't prepared adequately, which might waste the beauty of this place, so I thought I'd share my insights." The live stream was flooded with praises, all extolling Jiu's beauty and kindness while criticizing Li Zhi, urging her to relinquish her guiding authority. Li Zhi chuckled, lightly tapping her temple with her fingertip, as if somewhat exasperated. "Look at my memory, I've treated you like a person again." Wow, the little swan just insulted someone. Luo Yanjing, nonchalantly crossing his legs, watched Li Zhi's independent struggle with a bemused smile. He noticed Li Zhi glance at the menu, lazily scanning it before pushing it back with a hint of disappointment. If it weren't for the fact that they truly don't serve tofu now here, I would have definitely ordered a portion for you to take advantage of this opportunity and replenish yourself. Zhi Zhi, you Zhang Zhi, you frowned. Li Zhi's eyes narrowed playfully, her tone cool. Is it unclear that I meant for everyone to enjoy some freedom, rather than enforcing a unified itinerary based solely on my preferences? I don't care if you want to drink roast chicken soup, taste Zhi ice cream, sample roasted buns, or indulge in non-pit meat, or if you wish to experience a horse-drawn carriage passing through the streets, or even go to the main entrance for photos with the pigeons. It is entirely up to you. Or has Miss Zhang grown so accustomed to being led around like a dog that she prefers to be tethered? Luo Yanjing had been lazily watching the drama unfold. Upon hearing Li Zhi mention the pigeon flock at the main entrance, his brow suddenly arched, slowly lifting his head to the pigeon flock. Was this the reason she was avoiding the main entrance? The atmosphere became tense, even Lin Rong dared not speak, burying her head with Shang Su as they savored the remaining pieces of horsemeat. Suddenly, a sultry and teasing laugh echoed. Lin Rong felt a shiver run down her spine, causing the piece of horsemeat she had just picked up to fall back onto the plate. Cautiously, she lifted her gaze. Luo Yanjing's lips curled into a smile, and the man who had been so arrogantly lounging just moments ago suddenly placed his feet on the ground. Leaning closer to Li Zhi, he bent down to whisper in her ear. Li Zhi was in the midst of her verbal battle, feeling the warm breath against her ear send tingles down her spine, his sensuous voice infiltrating her consciousness. Oh, Luo Yanjing's tone resonated with laughter. So, my dear wife, you intentionally avoided the main entrance for my sake? Li Zhi instinctively shrank her neck in response. Luo Yanjing pulled her waist closer, arching an eyebrow at her. What was that about you not wanting to admit it earlier? Li Zhi felt her heart race, the rush of adrenaline surged to her earlobes, flushing her ears a deep crimson. Fu Yanze glared at the flirtatious exchange between the two. Unable to contain his frustration, he snapped, Li Zhi. Yet, in front of the camera, Fu Yanze could not express his dissatisfaction with their flirtation and had to steer the conversation back to the earlier quarrel with Zhang Jiyu. He regarded Li Zhi coldly, his tone carrying a warning. Your words were excessive. Luo Yanjing abruptly turned his gaze to Fu Yanze, the smile vanished from his eyes, and they narrowed slightly, his expression turning arrogant as he retorted, so you dare to scold my wife? Are you looking to meet your end? What the hell, a showdown between childhood friends has fallen from the sky. Although Li Zhi was a bit excessive in her words, why did she have to insult our Jiyu as a dog? Wasn't she just asking for it? I mean, Zhang Jiyu clearly wanted to show off how well she prepared her itinerary, guiding everyone to criticize Li Zhi for not being a diligent tour guide. But given how smoothly Li Zhi was responding, and mentioning the pigeon flock at the main entrance, it's evident she had done her research. Luo always said, Li Zhi deliberately avoided the main entrance for him. What does that mean? Ah. There is definitely a story behind this. The two glared at each other, their gazes locked in a fierce standoff, neither willing to yield. That's all I have to say. Li Zhi, uninterested in further engagement, lightly tapped the table before Luo Yanjing, breaking the tension. Let us settle the bill. Luo Yanjing narrowed his eyes, retracting his gaze. Li Zhi raised her chin slightly, casting a glance at Zhang Jiyu and Fu Yanze. Excluding those two, we won't be covering any dog food. Luo Yanjing leisurely relaxed his features, bending his neck to look back at Li Zhi, his expression noticeably softening. I'll listen to my wife. The live stream's comments flooded in. Oh my. Look at that smug expression. Indeed, a wife's words are like imperial edicts. With a wife to dote on him, his lips are practically reaching for the heavens. Lin Rong felt quite embarrassed to let them treat them. She hurriedly nudged Shang Su, urging him to go and grab the bill, at the very least splitting it among themselves. Fu Yanze was seething with frustration. Zhang Jiyu bit her lip in distress. Then how about, I'll settle our bills. No need. Fu Yanze still had some gentlemanly manners, he could not allow a girl to pay in front of the camera. I'll handle it. The three male guests exited the scene. At this moment, the task cards designated solely for the three female guests were handed over by the staff. Chapter 45, a dramatic performance. The task of confessing affections. Lin Rong had long realized that applying sunscreen was part of the task. After all, even if Shang Su were eccentric, he wouldn't be that eccentric. This task card merely confirmed her suspicions. She voiced her thoughts aloud. Who understands? A woman who pouts is most cherished. Which unfortunate female participant is so unlucky as to be without a partner after tiring herself out? Surely it can't be the three of you. Lin Rong was speechless. She pressed her lips together in silence for a moment, the corners of her mouth turning downwards. Which kind-hearted soul's task card is worded like this? Which female participant lacks a partner? Perhaps you would like to read my ID card instead. Ha 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 ha. What an ironically worded task card. So the task requires the male participant to carry us? I must say, the production team truly understands what we wish to see. I am so looking forward to that feeling of surrender from a superior for love. Ji Tang announced the task rules plainly. Each of you must have your partner carry you for a distance, without them discovering the task, for a duration of over 5 minutes. Lin Rong's expression morphed into one of utter despair. She waved her hand dismissively. This task sounds utterly impossible. Why not just tell me what the punishment is? Ji Tang smiled mischievously. If you two fail the task, the punishment will be a dramatic performance. The theme is confession. You must exchange sweet nothings for 5 minutes. Lin Rong, she turned on her heel immediately. I'm out. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. There was an inexplicable anticipation for Lin Rong's failure, as the punishment sounded far more entertaining than the task itself. However, Lin Rong's withdrawal was clearly just a jest. Zhang Jiao chuckled lightly. This task shouldn't be too difficult. As long as I act a little coy, it will surely be fine. The comments were flooded with supportive voices for her. Zhang Jiao turned to Li Zhi, but I am more worried about Zhi Zhi. After all, President Liu seems rather temperamental, not someone who would willingly lower himself. I also think Li Zhi is about to be proven wrong. Ah, you all said Jing Jiuyi is sweeter than our Ji Fu Weihun. Just wait for the backlash. Are Zhang Jiao's fans acting up again? I can't believe it. If you love to ship Ji Fu Weihun, just keep it to yourselves. Why come out for attention? A cosmic joke. How can anyone think Jing Jiuyi will falter? President Liu wouldn't demean himself for Zhi Zhi. Has the internet's memory faded so quickly? Has everyone forgotten how he knelt in a suit to untie Li Zhi yesterday? Following this, a series of comments echoed. Right, well said. Most who supported Jing Jiuyi were bystanders, frustrated with the current state of fandom that thrives on elevating some while belittling others, unable to bear Zhang Jiao's fans calling out. Li Zhi, with her eyelashes lightly fluttering, gave a soft hum. Then I suggest you worry about yourself instead. Zhang Jiao looked at her in confusion. Li Zhi donned sunglasses. You should find a place to hide quickly. I fear the garbage collectors will be coming soon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiao's expression changed dramatically. Just then, a pre-recorded announcement echoed through the alley. Recycling, color TVs, refrigerators, washing machines, a garbage collection, old furniture disposal. Lin Rong mechanically turned her head to look. She saw an elderly man pedaling a tricycle, clattering past the crowd. The live stream comments exploded. Ha 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 ha. The old man is amazing, the drama is at its peak. Zhang Jiao's face fell further. She trembled with anger yet couldn't show it on camera. The three male participants had just returned after settling the bill, which was ultimately paid by Lu Yanjing. Lin Rong pinched Shangsu's arm, inquiring about the situation. Shangsu lowered his head, pressing his knuckles against his forehead. If I keep arguing with him, I fear he will buy the entire street. Lin Rong, it indeed sounded like something he would do. Turning back to Lu Yanjing, she found him smirking, reporting the outcome of the payment like a big dog wagging its tail for praise. Lin Rong asked Zhi Zhi, where are you planning to go next? Perhaps we are headed the same way. Li Zhi lowered her sunglasses, revealing half of her eyes. She gazed at Lu Yanjing, seemingly seeking his opinion, yet hesitated to speak. Lu Yanjing, with a smile in his eyes, looked at her knowingly. The place next door? The photo studio specializing in Uyghur-themed portraits that Li Zhi had mentioned earlier. Li Zhi, with a slight glance, questioned, are you capable? Lu Yanjing casually raised his chin, half closing his eyelids, arching an eyebrow at her. What am I incapable of? This was not due to Li Zhi's baseless doubts, nor was it a concern about Lu Yanjing's acceptance of Uyghur makeup. The truth was, the neighboring studio was a girls' photo studio, not offering services to male customers except for cross-dressing enthusiasts. However, Li Zhi understood Lu Yanjing's temperament well. He simply lacked the patience. For him to sit there waiting for Li Zhi to get her makeup done would surely feel like a punishment. This harked back to the time before the first mock exam in their senior year when Lu Yanjing had climbed over the wall to dye his hair silver. The striking silver-haired youth, with his bold features, was undoubtedly eye-catching in the throes of youthful exuberance. His tousled hair framed a pair of piercing, rebellious eyes. He wore his shirt open at the collar, flauntingly tossing his school uniform jacket over his shoulder, striding confidently amidst a throng of excited girls. He was already a sensation throughout the school. This sudden silver-haired transformation felt like a deep water bomb dropped into the previously stagnant environment of the school, causing an uproar. During that time, Li Zhi paid particular attention to Lu Yanjing. Unlike the other girls, who found him handsome, she found it amusing to see his sour expression, clearly displeased with his new hair color. One day, a friend eagerly asked him, Jing, how do you feel after dyeing your hair white? Li Zhi had just returned from the teacher's office and, upon entering the classroom, overheard the conversation and perked up her ears. Lu Yanjing clearly hadn't noticed her presence. What do I feel? He scoffed, his face still sour, like my backside has been pricked by 1,000 needles. Ah. The friend clearly didn't comprehend. Lu Yanjing lazily shot him a glance. Who knows, that thing took 8 hours to dye, my backside aches from sitting. Poof. Li Zhi burst into laughter. Lu Yanjing turned around, finally noticing her standing behind him, clutching her books, her eyes glistening with tears of mirth. She still vividly remembered his words about his sore backside. Now, it was the same fearing that if she took 2 hours for makeup, Lu Yanjing would end up sitting on the sofa waiting, another sore backside would surely follow. And Lu Yanjing was clearly aware of what she was hinting at, but he was no longer the boy with a sore backside. He lazily raised his chin. Isn't it only natural to wait for one's wife to get her makeup done? Not sore? Li Zhi leaned in and whispered. Lu Yanjing let out an ambiguous hum. You little ungrateful, who do you think I am suffering for? He recalled her words from before, that she would fall in love at first sight, and thus he willingly endured the 8 hours of discomfort. He hadn't even felt sore at the time. It was only later, when he realized that this little trickster had never truly fallen for his silver hair, that he reflected on those 8 hours of discomfort, feeling a genuine ache. Chapter 46. Enduring this phase for 8 years of secret affection. The plan to visit the photo studio was set. Lin Rong happened to share an interest in Uyghur photography, and so the four of them decided to go together once more. Zhang Jiao, who had initially been clamoring for strategies, after perusing a few entries on Xiaohongshu, discovered that this particular photography studio had the best reputation for capturing youthful beauty, and thus shamelessly decided to tag along. Ladies, go and choose your outfits. The three gentlemen settled onto the sofas in the lounge area, temporarily relegated to mere background figures of this variety show. Li Zhi, with an air of icy nonchalance, crossed his legs. Dressed in luxurious black, he sank into the red leather sofa, exuding an aura of extreme allure. The stark contrast between his pale skin and the red and black hues accentuated his sensuality. The live stream was filled with comments, hiss, ha, yet it seemed that Li Zhi had no desire to engage with anyone. He lazily tilted his neck, loosening his collar, and took out his phone to idly play with it. Pei Ji, who had been intently watching the live broadcast, finally seized his opportunity. Realizing Li Zhi was free at the moment, he promptly sent a text. Brother Jing. Li Zhi cast a sidelong glance through his lowered lashes. It then dawned on him that he had yet to lift Pei Ji and Sheng Jinan from his blacklist after adding them last night. However, whether he released them or not was inconsequential. Pei Ji observed Li Zhi in the livestream, noting his apparent disinterest in replying. Therefore, he resorted to a more direct approach and called. With a hint of impatience, Li Zhi stood up, his polished shoes clicking against the floor as he stepped outside the studio to avoid the cameras. You better truly have something to discuss. Of course, I do, Pei Ji replied nonchalantly. I specifically came to wish you a happy marriage. Li Zhi's expression softened, the previously indifferent demeanor transforming into one of pride, his tone stretching leisurely. How did you know I got married? Pei Ji replied, that little wifey, let us see how you handle this. He continued with a teasing grin, your marriage certificate was all over social media, and your sweetness with our sister-in-law is known to the entire internet. How could I possibly be unaware? A slight smirk tugged at Li Zhi's lips as he raised an eyebrow. When we hold our wedding, I'll invite you to be my best man. Pei Ji was taken aback by the honor, his face lighting up with joy. But shouldn't we discuss how long you've secretly adored our sister-in-law? Li Zhi's eyes narrowed slightly. He turned his head to glance toward the studio, noticing no movement. Li Zhi was likely still changing. He returned his gaze, his brow furrowing lightly. Is it that obvious? Of course, Pei Ji exclaimed, slapping the table. The way you look at our sister-in-law is no different from a man longing for his wife. If it's not a crush, why wear a ring and then take it off? If you didn't like her, why bring her home? Even the heavens couldn't pry this out of you. He refrained from mentioning Li Zhi's lack of composure on the dating show, where he could hardly suppress his affection, clinging obsessively to his wife. In the past, no one would have dared to imagine such a transformation. The once stern and aloof figure now frequently smiled in the presence of beauty, the domineering CEO bending over backward for his wife, even holding an umbrella for her, a device that previously served only as a weapon in Li Zhi's hands, often discarded for being too flimsy. He was Li Zhi, not someone who had truly lost his senses. Oh, Li Zhi replied lazily, neither confirming nor refuting Pei Ji's remarks. Pei Ji pressed on, so when did it start? High school, nothing else, I'm hanging up, Li Zhi said, raising an eyebrow in an attempt to end the call. Wait, brother, why are you turning your back on me? You just said you'd invite me to be your best man. One of them, Li Zhi firmly emphasized. Pei Ji nodded vigorously. Alright, one of them it is. Can I trade gossip for information about our sister-in-law? I'll tell you this, since you can't see the live stream, our sister-in-law just got mercilessly criticized in the comments for your sake. Li Zhi's eyes narrowed slightly. However, Pei Ji then changed the subject and eagerly divulged, so it really started in high school, didn't it? Li Zhi fell silent. Pei Ji took this as an affirmation and erupted with excitement. I knew it. You've been harboring this secret affection for 8 long years while sporting that face. I'm telling Sheng Jinan and Qi Jiashu tonight. Shiga finally decided to leave his nest tonight. He said he'd come to the bar to watch the live stream with us. I bet him you had a crush on him, and he didn't believe me. I'm going to make a fortune. Li Zhi clicked his tongue in annoyance. He tolerated Pei Ji's antics but could not hide his slight irritation, tapping his phone case with his fingertip. Your information, just your fear of birds, of course, Pei Ji replied. Although Li Zhi wished to keep such embarrassing traits under wraps, after spending time together, it was inevitable to encounter a bird on the street. Pei Ji reported, you're too close to the situation to see clearly. I can see everything clearly from the live stream. At that moment, our sister-in-law intentionally didn't gather at the main entrance for you, and she didn't elaborate on the reason to spare your feelings. The audience, unaware, assumed she was shirking her responsibilities as a guide, and they hurled insults at her. She was protecting my image. Li Zhi's expression froze. Pei Ji nodded. Exactly, when you were driving, she told you to follow her navigation. Li Zhi pondered for a moment, recalling how she had asked Li Zhi why they weren't using the main entrance. She seemed to hesitate, ultimately glossing over it, decisively instructing him to simply follow along. Back then, she had been concerned that mentioning his fear of birds on camera would embarrass him, even enduring scorn for it. TSK, Pei Ji sighed, our sister-in-law truly loves you. If it were me, I'd have spilled your fear of birds ages ago. With Pei Ji relishing in the knowledge of Li Zhi's wifey attributes, he laughed boisterously. Li Zhi, however, refrained from reprimanding him and suddenly uttered, thanks. Pei Ji's smile froze. What? His expression transformed into shock. Though he was brash, Li Zhi's gratitude was astonishing. A chill ran down Pei Ji's spine. Just as he was about to say something further, Li Zhi unexpectedly hung up the phone. Pei Ji's hair stood on end, and Li Zhi pocketed his phone, armed with the information Pei Ji had provided, and turned back towards the photo studio. As he contemplated the incident of Li Zhi being scolded, a sweet scent of lychee and rose wafted into his senses. Chapter 47. Eye contact is a kiss without desire. Li Zhi's gaze suddenly lingered. Before him lay the enchanting elegance of a cake-sleeved white gown, adorned with shades of rich yet gentle blue. Li Zhi had transformed from her earlier proud and brilliant self, dressed in a traditional Uyghur gown, embellished with a sapphire headdress and a blue veil. Her long, cascading curls were intricately braided into fluffy fishtail pigtails as she twirled gracefully towards him. The livestream was instantly filled with excited exclamations. Wow, a fairy has arrived. The Uyghur princess has descended, everyone. Vocal, Li Zhi is just too versatile, how does she look stunning in everything she wears? Oh my, how enviable for Luo Yanjing. Damn. It is true that wealth and beauty are prerequisites to marry a woman who seems to exist only in dreams. At this moment, the woman who appeared to be a dream smiled charmingly, her eyelashes fluttering as she leaned closer to Luo Yanjing and asked, "Do I look beautiful?" Luo Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. The depths of his eyes darkened noticeably, and as he fixated on Li Zhi, his gaze burned with an intensity akin to igniting a flame, his voice husky as he replied, "Beautiful." The audience erupted, commenting on the depth of his gaze, as if he had taken the phrase eye contact as a kiss without desire to its utmost expression. Li Zhi felt her face heat under his intense stare, and curiously turned away. "What is with that look? Why are you staring at me like that?" Luo Yanjing remained silent. Meanwhile, Fu Yanze wrestled with a complex mix of emotions. He frowned as he observed Li Zhi and Luo Yanjing's presence, a fleeting thought crossing his mind that he should be the one in the spotlight. In the past, whenever Li Zhi acquired a new, beautiful dress, she would eagerly rush to show him first. Just then, Lin Rong emerged from the changing room, exclaiming, "Wow, Zhi Zhi, you have an excellent taste, this blue is stunning." The camera swung towards her, revealing Lin Rong in an elegant purple Uyghur gown, earning her accolades from the live audience. Although Lin Rong harbored a mischievous little devil within, her sweet appearance suited the color scheme perfectly, with soft feathers adorning her hat. "You look delightful too," Li Zhi exclaimed, cupping her face and planting a playful kiss on her cheek. Luo Zong is feeling jealous. Luo Zong seems envious. It appears Luo Zong wishes to become Lin Rong. Lin Rong's face flushed crimson from Li Zhi's playful teasing, and she stuttered, nearly tripping over her words, I could consider changing my preferences for you." Shang Su merely observed in silence, arms crossed, letting out a bemused click of his tongue. It was Luo Yanjing who seized Li Zhi's wrist, pulling her back behind him with a haughty raised brow. "Did I agree to that?" The live stream erupted in laughter. Lin Rong instinctively shrank back, having just boldly professed her affection to Li Zhi, now wishing to become as small as a quail. The studio was filled with laughter and merriment, so much so that no one noticed Zhang Jiao emerging from the changing room after changing her outfit. Even Fu Yanze seemed lost in thought. It was only when the photographer captured a shot of her that her fans beheld her attire. The strikingly sensual red, adorned with intricate veils and elaborate crowns, created a stark contrast to the demure white dress she wore that morning. This ensemble was undeniably beautiful. One could not help but marvel at the stunning Uyghur pomegranate skirt, with its exquisite and intricate embroidery and the lavish ethnic crown that accompanied it. However, aside from the fans' compliments, other viewers frowned. To be honest, this is hard to watch. Zhang Jiao is simply not suited for this style. Why does it seem like she is trying too hard? Frowning, again with the red dress and crown. This outfit would absolutely shine on Li Zhi, but Zhang Jiao's innocent and understated beauty simply cannot carry it. The trending topics of true young lady and fake young lady reflected the stark contrast in looks and temperament, clearly favoring one over the other. Yet Zhang Jiao remained oblivious. She giggled as she approached Fu Yanze, twirling her skirt. "Brother Yanze, don't I look good like this?" The word also made her imitation of Li Zhi painfully obvious. She had intentionally chosen this outfit to prove that she could look just as stunning as Li Zhi. Fu Yanze responded with a low, The young ladies settled before the vanity to touch up their makeup. Though they had all arrived with some makeup on, the Uyghur photoshoot required adjustments, including adding a touch of glitter to their eye makeup and tidying their hairstyles. Meanwhile, the gentlemen continued to lounge on the sofa, their wait not being too lengthy, as it was merely a matter of half an hour. Li Zhi thought to herself that this time, it surely wouldn't lead to Luo Yanjing's discomfort. When she finally stood up, the corners of her eyes sparkled with bling-bling blue sequins, resembling a charming little mermaid. She blinked her eyes playfully. "Shall we go?" Luo Yanjing lounged lazily on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other. He slightly raised his chin, the delicate bones of his fingers resting against his cheek, his gaze leisurely sweeping over her. Then, with an ambiguous sound, he raised an eyebrow. "What to do? My wife is so beautiful, I feel somewhat reluctant to take her out." The live stream erupted in screams. Li Zhi's cheeks flushed instantly, her embarrassment prompting her to lightly stomp her white Uyghur boots. "Luo Yanjing." Luo Yanjing chuckled nonchalantly. He stood up in his polished shoes, the legs of his suit trousers slipping down slightly. His previous remark had merely been a jest. "Where do you want to shoot?" "Anywhere is fine," Li Zhi replied cheerfully. In truth, the most picturesque spot for the Uyghur photoshoot was right at the entrance with the flock of pigeons. She casually tossed a handful of breadcrumbs into the air, causing the pigeons to rise in a flurry, while the princess twirled her skirt in a captivating dance. The scene was simply breathtaking. Unfortunately, Luo Yanjing had a fear of birds, so Li Zhi promptly dismissed the idea and refrained from mentioning it in his presence. Lin Rong hesitated, wanting to suggest shooting near the entrance with the pigeons, yet puzzled as to why Li Zhi seemed particularly averse to that location. She kept her thoughts to herself. It was then that Luo Yanjing unexpectedly spoke. "Teacher Lin." Lin Rong, she was taken aback by his address, her eyes widening in surprise. Ha? Could we have a word in private?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow. Lin Rong felt a surge of anxiety as she glanced at Li Zhi, an inexplicable chill running down her spine. However, Li Zhi appeared unfazed by their whispered conversation, graciously shrugging and turning away. Lin Rong gulped nervously, the microphone pinned to her collar picking up the sound of her swallow, which was crystal clear and provoked laughter from the live audience. What's the matter, Luo Zong?" Lin Rong stammered. "I was just joking about changing my preferences for Zhi Zhi." My family is already quite poor, I can't risk losing everything. You wouldn't really want to silence me, would you? The audience erupted in laughter once more, yet Luo Yanjing had no intention of discussing that. With a nonchalant posture, one hand tucked in his pocket, he turned his neck to glance at Li Zhi before lowering his eyelids back to Lin Rong. Are you interested in shooting with the pigeons at the entrance? Ah. Lin Rong was perplexed. She looked at Luo Yanjing with growing trepidation, bewildered as to why he cared about where she wanted to take photographs. Chapter 48. Luo Yanjing suddenly confessed, I am afraid of birds. The audience was left utterly bewildered. It was astonishing for Luo Yanjing to engage in such a seemingly concerned conversation with Lin Rong. Consequently, the viewers perked up their ears. Luo Yanjing pressed his lips together, the taut muscles in his neck betraying his unease, yet his expression remained nonchalant as he continued his casual dialogue with Lin Rong. If it is convenient for you, he paused for 2 seconds, would you accompany her to the front entrance to take some photos with the pigeons later? The her in this statement was evidently referring to Li Zhi. The topic had finally returned to Li Zhi. Lin Rong's anxious heart finally settled. Oh, you scared me to death. She had thought Luo Yanjing was about to say something significant. However, Lin Rong felt a twinge of curiosity. But why me? Are you busy later, President Lu? No, Luo Yanjing's voice was tightly wound. His gaze drifted downwards, watching Lin Rong blink her large, confused eyes, and he recalled Pei Ji telling him about how Li Zhi deliberately avoided the front entrance to escape scolding. Ultimately, wearing a sullen expression, as if he were making a noble sacrifice, he turned his face away from the camera and suddenly blurted out, leaving everyone in shock, I am afraid of birds. Lin Rong's eyes widened in astonishment once more, and in a panic, she covered her ears, wishing she could unhear what she just heard. The live stream erupted. What did I just hear? Did President Lu say he is afraid of birds? If a little sparrow landed in President Lu's palm, wouldn't he just crush it? He claims he is afraid of birds? What a striking contrast. So, Li Zhi specifically avoided the front entrance and absolutely refused to mention taking photos with the pigeons because she was worried that Luo Yanjing is afraid of birds? I think I might be shipping them a little. Could it be that he would rather reveal this embarrassing secret to defend her than let her suffer scolding? So, it turns out everyone misunderstood Li Zhi. The critics who had previously condemned Li Zhi for not preparing properly immediately fell silent. They never anticipated that this moment could transform into a sweet revelation of the Jingji couple, the crowd, but Lin Rong still covered her ears. President Lu, you really didn't need to tell me this specifically. I fear that knowing too much might put me in danger. We could have just handled this through commands. Luo Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed. His gaze deepened as he looked at Li Zhi, who was admiring her exquisite makeup in front of a vanity not far away, but I do not wish for her to be misunderstood. If a man relies on his wife to bear the brunt of criticism to uphold his dignity and reputation, Luo Yanjing withdrew his gaze, lifting his brow arrogantly, then what kind of man is he? Oh my gosh, I love this so much. So it really is because President Lu found out. He doesn't want his beauty to be scolded, so he reveals his fears. Honestly, seeing President Lu, who appears so wild, being afraid of birds is both surprising and amusing. Keep your voice down. Is this really a dignified matter? But suddenly I feel that even this starkly contrasting weakness makes him even more charming. So what if he is afraid of birds? President Lu is perfect in looks, intelligence, and family background. What does being afraid of birds matter? The important thing is that he truly loves Li Zhi. The audience was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Li Zhi was completely unaware that the secret she had painstakingly helped Luo Yanjing conceal had already been exposed by him. Lin Rong promised, patting her chest, don't worry, I'll take care of this task. Luo Yanjing lazily replied with a low Li Zhi, currently adjusting her false eyelashes, turned her head when she saw their conversation had concluded. Are you done chatting? Yes, Lin Rong nodded vigorously. She glanced at Luo Yanjing, then enthusiastically wrapped her arms around Li Zhi's Zhi Zhi. Let's go take photos with the pigeons. I heard the pigeon flock at the front entrance of Kazanki is absolutely spectacular. The photos there would be stunning. I really want to go. I'm not going, Li Zhi flatly refused. Lin Rong feigned ignorance, blinking. Why not? Don't you like pigeons? Li Zhi was not skilled at lying. She coolly put on her sunglasses. Anyway, I'm not going. Pigeons are very smelly, and they might poop on your head. I don't want them to poop on my head. Ha 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 ha. Zhi Zhi must be struggling to come up with excuses. A fairy shouldn't talk about poop, take that back. Are you suggesting she should take back the poop? I must say, Li Zhi looks adorable while trying to lie. She even has the self-awareness to know she might slip up, hence the sunglasses. Oh, just protect your husband. Little do you know he has already exposed himself. Lin Rong helplessly spread her hands. This was a hasty conclusion. She could not manage anything. One was exposing his fear of birds to have her accompany him for a photo shoot, while the other stubbornly refused to go to maintain her husband's dignity. It seemed she was merely a pawn in their playful banter. Lin Rong abandoned the task. Luo Yanjing lazily eyed her and raised an eyebrow. You really don't want to go, didn't they say it's beautiful? Li Zhi pulled down her sunglasses to look at him. The same question posed by Luo Yanjing and Lin Rong received different answers, and their significance varied greatly. When it was Luo Yanjing who asked, she clearly wavered, the beauty mark on her nose fluttering. Do you want to go? I have a conference call, Luo Yanjing casually remarked, his eyes glinting with mischief. I'll find a nearby CAF to wait for you. Li Zhi's eyes indeed lit up. She immediately took off her sunglasses, revealing her sparkling, sequined eyes. All right then. The Li Zhi who had just rejected Lin Rong now suddenly felt joyous. Then I shall reluctantly go and smell some pigeons. The live stream was flooded with laughter. Everyone could see through all the little schemes between Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing. While she remained blissfully unaware, Lin Rong couldn't help but give Lu Yanjing a thumbs up. Truly, as a couple, he was adept at handling Li Zhi, employing nothing more than a kind-hearted fib. No, this couldn't even be considered a lit was merely a coded conversation between spouses. Li Zhi couldn't possibly realize that Lu Yanjing had no conference call to attend. He was simply using this method to reassure her to go take photos without worry. Lin Rong, she was exasperated. Ultimately, she had become a toy in the playful antics of this couple, fully aware yet unable to say a word. Thus, the four of them took a carriage to the front entrance, where Lu Yanjing alighted midway to find a CAF to tend to his work. At the Kazanki front entrance, nearly 2,000 pigeons spectacularly took flight, swirling in the air due to the feed scattered by Li Zhi. Meanwhile, the Li Zhi who had just complained about the smell was now joyfully immersed in the flock. She proudly raised her face, spread her arms, and twirled towards the pigeons, her eyes and brows radiating with bright joy, the sunlight glinting off her blue-billed hairpiece, creating a dazzling brilliance. On the other side, Lu Yanjing, who claimed to be working, was at the CAF watching Li Zhi's live stream from his phone. He lazily rested his chin on his knuckles, capturing screenshots of Li Zhi beaming and twirling among the flock. There were photographers trailing behind as well. The camera zoomed in, revealing Lu Yanjing sending these screenshots to family, brothers, and friends, even pulling a few people aside to send private messages. Chapter 49. Li Zhi bears an uncanny resemblance to her daughter. The entire social circle of Kyoto has been bombarded with news. The numerous relatives, friends, and business partners of Lu Yanjing, without exception, have been quick to pick up their phones and witness the barrage of Uyghur portraits he has shared. In the photographs, the strikingly radiant Li Zhi, with her elegant swan neck adorned with the subtle glimmer of her attire, dances gracefully amidst a flock of doves. Her slender waist and fair skin complement her elongated limbs. When she turns her head, her eyelashes flutter lightly, and a bright smile illuminates her face, her eyes sparkling as if casting a spell upon Lu Yanjing. This bewitched man, upon encountering anyone, proclaims, "This is my wife." "How did you know I was married?" The crowd responds with bewilderment, "Who is she, and what about your marriage?" Nonetheless, considering he had posted about his marriage a few days prior and the recent trending topics had stirred much discussion, everyone indeed knew of his matrimonial status and thus offered their congratulations. As he gazed at the screen filled with comments like "perfect match, made for each other, your wife is truly beautiful, and Lu, you are blessed," Lu Yanjing struggled to suppress a triumphant smile, even setting one of the photos as his background on social media. Coincidentally, Su Sang had arranged to go shopping with Yulan Ci today. The two sisters wreaked havoc in the mall, sending their spoils home with the butler before heading to a CAF for some light-hearted conversation and to enjoy videos of internet male deities. Growing weary of handsome faces, Yulan Ci propped her chin on one hand, her beautiful eyes glancing sideways as she pushed her phone away, exclaiming, "Boring, they're all just tall trees with peppers. The quality of these fringe men is abysmal. How about a change of pace? Let us look at beautiful women," Su Sang suggested, pushing her phone toward Yulan Ci, showcasing a series of 9 consecutive shots of Li Zhi shared in their family group chat. "This is my daughter-in-law. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful?" Yulan Ci, feeling a swell of pride, lightly tapped her cheek with her fingertip, retorting, "What beauty could ever surpass the two of us?" "Just take a look first," Su Sang replied with a mysterious smile. Yulan Ci, unfazed, took the phone. She initially intended to glance casually but was instantly captivated upon seeing the close-up shot. The image of Li Zhi revealed bright, captivating eyes, her features radiating with the same brilliance and pride as Yulan Ci had moments ago. As Yulan Ci enlarged the photo, she noticed a slight deviation to the right of Li Zhi's nose, where a tiny red mole resided. Although 24 years had elapsed, Yulan Ci still vividly remembered the day her daughter was born. Chi-Heching had brought the swaddled infant to her. While Yulan Ci had eagerly sat up, yearning to discover what the surprise box revealed, and there lay a delicate, snow-white baby girl, sweetly peeking out at her. Unlike her elder brother Chi Yubai, who had been born with a stern face and refused to cry, or her second brother Chi Jiashu, who had howled with abandon, this long-awaited princess of the Chi family waved her chubby hand at Yulan Ci with a smile, as if brimming with anticipation for the world, melting her heart with sweetness. "How beautiful," Yulan Ci gently tapped the baby's nose, saying, "She resembles you, even the mole is identical." "Indeed," Chi-Heching chuckled softly, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, "she is beautiful. Thank you for your hard work, my dear." Suddenly, Yulan Ci felt a wave of disorientation. She looked at Su Sang in disbelief, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Doesn't she resemble you, Su Sang grasped her hand. Yulan Ci nodded vigorously, tears brimming. "In my plans, she was meant to look just like this." Su Sang thought to herself, what an absurd plan. However, she refrained from chastising Yulan Ci, instead recounting the events concerning the Zhang family. Meanwhile, Li Zhi remained blissfully unaware of any of this. She was thoroughly enjoying the company of the pigeons from Kazan, capturing countless beautiful photos and even posing for a few with Lin Rong. "Let us go," Li Zhi winked playfully. "We can't leave someone languishing in the CAF." Lu Yanjing. "What?" is Shin Liuzhen pointing at herself. I haven't felt any discomfort, but it's possible to yearn for my wife from behind the camera. Doghead. Beauty Zhi, hurry back. Lu has already received a multitude of red envelopes in your absence. He has been soliciting them everywhere thanks to your stunning photos. Rest assured, a portion of this money is undoubtedly yours. Ah, what do you mean you're mine? Given how strict he is with his wife, he'll surely hand over all the money. The audience chuckled playfully. Lin Rong, too, smiled knowingly but chose not to reveal the truth, linking arms with Li Zhi as they headed to the CAF. Meanwhile, viewers in Lu Yanjing's livestream watched in astonishment as he turned off the broadcast, feigning innocence, before opening his contacts and dialing a number labeled Ing Sun. Assistant Ing, expressionless, answered the call, aware of his role as a mere tool, required to assist his boss in maintaining the facade of being busy with work. Thus, his opening line was, "Lu, perhaps you've seen Reborn I'm a Maid in a CEO short drama?" Lu Yanjing furrowed his brows, taking advantage of his boss's marital bliss. Ing Sun boldly continued, "I feel like I'm currently playing the role of Wang Ma." Ing Sun, Lu Yanjing clicked his tongue, a hint of displeasure evident in his eyes. "Do you not wish to receive your year-end bonus?" Ing Sun thought to himself, "You see, I told you I resembled Wang Ma." Thankfully, this domineering CEO isn't one to drag the whole family down with him. At most, he threatens a year-end bonus. Yet, despite the banter, he still had a few matters to report to Lu Yanjing. As Li Zhi and the others entered the CAF, they spotted Lu Yanjing lounging on a high stool, one shoe carelessly resting on the crossbar while the other leg hung lazily to the side. The man exuded a somewhat arrogant demeanor, yet his expression conveyed a degree of seriousness as he listened to his caller's work report, occasionally responding with half-hearted remarks. Upon seeing Li Zhi enter the CAF, he lazily lifted his chin in her direction, gesturing with his hand as he pressed down on his wrist slightly. As she approached, he instructed Ing Sun, "Proceed with the contract for Ding Sheng as I mentioned earlier, and send the other project proposals and financial reports to my email." Ing Sun, puzzled, wondered did they finish discussing the contract just now? Guarantee the details still unresolved. Is the CEO redefining the emperor's new clothes? Only the clever will grasp the follow-up? Ing Sun calmly replied, "Understood." After Lu Yanjing hung up, he turned his head, his shoe sliding off the crossbar, raising an eyebrow. "Are you done with your shoot?" "Yes," Li Zhi nodded. "Have you finished your work?" Lu Yanjing stretched lazily. "I've been busy for a bit, but nothing urgent." "We can discuss it when we get home tonight." "Oh, nothing urgent in your heart. Is your wife the most important?" "Indeed, I've been busy for a while, but that was merely a brief moment. The rest of the time was spent discreetly watching my wife's livestream." "Ah, Lu Yanjing, you better give all the red envelopes you just received to Zhi Zhi. If you dare keep any for yourself, you're not a real man." Just then, Li Zhi's phone chimed with a notification Alipay received. 52,000,000. The crowd, Li Zhi gasped in shock, her eyes widening as she quickly pulled out her phone, seeing the transfer from Lu Yanjing, and exclaimed in a hushed tone, "Lu Yanjing. What are you doing?" "I just took a moment to share our wedding news with friends and relatives," Lu Yanjing said, a teasing glint in his eye. He leaned closer to Li Zhi, his lips curving into a playful smirk. "This is their wedding gift, and it's to be voluntarily submitted." Chapter 50. With her lips slightly parted, she held the straw delicately. Li Zhi was momentarily taken aback, her expression dazed. Although she had previously enjoyed a life of comfort in the Zhang family, no one had ever casually bestowed upon her 52 million. Li Zhi screamed internally, yet, contemplating that Lu Yanjing might require her to play along with some affectionate spouse persona, she ultimately remained silent. Lu Yanjing's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glimmer. The corners of his lips curled upward, as if paying the money brought him immense pleasure. He lazily turned his head toward Li Zhi, saying, "The travel funds are ready. Where would you like to go?" "Come, I shall accompany you." Li Zhi refrained from displaying any further agitation, donning her sunglasses once more, as if accustomed to her husband's financial offerings. She lifted her chin slightly and replied, "Let us wander around and take a few photos." "At your command," Lu Yanjing grinned, then held an umbrella over her head, declaring, "Your Majesty." Lin Rong and Shang Su fell into an immediate silence. The umbrella seemed to create an invisible barrier, rendering the scene almost surreal, as if they were in two different realms. The glaring sun intensified their discomfort, a silent reminder of their conspicuous presence. Lin Rong quickly sought an excuse and, along with Shang Su, veered off in another direction, hastily separating from the young couple. The beauty of Kazanki was undeniable. The vibrant blue of the Ili Street, reminiscent of an Eden with swings and long corridors, was enchanting. Li Zhi glanced back while running through the street, and Lu Yanjing temporarily folded the umbrella, resting the long handle on his shoulder, his other hand poised to capture her image. However, Li Zhi was particularly averse to sun exposure. After each photo, she would retreat beneath the shade of Lu Yanjing's umbrella. Unbeknownst to her, he had procured a cup of watermelon juice, and, with the straw inserted, naturally offered it to her lips. Li Zhi was parched instinctively. She leaned in to sip the straw, only to catch a glimpse of Lu Yanjing's elegant fingers gripping the cup, realizing that the gesture seemed overly intimate. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Lu Yanjing's gaze remained steadfastly upon her. Noticing her release of the straw, he arched an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Is the watermelon juice not to your liking?" Lu Yanjing lifted the cup and scrutinized it for a moment. Then, with a playful spirit, he took the very segment of the straw she had just used, tasting it with a casual curiosity. Li Zhi felt a rush of heat to her cheeks. Upon witnessing Lu Yanjing savoring the straw she had just touched, her ears turned crimson. "Lu Yanjing, I've used that." "Oh," Lu Yanjing nonchalantly released the straw. "I forgot." The phrase indirect kiss flitted through Li Zhi's mind, intensifying her blush in the sweltering summer heat. Yet, Lu Yanjing simply smirked, perhaps the watermelon juice lending his lips a more vivid hue, glistening with moisture. Isn't it quite sweet? The viewers in the livestream chimed in with playful banter. "Oh my, which is sweeter, the watermelon juice or the wife? An indirect kiss counts as a kiss, doesn't it?" He. "I think he did that on purpose." "Forgot? No way. This man is so cunning." Fans of the Jingji couple were ecstatic. Only Li Zhi, using the heat as an excuse, fanned her face vigorously with her hand, before donning her sunglasses once more, declaring, "I've taken enough photos. Shall we head to the photo studio to change outfits?" Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow. They quickly reached an agreement. The distance to the photo studio was slightly far, and Lu Yanjing would certainly not allow Li Zhi to walk, so they opted for a horse-drawn carriage back. After removing the Uyghur headdress and the sequins from her eyes, and changing out of her long robe, Li Zhi slipped into a striking red dress and her sleek black ankle boots. While she changed, the director approached with a friendly reminder, "My dear Zhi Zhi, don't forget your task. If it remains unfulfilled, it will be deemed a failure, and you and President Lu will face a penalty." The comments flooded in. "I'm looking forward to the punishment." Li Zhi blinked innocently and asked the director, "So, what will the punishment be for me and Lu Yanjing?" The director wore a mischievous smile. "Director Zhi said that President Lu must do 10 push-ups on your back, and then you must do 10 sit-ups, both requiring contact between your noses to count." Li Zhi, having witnessed Lin Ron's inquisitive nature regarding the penalty, she was certain it wouldn't bode well. The audience echoed her sentiments. "I knew it, looking forward to the punishment. I love this game, don't treat it as punishment, let us make it a segment, I want to see it tonight. Hee hee, I wish I could jump through the screen to tell President Lu not to let Zhi Zhi down. But it seems impossible. This game can only be seen at the neighboring venue. After all, President Lu would never refuse Zhi Zhi, he will definitely carry her." Li Zhi felt somewhat dazed, pressing her fingertips against her throbbing temples. She emerged from the changing room, clearly not in her right frame of mind. Lu Yanjing, having risen from the sofa in his polished shoes, slightly lowered his neck to observe Li Zhi. Noticing her unusual expression and flushed cheeks, he furrowed his brow and gently placed the back of his hand against her forehead. "Are you feeling faint from the heat?" The touch sent a jolt through Li Zhi, causing her spine to tingle and her heart to race. "No," she shook her head, "it's just too hot." She had used that excuse countless times today. She wondered if Lu Yanjing would still believe her if she continued tentatively. She raised her gaze to meet his. He merely smirked, his lips curling in a teasing manner before he lowered his voice, "Silly girl." Here, he lazily extended his hand, his wrist arching sensually as he passed something to her. Li Zhi blinked. "What is it?" Curiously, she accepted the item, discovering that Lu Yanjing had produced a mini handheld fan, which, when turned on, released a refreshing breeze. Li Zhi's eyes sparkled with delight. "Where did you get this?" "I saw it at a stall while you were changing, so I bought it on a whim," Lu Yanjing replied casually. He reveled in showcasing his wife to others and in fulfilling her requests, yet he never sought praise from her for these gestures. His concern for her seemed as natural as breathing, devoid of any need for pride. Li Zhi's lips parted slightly. She hadn't anticipated Lu Yanjing to be so thoughtful, remembering how she had complained about the heat multiple times today, and promptly acquiring a fan for her use. "Shall we go?" Lu Yanjing inquired, his brow raised. He had also reviewed the Kazanki itinerary. "Where else would you like to visit? Ice cream, perhaps?" Li Zhi adored ice cream. However, she remained silent, gazing into Lu Yanjing's eyes for an extended moment. Until he lowered his eyelids. "Not in the mood for ice cream. How about roast chicken soup? It seems a bit too hot for soup today, doesn't it?" "Lu Yanjing," Li Zhi suddenly called out. Lu Yanjing lifted his gaze, his intense focus awaiting her words. Li Zhi gently tapped her shoe against the ground, then softly confessed, "I'm tired, and I don't wish to walk another step." Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow lazily. Observing her adorable display of stubbornness, he chuckled lightly. "All right, understood." Thereafter, without Li Zhi needing to utter another word, Lu Yanjing turned around, his demeanor exuding confidence and nonchalance, yet he bent down, presenting his back to her. He then patted his shoulders twice, his tone resolute yet playful. "Climb on, Miss Zhi Zhi." Chapter 51. I truly struggle with self-control. In an instant, the avocado live streaming room erupted with screams. Under the blazing summer sun, the notoriously arrogant Lu Yanjing casually bent at the waist. His tall figure, with broad shoulders forming sharp angles, exuded an effortless grace. As his clearly defined hand rested on his bent knee, there lingered a hint of languor that seemed to seep into his very bones. Li Zhi's eyelashes fluttered. The moment she witnessed Lu Yanjing bow, she felt a subtle disturbance in her heart, akin to a drop of water falling upon her tender heart's edge, gradually creating ripples that spread outward. "Are you not coming up?" Lu Yanjing turned back languidly, retracting one hand to rest solely on his knee, slightly tilting his body to regard her. A faint smile danced at the corners of his lips. "Or do you prefer to be carried like a princess?" "Absolutely not." Li Zhi quickly protested. She had merely not anticipated that Lu Yanjing would acquiesce so readily, even finding it somewhat unusual. Thus, she hesitantly remarked, "This is what you are to carry." With her eyelashes gently lowered, she gazed into Lu Yanjing's slightly upturned eyes. "I haven't coerced or lured you in any way." Lu Yanjing smirked. "Indeed, it is what I desire." A profound sense of satisfaction instantly swelled within Li Zhi, akin to a swan having its feathers perfectly smooth. She spoke with a hint of pride. "Then I shall not hold back." It just so happened that she was indeed feeling a bit fatigued. After all, she was wearing high heels, and during the earlier photo session, she had been overly exuberant, feeling as though she might faint from the heat. Moreover, this surely wouldn't be seen as unjust to Lu Yanjing, would it? The punishment was meant for both of them. She merely sought to prevent Lu Yanjing from doing push-ups. Yes, this was a noble act. Li Zhi mentally prepared herself and then slowly moved behind Lu Yanjing. He handed her the umbrella that had been resting in his palm. "Hold it yourself later, don't get sunburned." Li Zhi nodded and accepted the sunshade. Lu Yanjing then turned his head again, resting both hands on his knees, awaiting her assent. Suddenly, a sweet scent of lychee and rose enveloped him, and then he felt something soft against his back. Li Zhi held her breath, grasping the yet-to-be-extended umbrella. She wrapped her arms around Lu Yanjing's neck, resting against his back. In that moment, Lu Yanjing felt a brief tautness along his spine. Perhaps sensing the tension in the muscles pressed against his chest, Li Zhi's heartstrings tightened in response. Then, Lu Yanjing abruptly stood up. Li Zhi instinctively tensed, her fingertips accidentally pressing the concealed button on the umbrella handle. At that very moment, as Lu Yanjing lifted her, the black umbrella unfurled above them like a blossoming flower. The live stream room erupted. Wow, what a breathtaking scene! Help, what a coincidence! Li Zhi's hand trembled at just the right moment. Even the umbrella has become part of their play. I'm swooning. I am truly captivated by the romance of Jing and Zhi. When will I experience such love? The height difference, the sense of dominance. Help, they are simply too sweet. Various related topics swiftly surged to the forefront of entertainment discussions. A passers-by entering the live stream room saw the man in a black shirt with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, exuding an air of arrogance and recklessness, carrying a delicate girl with a significant height difference. As the camera zoomed out, one could see Li Zhi's slender waist, which seemed to occupy only half of Lu Yanjing's broad back. His fingers tightened slightly around her legs, the well-defined veins and pale skin of his hands becoming more pronounced. The fluttering red skirt danced in the breeze, swaying between Lu Yanjing's long legs clad in black trousers. The sexual tension was palpable. Onlookers were left in a sweet stupor, unable to tear themselves away from the live stream, eager to witness what was undoubtedly an extraordinary dating show. However, Li Zhi's heart raced the moment Lu Yanjing lifted her. She felt all her composure waver. What had initially been a straightforward task now felt entirely different. The crisp scent of his cologne invaded her senses, and the warmth radiating from his body, even through her clothing, unknowingly scorched her heart. Li Zhi bit her lip, feeling her heartbeat accelerate uncontrollably, the mingling of their body temperatures leaving her with no escape. She could only cling to his neck, praying that these 5 minutes would pass swiftly. Meanwhile, her breath became shallow, lightly brushing against the side of Lu Yanjing's neck. Suddenly, Li Zhi noticed a tremor in Lu Yanjing's back, as if it had burrowed into her heart, sending a wave of tingling sensations throughout her being. Then, she heard Lu Yanjing's voice, low and vibrating, "Miss Zhi Zhi." Li Zhi's heartstrings tightened unexpectedly. She felt a sudden rush of guilt, her eyelashes fluttering as she cast her gaze down upon Lu Yanjing's slightly turned face. He sighed as if resigned, his voice husky. "It's a bit ticklish." Li Zhi blinked in confusion, momentarily not grasping the meaning behind Lu Yanjing's words, her eyes wide with bewilderment. Suddenly, Lu Yanjing halted, tilting his head slightly upwards, as if to suppress something, his Adam's apple moving subtly. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. "With you like this," Lu Yanjing's throat tightened, "I truly struggle with self-control." The audience in the live stream room, as soon as Lu Yanjing uttered those words, chaos ensued once more. "Ah, he mentioned self-control. Help, it's Li Zhi breathing against his neck. Someone get CEO Lu a remedy." Vocal, "Is this something I can actually hear? If only we could bring them a bed right now." Immediately, "Oh my goodness, I suggest you all refrain from eating bananas at this moment," as my friend next to me turned into a screeching monkey after finishing one. What an extraordinary scene. Is this how dating shows are now? Li Zhi's face turned crimson, her fingers recoiled, her breath caught in her throat. Realizing that it was her breathing that nearly provoked a physiological reaction in Lu Yanjing, she dared not exhale again. Yet, a rare breeze swept in, tousling her hair. A strand fell forward, brushing against Lu Yanjing's neck, sending a shiver through her. Lu Yanjing swallowed hard, letting out a low sigh. Li Zhi, however, frustrated, closed her eyes and buried her head against his comparatively less sensitive shoulder, her voice muffled. "I truly didn't mean to." "I know," Lu Yanjing replied, his voice still raspy. Yet, he managed to restrain himself, keeping his composure, not allowing any inappropriate displays before the camera. Instead, he reclined, lamenting to himself, "I am utterly defenseless in front of Miss Zhi Zhi." Chapter 52, it appears she has developed affections for Lu Yanjing. Li Zhi felt a surge of tears welling up inside her. She hastily tucked her hair behind her shoulders, no longer daring to embrace Lu Yanjing's neck. Instead, she clenched her fists and rested them on his shoulder, holding her breath with utmost caution. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing continued to carry her forward. The slight jolts and the contact between their chests and backs made Li Zhi's heart race even more fervently, as if something within her had quietly unraveled. It dawned on her that she seemed to have developed peculiar feelings for her dear friend, feelings that were distinctly different from her childhood affection for Fu Yanze, and even more so from the pure camaraderie she once shared with Lu Yanjing when they regarded each other as brothers. It appeared that her heart raced in his presence, her cheeks flushed during their intimate encounters, and she found herself enchanted by him, as if a fire had ignited within her. Despite her lack of experience in matters of the heart, having only considered Fu Yanze as a potential marriage partner, she now realized with startling clarity that she seemed to have fallen for Lu Yanjing. In that moment, Li Zhi's heart skipped a beat, and a flurry of tiny fireworks exploded in her mind. Her breath became somewhat erratic, and as she clung to Lu Yanjing's back, she felt a twinge of guilt, as though she were misusing this opportunity for personal gain. Desiring to mask this guilt and amend the inappropriate thoughts she harbored for Lu Yanjing, Li Zhi quickly retrieved the small fan he had just purchased for her and softly called out, "Lu Yanjing." "Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow slightly. Li Zhi lowered her eyelashes, deliberately avoiding his neck as she spoke. "Are you feeling hot?" "Not too bad," he replied nonchalantly, lazily lifting his chin and glancing back at her. Li Zhi bit her lip, her gaze falling just in time to notice a droplet of sweat precariously hanging from the sharp line of his jaw. In the sweltering heat of summer, despite Lu Yanjing carrying her effortlessly, his solid muscles supporting her weight without a hitch, he still perspired under the relentless sun. Though the sweat had yet to fully descend, Li Zhi felt her heart melting softly. Uncomfortable, she turned her face away, feigning indifference as she moved her hand holding the umbrella, allowing her wrist to brush gently against his jawline. The sweat was wiped away seemingly by accident, and the delicate touch sent a shiver down Lu Yanjing's spine. Almost immediately, a cool breeze swept across his neck, dispelling the heat that clung to him. Li Zhi tilted her face slightly, finding that she did not need to exert much effort to lean in. She could simply hold the umbrella with one hand while using the fan to provide him with a gentle breeze. After all, it's something you bought, she said with a hint of pride. Given that you're sweating, I suppose I can reluctantly help you cool off. The live stream erupted into cheers. Ah. She's doing it reluctantly. What on earth is this adorable, sweet interaction between the couple? How can fanning someone lead to such palpable chemistry? Weren't we told that after marriage, feelings would fade, transitioning from passionate love to mundane life? Why do they seem more intense than ever? I sense that the magnetic field between them is still in the ambiguous phase, not yet having broken the proverbial window. Exactly, from Lu Yanjing's proactive demeanor to his hostility towards Fu Yanze, and Li Zhi's awkwardness around him, I have a daring hypothesis: they might not be a real couple but rather high school classmates turned best friends. And Lu has undoubtedly harbored feelings for Li Zhi since their school days, but was unable to act on it due to Fu Yanze's presence. Who would have thought that he would return just in time for this fortuitous reunion, seizing the moment to marry her? Everything unfolding on the reality show was merely his way of wooing her, slowly but surely, while Li Zhi remains blissfully unaware. The chat exploded with excitement, as many began to find merit in this theory. It was noted that Lu Yanjing had been abroad, gradually taking charge of the Lu family's overseas market, seemingly intending to remain there without plans to return home. However, inexplicably, he had flown back just when the Jiang family announced that Jiang Li Zhi was not their biological daughter, but rather a child swapped during her infancy by the caregiver. Thus, it was speculated that he had returned for Li Zhi. The chat was ablaze with fervor, though in reality, there was no solid evidence to support these theories, only conjectures drawn from observations. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing wore a smirk, fully aware of the effect Li Zhi's attentions had on him as she wiped his sweat and fanned him, his demeanor exuding an unshakable confidence. Finally, Li Zhi sensed that 5 minutes had certainly elapsed. She poked the tip of the umbrella against Lu Yanjing's shoulder, declaring, "Alright, I'm not tired anymore, you can put me down now." Really? Lu Yanjing seemed skeptical. He lazily raised his chin. "Li Zhi, you don't think I can't handle it, do you? I can still carry you." Li Zhi was momentarily speechless, thinking to herself, even if you can carry me, I can't remain like this. If I do, I might just develop a heart condition. Consequently, she decided to put away the fan and feign dissatisfaction, complaining, "I just wanted to get down for some ice cream." Oh, Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow. Only upon hearing her words did he bend down to set her down, then naturally reached out his hand towards her. Li Zhi quickly sidestepped, clutching the fan tightly. She shot him a sidelong glance. "What are you doing? The fan is a gift from you, don't even think about taking it from me." Lu Yanjing scoffed lightly, glancing at the fan with disdain. Who would want a trivial thing like that? Hand over the umbrella. The chat erupted once again. Oh, look who's being petty. When you went all the way to ask where to buy a fan, you weren't being petty then, were you? And when Li Zhi was fanning you, you didn't seem to mind being petty at all. Li Zhi stared at Lu Yanjing in confusion, and he smoothly reclaimed the umbrella, holding it over her head with an air of arrogance. "Earlier, I was carrying you and couldn't manage it, but now that my hands are free, are you really going to let the young lady hold the umbrella?" The audience went wild. Lu Yanjing leaned back casually, tilting toward Li Zhi, who was blushing and stunned. He pressed his lips to her ear, casually whispering, "Keep your voice down." Li Zhi blinked in surprise, thinking to herself, "But I haven't said anything." Then she noticed Lu Yanjing's gaze drop, his lips curling as he looked at her left side. "I can hear your heart beating." Chapter 53. As if grasping the very essence of Li Zhi's life, her cheeks were instantly flushed crimson. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though a drumstick was incessantly striking against her already tumultuous heart. The auditory world became cacophonous, all other sounds faded into obscurity, leaving only the amplified rhythm of her heartbeat, surging through her brain with an overwhelming rush of adrenaline. Li Zhi clutched the small fan in her hand, her mind racing as if the nerves within were being pulled taut. "I am merely feeling hot." At that moment, she could conjure no other excuse. Avoiding his gaze, she hastily turned her face away, exclaiming, "And besides, if my heart were to stop, I would die, wouldn't I? We should find a shop to enjoy some air conditioning and ice cream." As her words hung in the air, she neglected to take refuge under the umbrella from the sun, her high-heeled boots clicking rapidly as she spun around and stormed off. The live stream's comments flooded the screen. "Ha ha 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 ha." Lu Yanjing lazily tilted his head. He glanced at Li Zhi's hurried retreating figure, a smirk playing on his lips as he chuckled softly. He then strode over with long strides. "Miss Zhi Zhi, if you don't use the umbrella, you'll end up getting sunburned." His tone was languid and unhurried, yet it seemed to seize Li Zhi's very lifeline, causing her to halt abruptly and obediently return to the shade of the umbrella. The live stream erupted in commentary. "Little wife, you've got him under your thumb." "Ah, Lu knows Li Zhi too well. A delicate beauty certainly cannot allow herself to tan, a man is merely a tool for holding the umbrella." It was only upon entering the Yizihai ice cream shop that Li Zhi finally relinquished the umbrella, discreetly evading Lu Yanjing, and joined the queue to select her ice cream. This establishment was a traditional century-old shop, renowned for its all-natural, additive-free ice cream, which attracted many visitors even in the depths of winter. The refreshing aroma of matcha delighted her taste buds, and the icy sensation slid from her tongue into her throat, instantly calming her previously overheated mind. Meanwhile, the other two teams of guests were still engaged in their tasks, seemingly without much success. Zhang Jiao, brimming with confidence, playfully tugged at Fu Yanze's sleeve, swaying it back and forth. Brother Yanze, my feet are so tired from these high heels. Won't you carry me? However, Fu Yanze frowned slightly, appearing reluctant. How about we rent a carriage? He was the sole heir of the Fu family in Yicheng, a paragon of excellence, and how could he simply be at the beck and call of a woman, especially in front of a national audience? How embarrassing. Fu Yanze refused to relent, yet Zhang Jiao persisted. No, carriages are too bumpy. I just want you to carry me, please. Please. Perhaps she believed herself adept at charming others, or perhaps she had grown accustomed to this tactic in the entertainment industry, or it had proven effective time and again. However, Fu Yanze found himself inexplicably annoyed by her words. He suddenly recalled the merits of Li Zhi. Although she had previously enjoyed following him like a lively little tail, she had never overstepped her bounds by making such unreasonable demands. She understood him and knew how much he valued his dignity. Thus, Zhang Jiao's coquetry only served to irritate Fu Yanze further, to the point where he could no longer maintain his composure. With a somewhat serious tone, he said, Jiao, stop it. Many passers-by erupted in laughter. Is this what the fans of Zhang Jiao mean by Jing Jiu Yi flipping the script? Who's really flipping the script here? This is hilarious. She thinks a little charm will work, but it seems like President Liu has a temperament that doesn't bend easily, and her green tea tactics have backfired. But honestly, Zhang Jiao doesn't seem to be skilled at charming anyone. She only knows how to raise her pitch. Let me be blunt, Fu Yanze doesn't like Zhang Jiao at all. She doesn't even hold a candle to his dignity, and he might still have his eye on Li Zhi. The crowd continued to mock. The wicked ultimately fall prey to their own malice. Even Zhang Jiao's fans found themselves at a loss for words, eventually managing to utter, it's all Li Zhi's fault. She must be that vixen, scheming to seduce Fu Yanze. Everyone was rendered speechless. Faced with such nonsensical remarks, they even questioned whether they inhabited the same world or dimension as the speaker, feeling that responding would be a waste of breath. In contrast, Lin Rong and Shang Su found themselves in high spirits. Perhaps it was due to their previous task's failure, as Lin Rong suddenly exclaimed, Shang Su, I'm so tired. Shang Su's first reaction was, what does that have to do with me? He instinctively blurted out. Lin Rong merely looked at him, seemingly neither pouting nor throwing a tantrum. He suddenly recalled the sunscreen incident. Thus, Shang Su raised an eyebrow in realization, not directly addressing the task but asking her, so, what do you want? Carry me. Lin Rong stated, her face adorably expressionless. Shang Su clicked his tongue, as if resigning himself to a noble sacrifice, squatting down to let Lin Rong climb onto his back, only to find her straddling his neck instead. Shang Su was left utterly speechless. Lin Rong. Ha 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 ha. Lin Rong burst into laughter. She patted Shang Su's neck as if calming a young foal, grinning playfully. Oh come on, this counts as being carried, just bear with me, and I promise a world of freedom. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Anyone who dares to criticize them for being on a dating show will have to deal with me. For them, this is hardly a dating show. They truly are a control group. What should have been a sweet scene has taken a turn here. I can't stop laughing. Lin Rong is so clever. I wanted to see them exchange sweet nothings for 5 minutes. How did Lin Rong manage to disrupt that? Each group of guests had their own narrative. Ji Tang surveyed the footage captured and felt quite pleased with the task she had designed. The guests concluded their free time and returned to the parking lot to gather, listening to Ji Dao outline the upcoming travel plans. With the day still young and the sun in Xinjiang setting late, especially in summer, Li Zhi arranged for them to explore Liuxing Street freely. When dinner time approached, Li Zhi decided to seek everyone's opinions. Of the more popular snack street is Hanran Street, where you can find anything you desire, and it offers a great deal of freedom. What does everyone think? Lin Rong had no objections, and Lu Yanjing had willingly surrendered his share of the expenses, thus he was naturally inclined to obey his wife's wishes. However, Zhang Jiao frowned upon hearing this. She had previously researched the street and noted from the photos that it was filled with roadside food stalls, noisy and dirty. Having lived in a small town, she had always despised the smell of greasy smoke, and after clawing her way into the entertainment industry, she had resolved to distance herself from such poverty. Moreover, as a daughter of a prestigious family, she could not possibly endure such indignities. I don't like that kind of place. Zhang Jiao stated bluntly. Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Then let us go to a restaurant. I have compiled a list of well-recommended eateries, all specializing in Xinjiang cuisine, primarily lamb dishes. I'll share them in the group, and you can all choose. Lin Rong had no objections, yet Zhang Jiao remained furrowed in thought. Why is it always Xinjiang cuisine and lamb? Didn't we just have that last night? The livestream's comments began to stir again. Some felt that Zhang Jiao was intentionally causing trouble, while her fans seized the opportunity to lash out, accusing Li Zhi of not properly planning and offering these subpar restaurants as a mere afterthought. Li Zhi was not one to indulge her. Then you can just go hungry. Chapter 54. Wu Delong asks for a refill of medicine. Unaware of his impending doom, Zhang Jiao's expression shifted slightly. With a hint of grievance, she bit her lip and murmured softly, Zhi Zhi, that's not what I meant. What do you mean, then? Li Zhi retorted sharply, are you insinuating that those who consume too much medicated oil merely utter frivolous remarks? The atmosphere in the live stream became tense, with the audience hesitating to speak. Curiosity led some to open a review platform, discovering that the variety of restaurants in the area was indeed limited, with the best-rated establishments predominantly serving Xinjiang cuisine, renowned chiefly for its lamb dishes. Thus, Li Zhi's plan appeared quite reasonable, casting Zhang Jiao in a light of seeking discord. Li Zhi turned her gaze towards Lin Rong. Do any of you wish to avoid Xinjiang cuisine? If you're tired of it, we can certainly change our plans. Lin Rong blinked in confusion, straightforwardly stating, haven't we just enjoyed Xinjiang cuisine and lamb last night? Moreover, due to budget constraints, there were many dishes we desired but didn't get to try. Luo Yanjing, ever the provocateur, casually toyed with the ring on his finger, raising an eyebrow with arrogance. What else would one eat in Xinjiang if not its local fare? Perhaps iron pot stewed goose, Peking duck, or Cantonese dim sum? Or do you believe, he added, his tone slightly condescending, Miss Jiang thinks her palate is more refined than mine? Tears shimmered in Jiang Zhio's eyes as she felt utterly wronged. That's not it. There's no need for such aggressive demeanor, Mr. Luo, Fu Yanze interjected, his voice suddenly cold. Luo Yanjing raised an eyebrow with keen interest. Witnessing Fu Yanze shield Jiang Zhio behind him, Zhio simply spotted a Russian restaurant nearby that she thought was quite good and wanted to recommend it to everyone. Is it truly necessary for Mr. Luo to belittle her kindness? Russian cuisine? Li Zhi's brows knitted in mild concern. During her time studying at the Central Academy of Dance, she had spent a year in Russia and was well acquainted with its cultural nuances, even having studied the language. Upon discovering that Kazan and Liuxing Street were infused with numerous Russian elements, she had contemplated the option of Russian dining. Given Xinjiang's proximity to Russia, however, after extensive research, she found no restaurant that met her standards. The only upscale Russian restaurant was lavishly decorated yet lacked authenticity, masquerading as a genuine establishment while serving dishes that were evidently inauthentic and inexplicably overpriced. With tears still glistening in her eyes, Jiang Zhio nodded. Yes, it's nearby, called Nutcracker Russian Restaurant. It was indeed this establishment, a high-end Russian restaurant that was akin to a scam. Both expensive and unpalatable, it was also lacking in authenticity, making her question whether even the staff were genuine. Spending money yielded no rewarding experience. With a cool glint in her eyes, Li Zhi firmly rejected. If you believe there are other suitable Russian restaurants to recommend, I might consider it. But not this one. Why not? Jiang Zhio's eyes brimmed with tears. Is it because this restaurant is too expensive? She had researched the prices, estimating an average cost of over 1,000 yuan per person. Jiang Zhio assumed that Li Zhi, now posing as a fake heiress, was frugal and unwilling to dine at such an expensive place, oblivious to the fact that Luo Yanjing had just gifted her 52 million yuan. That's alright, I'll treat everyone. As long as we can enjoy our meal together, that's all that matters, she declared. Ah, Zhio is so considerate. How kind. Despite Li Zhi's demeanor, Zhio is still willing to treat her. The fake heiress's perspective is indeed limited. Even with so much money from Mr. Luo, she still insists on a greasy lamb meal. Honestly, are you fans of Zhio all deluded? How could she, now masquerading as a true heiress, display such ostentatious behavior? Even if Li Zhi is a fake heiress, she just received 52 million from Luo Yanjing. It's clear she wouldn't avoid taking everyone to a better place due to cost. I specifically searched and found that Li Zhi has experience studying in Russia, so I believe she has her reasons. Just wait for Jiang Zhio to be proven wrong. Jiang Zhio remained immersed in her own generosity, believing that her actions of returning kindness for grievances would surely win her favor among the bystanders. However, the current netizens were far from naive. Li Zhi turned her gaze towards Fu Yanze. So, does young Master Fu also think that Russian restaurant is a good choice? Fu Yanze hadn't given it much thought. Indifferent to the dinner plans, his support for Jiang Zhio was purely in opposition to Luo Yanjing. He didn't even realize that Li Zhi's inquiry stemmed from their shared memories of attending Russian art exhibitions and dining at Russian restaurants together. Consequently, he was familiar with Russian cuisine. Had he been clearer-headed, he would have understood Li Zhi's reasons for dismissing that restaurant. Instead, Fu Yanze frowned. I see nothing wrong with it. Let us go there. Fine. Li Zhi shook her head in disappointment, coldly smiling. Pressing her hand to her forehead, she glanced at the sun, noting that it was still early in the evening. In that case, let us proceed to this Russian restaurant. Lin Rong raised her hand in agreement. I'm in. Shang Su shrugged. Whatever works. Luo Yanjing languidly held an umbrella over Li Zhi, his other hand casually in his pocket, as he scanned Jiang Zhio and Fu Yanze with a condescending expression. Regarding such self-deprecating behavior, he scoffed arrogantly. It seems we truly have Wu Dalan requesting a refill of medicine, utterly oblivious to the consequences. Fu Yanze narrowed his eyes, returning Luo Yanjing's gaze. He interpreted the remark as mere arrogance and mockery, not delving into its deeper implications. Thus, the group made their way to Nutcracker Russian Restaurant. As they walked, Jiang Zhio cheerfully remarked, everyone, please don't hesitate. Order whatever you like, all expenses are on me. The comments in the live stream flooded with praise. What a generous heiress. Yet Lin Rong and Shang Su remained silent. As stars, they had experienced numerous lavish dinners in high-end restaurants, finding it hard to grasp the source of Jiang Zhio's sense of superiority. The Russian restaurant was indeed close by. There was no need to retrieve a car from the parking lot. A casual 10-minute walk brought them to the striking Russian-inspired building. It must be said, this restaurant was indeed worth visiting for its aesthetic appeal. The exterior exhibited rich colors typical of Russian architecture, adorned with distinctive onion-shaped domes. Upon entering, intricate relief murals and exquisite crystal chandeliers transformed the space into an opulent embassy reminiscent of Russian nobility, truly enticing and captivating. As the group stepped into the restaurant, a handsome young man of Uyghur descent approached them, speaking in a somewhat accented yet endearing Mandarin. Welcome, how many guests do we have today? Chapter 55. The Russian restaurant strikes back, the couple cheekily presses forward, and Jiang Zhio, with a gentle smile, strides to the forefront. She exudes politeness, appearing entirely at ease in such an upscale establishment. Good day, 6 of us. Please step inside, the young man of Uyghur descent gestures them in. The sharp clacking of Zhang Zhio's high heels echoes, while the delicate white ostrich feathers adorning her off-the-shoulder dress sway softly in tandem. Lin Rong gazes around with curiosity, her voice barely above a whisper. Wow, this decor is truly extravagant. No wonder the average cost per person is in the four figures. I suppose most of the expenditure goes into the dining atmosphere. No worries, Zhang Zhio chuckles lightly, money is a trivial matter. What truly matters is everyone's dining experience. Li Zhi removes her sunglasses and rests them atop her head, her eyes slightly upturned, adopting an air of arrogance as she remarks, "You'd best pray that this place lives up to a good dining experience." Zhang Zhio's face flushes slightly at the challenge, yet she resolves to counter Li Zhi's bitterness with a smile. At that moment, the young Uyghur man leads them to their table, perhaps noticing the cameras capturing their every move. He recognizes a few familiar faces and deliberately assigns them to the most luxurious private room in the restaurant. A magnificent crystal chandelier bathes the space in radiant light. With the grandeur of a banquet hall, the long Western-style rectangular table is adorned with flickering candlelight, while chairs edged in gold complement the exquisite tableware, epitomizing opulence. The six of them take their respective seats. The young Uyghur man presents the menu. This is a bilingual menu. Please let me know if you find anything you fancy. Li Zhi lazily glances over, her lashes fluttering, before casually resting her chin on her hand. Why isn't there a Russian version? Zhang Zhio is momentarily taken aback but quickly regains her composure, smiling at the young man. I've heard that the owner of this restaurant is Russian. Indeed, the young man nods. We are an authentic Russian dining establishment, with an owner who immigrated from Russia, and we even have a Michelin-starred chef from there. All our ingredients are airlifted from Russia. All ingredients? Lu Yinjing raises an eyebrow. The young man nods vigorously. Absolutely, we are honest, even the vegetables are flown in from there. Lu Yinjing chuckles softly, crossing his legs. He leans back with a relaxed posture, chin slightly raised, a cryptic smile playing on his lips, including the meats? The young Uyghur man appears puzzled by the question. Seafood and meats are typically the most expensive ingredients. If even the vegetables are imported, surely the meats are too. He nods, of course, especially the Russian bread and sausages, we pride ourselves on authenticity. However, Lu Yinjing suddenly scoffs dismissively. His demeanor is one of arrogance, yet, authentic Russian bread has a shelf life of only 3 days, and crossing customs takes much longer than that. Moreover, our country prohibits the import of Russian meat products. Lu Yinjing leans forward, intrigued. How does your owner manage to bring in such authentic imports? The live stream chat is flooded with question marks. Wow. This knowledge is so obscure. I just looked it up, and it's true, our country prohibits the import of Russian meat for epidemic prevention, so, is this waiter actually deceiving us? Doesn't this count as fraud? The young Uyghur man becomes visibly flustered. He is merely an employee, and these lines were scripted by the head manager. He had considered the cameras as a great promotional opportunity for the restaurant, hence the emphasis on imports and authenticity. Yet, looking at this gentleman's expression, it seems he may have misspoken. The young Uyghur man stammers, I don't know about any of this. Zhang Zhio blinks in confusion. She turns to Fu Yanze, feigning innocence. Brother Yanze, is what Lu said true? Fu Yanze's expression has noticeably shifted to one of concern. It seems he has suddenly grasped why Li Zhi was reluctant to dine at this restaurant, having even inquired about it prior. In that moment, he was swept away by emotions, focused solely on opposing Lu Yinjing, failing to recognize that Li Zhi had considered providing them an out. He has dined with Li Zhi at numerous Russian restaurants. He certainly knows Lu Yinjing speaks the truth. Observing Fu Yanze's silence and grave demeanor, Zhang Zhio's heart sinks. Yet, Li Zhi suddenly interjects with an air of superiority. She rests her chin and raises her face, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yinjing. He is just a worker. Why make things difficult for the waiter? You might as well call the owner over to ask. How convenient. Li Zhi then glances back at the menu. I appreciate the owner's recommendations for the dishes. Indeed, Zhang Zhio quickly seizes the opportunity. Perhaps this waiter is unaware of the circumstances. Let's consult the Russian owner. The young Uyghur man realizes his mistake. Unable to rectify the situation, he quickly nods. Alright, please wait a moment, I will fetch our owner right away. The group sits in silence for a moment. Upon hearing that a waiter had caused a stir in front of a live audience, the Russian owner hurriedly arrives. He is a male with fair skin, a scruffy beard, and deep-set eyes, embodying a distinctly exotic appearance, though upon closer inspection, he resembles someone from the western regions, certainly not a pure Caucasian. He appears unconcerned about any crisis of authenticity. With an easy demeanor, he raises his hand in greeting, seamlessly switching between English, Russian, and Chinese. Hi, sorry for that, how can I assist you? Zhang Zhio immediately adopts a courteous smile. Initially concerned about her English skills hindering communication with the owner, she is relieved to find he speaks Chinese, allowing her to straighten her posture and engage proactively. However, Li Zhi unexpectedly beats her to the punch. Just as Zhang Zhio contemplates her inquiry, Li Zhi lazily rests her fingertip against her cheek, raising her gaze to the owner. Are you Russian? This question seems easily comprehensible to him. He smiles and shrugs, sure. Li Zhi raises her eyebrows slightly in acknowledgement of his admission and seamlessly switches to fluent and melodious Russian, her words flowing effortlessly. Zhang Zhio? The Russian owner of the live stream audience? What on earth was that rapid-fire exchange that just zipped past my ears? It went in one ear and out the other. I didn't catch a single word. Was that English? Why couldn't I comprehend even one word? My hearing can't be that poor. Russian? That can't be right, the Russian owner looks confused. It seems he didn't understand what Li Zhi was saying. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing chuckles lazily, as if initiating an encrypted conversation. With a nonchalant demeanor, he raises an eyebrow at the owner. Lin Rong, having heard Li Zhi's rapid succession of words, is equally perplexed. However, she is clever, adept with smartphones. She opens a voice recognition translation app to capture his words before the system automatically identifies the language and translates it. Thus, while everyone remains baffled, a robotic voice suddenly emanates from Lin Rong's phone. Russian. This sentence means, my wife is asking whether she can communicate with you in Russian. What is the matter, are you not Russian, did you not understand? Chapter 56, the elite youngsters of the capital gather to watch a marriage reality show, shocking the entire internet. The so-called Russian boss was utterly taken aback, never anticipating a guest fluent in Russian would appear, directly exposing him on camera with a translation app. Kyoto, the Sihai Bawang Bar. Pei Ji and Shang Jinan had the manager hastily set up a large projection screen in the Donghai private room. The two, munching on sunflower seeds and sipping drinks, were thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. The live stream was currently showcasing a segment where Russian was being used to deliver a stinging retort. Pei Ji, with a small silver fork, poked at a piece of watermelon, exclaiming, impressive. Shang Jinan spat out a seed shell, remarking, I was wondering why Jinggu suddenly took up Russian in his junior year, frequently traveling to Russia, clearly waiting for something here. Pei Ji scoffed, in the pursuit of love, he truly spares no effort. Even now, he is still harboring a secret crush, perhaps he is too afraid to meet Li Zhi in Russia and is lurking in some corner, spying, all twisted and crawling in the shadows. Shang Jinan shook his head in disbelief. He took a tissue to wipe his hands, saying, damn, I never would have guessed Jinggu is this kind of person. I almost thought he had an unusual sexual orientation and was interested in me. Pei Ji, his expression turned complex as he shot a glance at Shang Jinan. Momentarily at a loss for words, he contemplated whether to confess that he had once suspected Jinggu might have feelings for him, almost considering whether he should bend a little for him. This thought sent a chill down Pei Ji's spine. He quickly changed the subject. What about Shugu? Didn't he promise he wouldn't leave us hanging tonight? Shang Jinan shook his head, about to say he didn't know. Just then, the door to the private room was abruptly flung open with a loud bang, revealing Qi Jiashua's signature brazen-visaged eye in the dim light. He entered clad in a black open-collared shirt, sunglasses perched on his nose, a silver necklace cascading over his pale collarbone, striding in with an air of nonchalance in his trendy sneakers. Shugu. Pei Ji waved immediately. Qi Jiashu lowered his sunglasses slightly, lazily glancing at the two on the sofa. He then removed the sunglasses and tossed them onto the coffee table, carelessly leaning back into the sofa, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The wind tousled his hair, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Pei Ji, with a playful grin, leaned closer. What is up, Shugu? You look like you've just broken up with Sang Ying again. The cigarette was lit, and Qi Jiashu threw the lighter onto the coffee table with annoyance, his cold eyes lacking any enthusiasm. Yeah. Ah, it's nothing. Shang Jinan, accustomed to this, replied, in less than 2 hours, you'll probably go looking for her to reconcile. A heartbreak lasts at most 120 minutes, so don't be too upset. Their romantic escapades resembled doing sit-ups, there was never a genuine breakup. Qi Jiashu took a deep drag of his cigarette, this time it's different. Do elaborate, Pei Ji urged, his ears perked with curiosity. Qi Jiashu smirked coldly, if I actively seek her out to reconcile this time, I'll be a dog. Pei Ji's enthusiasm waned instantly. Oh. The harsh words held little weight. Shang Jinan leaned in again, eager for gossip. So how did this breakup happen this time? Mentioning it only served to irritate Qi Jiashu further. He pinched the cigarette between his dexterous fingers, flicking ash into the ashtray. I went to meet a girl and was caught red-handed by Sang Ying. The two chimed in unison, deserved. No, I don't even know that girl, Qi Jiashu replied, clearly displeased as he extinguished the cigarette. Shang Jinan poured him a glass of whiskey. You met someone you don't know, no wonder Sang, the beauty, can't stand you. Qi Jiashua's expression darkened further. He snatched the whiskey glass half filled by Shang Jinan. She found me on Douyin, claiming to feel like my long-lost sister, and even sent a photo. And then? Although Pei Ji had already guessed the outcome, he still inquired. Qi Jiashua's face soured, only to discover that the photo was an AI-generated creation using my face as a template, with the beauty marks painted in the wrong places. She wasn't my sister at all. The two were at a loss for words, raising their glasses instead. Qi Jiashu clinked his whiskey glass against theirs. You tell me, why should I be the one to seek her out for reconciliation after Sang Ying broke up with me over this? Shang Jinan paused for a moment. He earnestly said, Shugu, I think you're just too obsessed. Any girl would struggle to accept her boyfriend flying around the world just to meet different girls, even if you were genuinely looking for your missing sister. But Sang, the beauty, can't follow you everywhere. Who knows what you're doing with those girls? It's bound to make her feel insecure. Qi Jiashu took a swig of his drink, his head hanging low, strands of hair falling over his eyes, a hint of melancholy surfacing amidst his usual bravado. After a long pause, he finally murmured, fine, it's my fault. He took another gulp of his drink, but I can't give up on finding where I'll just have to let Sang Ying down. Pei Ji and Shang Jinan exchanged glances, unsure how to console him. The disappearance of the Qi family's daughter was common knowledge among the elite circles of Kyoto. The Qi family had already mobilized considerable resources in the search for their little heiress. Qi Jiashua's persistence stemmed from a past incident when Yulanzi held an exhibition in Yicheng but had a miscarriage scare, prompting Qi Hiqing to bring his then 3-year-old son, Qi Jiashu, to stay with her for safety until Yuer was born. Only after Yuera's birth did Zhi Zhi plan to return to Kyoto with her once Yu Lancy had recovered. Zhi Zhi had taken a great liking to this little sister, spending his days peering into her stroller, engaging in a silent staring contest with the delicate, soft-skinned girl. One day, while Zhi Zhi accompanied Yu Lancy for postpartum recovery, his elder brother Chi Yubai was in Kyoto, and the nanny was busy. Zhi Zhi was tasked, being the laziest second brother in the family, to push the stroller and take Yuera to the garden for some sunshine. She would bask in the sun while he kept watch beside her, perhaps still bewildered by the newness of the world. Yuera burst into tears the moment she laid her eyes on Zhi Jiaxu's deep, dark, captivating eyes. Caught off guard, Zhi Jiaxu floundered in his attempts to soothe his little sister. Just then, she noticed colorful bubbles floating in from outside the protective iron gate, and in an instant, her crying turned to laughter. Her little white hands. Chapter 57 is Seek Li Zhi. She must be my biological sister. Zhi Jiaxu discovered a breakthrough to cheer up his little sister. He pushed the stroller and took her outside, chasing after the colorful bubbles blown by the children. The little one finally stopped crying. She sat in the stroller, giggling joyfully, even losing her fear of Zhi Jiaxu. Her laughter was the finest stimulant. The more she laughed, the more Zhi Jiaxu became enraptured, unknowingly pushing the stroller far in pursuit of the bubbles, until the children grew tired of playing and ceased blowing them. The little one, exhausted from the fun, began to droop her eyelids. Zhi Jiaxu turned to take her back, intending to have the night nurse carry her to her cozy little bed for a fragrant slumber. However, at that moment, a man and a woman suddenly rushed towards them, swiftly abducting the girl from the stroller before fleeing. The 3-year-old Zhi Jiaxu was left dumbfounded. At the tender age, he had never encountered the harsh realities of society and could not fathom the occurrence of such brazen abduction in broad daylight. Seeing his sister taken away by strangers, he hurriedly shouted and sprinted after them with his little legs. Yet, how could he compete against two adults? After just a few steps, the kidnappers vanished without a trace. When the adults returned and the guards at the villa gate realized something was amiss, the couple had long since whisked away the little heiress, eluding surveillance and disappearing into the unknown. Upon learning of this, Zhi Zhi immediately contacted the police to seal off Yicheng and launched a carpet search. Yet, to this day, there have been no results. At the tender age of 3, when memories are often fleeting, the incident left an indelible psychological scar on Zhi Jiaxu. His sister was lost on his watch. This matter became a formidable obstacle in his heart, one he could not surmount or let go of. He was determined to find her, no matter the cost. Pei Ji and Shang Jinan were well aware of this. Therefore, each time they watched Zhi Jiaxu foolishly pursue his quest to find his sister, they found themselves at a loss for words. Drink up. Everything lies within the wine. Pei Ji sighed, raising his glass. If all else fails, let us watch something entertaining, like Jingo wooing girls on that dating show. Zhi Jiaxu tilted his head back and downed the wine. His sharp Adam's apple slid down his pale, slender neck, faintly flushed, as he lazily scoffed, not interested. He had just broken up with Sang Ying, who would want to watch his brother sweetly courting girls on a dating show. Zhi Jiaxu fell silent, leaning forward to grab another bottle of wine, pouring it into his empty glass. It was then that he inadvertently raised his eyes, his gaze casually sweeping over the projection screen in the private room, which was difficult to ignore. By that time, the six had already left the Russian-style restaurant. Jiang Jia was mortified, her fingers twisting the hem of her skirt, never expecting her pretentious behavior would backfire. The Russian cuisine was a facade. The main dishes consisted of steak and pizza, hardly authentic Russian fare. Even the Russian owner was a pretender. At best, he was of mixed heritage, with only his grandmother being Russian, having taught him a few basic phrases of the language, and his proficiency was inferior to that of Li Zhi, who had merely traveled abroad. Zhi Jiaxu held no interest in this, yet at that moment, the camera suddenly shifted to the proud little swan, Li Zhi, who had just won a stunning victory. Twilight had arrived. The brilliant sunset and the shadows of dusk played across Li Zhi's enchanting eyes as she raised her gaze. Perhaps the photographer also felt this angle was exquisite. The camera zoomed in. Li Zhi blinked her long eyelashes, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Her striking features seemed to gather all the radiance, even the misty hues behind her softly enveloped her, illuminating the tiny mole on the tip of her nose. Zhi Jiaxu's hand suddenly trembled. The wine glass he had just lifted splashed liquid onto his hand, trickling down his sharp, pale wrist. Who is this girl? Zhi Jiaxu's voice tightened. He fixated on the close-up of the face on the screen, feeling an uncanny resemblance to his mother, Yu Lancy, and the tiny mole on the nose was reminiscent of his memory of Yuer. Pei Ji and Shang Jinan turned to look at the screen. They did not notice the change in Zhi Jiaxu's expression and casually remarked, "That's Jing Ji's wife." Zhi Jiaxu's eyes narrowed. Pei Ji added, "I told you before, Jingo had a crush on her back when he was in high school in Yicheng. You didn't believe me and even bet me a blank check. Also from Yicheng." Zhi Jiaxu suddenly stood up. His movement caused the private room to shake, splashing the wine in Shang Jinan's hand. He looked up. "Where are you going?" "To find Li Zhi." Zhi Jiaxu hurriedly uttered, pulling out his phone from his pocket to make a call. Shang Jinan threw up his hands. "See what I told you? It won't be 2 hours before this guy goes to find the beauty." Saying, "Wait, who did you just say you were looking for?" Pei Ji was stunned for half a minute. Then he snapped back to reality. "Looking for Li Zhi?" "Damn," he exclaimed, "Zhi Jiaxu, you scoundrel, you can't possibly have just broken up with Sang Ying and now have your sights set on Jing Ji's wife, can you?" But Zhi Jiaxu paid no heed. His mind was consumed with Li Zhi's face, continually merging in his thoughts with the soft, fair visage of the little girl who had smiled at him from the stroller 24 years ago. Zhi Jiaxu felt a premonition. A strong premonition, perhaps it stemmed from a blood bond, an intrinsic guidance etched into his very being. Li Zhi was undoubtedly his sister. It had to be. He was determined to find his sister. The dating show continued to broadcast. Ultimately, dinner was decided by Li Zhi, who chose the finest and most renowned Xinjiang restaurant in the city center. It rivaled the opulence and splendor of the Russian restaurant. Exotic bricks and stones, Lulan columns, chandeliers, murals, and tall, handsome Uyghur servers in white shirts and bow ties, all contributed to an indulgent dining experience. Lin Rong was all smiles, playfully chatting with the handsome servers, even dragging one to the dance floor to learn a few Xinjiang dances. Shang Su observed with a cold smirk. Humph. He swirled the wine in his glass, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Rong, whose cheeks were flushed from dancing with the handsome men. He intended to turn to Lu Yanqing and share a joke, but saw him leaning close to Li Zhi, drinking and laughing together, so he begrudgingly turned away. Ding, two exquisite Xinjiang wine vessels clinked softly. Li Zhi, with her bright and charming smile, arched her lovely, translucent eyes like peeled lychees, tilting her head towards Lu Yanqing as she raised her glass. Cheers, one more chapter, deep into the night. Don T, wait for me, read it tomorrow. I'm burning the midnight oil. Chapter 58. Supporting my wife is only right. Lu Yanqing lazily curled his lips into a smile, his well-defined hand lifted a silver wine vessel, the ring on his ring finger chiming softly against it. Li Zhi tilted her head back and consumed the small cup of wine. She languidly cradled her chin in one hand, her fingers playfully tapping her cheek with interest. When did you learn Russian? Lu Yanqing casually toyed with his wine glass, revealing nothing of his intentions. In college, it was necessary for taking over the Russian branch, so I learned it as a side endeavor. Your pronunciation is quite standard, Li Zhi chuckled lightly. Lu Yanqing raised an eyebrow in feigned surprise, lazily setting down his glass, leaning closer with a slight bow. Miss Zhi Zhi, are you being so generous with your compliments tonight? A faint, crisp fragrance enveloped them. Li Zhi's breath hitched, feeling as though a feather brushed against her heart, igniting a fluttering sensation within her. She instinctively averted her gaze, with a tone of haughty indifference. She replied, after all, you've helped me tonight. Praise is due. Lu Yanqing raised his chin slightly, a lazy smile gracing his lips. He leaned in closer, his lips brushing against her earlobe, his voice a low, sensual whisper. Then it cannot be considered praise. Li Zhi's earlobe tingled sharply. Her body quivered, and in a fluster, she turned to look back at Lu Yanqing, trying to evade the dampness of his lips against her ear, only to unexpectedly find herself lost in the depths of his dark, profound eyes. Because his gaze burned into hers, supporting my wife is not a matter of seeking credit. It is simply the right thing to do. Li Zhi's heartstrings were suddenly plucked anew. As their gazes intertwined in the air, she inexplicably felt a fire ignite within her, causing her heartbeat to race uncontrollably. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly, attempting to shift her focus. She discreetly moved her gaze away, intending to lift her glass. However, Lu Yanqing simultaneously raised his hand, his long, elegant fingers grasped her glass. The contrast of their cool and warm fingertips brushed against the ornate silver vessel, sending an electric jolt through her. She felt a tingling sensation travel down her spine, hastily curling her fingers to evade his approaching hand. Looking up at him, she inquired, why are you taking my drink? It's empty. Lu Yanqing raised an eyebrow, reminding her. He tilted her glass with a deft touch, indicating its emptiness, watching her with interest. What has captured your thoughts so intensely, that you didn't even notice your glass was empty? Li Zhi shot him a sidelong glance. She relinquished her hold on the glass, defiantly lifting her chin, tapping the nearby wine jug with her fingertip. Then shouldn't you be more aware? Lu Yanqing smirked lazily. He picked up the wine jug, his demeanor nonchalant as he raised his chin. Tisk, only you would dare speak to me in such a manner. The live stream comments erupted. Hee hee, hee hee. You say that, but your actions tell another story? Just admit it, you enjoy being bossed around by your wife. The cold demeanor while doing laundry speaks volumes. The audience reveled in the unfolding drama. As Lu Yanqing poured wine for Li Zhi, she turned her face away, taking a small sip from her glass, her expression radiating delight, her eyes sparkling with brightness. Ding! Suddenly, her phone rang. Li Zhi rested her elbow on the table, casually lowering her eyes to answer. Upon seeing the caller ID, she appeared momentarily stunned. Sensing her shift in demeanor, Lu Yanqing glanced at her, his gaze inadvertently falling on her phone screen. Noticing the caller, his eyes suddenly narrowed, yet Li Zhi's mood seemed unaffected. Rather, she appeared pleasantly surprised, eagerly standing up with her phone. I'll take this call. Lu Yanqing's brow furrowed slightly. He watched as Li Zhi walked briskly, even breaking into a slight jog in her heels, hastily answering before she could reach the outdoors, fearing the call might disconnect. Li Zhi's heart raced with excitement. She could hardly contain her elation, shedding the haughty facade she had displayed before Lu Yanqing, transforming into a soft, playful girl with anticipation and a hint of girlish charm. She exclaimed, However, the person on the other end remained silent for a long while. Assuming the noise of the restaurant was too loud for the other party to hear, she quickened her pace, nearly stumbling down the steps. Ouch! Li Zhi gasped in pain, but she merely bent down to touch her ankle before hastening her steps, winding around to the deserted garden behind the restaurant. The ambient noise faded into silence. Finally, it was just her and the voice on the other end of the line. Tentatively, she spoke. Is that you, Mom? She turned the volume up, certain she heard someone breathing on the other end. With a heart full of joy and anticipation, she answered the number that hadn't called her in ages, yet, Xiaomoya's response was cold. Zhi Zhi, didn't I tell you before that you should only call me auntie from now on? Li Zhi was taken aback. The smile in her eyes faded gradually upon hearing Xiaomoya's words. Her eyelashes fell, her lips instinctively touching lightly, barely suppressing a whisper, but before she could speak, her lips tightened. When she finally managed to speak again, it was as if she had undergone a long mental preparation, her voice faltering as she addressed her, Aunt Xiao. Whom? Xiao Moya finally acknowledged her, but her tone quickly shifted to one of displeasure. I watched the live broadcast, and I was very disappointed with your performance. What? Li Zhi was momentarily stunned. Xiao Moya's voice turned stern. I had originally thought you understood that you took Yuyo's place for 24 years, receiving the nurturing and education of the Jiang family, which granted you the opportunity to go to Russia and learn Russian. If you were sensible, you would know you owe her and should give way to her. Yet, I did not expect you to use what I provided you to slap my biological daughter's face. Li Zhi was utterly dumbfounded. She had hoped that the parents who raised her for 24 years might still have some lingering concern for her, that they wouldn't simply discard her like this. Therefore, when she received Xiao Moya's call, she was overjoyed, even willing to sprain her ankle to ensure she answered in time, but she hadn't anticipated that Xiao Moya was calling to discuss Zhang Jiao. Her breath quickened, and she gripped her phone tightly, the warmth ignited by Lu Yanjing gradually cooling. So, you called me just to say this? What else? Xiao Moya retorted, didn't we clarify everything else when we took you to the police station to change your surname? The Jiang family no longer wanted her. They wished for no contact in the future, hoping she wouldn't disturb their family of three. They had changed her name from Jiang Lizzie to Li Zhi, reclaimed the car and house they had given her, and cast her out without a moment's hesitation. Li Zhi suddenly felt a sharp pain in her ankle, stumbling to a nearby bench to sit down. So, you believe I should bow and apologize to Jiang Jiao? Chapter 59. Fool, I'm here to comfort you. There's no need for that. Xiao Moyan furrowed her brows slightly and remarked, however, you should not bully her incessantly on the variety show. Even if you do not intend to make amends, you ought to learn to be tolerant. This is what you owe her. Li Zhi felt a sudden sharp pain in her already injured ankle. Her eyes glistened with a hint of red, her nose tinged with bitterness. What wrong have I done? Xiao Moyan suddenly choked on her words. Li Zhi had long harbored old injuries from her ballet days. Just moments ago, when she twisted her ankle, the adrenaline rush had dulled the pain due to her anticipation and excitement, yet now, her heart was gradually pierced by a cold realization. Awakened from her reverie by Xiao Moyan's harsh words and sinking into disappointment, both her foot and heart ached in unison. It was your hired maternity nurse who lost your biological daughter and took me away from my family. Her voice trembled with suppressed tears as she raised her tone. The Jiang family was not something I sought after. Xiao Moyan fell silent for a long while before speaking again. Li Zhi, the Jiang family has never mistreated you. You have enjoyed the wealth and privilege that should have belonged to you, reaping a life of affluence and top-tier educational resources that most families cannot provide. Shouldn't you be grateful and fortunate for this misunderstanding, rather than turning your resentment towards me? Li Zhi let out a laugh tinged with anger. She lifted her face, tears brimming in her eyes. I am indeed grateful for your upbringing over these 24 years, and I have no right to blame you for casting me out despite our lack of blood ties. But one thing does not negate another. I owe nothing to Jiang Jiu, and there is no reason I should tolerate her thoughtless behavior towards me. Li Zhi. Xiao Moyan's voice hinted at growing anger. Is this how I have taught you to speak all these years? It was Jiang Jiu who provoked me first. She initiated the smear campaign against me for publicity, nearly leading to my expulsion from Central Ballet. I will settle this score with her in due time. Li Zhi's voice trembled with restraint. Everything the Jiang family has given me, I will find a way to repay. Lead beep, beep, beep. Xiao Moyan was about to say something further, but Li Zhi abruptly ended the call, leaving only the cold sound of a busy signal. The night in Xinjiang returned to silence. Li Zhi sat on a bench, the evening breeze brushing against her face, the tears that stubbornly clung to her eyes blurred her vision as the wind swept past. She gently blinked, lowering her gaze. She changed Xiao Moyan's contact name from Mom back to her full name, removing her from the top of her emergency contacts. She forcibly excavated this once cherished familial bond from her heart, returning to an emptiness of zero. Suppressing the pain, Li Zhi rose to her feet, her delicate fingers bent slightly as they supported her against the tree. With a gentle flutter of her eyelashes, the tears she had held for so long suddenly cascaded down like a series of pearls. Li Zhi had intended to raise her face to reclaim the tears, but upon lifting her eyes, she saw a tall, imposing figure clad in black, stark against her blurred vision. Luo Yanjing had no idea how long he had been standing there leaning against the tree. His well-defined hands held a plastic bag while a cigarette dangled between his fingers. The glowing ember illuminated his pale hands, the swirling smoke deepening the shadows around his eyes. Upon noticing Li Zhi, he extinguished the glowing tip with his fingers and tossed the spent cigarette into the trash. He then strode over to her with long strides that bathed in the dim light. Luo Yanjing leaned closer, gently brushing his fingertips across her eyelids, his voice low and ambiguous. Crying? Li Zhi was no longer weeping, but the tears that had just fallen had dampened her lashes, making them appear even darker and thicker. She took a soft breath, her reddened nose slightly sniffing. Luo Yanjing. Li Zhi stood tall and proud, lifting her face to catch the faint glow of the streetlight, which made her tear-filled eyes shimmer with clarity. Did you come specifically to witness my misfortune? Luo Yanjing scoffed lightly, a hint of amusement in his tone. He curled his fingers and brushed against Li Zhi's eyelids, suddenly flicking upward, causing her lashes to flutter and dislodging the remaining tear from her lower lash. Am I truly that wicked? Li Zhi turned her gaze away, realizing he was wiping her tears. She averted her face, raising her hand to gently tap her fingers a few times. All I have left to do now is watch my own misfortune. Luo Yanjing, seemingly unconvinced, let out a soft scoff. He raised an eyebrow. Who dares to mock our esteemed Lady Zhi Zhi? Li Zhi remained silent, her voice tinged with unshed tears. Fool. Luo Yanjing bent slightly, his fingers playfully tapping her forehead, his voice low and soothing. I'm here to comfort you. Li Zhi trembled slightly, her wet lashes meeting Luo Yanjing's gaze. He knelt on one knee, setting the plastic bag aside, his well-defined hand, encased in his boot, gently grasped her ankle, then he looked up, raising an eyebrow. Injured? Li Zhi stood, lowering her gaze to him. For the first time, she felt the 20-centimeter height difference between her and Luo Yanjing, realizing that she did not need to stand on tiptoe to meet his eyes, but rather had to lower her head to gaze into his. Li Zhi broke her silence, responding with a slight nasal sound, Luo Yanjing clicked his tongue in mild annoyance, opening the plastic bag. Sit, let me take a look. Li Zhi leaned forward, curious about the contents of the bag. She supported herself against the tree and sat back down on the bench, stretching her elegant neck. What on earth is in there? Luo Yanjing raised his eyelids slightly, removing her small leather boots and gently massaging the swollen tendon beneath her ankle. Ah, Li Zhi gasped, suddenly shifting her focus, the pressure eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Luo Yanjing. It was as if a small swan had taken flight, wanting to flap its wings directly at him. That hurts. Now you know pain? Luo Yanjing raised an eyebrow. Were your feet in a hurry when you treated those heels like a whirlwind? Li Zhi huffed defiantly, refusing to concede. Clearly, it was the steps that were blind. Did they not see me coming and know to get out of the way? Luo Yanjing chuckled deeply, looking at her with a twinkle in his eye as she expressed her disdain for the steps. Well, at least you know how to joke with me now. He turned his attention back to her ankle, his lips curving upward. It seems our Lady Zhi Zhi's heart has yet to grow cold. A little warmth might still rekindle it. Li Zhi paused, her fingers resting on the bench tightening slightly. She felt as if the heart that had been wounded by Chao Moyan was suddenly cradled back into warmth by someone who cared for her. Is this all? Luo Yanjing remained kneeling before her, gently holding her uninjured ankle and lifting it onto his knee. Li Zhi lowered her gaze and shot him a sidelong glance. What else could it be? How unlucky must I be to sprain both ankles at once? Chapter 60. You will always be my treasured gem. Luo Yanjing smirked lightly. Noticing that Li Zhi had merely twisted her ankle without sustaining any other injuries or the more serious conditions he had feared, he nonchalantly curled his lips. It's hard to say. Luo Yanjing retrieved a red bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. As his slender fingers deftly unwrapped the medicine box, the silver ring on his left hand glimmered subtly. I wonder which little swan, despite injuring both legs in high school, insisted on flapping her wings and swimming out in the most graceful manner for me to witness. Li Zhi understood that Luo Yanjing was referring to the time she had sneakily tied up her shoelaces. At that moment, she had an extremely important competition, and despite injuring her Achilles tendons, she was determined to persist in her dance practice and not give up. Mentioning her craft, Li Zhi instantly straightened her posture, becoming resolute. That was, however, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden chill enveloped her ankle as the medicinal spray was applied to her swollen joint, causing her to instinctively recoil. Yet, her ankle was abruptly grasped by someone. Luo Yanjing's warm breath brushed against her foot, his sultry voice penetrating her ear. Don't move. In that instant, a tingling sensation surged through her body, causing her toes to curl involuntarily. With her foot in his grasp, she felt a peculiar stiffness in her spine, yet, the inherent intimacy of having her foot held in someone else's palm made her feel somewhat uneasy. Li Zhi tentatively attempted to retract her foot, but to her surprise, Luo Yanjing tightened his grip, lazily lifting his gaze. If you're not afraid that these feet will never dance ballet again, you may continue to fidget. Li Zhi suddenly felt intimidated. Luo Yanjing's scorching palm enveloped her sprayed ankle, gently kneading it with a controlled pressure. Li Zhi was particularly ticklish, although her ankle was far less sensitive than the soles of her feet. The uncertainty and anticipation of when his hand might brush against her sensitive spots made her heart race. Her heart softened and fluttered. She curled her fingers, pressing her fingertips against the bench, trying her utmost to endure the fiery itch. With trembling eyelashes, she cast her gaze towards Luo Yanjing. When did you buy all this? Li Zhi noticed a plastic bag at his feet, filled with various ointments for injuries, including several familiar ones she had used during her previous Achilles tendon injury. This was clearly not something he could have carried with him, nor conjured by magic. When you were on the phone just now, Luo Yanjing replied in a nonchalant tone, there happened to be a pharmacy nearby. Li Zhi blinked in surprise. Luo Yanjing lazily raised his gaze, the mole at the corner of his eye accentuating his playful expression. Isn't it just fortuitous that I spotted a step that was blind to our graceful swan princess? What if it harmed her feet and affected her dancing? Wouldn't she end up in tears? I'm not that prone to tears, Li Zhi muttered softly. That is rather peculiar, Luo Yanjing chuckled lazily. It's the first time I've seen the esteemed Miss Zhi drop her precious pearls. Don't say that. He suddenly leaned in closer. Li Zhi blinked in surprise, her lashes, now dampened, resembled clusters of sunflowers, and her already clear, lychee-like eyes sparkled even more. What are you saying? Luo Yanjing's lips curled into a teasing smile. His gaze burned with intensity as if he were scrutinizing Li Zhi closely for a moment. You actually look quite lovely when you cry. Li Zhi's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She again pressed her fingertips into the bench, her heart racing wildly. Luo Yanjing. Luo Yanjing chuckled softly, his Adam's apple bobbing. He gazed with interest at the flushed tips of Li Zhi's ears, perhaps due to her rosy cheeks. The mist in his eyes dissipated, and he swiftly cast aside any displeasure. Luo Yanjing redirected his gaze, smirking, and retrieved a handful of popsicles from the plastic bag, unwrapping each one like a string of explosives. He was just about to place them on Li Zhi's foot when she could no longer contain herself and quickly pulled her foot back. What is this? Lu Yanjing lazily glanced at her, deliberately checking the packaging and brazenly displaying it to her. Wang Wang shaved ice. Li Zhi, she looked at Lu Yanjing with a complex expression. What is the purpose of this? What peculiar habit is this? They were all so colorful, it seemed he wanted to have one of each flavor, but Lu Yanjing remained unperturbed for ice treatment. He juggled the popsicles in his palm, speaking arrogantly, this is the only thing available at the supermarket. Li Zhi, she looked at the row of popsicles with disdain, unable to believe such avant-garde aesthetics would be applied to her ankle. However, considering her injury was on her foot, a ballet dancer could not afford to gamble with it, thus, she reluctantly extended her foot, allowing Lu Yanjing to bind it with a towel. Her ankle was likely not severely injured, after the spray and ice treatment, the aching pain had indeed nearly vanished. Shall we head back? Lu Yanjing propped himself up on his knee. Li Zhi, experienced with foot injuries, knew that elevating her foot was crucial for circulation. So, utilizing the flexibility of a dancer, she comfortably propped her leg up. I don't want to go back to recording the show. Lu Yanjing lowered his gaze to her foot and naturally raised his hand, palm up, to support her ankle, helping her elevate it. He then lazily turned his head to her, then let us elope? Ha! Li Zhi suddenly lifted her gaze. Although Lu Yanjing's words were somewhat ambiguous, she instantly grasped his meaning. Li Zhi quickly glanced around, noticing that there seemed to be no crew members nearby. For some reason, she felt fortunate that the production team hadn't sent anyone over to capture her embarrassing moment of crying. Isn't that inappropriate? Li Zhi fluttered her eyelashes. If we sneak away like this, won't it count as breaching the contract? But Lu Yanjing merely snorted softly, his voice low and dismissive. He raised an eyebrow, speaking arrogantly, if our esteemed Miss Zhi says she doesn't want to record, do I need to worry about whether it counts as a breach? Lu Yanjing's demeanor was cold and rebellious. Remembering the call from Xiao Moyan earlier, it was the first time he had seen Li Zhi in tears, and it left him inexplicably displeased. Isn't she the precious jewel of her family, needing to be coddled and spoiled, unable to endure even the slightest grievance? Lu Yanjing cast a cold glance towards the restaurant. Who doesn't have someone willing to pamper them? Li Zhi felt a sudden warmth in her heart. It was as if, on a chilly night, Lu Yanjing's words ignited the most fervent bonfire within her. Li Zhi, be strong, you have what others have. Lu Yanjing's gaze returned to her, his dark eyes blazing with intensity. At least in my eyes, you will always be the most cherished, the most delicate treasure, deserving of utmost care. Even if they all turn a blind eye to you, I am still eager to pamper you. Chapter 61. The princess embrace. The whole internet is abuzz. Li Zhi's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she gazed at Lu Yanjing. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though something within her chest had leapt violently, sending ripples of aftershocks that gradually spread through her heart. Her blood surged fervently, and her heart became numb. A grand display of fireworks erupted in her mind, heedlessly detonating in the previously tranquil recesses of her consciousness. Their gazes met in the air, inexplicably weaving a thread of tantalizing ambiguity. Even the atmosphere grew thick with tension. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed as he raised an eyebrow, his lashes dark as raven feathers, and his obsidian irises adorned with a fiery red mole at the corner, burning with intensity. How about we elope? Li Zhi's heart, which had previously been doused by Xiao Moya's indifference, flared back to life like a bonfire reignited on a summer night, instilling within her an unexpected surge of courage. She nodded, yes. Lu Yanjing chuckled languidly, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. Since there is no production team task this time, you can choose. Miss Zhi, would you prefer to be carried on my back or in my arms? Li Zhi was momentarily taken aback. As her gaze met Lu Yanjing's, she sensed a profound depth and inscrutability in his already dark eyes, as if the unlit summer night had cloaked them in a veil of mystery. He understood. He knew that her request for him to carry her was merely a task, yet, in truth, she did not favor being carried in such a manner. The sensation of her body resting against his back, gently nudging his muscles with every step, made her cheeks flush. Li Zhi delicately traced the bench with her fingertips, her tone haughty. You just called me a princess. All right, Lu Yanjing replied with a teasing smile, I understand. It seemed they shared an unspoken understanding. With a mere hint, Lu Yanjing instantly grasped Li Zhi's intention. He momentarily released his hold on her ankle, bending down to slip his arm beneath her knees, while his other hand clasped her waist, effortlessly lifting her into a princess embrace. The crisp scent of her perfume enveloped him, and he was surrounded by a powerful aura of hormones that clung to him, melding with Lu Yanjing's scorching body heat. As she was lifted, Li Zhi's heart raced uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar thrill that had recently surfaced. She was fond of Lu Yanjing, just as she had jokingly remarked before. Had it not been for Fu Yanze, he would have been the one to dazzle her youth. Now, this belated joy was akin to rain meeting the setting sun. Though she had missed the glorious sunrise, she suddenly found herself witnessing the clouds parting and the mist dispersing at dusk, capturing the fiery orange of the sunset and that lingering warmth in the sky. The production team waited in vain for Jing Zhiyuye's return. Even Lin Rong, who had just finished dancing with a handsome Uyghur, looked around and asked, Hey, where's the beautiful Zhi Zhi? Ji Tang froze in front of the monitor. She recalled that Li Zhi seemed to have answered a phone call, shortly before Lu Yanjing followed her out, even going so far as to instruct the crew not to pursue them. After that, they had vanished without a trace. However, the recording had yet to conclude, and Ji Tang could not allow these two rating contributors to slip away. She immediately dispatched an assistant to search for them. At that moment, a member of the publicity team rushed in, exclaiming, Director Ji, you must see the trending topics on Weibo. Ji Tang, bewildered, picked up her phone. Many viewers were also directed to check Weibo for any noteworthy updates. She soon discovered that the hashtag Jingji Princess Embrace had soared into the top 10 on the trending list. Clicking on it, she saw a captured moment of Lu Yanjing cradling Li Zhi as they exited the restaurant. In the dim and blurry light, there was the striking silhouette of his broad shoulders and narrow waist, his long, lithe legs, contrasted by the vivid red of Li Zhi's skirt swaying between his tailored trousers. The photograph captured only their backs, with the suit-clad figure almost entirely enveloping the beauty in his arms, revealing only Li Zhi's slender, fair legs and the delicate curve of her arm as she clung to Lu Yanjing's neck. The atmosphere was hazy yet sufficiently suggestive, showcasing the stark contrast in their physiques. Lu Yanjing held Li Zhi in one arm, while his other hand, clad in the sharp black sleeve of his shirt, grasped her petite arm, his fingers elegantly cradling her black ankle boots. The play of light in this photograph was serendipitously perfect, as the photographer had captured them just as they passed a lamppost, the silver ring on Lu Yanjing's left hand glinting with a subtle shimmer at that precise moment. The internet exploded with excitement. What an extraordinary princess embrace! So these two aren't filming properly and have dashed outside for a moment of madness. They've set a new standard for princess embraces. The disparity in their figures is simply stunning. Ah, how sweet! The suit-clad tycoon whisking away the beauty, and look, the netizens caught this. Is Li Zhi only wearing one shoe? What is that tied around her ankle? It seems like her ankle might be injured, so, because the beautiful Zhi Zhi's foot was hurt, Lu Yanjing simply carried her away in secret? Ah, this is truly a scene of a runaway princess. The live-stream audience was similarly enraptured. Some noted that they had already observed Li Zhi hurrying when she took the call, seeming to twist her ankle as she descended the steps, shortly before Lu Yanjing had risen to follow her. Coupled with the photograph, this series of events painted a complete picture for everyone, propelling the sweetness of Lu Yanjing's one-handed princess embrace of Li Zhi to a climactic peak. Jitang sighed in exasperation as she glanced at Weibo. She waved her hand, realizing that they were unlikely to be found again. Well, whatever, who would dare to order Lu Yanjing around? In the end, they had inadvertently added a surge of excitement to the program before leaving. Many viewers were captivated by the silhouette of the princess embrace, eagerly inquiring about this divine couple, and upon discovering it was a dating show, set their alarms for the next day's live broadcast. Li Zhi's heart had yet to calm. Pressed against Lu Yanjing's chest, she distinctly felt the fierce and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat through the thin fabric, alongside the heat radiating from his firm, muscular chest. She sensed that their hearts seemed closer than ever before, as if they were battling to collide with one another, yearning to merge into one. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yanjing's fingers, gripping her ankle boot, tightened slightly, and as his heart raced uncontrollably, a trace of amusement danced in his rebellious eyes. Li Zhi blinked, gazing up at Lu Yanjing. Meeting his captivating smile, her heart fluttered wildly. He seemed to notice her gaze, lowering his lashes to return her look. Their eyes locked, a collision of ambiguity sparked between them. Li Zhi's heart raced anew, tension tightening like a bowstring, as she hastily averted her gaze, her neck and ears flushed with warmth. Listening to the rhythm of Lu Yanjing's heartbeat, recalling his previous words, and catching a glimpse of his teasing smile, Li Zhi's mind began to swirl with a bewildering thought. Had the Lu Yanjing, whom she had always considered just a good buddy, perhaps harbored some feelings for her as well? Chapter 62. Then, why not like me a little more? Li Zhi's thoughts were in disarray, swirling with confusion. At that moment, however, the low, magnetic timbre of Lu Yanjing's voice penetrated her ears, sending a shiver through her. Be careful with your head. Ah. Li Zhi quickly regained her composure, only to realize that they had unknowingly arrived at the parking lot. Lu Yanjing unlocked the car door, tossed her boots inside, and then, with his distinctly defined hand, wrapped it around her slender waist, bending down to assist her into the passenger seat. Li Zhi bent over, fiddling with the crushed ice. She touched her ankle and realized that the pain had indeed subsided. It seemed she would be able to walk normally by morning. The sprain had not been severe. Lu Yanjing, long legs stretching into the driver's seat, casually glanced at Li Zhi's foot. It seemed he suddenly recalled something. He raised his hand, unfastening the seatbelt he had just secured, and leaned across the center console towards Li Zhi. However, just at that moment, she straightened up, but perhaps sensing a figure leaning in beside her, she instinctively turned her head to look. Their bodies collided unexpectedly, and Lu Yanjing's cheek brushed against Li Zhi's lips, resulting in a soft imprint of her lips on his cheek as they crossed paths. In that instant, Li Zhi felt her heart flutter as if electrified. The gentle friction between their cheeks and lips seemed to suspend time, leaving both of them momentarily frozen. Lu Yanjing's heart suddenly felt as if it had exploded, pounding violently in his chest. After a long moment, he raised his burning gaze to meet Li Zhi's eyes. I'm sorry. Li Zhi exclaimed, her eyes widening in flustered surprise. She quickly straightened her back, making way for him, her ears flushed crimson as if they might bleed. I didn't know you. Yet Lu Yanjing's gaze remained deep and tranquil, devoid of any intention to blame her. Heaven knew his heart was racing, nearly leaping from his chest, as the sharpness of his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and the veins on the back of his hand began to subtly throb. He summoned his dwindling self-control to suppress the erratic beating of his heart and the burning desire within, pretending to maintain his composure as he fixed his gaze upon her. The soft sensation of her lips still lingered on his cheek. Lu Yanjing's lips curved into a playful smile, his brow arching with interest. Mrs. Lu. Li Zhi's delicate fingers clenched the hem of her skirt. Her skin, as pale as sheep fat jade, appeared to be stained with a vivid crimson, making it seem as though she were bleeding from her very fingertips. Lu Yanjing, undeterred, leaned in closer. As a legal couple, why should you be embarrassed to kiss? Li Zhi's lips parted slightly. The tension in her chest tightened, and she felt her heart racing almost audibly, exaggerated to the point where it seemed one need not even press against her chest to hear it thumping wildly. Lu Yanjing's dark eyes sparkled with amusement. This morning, during the game, with a mere 3 millimeters of lip distance, I didn't hear Mrs. Lu's heartbeat racing so dramatically. Li Zhi quickly pressed her lips together, as if that would conceal the evidence of her heartbeat, which felt as if it were escaping from her throat. Do you like me? Lu Yanjing's smile turned mischievous. By now, Li Zhi had leaned back into the passenger seat, wishing to meld her back into it. Mortified by the earlier blunder, however, Lu Yanjing did not fully straighten up. He remained half leaning towards her, his gaze fixed intently, his tone still languid. Then why not like me a little more? Li Zhi's eyes widened even further. Lu Yanjing, with a lazy and indulgent demeanor, stretched his brows and smiled, his laughter resonating from his rolling Adam's apple. I permit it. Lu Yanjing. Li Zhi's cheeks burned with embarrassment. Yet, Lu Yanjing seemed disinclined to afford her an opportunity for explanation. Skillfully halting the teasing, he resumed his previous motion, bending down in response to her call. Here. Then, he beckoned with a finger. Give me your foot. Li Zhi's attention was suddenly diverted. She looked at Lu Yanjing in confusion, but her body remained obedient. Lifting her foot for him, Lu Yanjing removed the crushed ice from her ankle, glancing at his watch. 15 minutes is enough. Prolonged ice application can lead to frostbite. Elevate your foot while you sleep tonight, and apply ice again in 2 hours. Li Zhi gently lowered her eyelashes, noticing that Lu Yanjing had shed his earlier playful demeanor and returned to a serious focus on her ankle injury. His eyes now held only earnestness. I'll be asleep in 2 hours, Li Zhi murmured. By then, who would remember to wake up for the ice treatment? However, having removed the ice, Lu Yanjing straightened up, resecuring his seatbelt before turning his head. Do you think a princess can sleep halfway through icing her injury? You sleep yours, Lu Yanjing replied nonchalantly, his chin raised. He pressed down on the accelerator, starting the vehicle. Just leave a door open for me, I'll provide my services. Li Zhi's heart skipped a beat once more. At that moment, the SUV suddenly surged forward, and the slight thrust pushed her heart to new heights. She turned to gaze out the window, resting her chin on her hand, and as she sensed that Lu Yanjing might genuinely have feelings for her, she couldn't help but smile. The restaurant was not far from the inn, and before long, the two who had stealthily eloped returned ahead of the others. Ji Tang sent the recording schedule for the next day via text, still at 10 in the morning for a gathering in the courtyard, but this time they needed to pack their belongings as they would be camping on the grassland that night, with no return to this inn thereafter. Lu Yanjing still held Li Zhi as he helped her out of the car to ensure she could walk normally by morning. It was best for her ankle not to bear weight tonight. Once her body sank into the soft bed, Lu Yanjing lazily straightened up, casting another glance at her foot. If you plan to sleep, remember to leave the door open for me. I'll come to ice your ankle in 1 hour and 43 minutes. The crushed ice had already been tossed into the freezer, waiting for him to retrieve it at the appointed time to reapply it to her delicate ankle. Got it, Li Zhi replied, her face slightly lifting. In truth, she could manage the icing herself. After all, ballet was her pursuit, and her foot was her OWI. In the past, she would have preferred not to trouble Lu Yanjing. Yet now, it seemed that selfish desires were at play. She rather wished to see him again in 1 hour and 43 minutes. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow. Feel free to call me if you need anything. He lifted his phone, tapping the screen with his fingertips. Available 24 hours. At your service, princess. Li Zhi, in turn, held her head high with pride. All right, you may retreat now. Lu Yanjing chuckled lightly, leaning casually against the wall, preparing to turn and leave the room. Li Zhi had intended to hop on one leg to wash up and sleep. However, at that moment, she suddenly recalled Lu Yanjing's earlier teasing in the car regarding her racing heartbeat, which he had not allowed her to retort. Thus, the mischievous thoughts of the little swan surged. She gazed at Lu Yanjing's relaxed back, and with an upbeat tone, called out, husband. Lu Yanjing's back instantly stiffened. He turned abruptly to look at Li Zhi, his previously carefree expression suddenly igniting with a spark. Li Zhi smiled playfully, her clear, glistening eyes holding a hint of mischief. Tilting her head in curiosity as she observed him, she glanced at her phone, noting the time, then looked up. See you in 1 hour and 41 minutes. Li Zhi's red lips parted and closed, and she even playfully winked at him, her voice sweet enough to pierce his heart, igniting a yearning within. With an expression unlike any before, she gazed directly at him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Good night. Chapter 63. A goodnight kiss to the lady. Lu Yanjing's breath rose and fell gently. He gazed into Li Zhi's eyes, which sparkled like a galaxy. They were bright and clear, with curled lashes and a hint of a smile that danced at the corners, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Desire surged beneath the surface, enveloped in ambiguity. Despite his extreme restraint in controlling his breath, the emotions he had buried deep within him began to overflow as he locked his gaze on Li Zhi's pupils. Li Zhi, Lu Yanjing's voice was slightly hoarse. In this moment, devoid of cameras, she need not perform the role of his wife before anyone. What did you just call me? Li Zhi playfully wiggled her uninjured foot, her expression mischievous. Old, however, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yanjing swiftly returned to her bedside, abruptly placing his palm on her pillow and leaning down towards her. Li Zhi's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively braced herself against the bed to retreat, but Lu Yanjing lifted the hand that pinned her pillow, pushing against her lower back with an overwhelming sense of invasion, effectively blocking her escape. Only then did Li Zhi realize she had provoked him too much. Her breath quickened. Lu Yanjing, what are you doing? Li Zhi trembled slightly, her lashes fluttering as she met his gaze, which was thick with desire. Legal, married couple. She echoed the words she had spoken in the car. It's merely a matter of calling you husband and saying goodnight. Why act like a rogue? I'm not acting. Lu Yanjing's voice was deep and husky. He raised another hand to cradle her chin, his well-defined fingers pressing gently, tilting her face upward. His dark, soulful eyes bore into hers as their breaths mingled. Since we are a legal couple, there is no rogue behavior. It is merely a return gesture to my lady. Li Zhi's pupils widened slightly before her mind could process whether to accept this. She felt Luo Yanjing's breath suddenly envelop her. He leaned in closer, intensifying the charged atmosphere between them. The essence of desire penetrated her soul, igniting a more fervent heartbeat in the midnight air. She found herself holding her breath, too afraid to close her eyes, nearly trembling as she caught sight of Luo Yanjing tilting his head, brushing against her nose before slowly closing his eyes, their lips nearly touching. In that moment, the tension within her tightened abruptly just as she realized that this progression seemed to be moving too swiftly for both her and Luo Yanjing. Li Zhi felt the warmth of his lips. Rather than kissing her as she had anticipated, Luo Yanjing pressed the pad of his thumb against her lips. This gesture, filled with ambiguity yet carefully measured, was followed by a gentle kiss of his fingertip. Li Zhi's heart raced uncontrollably. Surprised yet undeniably enchanted, she lifted her gaze to Luo Yanjing, who gradually opened his eyes, his lips now tinged with a deeper hue of allure. "Good night," he murmured, his fingertip brushing over her lips, his breath growing heavier. "Mrs. Luo." Li Zhi's heart fluttered incessantly. Dazed, she watched as Luo Yanjing, having completed his teasing, turned to leave the room, yet even as he departed, the lingering tension in the air remained palpable. Li Zhi supported herself on the bed, suddenly releasing the breath she had been holding, her chest heaving as her heart raced and she gasped for air. "Help!" She collapsed onto the bed, sinking into the cloud-like softness of the covers. All that echoed in her mind was a singular, frantic thought: he is flirting with me. Meanwhile, Luo Yanjing's heart continued to pound. As he exited Li Zhi's room, he wore a proud, carefree expression, his lips curling into a smile that he could not suppress. Even if it was merely through the barrier of his fingers, the essence of Li Zhi seemed etched into his soul, leaving the warmth of her lips lingering on his fingertip. Luo Yanjing chuckled softly, lowering his gaze as he checked the time on his watch, calculating when he would next meet Li Zhi. 1 hour and 32 minutes remained. He was about to head downstairs to see how Wang Wang and Sui Bing were faring with their preparations when his phone rang. He absent-mindedly took out his phone, only to see an incoming call from an unfamiliar vertical line. Luo Yanjing raised an eyebrow, his demeanor carefree and unruly, assuming it was just a call from a good friend congratulating him on his marriage, perhaps even offering a little monetary gift. He answered the call, prepared to speak, but was met with a cacophony of noise on the other end, reminiscent of an airplane taking off. It was not a congratulatory call at all. "Luo Yanjing. Your father is here. For your wife's sake, I advise you to be sensible and call me dad right now." Luo Yanjing, he leaned against the wall casually, a hint of annoyance flickering across his face as he clicked his tongue. "Qi Jiashu, are you out of your mind?" Then followed an arrogant two-part retort. "If there's nothing else, get lost. I'm hanging up." He swiftly removed the phone from his ear and decisively pressed the hang-up button. On the other end, Qi Jiashu was left listening to the busy tone. Striding up the boarding stairs of Qi's private jet, he let the evening breeze of the capital tousle his clothes. The silver necklace glimmered faintly, and as the wind tousled his collar and hair, his tattoo of the letters SY on the right side of his collarbone became visible. "I'm out of my mind? He actually said I'm out of my mind?" Qi Jiashu scoffed, disbelief etched across his face as he glanced at the woman beside him. Is this brat really planning to treat his uncle like this? Sang Yingyu stepped down the stairs with an air of nonchalance, her face concealed behind sunglasses, revealing only her rosy lips. Her long, flowing hair danced in the wind as it brushed past her leather jacket. With a handbag slung over her shoulder and hands tucked into her pockets, she turned her head slightly, offering Qi Jiashu a teasing smile. "Aren't you the one who's sick?" Qi Jiashu, Sang Ying tilted her head, revealing a kiss mark on her neck. "If I were Luo Yanjing, I would think you're the one who's sick." Caught off guard by his wife's retort, Qi Jiashu suddenly fell silent. Sang Ying coolly smiled. "Regardless of whether he knows your relationship with Li Zhi, you haven't even managed to get a strand of her hair for a paternity test. Moreover," she suddenly halted, turning her head and lowering her sunglasses, "you Bai is actually the real uncle." Sang Ying finally freed one hand, her elegantly manicured fingers waving in front of him. "You're at best the second uncle." "Qi Jiashu," he scoffed disdainfully, "let's just call it the uncle." Sang Ying had grown weary of this debate. She merely raised an eyebrow. "Qi Jiashu, let us be clear, even if I join you on a dating show, it's solely because the production team is paying well, we are still just exes." Qi Jiashu swallowed hard. Squinting slightly, he observed Sang Ying as the evening breeze swept her hair back, revealing the trail of strawberry marks he had left on her neck. Suddenly, he grasped Sang Ying's wrist. "Sang Ying, are you still flirting with me even though we're just exes?" Sang Ying laughed lightly, unbothered. She stepped up to a higher stair, leaned down, and playfully patted his cheek. "Adults have needs. What's wrong with a little fun? If you disagree, how about we call it a breakup fling?" Qi Jiashu's throat tightened again. His voice grew hoarse as he exclaimed, "Sang Ying. Calling me 1T help, you need to bark like a dog," Sang Ying teased, her lips curling upward. "Qi Jiashu, don't forget, you said it yourself. If you actively seek me out for reconciliation, you're a dog." Qi Jiashu, Sang Ying tilted her head. "So, until I hear you bark like a dog." Yet, Sang Ying clearly had no interest in his self-reflection, she merely wanted to hear him bark to teach him a lesson. With a carefree turn, she strutted up the boarding stairs, glancing back at him one last time before she entered. "Oh, by the way." Qi Jiashu suddenly looked up. Sang Ying removed her sunglasses, resting her elbow on her hand. "I forgot to mention, your skills are quite good, I'll be sure to seek you out next time." Qi Jiashu, he pressed down the rapid rise and fall of his chest, inhaling deeply. "Sang Ying. Just wait, if I get tempted by you again next time, I'll be the dog." Chapter 64. In Mr. Lu's in-home service toiling diligently, Li Zhi was not awakened by her alarm clock. After Lu Yanjing departed the previous evening, she filled the tub with warm water and immersed her injured leg, resting it on the edge of the bathtub, before hopping back to bed on one leg, tossing and turning in a restless slumber. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and even her breath remained unsteady every time she closed her eyes. The image of Lu Yanjing leaning in as if to kiss her lips, yet ultimately separated by her fingers, spiraled endlessly in her mind. Li Zhi was uncertain when she finally drifted off to sleep. Perhaps she had sunk too deeply into slumber when the alarm rang, for she had no recollection of hearing it, and when she opened her eyes again, it was morning. Her ankle felt remarkably light. The pain had subsided during her movements, and when she gently placed her foot on the ground, it felt surprisingly effortless. Lu Yanjing must have visited last night. He had likely applied ice to her injury, removed the crushed ice, sprayed her foot again with the red bottle of Yunnan Baiyao, and even positioned a pillow under her foot to elevate it. Li Zhi reached for her phone beside her upon opening WeChat. Aside from messages from Fu Yanze, her gaze immediately fell upon a scenic profile picture at the top. It depicted a clear night, with a bright full moon of the mid-autumn festival rising above the treetops, startling a magpie resting on a branch. Lu Yanjing's WeChat nickname was simply Jing. Jing, good morning, thus began Li Zhi's day, her heart fluttering as she replied with a smile to Lu Yanjing's message, good morning. Receiving a message from her crush first thing in the morning filled her with a sweet sensation, akin to honey coursing through her veins, rippling with delight. Cradling her phone in both hands, she began to peruse Lu Yanjing's moments, only to discover that he had already shared their marriage certificate, along with the photo she had taken amidst a flock of pigeons the day before. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Startled, Li Zhi lifted her gaze, and through the door, she heard Lu Yanjing's languid voice, good morning, your highness. Almost instantly, she threw off the covers and leapt out of bed. She hurried into the bathroom, swiftly washing her face, applying skincare, and fixing her hair. After brushing her teeth and popping a piece of candy into her mouth, she hastily applied a coat of lip gloss before rushing to open the door. The previous flurry of activity had settled into calm. With a touch of pride, Li Zhi tossed her long hair back and leaned gracefully against the doorframe, lifting her gaze to greet him with a subtle wave of her hand. Morning. Lu Yanjing's lips curled into a deep, knowing smile. He glanced at the slippers on Li Zhi's right foot and remarked, no pain? Li Zhi proudly lifted her chin. The Swan Princess possesses remarkable self-healing abilities in this regard. She playfully tapped her toes on the ground, tilting her head slightly. However, the service provided by Mr. Lu last night was truly commendable. Li Zhi had yet to change her clothes. She wore a silk nightgown from La Perla, the very one Lu Yanjing had gifted her after that evening. The delicate straps rested lightly on her bare shoulders, with lace edging accentuating her sensual silhouette. Lu Yanjing's gaze shifted subtly, a hint of desire flickering in his eyes as he observed Li Zhi leaning against the doorframe, the strap of her nightgown threatening to slip. His heated fingertips brushed against her shoulder, the gentle curve of his fingers catching the strap just before it could fall, his voice low and husky, change and join me for breakfast in the courtyard. His fingertips grazed her smooth skin, sending electric shivers down her spine. Yet, just as quickly as he had touched her, he withdrew his hand, leaving her yearning for more. Ah. Li Zhi responded, unconsciously raising her hand to caress her shoulder, still tinged with the lingering warmth of his touch. She then turned and returned to her room to apply makeup and change. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the production team had already begun their pre-broadcast preparations, setting up cameras in the courtyard of the inn to capture the guests' breakfast routines. Fu Yanze had not slept well the previous night. He had seen the trending topic featuring Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing, with their affectionate Princess Carrie, a display of intimacy that irked him. This closeness, which he felt should have belonged to him, now belonged to another man, filling him with dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao was in high spirits, as the engagement ring that Fu Yanze had commissioned for her was finally ready. Eager to showcase it to her fans, she had her assistant rush to Xinjiang to deliver it, arriving late last night. This morning, as she appeared on screen, she could hardly contain her excitement, flaunting the massive diamond ring on her ring finger. Yanze, look. This ring is truly exquisite. It was Fu Yanze's first time seeing the actual ring, although he had seen the design months prior. The original concept included small diamonds forming swan wings alongside the central diamond. It had been meant for Li Zhi. He had promised her that if she assisted him in securing a billion-dollar project with the Jiang family, he would formally acknowledge her as his partner. However, the design had been altered, and the ring now adorned Zhang Jiao's hand. Instead, numerous staff members were enjoying breakfast, and upon spotting the dazzling diamond ring sparkling in the sunlight, several were drawn over to admire it. This is the first time I've seen such a large diamond. What a beautiful ring. Fu is truly generous. The lavish displays of wealth in such a relationship are truly enviable. Even Lin Rong raised her eyebrows, bluntly exclaiming, wow, how extravagant. That diamond must be worth tens of millions, such blatant ostentation. Zhang Jiao did not shy away from the term ostentation. She smiled sweetly. This was specially designed for me by Yanze. It indeed took a lot of effort. Fans in the livestream echoed the praise. Wow. I am shipping Fu and Jiang harder than ever. It seems Fu is just not one to express his love on camera, but he truly cares deeply. A custom-designed diamond ring. Wow. Oh, by the way, that beloved couple that everyone is talking about seems to have legally tied the knot. I haven't seen any wedding ring on that ballet sister's hand yet. Could it be a plastic marriage, or perhaps they are not even recognized by the Lu family, merely obtaining a small red book without a wedding or a ring? Zhang Jiao's fans could not help but laugh, seizing the opportunity to ridicule Li Zhi, with some even daring to tag the Lu family's official account. Lu Yanjing remained blissfully unaware of the public sentiment surrounding them, but he lounged casually, legs crossed, half-lidded eyes, listening to Jiang Jiao boast about her diamond ring as if it were a joke, idly fiddling with his phone. The camera did not zoom in, leaving viewers curious about what he was preoccupied with. At that moment, Li Zhi, now dressed, finally appeared in the courtyard, prompting Lin Rong to wave enthusiastically, "Beauty." "Good morning." "Good morning." Li Zhi replied with a gentle smile. She made a point to glance at Lu Yanjing, noticing him beckoning her with a casual gesture while still focused on his phone. Li Zhi approached. "What are you up to?" Looking at stones, Lu Yanjing replied nonchalantly. Li Zhi blinked in confusion. What stones could possibly be so captivating? "There aren't many worth seeing." Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow lazily, scrolling down. "They're all just ordinary rocks." Li Zhi, perplexed and eager to see what he was examining, was just about to lean closer when the sound of high heels clicking approached her. Jiang Jiao, adorned with her dazzling diamond ring, walked over to Li Zhi. "Zhi Zhi, good morning." Chapter 65, A Surprise for Our Princess. Li Zhi's attention was abruptly diverted. She languidly lifted her gaze, and what met her eyes was the dazzling diamond ring on Jiang Jiao's ring finger. The owner of the pigeon egg seemed to flaunt it deliberately. She intentionally raised her left hand, elegantly tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" Li Zhi did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, her eyes narrowed as they lingered on Zhang's left hand, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Miss Zhang, your ring is quite exquisite." Jiang Jiao feigned surprise, covering her lips with her ring-adorned hand. "Oh, thank you. This is an engagement ring that Yanze customized for me. It just arrived last night." Customized specifically, Li Zhi glanced at Fu Yanze and, indeed, observed a hint of nervousness in his expression as he averted his gaze. She chuckled softly. "It is indeed very special." Li Zhi had no intention of sparing the scoundrel any dignity. "You claimed you were going to give me a ring, yet you deliberately removed the swan wings design and presented it to someone else?" Lu Yanjing lazily raised his chin, suddenly displaying a look of disdain. Jiang Jiao's expression shifted slightly, her previously triumphant smile freezing. "What?" The fans in the live stream grew anxious. "What's this little homewrecker Li Zhi talking about? Good grief, how shameless, just because she doesn't have a ring, she claims that Fu Xiao's gift to Yuyo was originally meant for her? What audacity this little mistress has. I can't believe it. Hasn't she locked herself with Lu Zong? Why is she acting so cheap in front of the Yuyo marriage? Can she not bring her bad luck in front of me?" Jiang Jiao's fans were utterly speechless, wishing to leap through the screen and toss this cold water of a Li Zhi out of the live broadcast. Meanwhile, Li Zhi's lips curled into a slight smirk. "What, didn't your Yanze brother tell you, on the original design sketch of this ring, wasn't there supposed to be a pair of wings next to the pigeon egg?" Li Zhi. Fu Yanze's expression turned icy. He had always valued his reputation. No matter how guilty he felt, he could not allow Li Zhi to unravel the truth in front of the live stream. He furrowed his brows. "I have made it abundantly clear to you. I have only ever regarded you as a sister since childhood, and I have never harbored any romantic intentions toward you, let alone commissioned a ring for you. Even if you were infatuated with me in vain, there is no need to resort to such lies and schemes to sow discord between me and Yuyo." Ah, exactly. It's a clear case of turning black and white on its head. I knew it was impossible. If Fu Xiao had ever loved Li Zhi and thoughtfully commissioned a ring for her, he wouldn't be getting engaged to Yuyo now. They say it's better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. This little mistress, however, seems adept at creating discord. "Yuyo darling, let us cherish our bond with Fu Xiao, don't fall for her nonsense, otherwise, you'll be playing right into her hands. Wasn't it you who said a few days ago that once you gained benefits from Jiang Jiao, you would return to marry me?" Jiang Jiao clung to Fu Yanze's arm, smiling gently. "Yanze, rest assured, I trust you. I won't heed anyone else's one-sided tales." Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow slightly, a scoff escaping his lips as he lazily directed his gaze toward Fu Yanze, his eyes imbued with a hint of haughty indifference. He deliberately elongated his tone. "Infatuated in vain? Mr. Lu." Fu Yanze's demeanor was as cold as ice. "You should tread carefully, don't let Li Zhi take advantage of you. It would be best if he could resolve matters with her sooner, so he might still have a chance in the future." Yet, Lu Yanjing merely lounged with an air of arrogance, crossing his legs. "Is there such a good fortune? If so, I would be delighted to be utilized by her." Lu Yanjing, don't be too indulgent. This is what it means to be unwaveringly favored. Only the fans of Jiang Jiao seemed dazed, believing that the entire world must adore their Fu Xiao, oblivious to the fact that these two are utterly plastic. In the past, life moved slowly, and one would hardly encounter a lunatic. Now, however, lunatics have taken to the internet, and most of the Yuyo marriage fans are practically insane. Fu Yanze, indeed, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He frowned at Lu Yanjing, unable to comprehend how this person could disregard all rational discourse, willingly allowing himself to be exploited. Jiang Jiao's smile also faltered slightly. She seemed to offer a gentle reminder. "Zhi Zhi, I understand that you might be feeling a bit upset because Mr. Lu hasn't gifted you a wedding ring, and upon seeing my diamond, you wish to vent your frustrations on me. After all, you wouldn't dare confront Mr. Lu." Li Zhi. Jiang Jiao's eyes began to glisten, as if tears were imminent. "It's all right, after all, I am the reason your home was lost. If you wish to vent your anger, I can endure it." One must admit, Jiang Jiao was truly skilled at manipulating emotions. It was no wonder she had thrived in the entertainment industry, masterfully embodying the role of the White Lotus. Seeing her sister on the verge of shedding little pearls, the fans rallied against Li Zhi. The wretched Li Zhi. UVE made our darling cry. Does she even realize what she is doing? Clearly, she usurped Yuyo's status as a wealthy heiress, and now she dares to blame Yuyo for her misfortunes? She is flipping the script and playing it out without a hint of shame. Mr. Lu is indeed a good man, but unfortunately, he lacks discernment. While the Ba family may not be wise, surely someone in the Lu family can see through Li Zhi's true nature and cast her out. The crowd was in an uproar. Previously unable to destroy Li Zhi's career through public opinion, they were now attempting to tarnish her marriage. Suddenly, Lu Yanjing let out a faint, disdainful laugh. His clear-boned fingers idly played with his phone. Inadvertently, he pressed the screen, revealing an image he had just viewed. The camera zoomed in, eager to discover what triviality he had just uncovered, only to reveal a diamond photo, a vividly colored, pure pigeon blood red diamond, grand and luxurious, striking the viewers with its brilliance. Upon closer inspection, the estimated transaction price was approximately 14 million RMB. Trivial stone. Lu Yanjing suddenly grasped Li Zhi's wrist, his demeanor languid as he pulled her into his embrace, then stood, draping an arm over her shoulders, guiding her to sit on his chair. So it turns out Miss Jiang has been preoccupied with such matters. Lu Yanjing raised his brows nonchalantly, his almond-shaped eyes glimmering with amusement, worried that my wife might feel slighted in Wu Ti received the diamond ring I gifted her after our marriage. Zhang Jiao's smile stiffened ever so slightly. She certainly did not mean to imply that Lu Yanjing was neglectful of his wife, she merely wished to flaunt what she possessed that Li Zhi lacked. Zhang Jiao attempted to explain, but Lu Yanjing interrupted her with an impatient click of his tongue, his casual demeanor lifting his chin. Originally, I intended to wait until I had gathered everything before presenting a surprise to our princess. Chapter 66. 8 exquisite diamond rings for her to wear playfully. Li Zhi blinked in bewilderment. She caught sight of Lu Yanjing tilting his head languidly to look at her, a leisurely smile glimmering in his eyes adorned with a red mole. But since you have already broached the subject, it seems I must unveil this incomplete surprise a little earlier than planned. Li Zhi was unaware of this surprise. She gently tugged at Lu Yanjing's clothing with her slender fingertips and whispered, "What is it?" Lu Yanjing leaned in with a casual demeanor, his lips curving in a teasing smile, the indulgence and affection in his eyes no longer concealed. "I must first seek your pardon, my lady. I had intended to prepare more thoroughly before presenting it, but given the circumstances today, I cannot bear to see our Mrs. Lu suffered due to such baseless matters." Lu Yanjing's tone remained audacious and arrogant, yet it was a unique affection reserved solely for her. Li Zhi's heart raced. Instinctively, she felt that this so-called incomplete surprise was already worthy of anticipation. "Excuse me," Lu Yanjing said with an air of nonchalance, "Mr. Shan, would you be so kind as to assist me? Please retrieve a leather safe from my bedside table." He cast a cool glance at Fu Yanze, raising his chin slightly. "I cannot leave. To prevent any further provocations where fans might be incited to throw water at my wife, or have our so-called childhood friend watch coldly from the sidelines." The live stream was once again filled with excitement. After all, Lu Yanjing had always been one to confront openly, as if he had no regard for sentiment. Shang Su nodded, of course. Lin Rong blinked curiously, watching as Shang Su turned to retrieve the leather safe assigned to him at the guesthouse prior. The audience was rife with speculation. What surprise could it be? Surely a diamond ring? What did Lu just say about someone inciting fans to throw water at Li Zhi, referring to that trending incident at the gala? Weren't Zhang Jiao's fans barking that Li Zhi threw water at her first? It seems there is more to this story. I absolutely love how Lu confronts things head-on. Is this the confidence of a big shot in the capital? The crowd eagerly rubbed their hands together. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao sensed impending doom, her smile stiffening. "Mr. Lu, that's not what I meant. Does it matter?" Lu Yanjing replied indifferently. His expression remained haughty. As a public figure, Miss Zhang's words and actions set an example for her fans. "Your comments have incited them to cyberbully my wife." Lu Yanjing's voice dropped low as he disdainfully added, "But I am here to stand by my wife." The live stream erupted in uproar. Zhang Jiao felt a surge of panic, as if she were about to be slapped in the face once more. Sure enough, Shang Su soon returned, carefully cradling the safe of Mr. Lu. "Thank you," Lu Yanjing nodded slightly. After all, he hailed from a prestigious family in the capital, receiving the finest education from a young age, absorbing the manners of his parents. He was not so arrogant as to lack courtesy. It merely depended on whom he was addressing. Lu Yanjing took the leather safe from Shang Su and gestured to the nearest photographer. The photographer, having received the signal, immediately approached with his equipment. In the next moment, Lu Yanjing's strikingly handsome visage filled the screen, captivating the audience in the live stream. He raised an eyebrow and smirked arrogantly, spreading rumors that my wife is not valued by the Lu family or unworthy of a wedding ring? Lu Yanjing tilted his head languidly, handing the leather safe to Li Zhi, inviting her to unveil this surprise herself. He then turned to the camera, his gaze piercing. "Let everyone see clearly." Li Zhi had initially thought it might be a wedding ring, or perhaps an unfinished design, which was what Lu Yanjing referred to as incomplete. Yet she was taken aback to find a large safe instead. Upon receiving it, the luxurious leather felt heavy in her hands. Thus, she carried the safe to the dining table. The courtyard had many empty tables, and she placed the safe upon one, her eyelashes fluttering. "What's the password?" "Your birthday," Lu Yanjing replied with a lazy grin. The circumstances were spontaneous. The safe had been retrieved by Shang Su, and the password was indeed Li Zhi's birthday. There was no opportunity for Lu Yanjing to tamper with it. Therefore, whatever lay inside was destined solely for Li Zhi, regardless of when it was presented. The photographer immediately zoomed in. Li Zhi dialed in the 4-digit code, 0731, and with a click, the safe slowly opened. The camera struggled to focus, scattering brilliant rays of light that dazzled the viewers in the livestream. Even the photographer had to avert his gaze. Once their vision adjusted, he hastily refocused on the interior of the leather safe. Inside, 8 exquisite diamond rings of various colors sparkled, nearly blinding him. Lin Rong gasped in astonishment. Wow, no way. Zhang Jiao's pupils constricted as she recognized several of the diamonds, having mingled in the fashion world for years. The magnificent blue diamond, a true auction superstar. The unparalleled yellow diamond, Miss Niche, Irish for wholehearted, the highest historical sale price rose-cut pigeon blood red diamond from luxury auction houses, the first vividly colored pink diamond to ever appear in the public auction market, Kipuka, Hawaiian for breath of the island. None of these gems had a sale price lower than 50 million, and once designed into rings, factoring in the design value and surrounding accents of smaller diamonds, the current price had far surpassed that of the raw stones. The audience, having been enlightened by netizens, quickly understood why the red diamond worth nearly 10 million had seemed like a worthless chunk of rock. Of course, it was just a worthless chunk. The comparison was simply too stark. Even Li Zhi herself was left in a daze. She stared in shock and confusion at the box of rings, her gaze drifting upward. Is this what you referred to as an incomplete surprise, that you had yet to prepare adequately? Lu Yanjing, however, remained remarkably calm. He raised an eyebrow slightly. The plan was originally for 9 rings. As I know how much our Miss Zhi loves such extravagant and dazzling treasures, I intended to procure a variety for you. When you wear different colored outfits, you can wear Lin Rong directly screamed. 8 diamonds worth at least $500 million, and you call this playing around? Lu Yanjing let out a regretful click of his tongue. He leaned casually against a tree. Unfortunately, the 9th diamond has yet to be found. Those worthless stones are utterly unworthy of gracing our princess's hands. The crowd, you've gone too far. If a 10 million pigeon blood red was considered worthless, what would Zhang Jiao's colorless diamond be? A glass. No wonder when Li Zhi mentioned that Fu Yanze's diamond ring for Zhang Jiao was supposed to be given to her, Lu Yanjing suddenly displayed an exceedingly disdainful expression. The audience immediately decoded his thoughts. Lu Yanjing must have been thinking, does this piece of worthless glass even deserve to be given to my princess? If you can't pamper her, then step aside. Let me take over. The viewers on the livestream went wild. Damn, I'm so envious. 8 exquisite diamonds, and he still says the 9th suitable one hasn't been found. No wonder we've never seen Li Zhi wear a wedding ring before. It turns out her prince was waiting to present them. Lu Yanjing's love is truly remarkable. Li Zhi wedding ring. Lu Yanjing worthless stones. 8 rare diamonds appear simultaneously. Li Zhi's heart swelled. She lowered her gaze at the 8 diamonds within the safe, her fingertips gently brushing against the Miss Niche. This wholehearted gem, she had once seen in a fashion magazine. It had been purchased 4 years ago by an anonymous mysterious bidder via an overseas phone call. 4 years ago, but if Lu Yanjing had been preparing these since then. With this thought, her fingertips trembled slightly, and she lifted her gaze to Lu Yanjing. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity and intensity as she asked, Lu Yanjing, when did you start preparing these wedding rings? Chapter 67. Once you don the diamond ring, you shall belong to me. The smile at the corners of Lu Yanjing's lips gradually solidified. He fell silent for several moments, then slowly lowered his eyelashes to meet Li Zhi's pair of beautiful, lively eyes. After much contemplation, Lu Yanjing ultimately found himself unable to deceive her. His voice, rich and slightly husky, murmured, 4 years ago, while selecting gifts for my elders, I unexpectedly came across this Miss Niche on the auction list. At that time, the auction items listing was in 3 languages. Chinese, English, and Irish. In Irish, it was Miss Niche. Its Chinese interpretation was wholeheartedness. Lu Yanjing's deep-set eyes burned with intensity. From the very first glance, I knew this diamond was meant to be yours. The audience in the livestream erupted into frenzied screams. Awe. I knew it. Heavenly Brother has been plotting against Li Zhi all along. 4 years ago, he was studying abroad. They were separated by oceans, yet, upon seeing the diamond, she was the first person he thought of. At that time, Li Zhi was still betrothed to Fu Yanze, wasn't she? Although it seemed merely verbal, so, when he purchased this diamond, he might have thought he would never have the chance to gift it, yet he still bought it, because he didn't want the diamond to fall into someone else's hands. This is Lu Yanjing's wholeheartedness. The viewers were utterly captivated. Li Zhi's heart raced uncontrollably, her blood surged, igniting a whirlwind of dazzling sparks that exploded chaotically in her mind. Indeed, it had begun 4 years ago, but at the very least, it had commenced from that time. Li Zhi even considered the possibility that, even if Lu Yanjing had acquired the diamond 4 years prior, it might have had nothing to do with her. Perhaps it was merely an early preparation for his future wife. Yet, Lu Yanjing had claimed that from the moment he laid eyes on the diamond, he felt it belonged to her. When had he started to harbor feelings for her? High school? The thought startled Li Zhi, yet, 4 years ago, she had had no contact with Lu Yanjing. It was implausible to suddenly develop feelings for someone out of the blue. Thus, it must have been even earlier. High school. Li Zhi's eyelashes fluttered as she lifted her gaze towards Lu Yanjing, suddenly feeling as if everything had a traceable origin. The diamond ring controversy was thus laid to rest. Lu Yanjing's desire to marry Li Zhi was as clear as day, and no one dared to dispute it any longer. Zhang Jiao, infuriated, removed her large diamond ring and retreated out of the camera's view to cry, while her fiancé, Fu Yanze, could only follow her to offer comfort, lest he be questioned by fans about his sincerity. Li Zhi, with a proud tilt of her chin, looked up at Lu Yanjing. There are too many rings to choose from, you match one for me. Lu Yanjing chuckled nonchalantly. He raised his chin slightly. This one, Miss Niche. Due to the program's prior announcement of a camping trip in the grasslands that evening, Li Zhi had intentionally donned a bright yellow dress, exuding a radiant and ethereal aura, perfectly complementing the yellow diamond known as wholeheartedness. Li Zhi extended her hand towards Lu Yanjing, the back of her hand facing upward, her left ring finger playfully raised. Lu Yanjing, lazily lowering his gaze, understood her intention without her uttering a word. He bent down to retrieve the yellow diamond ring, gently grasping Li Zhi's hand. He bowed slightly. Miss Zhi Zhi, once you wear my wedding ring, you shall belong to me. The tips of Li Zhi's ears faintly flushed with a rosy hue. Feeling a touch of discomfort, she averted her face, biting her lip, her teeth grazing her lips before she released them. With an ambiguous murmur, she whispered, "Since we obtained our marriage certificate, haven't I already been yours?" The audience in the live stream erupted into another round of ecstatic screams. Lu Yanjing's eyes sparkled mischievously, the corners of his lips curling into a smile. Even the sensual mole on his face seemed to dance with delight. The perceptive cameraman swiftly zoomed in. Before the watchful eyes of the audience, as witnesses, Lu Yanjing clasped Li Zhi's delicate hand and slid the wedding ring onto her ring finger. Help, this is practically a wedding scene. What was supposed to be a pre-recorded breakfast routine has turned into something so sweet, it feels like an official episode. Ah, it feels like we are witnessing something sacred. Lu Yanjing is truly infatuated with Li Zhi. I can sense that Miss Zhi Zhi seems to be responding actively too. The perfect match of Jing and Zhi. The fans of the couple were in a frenzy. They even turned the iconic image of Lu Yanjing placing the diamond ring on Li Zhi's finger into promotional posters for their pairing. In the poster, the female lead was already enjoying her breakfast beautifully. Lin Rong sat beside her. Even without turning her head, she was intermittently dazzled by the light reflecting off the diamond ring in the bright sun. She rested her chin on her hand. So big, so beautiful, so lovely, this is what every girl dreams of in love. Truly, when hearts genuinely beat for one another, there is no need for ostentation or boasting. The genuine heiress, still sobbing from the previous incident, questioned Fu Yanze in a spot where the camera could not capture them, asking if the ring was originally meant for Li Zhi. Fu Yanze was thoroughly annoyed that he had never had to placate Li Zhi like this before. Their relationship had always flowed naturally, with neither needing to bow down or soften towards the other. However, Jiang Jiao's temper was too much to handle. Xiao Moya, upon learning that she had mistreated her biological daughter for over 20 years, returned only to find herself enamored with Fu Yanze. She promised him that as long as he treated Yu well, she would grant him all the projects he desired, ensuring he would gain control of the Fu family. Were it not for Xiao Moya's words, Fu Yanze would not have so decisively chosen the genuine heiress and patiently accompanied her through the dating show every day. Meanwhile, on the other side, the production team quietly opened a new small live broadcast room, with two unidentifiable figures flickering in the frame. The audience in the live stream was bewildered. Whose perspective is this? Why has a sub-broadcast room suddenly appeared? Did a new guest arrive? At this moment, the main live stream was peaceful, and many viewers wandered around, curiously drifting into this new space. The suspenseful mode remained consistent. The camera focused on the necks and lower halves of the two new guests, temporarily not revealing their faces. Dressed in an audaciously stylish leather jacket with a sensual open collar showcasing a silver necklace underneath, he happened upon the moment when Lu Yanjing adorned Li Zhi with the ring. Perusing the comments that were fervently celebrating the moment, he scoffed disdainfully at the dog Lu Yanjing. He certainly knows how to flirt. A male fox spirit, a male peacock, how shameless. What the hell, who is this guy? How dare he insult President Lu? Good heavens, is he courting? Beside him, a woman in a languidly sensual black slip dress, with her slender shoulders partially obscured by long black curls, coldly smirked in disdain. Instead of that, you might want to worry about whether you'll roast to death in Xinjiang today. Qi Jiashu. He turned his gaze towards Sang Ying. If you hadn't worn a leather jacket when boarding the plane last night, I thought I'd dematch with you in couple outfits? That was because the wind at the airport was strong. Sang Ying shot him a sidelong glance. Who in their right mind would wear a leather jacket to Xinjiang? Qi Jiashu, good heavens. It seems like we have new guests. Their interaction is so amusing. It feels like an AO couple dynamic. Leaked. I feel like judging by the male guest's outfit, posture, and tone, he also seems to be the A-type. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to speak like that about President Lu. He only acts meek in front of his wife. They must be a couple. With such styles, their addition to the dating show would definitely be entertaining. The audience couldn't help but grow eager with anticipation. And at that moment, Chapter 68, Qi Xiao was anxious to see his sister. The director of the program approached the two with a smile, inquiring, Mr. Qi, Teacher Sang, are you ready? Shall we officially commence the pre-interview? The two paused their playful banter and nodded in agreement, with the director addressing them by surname. The suspense was promptly dispelled, and the camera zoomed in. The striking visages of the two immediately captivated the lens. Qi Jiashu lounged casually, spreading his legs nonchalantly, one leather boot resting arrogantly on the crossbar, his chin slightly raised, with peach blossom eyes that exuded both mischief and allure. Meanwhile, Sang Ying had dispensed with her sunglasses. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with bright eyes and luscious lips, a high nose, and slightly upturned fox-like eyes that possessed an innate charm, rendering her beauty somewhat assertive. Oh my goodness. So handsome, so beautiful. My heavens, it's Sang Ying, my idol. I even tore her magazine cover from last month and plastered it on my wall. I watched her show last month. Those legs are so long, her waist is so slim, I'm practically drooling. That guy looks familiar too, but I can't quite place him. Qi Jiashu, the top racing driver in the country. His stunning looks always land him on the trending list after every race. He is incredibly popular on every social media platform. Ah, I remember now, he is the viral beauty streamer. Many fans joke that his primary occupation is his looks, and racing is just a side gig. Because he is so active online, he seems almost unreal. Is he the one searching for his sister? Yes. He claims he lost his biological sister and is posting beauty videos daily to gain traction, rallying his online fans to help him find her. Wait, how did these two end up together? Are they dating and even the paparazzi are oblivious? The live chat erupted with excitement. Fans from both sides rushed to various platforms to share messages, drawing in many who were unaware of the couple's participation in the dating show, eager to join the fray. The director prompted, "Would you both kindly introduce yourselves?" Sang-Ying languidly tucked her long hair behind her shoulder. With a slight parting of her red lips, she declared, "I am Sang-Ying, a model with rather poor acting skills and a pitchy singing voice. Fortunately, I was born with long legs and can walk without a limp. For now, I merely wish to remain in my comfort zone as a decorative vase." Wow, my wife is still so stunning. Ha, I adore her straightforwardness. I love watching her be a vase. Zhi Zhi lazily lifted his chin with an air of indifference. He remarked, "Do I really need to introduce myself? Have I not posted hundreds of beauty videos already?" Sang-Ying playfully kicked him with her high heel. Zhi Zhi clicked his tongue and finally straightened up, declaring, "I'm Zhi Zhi, a racing enthusiast." Ah, sounds like you're under the thumb of your wife. Indeed, it's not all for naught, but merely posting beauty videos won't suffice. Show us those abs. Please, Zhi Xiao, consider diving into the male escort business. The Zhi family had always been low-key, and this generation even more so. Although the family name was widely recognized, Zhi Yubai and Zhi Jiashu had never leveraged their family's renown in public, leaving many unaware of Zhi Jiashu's true identity. They learned from videos about his older brother and the sister he had lost, and it seemed their family was quite affluent, hence the playful moniker of Zhi Xiao. The director inquired, "What is your relationship with each other?" Zhi Jiashu cast a lazy glance at Sang-Ying, stating, "Wife." Sang-Ying lifted her. He exhaled sharply, straightened up, and turned to her, gritting his teeth as he whispered, "Sang-Ying, did I not howl like a dog with you last night in bed? Did you not hear?" "I did hear," Sang-Ying replied with a slight upward curve at the corners of her eyes. She turned her head, gazing at him with a charming smile, "But I only said that not howling like a dog means we aren't back together. I never said howling would guarantee it." Ha ha ha. What is this? She shall learn to howl from my wife? Stunned, that beauty streamer howled like a dog just to reconcile with his wife. Did he just say he howled where? In bed? Such lewd words are not meant for my ears. When exactly did they get together? How incompetent are the paparazzi these days? This juicy gossip requires the principal to reveal it. The director continued, "So, may I ask what brings you both to our dating show?" Zhi Jiashu wore a sullen expression. He lethargically lifted his eyelids, stating, "Looking for someone, and simultaneously contemplating how to win my wife back." Sang-Ying smirked, "The compensation from the production team is quite generous, so I reluctantly agreed to partner with him. I'm going to be laughing myself into a stupor because of these two. I absolutely adore this couple dynamic. It feels refreshingly new amidst the entire Sweet Traveler series. Zhi Xiao, you better not scold the producer, you might as well learn a thing or two about wooing your wife." However, Zhi Jiashu just mentioned searching for someone on this show? It seems he's always been seeking his biological sister, and all that hype is for this reason. Could it be that he has discovered his sister is among the production team? The narrative of Zhi Jiashu searching for his sister had gained significant traction on Douyin. Each time he posted a beauty video, numerous internet vixens commented, calling him brother, and making wild claims of familial ties. Some detractors accused him of fabricating such a story for attention, while others genuinely believed he was seeking his sister, intrigued by the unfolding saga. Consequently, the audience's excitement surged once more. There is definitely something to watch. Zhi Jiashu is undoubtedly here to find his sister. But who could his sister be, a guest or a crew member? Wow! I am envious of such a handsome brother. The director handed over a few cards for Sang-Ying to draw blindly. True to her straightforward nature, she showed no interest in the ambiguous rituals and directly requested stickers from the director, stating, "I've seen this segment in your show. Stop dawdling, let us get on with it." Without hesitation, she flipped over the cards and slapped all 3 stickers onto Zhi Jiashu's lips. The director barely had time to react as Sang-Ying tiptoed forward 3 times, kissing him without a hint of shyness, swiftly tearing off the stickers with her mouth. "Ugh," Zhi Jiashu gasped, pressing his full, sensual lips together. "Sang-Ying. Are you a dog? You just bit my lips." Sang-Ying lazily lifted her eyes towards him, uninterested in his complaints. She turned to the director, saying, "Is this the effect you wanted, some kind of intimate body contact?" The director, taken aback, responded, "Ah, well, it seems to fit the bill, though something feels a bit off." Sang-Ying then grabbed Zhi Jiashu by the collar, pulling him towards the exit of the studio. "Let us hurry. Where are we supposed to gather the 3 other guests? He is eager to see his sister." Chapter 69 Bait Under the Branches. The general manager takes the hook. The familiar cast remained entirely oblivious to the arrival of a new guest. The summer cicadas chirped melodiously beneath the golden sunlight. After relishing a delightful breakfast, Li Zhi settled onto a swing with a glass of juice in hand, seeking solace from the heat while awaiting Ji Tang's command to embark. The brilliant yellow of her skirt gently brushed against the grass, sunlight streamed in from the side, casting a soft glow upon her delicate swan-like neck, accentuating its ethereal beauty. The yellow diamond adorning her ring finger sparkled magnificently. On the other side, a quarrel ensued. Fu Yanze, you have feelings for Li Zhi. Zhang Jiao, I have clarified my stance quite thoroughly, but if you choose to believe otherwise, there is little I can do. Woo-woo, you only married me for your own gain, darling. I swear on my career that my heart belongs solely to you. Li Zhi's claims are nothing but fabrications, born from her unwillingness to see us together. Li Zhi swung leisurely, one hand gripping the rope while the other held a specially concocted fruit juice from this quaint inn. She savored the amusing argument while basking in the summer warmth. Lu Yanjing, with a languid posture, leaned against a nearby tree, arching an eyebrow in a relaxed manner. Is it tasty? Li Zhi released her grip on the juice. She playfully tilted her face toward Lu Yanjing, offering the glass. Would you like to try? Lu Yanjing, seemingly indifferent, smirked as he leaned in. Just as he was about to taste it, Li Zhi withdrew the cup, teasingly saying, this straw has already been used by me. Lu Yanjing lowered his gaze upon her. In that moment, her clear, luminous eyes seemed to beckon him, her lashes fluttering gently, and the small mole on her nose adding an alluring charm. She blinked, not in refusal, but rather as if casting a subtle lure, testing whether he would be tempted, those willing to take the bait. As Lu Yanjing, in his casual demeanor, leaned closer to Li Zhi, his lips almost brushing against the tip of her nose, he parted them slightly, their breaths intertwining. His low, magnetic voice slipped into her ear, teasingly asking, what? Am I not allowed to bite? Li Zhi opened her mouth, poised to respond to I in the next instant. However, Lu Yanjing suddenly seized her slender wrist, bringing the juice closer, and directly took a sip from the very straw Li Zhi had just used. In that fleeting moment, her heart raced unexpectedly. She looked up at Lu Yanjing, his lips slightly parted, their naturally vivid hue now tainted by the remnants of her drink. This was not a mere oversight as he had previously claimed. This time, it was intentional. It was indeed a case of willing participants. The coolness of the chilled juice seeped through the glass into her palm, while the warmth of Lu Yanjing's body enveloped her wrist. He was unmistakably tasting her straw, yet his dark, deep-set eyes remained fixed on her, brimming with affection, and a hint of mirth danced in the depths of his pupils. Li Zhi turned her face away, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Noticing her lack of resentment towards this indirect kiss, Lu Yanjing smirked around the straw, his lips curving in delight. His carefree laughter instantly captivated the camera in the live broadcast. Aha, I'm dying from the sweetness. This is a lifesaver. What a wonderfully ambiguous atmosphere of young love. Hey, some people claimed they didn't mean to bite the straw last time, yet here they are, stealing each other's drinks. Li Zhi is the bait, and Lu is the one who took the hook. Are they fishing for each other? It seems they are fishing for me. The viewers in the live chat were utterly enthralled. Lin Rome, sitting nearby, was on the verge of madness, exclaiming, this is too sweet. Charge my share of 14 million to the account. Shangsu's temples throbbed violently at that. He simply responded with silence. The live chat erupted in laughter, many joining in with playful comments, while some were eager to send their love to Fu Yanze. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao remained visibly upset, though she dared not argue on camera. It was only after a staff member's reminder that she snapped back to reality, realizing the broadcast was set to begin at 10 o'clock. Thus, she forced a smile, returning to the screen, pretending as if nothing had transpired, and continued to cozy up to Fu Yanze, exuding a facade of sweet affection. Finally, Ji Tang made her entrance. Good morning, everyone. Ji Tang, ever vibrant, donned a lively and chic denim ensemble overalls paired with camel-colored combat boots and a fabric cowboy hat, embodying the spirit of a free-spirited prairie. Li Zhi descended from the swing, handing her juice to Lu Yanjing before moving closer to listen to Ji Tang's travel plans. I trust everyone received the notification last night. Today, we shall embark on a journey to the grasslands and camp under the stars. Ji Tang exclaimed, opening her arms to welcome applause, but then, she swiftly changed her tone. However, before we set off, the production team has prepared a little surprise for you all. And that is, we have a new group of guests joining our sweet journey today. They will be accompanying us from now on. The announcement indeed came as a surprise. Many viewers who had not been paying attention to the split broadcast straightened in astonishment. New guests, what is happening? I didn't see any official news. This is so sudden. It's quite the surprise, but I was just bored and happened to catch their interview in the split broadcast. It's my beloved Sang Ying and Shi Jiashu. They actually dated, they even confirmed it themselves. What, who dated whom? They dated, I had no idea, it felt like I fast-forwarded straight to their breakup. Let me tell you, their interactions are incredibly sweet. And Shi Jiashu mentioned he came to find someone, he must be here looking for his little sister. The live chat buzzed with excitement. Many viewers, just learning of this news, were further educated by the comments from the split broadcast. Lin Rome blinked in confusion. New guests, who are they? Li Zhi, have you heard about this? Li Zhi had left early the previous night, and she had only been informed of today's itinerary via text, so she was entirely unaware of the production team's other secrets. She shook her head gently, I don't know. However, at such a time, it was certain that only celebrities would join, and she didn't know them, nor did it concern her. Lu Yanjing leaned against the tree, exuding an air of indifference. He typically paid little attention to the production team's arrangements, let alone the arrival of new guests, yet, Ji Tang, brimming with enthusiasm, announced, let us welcome the Miss Universe champion, renowned international supermodel Sang Ying. And top domestic race car driver, Shi Jiashu. Lu Yanjing's narrow eyes narrowed momentarily. Originally languid and detached, he suddenly raised his chin upon hearing that name. Chapter 70 Siblings Reunited. Greetings, I am Zhi Zhi. The camera abruptly swung to reveal a languid figure, boldly adorned in a leather jacket and stomping in combat boots, striding towards Lu Yanjing under the fierce summer sun, long legs gracefully in motion. Zhi Zhi possessed a strikingly handsome visage. In contrast to Lu Yanjing's rebellious demeanor, Zhi Zhi's features bore a more alluring and roguish charm. His pale complexion, with lashes resembling raven feathers, framed his playful, upturned peach blossom eyes that sparkled with a devil-may-care smile. His leather jacket hung open, the collar casually loosened, and a silver necklace dangled over his alabaster collarbone, exuding an intoxicating allure. Paired with his full, sensuous lips, a mere smile ensnared the hearts of viewers in the livestream. Wow, he is truly handsome enough to steal my heart. I think I've fallen for someone new. Everyone, just a moment ago, I was devoted to President Lu, and now my heart has shifted. Cannot engage, cannot connect. Does Big Brother accept military marriages? I'm a neurotic soldier. That smile just hooked me in like a fish. Master Chi, look at me, I am your long-lost sister. The seasoned viewers in the livestream collectively responded. Sang Ying, in her high heels, followed closely beside him, her ethereal beauty captivating countless young women. Lin Rong, brimming with excitement, bounced on the spot. Her cheeks flushed, she exclaimed, Sang Ying, it's Sang Ying, I've been longing to touch your legs for so long. Xiangsu shot her a sidelong glance, scoffing lightly. Just yesterday, you wanted to touch Teacher Li's waist. What does that matter? I am not like those dead men. I am a living woman. Besides, I have two hands. Touching her leg with one hand and her waist with the other is no issue at all. Lin Rong argued with audacity. Sang Ying's red lips curled upward as she greeted each guest in turn before deliberately stepping in front of Li Zhi. Hello, Sang Ying. Lig. The two stunning women exchanged smiles, their enchanting presence eliciting exclamations from the audience about the promising dynamics. Meanwhile, Zhi Zhi was intercepted by Lu Yanjing. The latter, with a languid posture and an air of nonchalance, scrutinized Zhi Zhi with a bemused expression, then murmured with an enigmatic tone, What on earth are you doing in this pathetic variety show? The viewers perked up. Pathetic variety show? Oh, so it's pathetic, is it? It's not like this is a show to help you pursue your wife, right? Wait, do they seem to know each other? Only extraordinary individuals can be acquainted with President Lu. Could they be ordinary? Just moments before the live interview, Qi Xiao lambasted President Lu as a dog. Really, is that so? Yet, the atmosphere between the two remained relatively harmonious. At most, Zhi Zhi raised an eyebrow with casual defiance, nonchalantly retorting, You can come here to chase after your wife, so why can't I come here to compete for someone? Compete for someone? Lu Yanjing's slanted eyes narrowed slightly. The viewers promptly sensed the significance of this keyword, realizing that the situation was becoming rather intriguing. Indeed, Zhi Zhi shifted his focus. He brushed past Lu Yanjing, intending to approach Li Zhi, only to be confronted by two unwelcome figures. Zhang Jiao, entwined with Fu Yanze, approached with a greeting. With a bright smile, she said, Hello, Teacher Qi. However, before Zhang Jiao could finish, Zhi Zhi's smile vanished, his expression darkening as he cast a disdainful glance at the pair, then raised a finger to his lips. Stop! A curt command. Zhang Jiao halted, bewildered, blinking in confusion. Suddenly, Zhi Zhi's lips curled in a sardonic smile, his tone dripping with derision. I refuse to listen to rubbish. Zhang Jiao was taken aback. Before she could respond, Zhi Zhi abruptly shifted his demeanor, turning away to perform a theatrical transformation akin to a Sichuan opera face-changing act, a bright smile emerging as he approached Li Zhi. Perhaps his smile was too dazzling, for Li Zhi, engaged in conversation with Sang Ying, paused, her gaze drawn to Zhi Zhi. Her clear, glistening eyes and rosy lips painted a picture of beauty. As the golden sunlight bathed her features, it illuminated a charming beauty mark on her nose, instantly captivating Zhi Zhi. In that moment, his heart thundered like a storm. Of the astonishment and excitement surged, causing his chest to rise and fall with his breath, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. She resembled so strikingly, observing her up close only intensified the resemblance. Each of her expressions evoked the beauty of his mother, Yulanzi, while her high nose and small beauty mark mirrored his father, Qi Heching. Zhi Zhi clenched his fists tightly. He yearned to boldly approach her, to request a single strand of hair for a paternity test back in Kyoto, desperately seeking confirmation of their blood connection. Yet he understood such an action would be excessively intrusive. Moreover, it could leave a negative impression on Li Zhi, who had just been cast out of the Jiang family and was grappling with familial distrust. Thus, Zhi Zhi restrained his thoughts to it wasn't he until Sang Ying lightly kicked his leg with the tip of her shoe that he abruptly snapped back to reality, wincing in pain. Li Zhi, sensing something amiss in his gaze, glanced at Sang Ying, who appeared unfazed, only to gently nudge him, whispering, Act normal, you'll scare her off, and then don't come crying on my shoulder. The viewers in the livestream were left bewildered. What peculiar narrative twist was unfolding? Zhang Jiao, just moments ago insulted by Zhi Zhi and on the verge of tears, looked over as well. Zhi Zhi pressed his lips tightly together, gradually tempering the heat in his gaze, shifting to a tentative, gentle tone. You are Li Zhi? Li Zhi nodded slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards Zhi Zhi, despite knowing they had never met. She had no interest in the racing world. However, she had indeed watched several handsome videos featuring Fu Yanze, which might explain her sense of recognition. Hello. Zhi Zhi swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently upon Li Zhi as he extended his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, I am Zhi Zhi. Yet perhaps this was not a first meeting, but rather a reunion. However, at that moment, Li Zhi remained oblivious to this notion. She sensed a peculiar quality in Zhi Zhi's demeanor, his gaze too intense and fervent, yet distinct from Lu Yanjing's. It lacked the spark of romantic tension. It was just difficult to articulate what exactly felt off, and nonetheless, Li Zhi was keenly aware of the potential for misunderstanding. She could see that Zhi Zhi shared a unique bond with Sang Ying. Thus, she refrained from reciprocating his handshake, opting instead for a polite nod. Hello, I am Li Zhi. Zhi Joshua's hand lingered in the air, grasping at nothing. Noticing Li Zhi's reluctance to shake hands, seemingly intent on maintaining distance, his heart felt as though it were bleeding profusely. Sang watched the scene unfold, utterly speechless. Realizing Zhi Jiashu had indeed frightened the beautiful younger sister, she hurriedly attempted to diffuse the awkwardness. Don't mind him. Li Zhi blinked, looking at Sang. Sang pointed at her own head. He might have a screw loose up there. Li Zhi responded. Huh, but don't worry, Sang continued, racking her brain for a way to salvage Zhi Jiashua's image. He is actually quite nice. Though when he is dating, he acts like he is dead. He should still be a decent brother. Li Zhi replied. Zhi Jiashu was about to retort with a scoff when suddenly, the collar of his leather jacket was yanked, transforming him into a helpless chick. Lu Yanjing had endured enough from the moment he laid eyes on Li Zhi. He had wanted to pull Zhi Jiashu away, and now he could no longer contain himself, directly dragging him out of the camera's view. Zhi Jiashu exploded. Let go of me, Lu Xiaoqiao. How dare you? You think you can just haul me away? Do you have any idea who I am to you? Zhi Jiaozhou. Everyone has their quirky nickname, and Lu Yanjing used this to effectively silence Zhi Jiashu. He then arrogantly released his grip on Zhi Jiashu's collar, lowering his voice in a menacing tone. You come in here, staring at my wife. What exactly do you intend to do? Chapter 71. Zhi Jiashu. She is my sister. Zhi Jiashu wore a cold expression as he adjusted his coat. He cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yanjing and coldly scoffed. Didn't I say? I'm taking her. Lu Yanjing's eyes narrowed sharply, glinting with a fierce intensity. He slightly turned his gaze toward Li Zhi, who was animatedly conversing with Sang, and questioned, Do you deserve to face Sang? What does it matter whether I deserve it or not? Zhi Jiashu replied, bewildered, as he glanced at him for a couple of seconds. However, the next moment, he found his collar gripped tightly again. Lu Yanjing's dark pupils radiated anger as he spoke in a low, menacing tone. Zhi Jiashu, do you not understand the principle that one must not covet a friend's wife? Beneath the deep folds of his double eyelids, a tumultuous wave surged, filled with a heavy sense of crisis and possessiveness. Li Zhi is mine now. Zhi Jiashu, he immediately yanked Lu Yanjing's hand away. What is wrong with you, Lu Yanjing? Have you lost your mind? What are you thinking? Lu Yanjing's gaze remained fixed, intense. Zhi Jiashu closed his eyes and rubbed his nose bridge, saying, Do you think I have any romantic interest in Li Zhi? Then what else could it be? Lu Yanjing's voice was low and ominous. Zhi Jiashu lifted his eyes to glance at Li Zhi, then firmly grasped Lu Yanjing's hand, pulling him further away, and whispered, She is my sister. Lu Yanjing's eyes, which had been narrowed in anger, suddenly relaxed. The tumultuous waves of fury within him seemed to crash against a flood dam, abruptly halted. The anger in his gaze began to dissipate. What did you say? My sister, you. Zhi Jiashu reiterated, looking once more at Li Zhi. Don't you think that mole on her nose looks quite similar? Her face is practically a replica of my parents'. Lu Yanjing turned to glance at Li Zhi as well. Unbeknownst to them, Sang was engaged in a lively conversation with her, and Lin Rong had also enthusiastically joined in. The three young ladies were sharing warm smiles, perhaps sensing the gaze of the two men. Li Zhi lifted her eyelashes, her clear, luminous eyes sparkling in the sunlight as they turned toward Lu Yanjing. Zhi Jiashu then took out his wallet and extracted a yellowed photograph from the compartment. It was a picture of Ayu as a newborn, lying in her beautiful little princess crib, smiling alongside a young Zhi Jiashu. Look at this mole. Zhi Jiashu pointed at the infant's nose in the photo. Isn't it in the same spot as Li Zhi's? There was no need to glance back at Li Zhi for confirmation. Lu Yanjing had seen her features depicted in his dreams countless times, not to mention the mole's location. He reached for the photograph, but Zhi Jiashu, as if guarding it, pulled it away, holding it up for him to see. Lu Yanjing glanced at the photograph and then looked back at Zhi Jiashu. A lazy smile crept onto his face as he raised his eyebrows, retracting his earlier hostility. He tugged at Zhi Jiashu's coat, straightening his collar slightly. Misunderstanding. You're the second uncle, right? Lu Yanjing's brow arched slightly. He smiled languidly at Zhi Jiashu. What just happened was merely a trivial misunderstanding. Zhi Jiashu, he pointed a finger accusingly at Lu Yanjing's nose. You're just a little dog, Lu Xiaoqiao, you're nothing but a dog. Zhi Jiashu was 2 years older than Lu Yanjing. The Qi and Lu families were evenly matched in power. However, the Lu family was much more ostentatious and remained a formidable force in business, often meddling in various fields, creating the illusion of being the most prosperous family in the capital. In reality, if one were to discuss heritage and historical standing, the Qi family might very well surpass them. It was no wonder that in the entire capital circle, only Zhi Jiashu dared to insult Lu Yanjing as a dog, while Qi Yubai was not of such a temperament. Lu Yanjing smiled nonchalantly. Though he feigned submission, his eyes still held a hint of arrogance as he raised an eyebrow. I am simply a man devoted to my beloved wife. His expression was relaxed yet defiant. As for your marriage, as her second uncle, I have yet to give my consent. Oh, Lu Yanjing was unperturbed. His tone remained arrogant, but the state recognized. With a sardonic smile, he quipped, The only reason I called you second uncle is out of respect for Zhi Zhi. If you keep barking, I'll have my aunt throw you out of this dating show. Zhi Jiashu was momentarily speechless. The very thought of being thrown out of the dating show struck a nerve. He had gone to great lengths to contact the production team and brought Sang along just to get closer to Li Zhi, and he hadn't even collected the hair samples for the paternity test yet. He couldn't leave. Zhi Jiashu pressed his tongue against his lower lip. Then are you willing to let Zhi Zhi remain forever estranged from her family? Lu Yanjing let out a cold scoff from his throat. This time, he did not retaliate but instead warned him with a hushed tone, "She is currently very sensitive about familial matters. If she sheds tears over this, I will not spare either of us." This implied that he would not obstruct the recognition of kinship. However, if Li Zhi truly was of Qi lineage and the Qi family genuinely wished to acknowledge her, they must treat her with utmost care. In fact, Lu Yanjing had contemplated this matter before. If Li Zhi were to be abruptly severed from the Jiang family's ties, she would be unable to withstand a second blow. If her biological parents were from a disreputable family, causing her further heartache, it would indeed be better not to recognize them. But if it were the Qi family, Lu Yanjing knew the Qi family well, having grown up alongside Qi Jiashu, he was aware of the kind of people they were. Qi Jiashu dismissed him with a casual scoff. "What do you mean by that? If you dare to upset Zhi Zhi, I will still help her divorce you." This statement indicated that he would not interfere with their relationship. Lu Yanjing's feelings for Li Zhi were indeed genuine, or else he would not have incurred Qi Jiashu's wrath by being labeled a peacock. 8 years of silent yearning. Qi Jiashu had never expected that Lu Yanjing, this dog-like individual, could also possess such romantic inclinations, yet, although he was unaware of Lu Yanjing's style of love, after 2 decades of brotherhood, he understood his character well. The two brothers, having exchanged heated words, temporarily called a truce. At that moment, Jitang clapped her hands. "Everyone, have you all become acquainted with our new guests? Come on, gather around, everyone. We need to set off for Narit soon." Jitang was genuinely taken aback. She had not anticipated that Qi Jiashu would be familiar with Lu Yanjing, and that Sang Ying, Li Zhi, and Lin Rong would be so engrossed in conversation. She had originally worried that the new guests would require time to acclimate. Now, it seemed entirely unnecessary. She would have to personally break up this lively discussion to cue the next segment. Some individuals regretted the abrupt ending of their engaging conversations, while others were relieved to escape from awkwardness. Zhang Jiao and Fu Yanze had attempted to cozy up to Qi Jiashu, only to be met with a frosty reception, even being labeled as trash on camera. Zhang Jiao felt a surge of tears welling up once more. Fu Yanze, however, comforted her by patting her shoulder. "It's alright, they are not our kind, nor even from the same social stratum. Just a pathetic internet celebrity playing with cars, don't stoop to their level." Zhang Jiao felt considerably reassured. Having become the true heiress of the Jiang family, she should be courting those within the elite circle, rather than someone like Qi Jiashu, who was barely acknowledged even in the entertainment industry as a mere race car driver. Such individuals did not deserve her time. Chapter 72. The sister is his heart's knot. Unravelable. The guests gathered once more in front of the camera. Jitang continued the proceedings. "Today, our destination is the Nalati grasslands, where we will camp overnight. Given that the journey will take 3 hours and that camping at night can be quite arduous, we have decided to travel together in luxury off-road vehicles." Lin Rong immediately led the applause. She exclaimed, "The treatment for new guests is indeed exceptional, even the production team is making an effort." However, Lu Yanjing merely clicked his tongue. With a languid demeanor, he lifted the corners of his eyes, directing his gaze towards Li Zhi beside him. "No tasks for today?" Qi Jiashu shot him an annoyed glance. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "You dog. You might as well just write on your forehead what you wish to do with your wife at public expense." Evidently, Jitang smiled mischievously. "Oh, there are indeed tasks. If there weren't, would I still be Jitang?" Still riding the wave of excitement, Lin Rong suddenly deflated. She pouted in disappointment. "Oh, I thought today would be a chance to let loose and have fun all day." While having fun was certainly an option, games typical of love variety shows would be inevitable. However, Jitang tilted her head playfully. "Today everyone can freely choose their games. If you wish to play, feel free, if not, you may opt out." Li Zhi blinked her long lashes. "But there are conditions, right?" "Bingo!" Jitang snapped her fingers. She succinctly announced the remaining rules. "Due to the numerous activities planned for our journey to Nalati, and since the camping conditions remain uncertain, we shall embark on a grand adventure across the grasslands. Before your departure, the production team has scattered task cards throughout the area. Each task card corresponds to various resources covering food, shelter, and entertainment. Completing the designated games or tasks will earn you corresponding rewards." The livestream audience became electrified, exciting, looking forward to the steamy games. He. The production team certainly knows how to stir things up now. Even those who don't want to play will have to grit their teeth and participate for resources. The best resources will surely be the most enticing. Anticipating the partnership of Jing and Ji. Extra eager for Qi Ro's debut today. Ha, what the heck? Genius pairing of Qi, deceptively, Ro, fearlessly, although it's quite absurd, it perfectly fits Qi Xiao's henpecked persona. Who came up with this CP name? The audience thrived on the drama, yet, Lin Rong felt impending doom. Help. Should I just pick some grass on the way and use it as a blanket tonight? Shang Su let out a displeased hiss. He pressed his fingertips against his forehead. Lin Rong, does playing a game with me really have to be such a torment? Can't you trust me? He wouldn't take the opportunity to act lewdly toward her. Lin Rong turned to assess him, offering her verdict. I can only trust you partially, but I hope we can at least secure a resource for bathing tonight. What's wrong? Shang Su replied, did our conversation dirty you? Ha. I'm going to die laughing at these two. Shang Su, if you don't want that mouth of yours, you might as well donate it. Mutual bickering, so amusing. It's not just amusing, we still have a long way to go before achieving peaceful coexistence. Everything falls apart because of Shang Su's mouth. Lu, just lend him your mouth for a while. Zhang Jiao affectionately linked arms with Fu Yanze. She looked up at him. Yanze, you wouldn't let me sleep without a tent tonight, would you? I want to drink milk tea and ride horses. You must work hard to secure resources for me, or I will tell Mom. Fu Yanze forced a smile. Deep down, he felt a tinge of anger, especially since Jiang Jiao threatened to complain to Qiao Moya. Thus, he could only grasp Jiang Jiao's hand firmly. Don't worry, Yu, I will get you the best resources. Ji Tang waved her guide flag. She called out, then everyone, let us set off. The task cards are hidden along the way, stored in treasure chests marked with a sweet traveler sign. You are to seek them out. They can be hidden or shared with one another. There is no limit to the number of resources you can obtain. Each group can acquire the same resource, wishing everyone a pleasant journey. The guests dispersed. Staff guided them to the parking lot to retrieve their self-driving vehicles for the journey to Nalati. Only Qi Jiashu walked closely behind Li Zhi. Sang Ying stood with her arms crossed, leaning against a tree, donning sunglasses, and sporting a cool smile. Qi Jiashu. Indeed, only a wife could halt his pursuit of his sister. Qi Jiashu turned to look at her. He found Sang Ying smiling knowingly behind her sunglasses. Our car is over there. Where do you intend to go? Qi Jiashu glanced back at Li Zhi. Sang Ying straightened, gripping Qi Jiashu's wrist and pulling him back. You still want to scare her, don't you? Do you know Zhi Zhi just experienced a cyberbullying incident? It's crucial to be cautious and avoid misunderstandings at this time. Sang Ying was almost fervent. She can clearly see that we have a connection. If you keep rushing over to her, it's no wonder she tries to distance herself from you. The livestream audience reacted, huh? What is happening? I've indeed noticed that Qi Xiao seems particularly attentive to Li Zhi, but Sang Ying doesn't seem jealous. Sounds almost like a wingman. Qi Jiashu was momentarily taken aback by the admonition. Suddenly realizing, he clicked his tongue in frustration. That does seem to make sense. The netizens were unaware he was searching for his sister. He couldn't be too conspicuous, lest someone intervened, for the Qi family was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, he feared disturbing Li Zhi too soon. He worried she might reject this familial bond and feared the possibility of misidentifying her, resulting in disappointment. His excessive proximity to Li Zhi indeed appeared more like romantic interest. Eager to find his sister, he had overlooked many details. No wonder Lu Yanjing almost wanted to punch him. Just follow me. Sang Ying shook her head. I know you want to interact with her more, fearing she won't accept you later, but this matter requires careful consideration. Qi Jiashu obediently fell into step behind Sang Ying. She tugged at his sleeve, her beautiful eyes concealed beneath her sunglasses, glancing around to ensure they were at a safe distance from the staff. Then, she turned back and whispered into the microphone, first, negotiate with Lu Yanjing to help you obtain a sample. Get the paternity test done as soon as possible. Sang Ying glanced in Fu Yanze's direction, reminding him softly, I noticed Jiang Jiao isn't kind towards her. This matter must not be revealed, especially not to Jiang Jiao and Fu Yanze. If you want to avoid complications, you need to involve only trusted individuals. Understood. Qi Jiashu smirked. I'll find an opportunity to call my brother later. He bent slightly to walk beside Sang Ying, leaning in with a smile. You're still the most reliable, my dear wife. You know how to care for me. He gently nudged her with his shoulder. Sang Ying scoffed lightly, ignoring him. Although she and Qi Jiashu often found themselves at odds over finding his sister, she was the one who understood him best in this regard. She had always known, losing his sister was a knot in Qi Jiashu's heart since childhood. Until it was untied, he would never find peace. It was no wonder he became enamored with racing, disregarding his own safety, pursuing ultimate speed. He hated that he could not catch up to his sister back then, resenting that in his youth, he was simply too slow. Chapter 73. Help me get a few strands of branches. Hair. Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing were still in the same car as yesterday. The midsummer sun blazed overhead, and the air felt stifling. Li Zhi perched her sunglasses on her small, palm-sized face, holding the petite fan that Lu Yanjing had bought for her yesterday, as she walked toward the parking lot under the sunshade he held for her. The SUV, having been baked under the morning sun, felt akin to a steam chamber. Lu Yanjing opened the car door to let it cool down. After running the air conditioning for a while to circulate the air and ensure the leather seats were no longer scorching, he finally allowed Li Zhi to get in. The drive was indeed somewhat lengthy. The road was cluttered with task cards from the production team, suggesting there wouldn't be much in the way of entertainment. The live stream had lost many viewers. Most had set alarms to return in 3 hours. Just as Lu Yanjing was about to start the SUV, his phone suddenly vibrated, illuminating the screen. He lowered his gaze and glanced at the phone. Find a way to get me a few strands of branches hair. Remember to bring the hair follicles. Otherwise, stealing her toothbrush will suffice. Don't attempt to defy your second uncle. Be careful, or I'll tell my parents, grandparents, uncles, aunts, and brothers about you when I return to Kyoto. Lu Yanjing. He let out a low, dismissive scoff, casually tossing the phone onto the center console as he pressed the accelerator. What a second uncle. Li Zhi sensed the palpable tension radiating from Lu Yanjing. She blinked her long lashes and turned her gaze towards him, curiosity piqued. Are you quite familiar with that Qi Jiashu? She, of course, hadn't seen the message. With most phones now designed to prevent prying eyes, she merely recalled their earlier familiar interaction and how Ji Tang had mentioned the rules for today, hearing Qi Jiashu insult him as a dog thing. Lu Yanjing slightly lifted his chin, lazily raising his eyelids to glance at Li Zhi through the rearview mirror. Family friends, grew up together. No wonder. Li Zhi nodded gently. She had sensed Qi Jiashu's aura was anything but ordinary. That innate pride and aristocratic demeanor were ingrained in his very being, not merely a product of designer labels or profession. Having been surrounded by the elite circle in I Ching since childhood, her perspective was certainly more discerning than Jiang Jiao's. Fu Yanze would dismiss him entirely, yet he had never cared to regard others with much attention. How could he be so meticulous? It was Li Zhi, however, who, with an air of languor, turned the steering wheel and leaned towards Li Zhi. What is your impression of him? Li Zhi shook her head lightly, her brows furrowing slightly, her beautiful eyes clouded and not good. The memory of Chi Jiashua's strange gaze upon her and his gesture of abandoning Sanging to warmly shake her hand came to mind. Disdain flickered in her lovely eyes. He doesn't seem like a good person at all. Ha 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 ha. Doesn't he seem like a good person? It's evident that our beauty, Zhi Zhi, is trying to avoid any suspicion. She didn't even dare to shake hands with young Master Qi earlier, as if she wanted to run away. However, Chi Jiashua's behavior was indeed peculiar. It was as if he was approaching Li Zhi but not trying to compete with Lu Yanjing for her attention, especially since he was still calling Sanging wife. Did I alone notice that President Lu mentioned being family friends with Chi Jiashu? It seems young Master Qi's family background is quite remarkable, but everyone, don't forget that young Master Qi joined the variety show to find his sister. He was heading straight for Li Zhi, and Sanging didn't seem jealous, possibly because Li Zhi is his sister. The live stream was abuzz with spectators eager for gossip. The anticipation of Chi Jiashua's search for his sister surged once more. After hearing Li Zhi's assessment of Chi Jiashu, Lu Yanjing's throat bobbed as he couldn't help but chuckle softly. A mysterious satisfaction swirled within him. He then raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. He, not a good person. Li Zhi nodded emphatically. Her gaze flickered, and no wonder Sanging always wants to break up with him. A man who treats everyone like treasures, as if he owns an antique shop, should be hung on the wall. Only when a man is hanging on the wall can he be honest. The thought of Chi Jiashua's gaze upon her when he first arrived sent a shiver down her spine. He had almost abandoned Sanging to follow her. What a scoundrel! Chi Jiashu had already accumulated 1,000 demerits in Li Zhi's heart. Lu Yanjing chuckled nonchalantly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the steering wheel. He means no harm. Perhaps he is merely curious about you. What do I have that is so intriguing? Li Zhi shot him a sideways glance. She now had a case of scoundrel allergy, fearing the label of a homewrecker might be thrust upon her, leaving her to evade such scrutiny. Just then, they hit a red light. Lu Yanjing, with a languid smile, leaned towards her, the timbre of his voice teasing as he remarked, "What girl could tame me?" Lu Yanjing, without evoking curiosity, Li Zhi's cheeks flushed suddenly. She reached out, pushing Lu Yanjing's face away, whispering, "Focus on driving." Lu Yanjing smirked, returning to a more composed posture. His defined wrist rested casually on the steering wheel. Don't hold too much against Chi Jiashu. He understands the principle of not wronging a brother's wife, and the intricate relationship with Sanging is not something that can be explained in a few words. I won't let you bear a label you don't want. Li Zhi's heart softened. She lifted her lashes to meet Lu Yanjing's gaze, instantly realizing he had noticed her deliberate attempts to distance herself from Chi Jiashu, afraid of facing more rumors. Li Zhi was not one to be overly coy, however, she leaned back lazily, propping her chin on her hand. Anyway, I get along quite well with Sister Sanging. I trust her judgment. If Sister Sanging doesn't want to be with young Master Qi, I'll keep my distance. If one day she wishes to summon him for some affection, I'll begrudgingly call him brother-in-law. Li Zhi raised her chin with a hint of pride, humming a little tune, delighted by her newfound friendship. Lu Yanjing's expression turned somewhat complex. He nearly slammed the brakes, but his polished shoes managed to control the car. Yet, the vein in his temple throbbed uncontrollably. What did you say you'd call him? Brother-in-law? Li Zhi fluttered her eyelashes. Sister Sanging is like my sister. What else should I call him? Lu Yanjing. He gazed at Li Zhi with an inscrutable expression, then, lifting his chin slightly, the playful timbre of his voice echoed as laughter escaped him. Alright, what the hell, brother-in-law? Chi Jiaojiao, this isn't me not helping you. You brought this upon yourself. Just wait to hear your sister call you brother-in-law. Not a word from him in response. Chapter 74. Allow me to escort you, dear lady. The journey to Nalati was quite lengthy. Lu Yanjing adjusted the air conditioning to a warmer setting, his tone languid as he proposed, "We have 3 hours left. Shall we take a nap?" Li Zhi turned her bright, expressive eyes towards him, her chin delicately raised. Isn't it the duty of the co-pilot to assist the driver in watching the road? What if I fall asleep and make you drowsy? Lu Yanjing let out a lazy chuckle, his fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel as he replied in a leisurely manner, "That is the co-pilot's responsibility, not that of Mrs. Lu." Li Zhi blinked in confusion, her eyelashes fluttering as she gazed at him. Lu Yanjing then turned his head to look back at her, his voice sensuous and melodious. "Mrs. Lu's duty is to be a precious princess, and allow me to escort you in style." The live stream erupted into a chorus of screams. Ah, he's gone wild again. It's only right that Lu Yanjing has a wife. He truly treats Li Zhi like a princess. Who is he trying to sweeten the deal for? Li Zhi's heart swelled slightly. Lu Yanjing's alluring voice felt like gravel caressing her ears, sending tingles across her skin. Ever since being removed from the Jiang family's genealogy, Li Zhi had faced nothing but betrayal and abandonment. Only Lu Yanjing had appeared during her darkest hour, akin to a timely rain that refreshed her weary heart, rekindling her willingness to once again offer her sincerity. Indeed, Li Zhi had a slight tendency to feel nauseous while traveling. Afraid to use her phone, she found herself growing drowsy from staring out the window. Unbeknownst to her, she soon drifted off into slumber. Lu Yanjing glanced at her with his peripheral vision. His gaze fell upon her serene and peaceful sleeping face, a rare sight of tranquility after her usual haughty demeanor. Her delicate features were inviting, her body exuding a subtle fragrance. As she leaned slightly to one side, her long, curled eyelashes gently brushed against her cheeks, resembling a butterfly resting atop a flower, her eyelids shimmering with a lustrous sheen. Perhaps due to her posture, she unconsciously leaned toward Lu Yanjing, causing the strap of her dress to hint at slipping off. Just then, the traffic light turned red. Lu Yanjing raised his eyes to glance at the camera, shifted his body to block the lens, and reached out to adjust her strap. The viewers in the livestream were nearly going mad. What a tease, why can't we see more? Mua, it's just a strap, it hasn't even fallen yet. Lu is practically wearing his possessiveness on his face. The strap is merely a part of their couple play. Yet, Li Zhi remained blissfully unaware in her deep slumber. She merely hummed softly, adjusting her position and leaning over to the other side as she continued to sleep. Lu Yanjing chuckled softly, a hint of mischief in his demeanor. He then recalled the task assigned to him by Qi Jiashu and turned his gaze back to Li Zhi's hair, which was lazily cascading over her shoulders. Taking advantage of the red light before they hit the highway, Lu Yanjing observed Li Zhi for a moment, noting her deep sleep. He then extended his hand towards her. The audience in the livestream remained oblivious to his intentions. They watched as Lu Yanjing's elegant fingers gently played with her strands, twisting a few around his fingertips, lightly pinching them. Just as he was about to tug, Li Zhi suddenly stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She let out a soft, sleepy murmur, turning towards Lu Yanjing. Where are we? Lu Yanjing's hand froze instantly. His eyelashes trembled as he released the strands of hair entwined around his long, pale fingers, shifting his grip back to the steering wheel. He discreetly assessed her with a sidelong glance, yet, Li Zhi remained oblivious to his earlier intentions. She was still in a daze, caught between dreams and reality. It's still early, Lu Yanjing replied, glancing at the navigation. The lingering sensation of her hair wrapped around his fingers remained, and his voice came out slightly hoarse. You just sleep. Oh. Li Zhi tilted her head and closed her eyes once more. However, Lu Yanjing refrained from touching her hair again. As they approached the highway entrance. To the viewers, the entire sequence of events simply appeared as Lu Yanjing attempting to play with his wife's hair while she slept. The live stream was filled with laughter. Wow, Lu is so sneaky. Even while driving, he's thinking about playing with his wife's hair. What is he, not satisfied at night? When Li Zhi's hair was wrapped around Lu's fingers, that scene was simply lethal. Your husband is being a rogue while you're asleep. I never expected such riveting moments during this road trip. However, the excitement concluded there. Li Zhi continued to sleep soundly, occasionally awakening just enough to blink her sleepy eyes before drifting back into slumber. Lin Rong had taken on the role of the driver, resting her head on a pillow in the back seat, oblivious to everything around her. Sang Ying, however, was not asleep in the co-pilot seat. She wore sunglasses to shield her eyes, her arms crossed in front of her as she leaned against the seat back, keeping her gaze fixed on the road for Qi Jiashu. Just sleep if you want, Qi Jiashu remarked. Sang Ying lowered her sunglasses, casting a sidelong glance. I'm afraid you'll lose control and speed recklessly. I'm not ready to die here. The live stream audience found this utterly amusing. While she feigned indifference, her concern was evident. Meanwhile, the situation between Fu Yanze and Jiang Jiao had its own share of intrigue. Jiang Jiao feared being caught in unflattering photos while sleeping, so she remained upright, occasionally chatting with Fu Yanze, inquiring curiously about his youth. Throughout the conversation, Fu Yanze expressed that Li Zhi had been like a little tail following him, her heart and eyes solely on him, never once acknowledging Lu Yanjing. Jiang Jiao appeared genuinely invested in the gossip, her face falling slightly as she exclaimed, "Oh? I thought Li Zhi and Lu had mutual crushes since high school. After all, Lu's 4-panel life photos are so beautiful. I assumed they had such a youthful love story." Of course not, Fu Yanze replied, bewildered. I have no idea when they even got together. The fans of the Li and Lu pairing reveled in schadenfreude. Come on. Who else is going to bark about the 8-year relationship between Jing and Jiui? Fu Xiao just said it never existed. I increasingly believe that Li Zhi likes Fu Yanze. To win him back and provoke him, she brought along Lu Yanjing, who she is close to this dating show. The fans of the Li and Lu pairing were left speechless at this remark. I'm not saying this, but don't you think the fans of the Fu and Zhang pairing are a bit unhinged? If Fu Yanze doesn't have feelings for Li Zhi, how could she possibly provoke him? Ha, Jiang Jiao is so cunning, she is deliberately asking these questions to steer everyone towards believing the Li and Lu pairing is collapsing. I firmly believe this only confirms my speculation that Lu Yanjing has been secretly in love with Li Zhi since high school, and he finally seized the opportunity to embrace the beauty. Thank you for the grace of Fu Xiao's unwillingness to marry. The live stream was rife with disputes. The fans of the Fu and Jiang pairing were fuming yet unable to outmatch the Li and Lu supporters. Finally, in frustration, one of them shouted, "You all should just keep watching the drama. Once Li Zhi, that little mistress, dances her way into your lives and steals Qi Xiao's heart, you'll be the ones crying." The fans of Qi Ru and Sang Ying were inexplicably called out. One fan burst into laughter. That would be quite the scandal. Our Ying and the beauty Li Zhi are having a blast, rather than worrying about a mistress stealing hearts. We're more curious if Qi Xiao sees Li Zhi as a little sister. Chapter 75. Qi Jiashu, call me brother. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Of the audience, who had set their alarms, poured into the live stream on time, eager to witness this journey to Naladi. However, as soon as they opened Avocado TV, they were greeted by the stunningly beautiful sleeping face of Li Zhi. Perhaps it was because Lu Yanjing drove with such smoothness that Li Zhi was soundly asleep in the passenger seat. Her tousled hair fell lazily around her, and a few rebellious strands had slipped down to her eyes, intertwining with her long eyelashes. A suit jacket draped over her, concealing her shoulders and neck, which had previously caused Lu Yanjing concern about her slipping straps. As the camera zoomed in, a lipstick mark was discovered on the black blazer. Whoa, has anyone been lurking in the live stream to tell us when President Lu's jacket was placed on her? What's with the lipstick stain? I mean, how can Li Zhi look so ethereal even while sleeping? That jacket draped over her is just too enchanting. Indeed, there were viewers who had been waiting in the live stream. They quickly shared the story. The jacket was placed on her during a stop, likely because President Liu was worried about the air conditioning being too cold, yet turning it off would make her too warm. The lipstick was accidentally smudged while she slept. The beauty had slept soundly without waking, as Lu Yanjing drove with impeccable skill, starting and stopping with such finesse, as if he were afraid of disturbing his wife's slumber. As everyone arrived, they expressed, "I'm so into this." It was only upon reaching the Nalati Visitor Center that Li Zhi slowly opened her eyes, rubbing the remnants of sleep away, and murmured, "Are we there?" "Yes," Lu Yanjing replied lazily, casting a sidelong glance at her. He casually leaned back, observing her still dreamy gaze, and smiled lightly. "Did you sleep well, princess? How's my driving?" The live stream's comments suddenly turned spicy. "Wait, what kind of driving are we talking about? What do you mean by driving? Did I just walk into something? Did Jing and Ji just?" After all, the suit jacket enveloped Li Zhi snugly. The lipstick mark was still evident on the collar. Her hair was tousled and her eyes glistened with sleep, while her slightly parted lips bore traces of the lipstick, evoking an alluring charm. The key was that Lu Yanjing's inquiry was rather provocative. Many viewers couldn't help but misunderstand, and even Li Zhi felt her cheeks flush as she noticed the jacket covering her fingers pinching the spot stained with lipstick. She quickly lifted the jacket, pressed her soft lips with her fingertips, and awkwardly coughed. "Well, it's alright, I suppose there's room for improvement." Lu Yanjing smiled, his lips curving. As Li Zhi gradually regained her alertness, she placed the jacket on her lap to block the air conditioning, then turned her gaze to the window, discovering they had indeed arrived at the parking lot outside the Nalati Visitor Center. Remembering the lipstick mark on the blazer, she straightened her shoulders, lowered the sun visor, and looked into the mirror, only to find her lip makeup slightly smudged. Help, how soundly did she sleep during the journey? She barely woke up, and even her lipstick was unintentionally smeared. Li Zhi bit her lip, gently brushing her soft lips downwards, and then quickly retrieved her lipstick from her bag, proudly raising her face to retouch her lips. "Are we entering the scenic area soon? Since we drove here, we should probably buy a self-driving ticket?" "Yes," Lu Yanjing casually nodded. He found a parking space and parked the car, effortlessly controlling the steering wheel with one hand, but today's self-driving tickets are already sold out. Nalati has vehicle restrictions. Self-driving tickets are limited to 300 each day, and tourists purchase them in advance. This was evidently a trap set by the production team. Li Zhi quickly caught on, holding her lipstick, her eyes fluttering. The production team must have bought the tickets long ago. They just want us to find the task card to exchange for resources. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow, remaining non-committal. Just then, an ear-piercing honk startled them. Beep beep. Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing turned their heads simultaneously, only to see a rugged vehicle parked beside them, the window rolling down from the driver's seat. Li Zhi's passenger seat was closer to the right. As she turned her head, she was met with the sight of Qi Jiashu, wearing sunglasses and grinning with a charming bravado. Qi Jiashu had clearly disregarded the navigation and had followed Lu Yanjing's car all the way, even parking beside it like a loyal shadow. Upon seeing Li Zhi roll down her window, Qi Jiashu exuberantly removed his sunglasses and leaned his arm on the window frame. "Hey, what a coincidence." Li Zhi, she looked at the overly friendly Qi Jiashu with a complex expression, beginning to regret rolling down the window. It was only when Sang Ying leaned over to greet her that she managed a faint smile. "Sister Sang." Qi Jiashu, with a relaxed smile, raised his chin, his lips curving in anticipation of a greeting from his sister. Then he heard her say her brother-in-law. In that instant, the smile on Qi Jiashu's face froze. Sang Ying's lips parted in surprise, and she couldn't help but turn away to stifle her laughter. Qi Jiashu was clearly taken aback, staring at Li Zhi in disbelief. "What did you just call me?" Li Zhi saw nothing inappropriate in her words. It was actually a clever way to establish boundaries and prevent anyone from labeling her as a third party. So, she blinked her long lashes and sincerely replied, "Sister Sang is an elder sister, so of course, Qi Xiao is my brother-in-law." The audience, eagerly waiting for a sibling joke, erupted into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Oh my gosh. Brother-in-law, you're amazing, Li Zhi, you just made Qi Xiao speechless. If Qi Xiao really considers Li Zhi as a sister and came to claim her, now that would be hilarious. Brother becomes brother-in-law, sister-in-law becomes sister. Alright, is this how rich people play?" Sang Ying was already laughing so hard her stomach hurt. Qi Jiashu pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, leaning forward slightly, raising an eyebrow provocatively at Lu Yanjing. "Did you teach her this?" Lu Yanjing casually opened the car door and stepped out. He effortlessly held an umbrella. "You're overthinking it. I never teach my wife how to behave." Qi Jiashu was left speechless, caught in a limbo of confusion. He bent his neck, rubbed his nose, and after a long pause, he straightened up and took a deep breath. "I'm 3 years older than you. It would be so much better if you called me brother instead of brother-in-law." Qi Jiashu leaned against the window again, beckoning Li Zhi with his fingers. "Come on, call me brother, don't listen to Sang Ying, don't let her fool you." Li Zhi smiled slightly, and Qi Jiashu sensed trouble. Sure enough, she tilted her head slightly. "Oh right, Sister Sang hasn't agreed to reconcile with you yet, so you don't really qualify as brother-in-law right now, then, former brother-in-law." Chapter 76. The exposure of nicknames, Lu Xiaoke Qi Jiashu felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. He stood there, perplexed, racking his brain for an explanation, but could not fathom what had gone awry. Meanwhile, Sang Ying finally managed to suppress the corners of her mouth. Zhi Jiashu, she said, her eyes sparkling, why have you suddenly stopped smiling? Is it that you are naturally disinclined to laughter? Ah, my dear wife, your internet speed is astonishingly swift. I don't know if Master Qi is fond of smiling, but I certainly find it harder to suppress my smile than an AK. Why does this scene strike me as inexplicably amusing? I feel as if Zhi Jiashu was on the verge of shattering, ha. Good heavens, former brother-in-law. Zhi Zhi is truly driving a dagger into Master Qi's heart on behalf of Sang Ying. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Zhi Jiashu leaned his elbow against the edge of the car window, his fingers lightly supporting his head, enveloped in a deafening silence. Until Lin Rong's voice chimed in, oh, what a coincidence, have you all just arrived? Oblivious to the circumstances, Lin Rong appeared suddenly between Li Zhi and Zhi Jiashu, blinking innocently as she looked around. Clearly unaware of the recent events. Yes. Li Zhi adjusted her sunglasses, she lazily leaned against the window, extending a part of her body outside. I just arrived and already discovered the production team's trap. Lin Rong nodded vigorously in agreement. She stamped her foot in frustration. I thought the game would have a high degree of freedom, yet the self-driving ticket already threw me a curveball, and to make matters worse, I have no idea where the task card is hidden. Just a few days prior, they had to participate in games during their travels. Although reluctant, at least the rules were announced directly, without the need for convoluted searches for task cards. Let us search, Li Zhi said, glancing up at the sun. Lin Rong wisely made way, and Li Zhi and Zhi Jiashu stepped out of the car, one after the other. The weather in Naladi was splendid today. As Li Zhi contemplated shielding her eyes from the glaring sun, Lu Yanjing promptly opened an umbrella overhead. Zhi Jiashu cast a sidelong glance at he immediately removed his leather jacket and tossed it into the car, bending down to retrieve something from the center console. Who hasn't got a swish? However, before Zhi Jiashu could finish his sentence, the sound of an umbrella being unfurled interrupted him. He halted his motion, turning to see Sang Ying emerging from the front passenger seat, holding up an umbrella to shield Zhi Jiashu from the sun. The crowd was left speechless. The live stream exploded with laughter watching Sang Ying gracefully and stylishly holding the umbrella for Zhi Jiashu. Lin Rong's expression became quite complex, and three words, fourth love, drifted through her mind. Who would have thought Master Qi had such a side to him? Zhi Jiashu's expression stiffened, he turned his gaze toward Sang Ying and snatched the umbrella from her hand. I can handle this. Alright, you can, Sang Ying replied, raising her hand to adjust her sunglasses. Although her expression beneath the shades was obscured, her red lips curled slightly. Qi Jiao Jiao. The audience? Ha ha ha, what kind of address is that? Jiao Jiao, could it be Master Qi's nickname? Perhaps it is an affectionate term between XQL. Don't say, it actually fits quite well. In front of Sang Ying, isn't Master Qi just Jiao Jiao? Even Li Zhi couldn't help but laugh. She pushed her sunglasses down, revealing her sparkling eyes. Is that the name Sang Ying uses for her former brother-in-law? Sang Ying looked at Li Zhi, momentarily dazed. She recalled how Zhi Jiashu also liked to perform similar gestures, pushing down his sunglasses to let others see his eyes, which made communication feel more sincere. Truly, they were siblings. Their genes were powerful, even their habitual gestures were identical. It seemed she had indeed found the right match for him this time. Thus, Sang Ying smiled gently. Nickname. Sang Ying. Zhi Jiashu gritted his teeth. Although his tone sounded fierce, he tugged at Sang Ying's clothing, pulling her to the side, leaning down as if whispering, please don't tarnish my reputation. What's wrong with that? Sang Ying turned her gaze toward Li Zhi. The corners of her eyes sparkled like glistening lychees. It is indeed adorable. Your former brother-in-law's parents must be quite interesting people. Zhi Jiashu was left speechless. Complimenting his parents as cute was acceptable. Calling him by a nickname was one thing, but could she refrain from calling him former brother-in-law? With a disgruntled flick of his eyelids, Zhi Jiashu decided to transfer his frustration onto Lu Yanjing. Yes, but it pales in comparison to a certain someone's nickname, right, Lu Xiaoke? The audience. Li Zhi, her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned her head. She saw Lu Yanjing's eyes darken abruptly, the veins on his forehead twitching violently. He shoved the umbrella into Li Zhi's hands and strode over to seize Zhi Jiashu by the collar. His voice was laced with suppressed anger. Zhi Jiao. Lu Xiaoke, don't you dare rebel, I warn you. Zhi Jiashu retaliated, gripping Lu Yanjing's collar. Such an adorable nickname, there's nothing wrong with it being exposed. The two resembled elementary school children squabbling. The live stream audience was in stitches. I can't believe this, what kind of names are these? Is this the cute nickname of the dashing big shot from the suit-wearing circle, exposed so innocently? Respectfully, is that so? What do you think, Lu Xiaoke? After provoking Zhi Jiao, are you drenched in sweat now? Lu Xiaoke, Zhi Jiao, you're truly my savior. Haha, I'm in stitches, these two nicknames are so city-like. Li Zhi laughed until tears streamed down her face. She pushed her sunglasses atop her head, and when Lu Yanjing returned to her side to hold the umbrella, she noticed that she was laughing so hard that glistening tears clung to her eyelashes. Lu Yanjing's sharp jawline shifted slightly as he lowered his eyes and glanced at her. Is it that amusing? Isn't it? Li Zhi slightly raised her delicate face, her beautiful eyes still gleaming with mirth. You're the one who's scared. Yet such a cute nickname emerged. However, this nickname does possess quite a contrast. Li Zhi smiled, tilting her gaze upwards. With a teasing look that stirred his heart, her eyes danced playfully between his fierce brows and deep-set eyes. The juxtaposition of that endearing nickname with his rebellious demeanor made Li Zhi chuckle softly. She then leaned closer to Lu Yanjing, batting her sparkling eyes, little Acqui in that moment. Lu Yanjing felt a sudden tingling in his ears. It was as if a delightful electric current caressed his senses, entwining with his heartstrings, causing his heartbeat to quicken. Lu Yanjing had initially thought he would resent such a nickname, fearing it would tarnish his image in Li Zhi's eyes, yet, when the affectionate nickname was called out by her, he found that even his hand holding the umbrella had unexpectedly softened. Damned, it sounded so melodious. How could that silly name sound so delightful when she said it? Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed, and he awkwardly turned his face away, his ears visibly flushed with heat. Chapter 77 Suckling the cream. He applied. The guests continued their quest for the task cards. Ultimately, it was Qi Jiashu who, in a moment of desperation, attempted to inquire at the ticket counter about any available tickets, only to stumble upon a treasure chest. Sang Ying exhibited little interest in such matters. Like a proud exhibitor, Qi Jiashu presented the treasure chest before Li Zhi, declaring, "Here it is, I haven't looked inside yet." Zhang Jiao was also in the service hall searching for the treasure chest, but her efforts bore no fruit. Upon hearing what seemed to be the discovery of a treasure chest near Li Zhi, her attention was immediately piqued. She spotted Qi Jiashu, who should have been with Sang Ying, leisurely striding with long legs, a smile playing on his lips as he cradled the treasure chest, presenting it to Li Zhi before anyone else could find their task cards. Witnessing this, Zhang Jiao furrowed her brows, inwardly cursing, "Vixen." However, Lu Yanjing cast a sidelong glance at Qi Jiashu, aware that Li Zhi would hesitate to accept the treasure chest. He reached out and snatched it away, his demeanor flamboyant and tone audacious. "What wretched chest deserves to be opened by our esteemed?" Lu Yanjing lazily half-lowered his eyelids, his fingers, well-defined and elegant, deftly unfastened the clasp of the treasure chest. Li Zhi curiously leaned and Lu Yanjing tilted his chin slightly, signaling for her to retrieve the task card. She picked up the card and read aloud, "Version Sweet Traveler of Love Poem. Male and female guests of the same group are to proceed to the service hall lounge and stand opposite each other at the ping-pong table. Toss the ping-pong ball into the cup across from you, drink the beverage, and draw the task card from the bottom of the cup. Completing this will yield rewards. Reward 2 self-driving tickets to Nalati." Lin Rong's expression instantly transformed. As a singing and dancing starlet who had once studied in Han Country, she recognized that there was a dating show akin to Love Pong there. It was colloquially known as ping-pong matchmaking. The rules were similar, except that in that show, the participants were complete strangers meeting for the first time, immediately drinking and drawing cards, with the game content being exceedingly risky, practically emblazoned with the word explosive on the screen. "I think I'm going to faint," Lin Rong murmured, lightly pressing her fingers to her temples. "This is no different from unboxing. It's just opening a box to find torture." Sang Ying shrugged lazily, tucking her hair behind her shoulder. "Let's take a look first. If you don't want to do the game, you can swap cards with me." Lin Rong's eyes instantly brightened. Yet, the staff member nearby immediately reminded her, "Card swapping is not permitted, otherwise, it will be deemed void." Lin Rong's enthusiasm deflated once more. She muttered under her breath, "Damn production team." The staff member then added, "How?" Indeed, they discovered a ping-pong table set up there, flanked by 10 cups of beverages, each differing in variety. Both male and female guests were required to toss balls, completing their respective tasks to obtain the tickets. "Shall we go first?" Sang Ying's eyes danced playfully. Her lazy posture, with arms crossed in front of her, made her appear as a dependable older sister to both Li Zhi and Lin Rong. The audience exclaimed, "Sang Ying is so cool." Sang Ying cast a sidelong glance at Qi Jiashu. Receiving her signal, he promptly trotted over, exclaiming, "Coming, wifey." "Ah, how does this resemble an ex?" Sang Ying has relegated Qi Xiao to the status of an ex, yet still chooses to participate with him. "Jiao Jiao, you can revel in this. Purely stubborn on the outside but soft-hearted within. In truth, whether they are together or not makes little difference. A simple hand toss would suffice. Qi Jiashu was the first to throw the ball, successfully landing it in a cup of raspberry juice before Sang Ying. He navigated around the table, lifted the juice, and as he tilted his head back, the prominent Adam's apple drew attention to a conspicuous red mole on his neck, perfectly complementing the hue of the raspberry juice that had touched his lips. Sang Ying handed him the card from the bottom of the cup. Qi Jiashu licked his lips lightly, a smile playing on his face as he read, "The male guest must apply cream to 3 parts of his body and have the female guest consume it." Lin Rong felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly hugged herself, murmuring, "Thank goodness Sang Ying drew this one. If we had drawn this task, I would rather squat in the visitor center all day." Shangsu remained silent, yet, Li Zhi recalled the first day of the dating show, where a task even more suggestive than suckling cream involved tearing stickers. The staff handed the cream to Qi Jiashu, who, with a playful smirk, tilted his head back, applying the cream first to his Adam's apple and cheeks. He had initially considered applying it to his lips, but upon meeting Sang Ying's half-smiling, half-amused expression, he regretfully clicked his tongue and switched to his hand. Then, with a cheeky smile, he beckoned, "Come here, wifey." Sang Ying, with a hint of disdain in her captivating eyes, approached without a moment's hesitation. Qi Jiashu obligingly bent down, allowing her lips to imprint upon his Adam's apple. The cream was swiftly licked away. The camera zoomed in, capturing the small red mole on his neck as it rolled with his Adam's apple. The cheeks and the back of his hand were even simpler. Next, it was Sang Ying's turn to toss the ball. The task she drew was considerably easier. She smiled and pinched the task card between her fingers, stating, "The male guest must drink a cup of bitter melon juice." The bitter melon juice, initially intended as a punishment, caused Qi Jiashu to crumble on the spot, exclaiming, "How could the production team concoct such a malicious task?" "Go on," Sang Ying said, her red lips slightly parted, "Jiao Jiao." Li Zhi stifled her laughter nearby. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow, casually leaning toward Li Zhi, "Are you so amused?" Their interaction is quite entertaining, Li Zhi replied cheerfully, actions speak louder than words. Sang Ying's However, Zhi Jiashu's face had turned a ghastly green having just swallowed the bitter melon juice. He felt as if he were transforming into a bitter melon, yet, he could not bear the thought of suffering alone. Thus, he clasped Sang Ying's neck and pulled her close, directly melding their lips, infused with the bitter taste. Ah! The live stream erupted into screams. Lin Rong clasped her face, bouncing with excitement as she cheered for their romance. Li Zhi, witnessing the scene, felt her heart race. Qi Jiaojiao, you rascal! Sang Ying kicked him. Qi Jiashu leaped up, hands covering his groin. What the heck, Sang Xiaoying, is this necessary? You have to take responsibility for my lower half for the rest of my life. Laughter erupted once more in the live stream. Next, it was Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing's turn to toss the ball. As Lin Rong had opted out of this game, Lu Yanjing leaned languidly against the ping-pong table, idly toying with the ball in his hands, his well-defined fingers curved slightly, the veins on the back of his hands prominently visible. He slightly raised his chin, gesturing to Li Zhi, ladies first, Miss Zhi? You go ahead, Li Zhi replied, her chin held high. She tilted her head, regarding Lu Yanjing with bright, expressive eyes. This lady prefers to play it safe. Lu Yanjing chuckled softly, very well. Following his wife's directive, he straightened up against the table, aiming for the cup of watermelon juice across from him. With a sensuous flick of his wrist, the ball landed. Chapter 78, Lu Yanjing, I adore you. The entire live broadcast room erupted in an instant. Even Sang Ying raised her eyebrows with keen interest, leisurely directing her gaze towards Qi Jiashu. Wow, a confession. Qi Jiashu, who had been lost in thoughts like bitter melon juice, was suddenly jolted awake at the sound of his sister publicly declaring her feelings for her close friend. Lin Rong also jumped up excitedly, eager to witness the spectacle. Li Zhi's ears flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. She awkwardly averted her gaze, muttering, I knew it. The sweeter the juice, the more poisonous the task card hidden beneath. Lu Yanjing curled his lips in a deep, meaningful smile. He languidly leaned against the table, lowering his eyes as he removed his wristwatch and donned the heart rate monitor. He then tilted his chin slightly. Come on, Mrs. Lu. Li Zhi took a deep breath. Meanwhile, Lin Rong, with her casual attitude of a spectator, chimed in, it's just a confession between a young couple, don't be shy. With that, she seized the opportunity to wrap her arms around Li Zhi's waist, playfully nudging her toward Lu Yanjing. Li Zhi barely had time to react. She fluttered her eyelashes in surprise, her gaze rising in panic, and suddenly collided with Lu Yanjing's deep, dark eyes. In that fleeting moment, their breaths intertwined. The lychee rose fragrance enveloping Li Zhi, combined with her alluring gaze, struck at Lu Yanjing's very soul. His eyes narrowed, their gazes met unexpectedly in midair. Before Li Zhi could make a move, the heart rate monitor on his wrist abruptly chimed. Who is this sweet mouse? Walk. There's no need for Li Zhi to confess, just her standing there has Lu's heart racing at 105. I told you, Lu Yanjing is head over heels. Meanwhile, Li Zhi's heart also leaped at the sound of the monitor. She glanced shyly at Lu Yanjing, murmuring softly, I haven't even spoken yet, why is your heart racing so fast? Lu Yanjing smirked nonchalantly. No choice, he chuckled at his long, fair fingers lazily toyed with the silver ring on his left hand's ring finger. In the presence of my wife, I simply cannot help myself. Li Zhi's cheeks flushed instantaneously. She felt as if her heart were a lost fawn, aimlessly crashing within her chest. Thankfully, she was not the one wearing the heart rate monitor, otherwise, her heartbeat might have outpaced Lu Yanjing's. Taking a deep breath to steady her pulse, she suggested, then you should try harder, perhaps I won't need to say anything. She furtively glanced at the heart rate monitor, which now read 108. Yet Lu Yanjing responded with a sensuous tone, that won't do. Li Zhi, he gazed at her with an intense heat in his eyes, his deep, dark pupils seemingly igniting a fire within. It traversed time and space, spreading like wildfire, ultimately settling upon Li Zhi, imbued with countless desires and hopes. In his husky voice, I want to hear it. Fu Yanze was brought over by Zhang Jiao. Although they did not find the treasure chest, they too needed to complete this task, thus they trailed behind the 6 individuals. As soon as they entered, Fu Yanze overheard Lu Yanjing reading the task card, learning that Li Zhi was to confess to him. Instantly, he clenched his fists tightly, locking his gaze on Li Zhi, a flicker of panic rising within him, coupled with a fervent prayer that she would publicly reject the task, indicating that perhaps she still held feelings for him. But Li Zhi did not budge. She lifted her eyes to meet Lu Yanjing's gaze, for the first time perceiving the unabashed, fervent desire within his eyes, a yearning she had never witnessed before. It felt as if there had been unfulfilled longing, as if after years of drought, she had finally found the opportunity to approach the shallow shores he so desperately sought. The cold touch of the ring on her left ring finger jolted her back to the memory of the feelings he had wished to bestow upon her for 4 long years. If all of this truly began in high school, Li Zhi could hardly fathom how Lu Yanjing had viewed her then, as a close friend while watching her interact with Fu Yanze, accepting their childhood betrothal, even assisting her in selecting gifts for Fu Yanze, and delivering the love letters she had penned in her youthful ignorance. Such a proud and rebellious youth, who could have dazzled anyone, instead chose to spend his time on her. Out of respect, he exercised restraint, never intending to disrupt the bonds of others, even knowing the futility of waiting. Li Zhi gazed back into Lu Yanjing's eyes, feeling as if her heart too had been ignited by his fervor, since she had once fervently invested feelings into Fu Yanze, whom she merely had a verbal engagement with and had never truly liked. Why could she not utter a confession to the one she truly adored? Thus, Li Zhi dismissed her discomfort. She parted her lips slightly. Lu Yanjing. Suddenly, she called his name with earnest gravity. Lu Yanjing's heartstrings tightened. The heartbeat he had just managed to suppress surged back to life in that instant. Even Fu Yanze's heartbeat seemed to falter. He fixated on Li Zhi, his tightly clenched hands cracking with tension. Li Zhi inhaled deeply, lifting her chin with newfound pride. The previously nervous flutter of her eyelashes transformed into a playful sparkle. With a lively tone, she exclaimed, "Little Acqui." In that moment, Lu Yanjing's pupils widened in astonishment. The sound of that nickname electrified him, as if it had struck a sensitive chord, rendering his limbs weak and loosening the taut strings of his heart, causing his self-restraint to crumble in an instant. His heart raced to 118, and then, it felt as though everything around them blurred, leaving only sound as Li Zhi's "Little Acqui" resonated in his ears. In this haze of dreamlike perception, he felt the powerful yet chaotic rhythm of his heartbeat within his chest, and then met Li Zhi's clear, sincere, and playful gaze. She smiled brightly at Lu Yanjing, her eyes twinkling with vivacious joy. "I like you." Chapter 79. Do you like me, Zhi Zhi? I take it seriously. It was as if a torrential flood had swept through. In the chest of Lu Yanjing, tumultuous waves surged. Upon hearing Li Zhi's confession of affection, his heart swelled to the brink of bursting. He lowered his gaze upon Li Zhi, his eyelashes trembled slightly, his Adam's apple moved, and the veins on the back of his hand stood out, as if every pore in his body had opened for her. His heart rate skyrocketed to an astounding 130. The entire livestream room erupted. "Oh my gosh, I feel like I've just witnessed an extraordinary moment between Jing and Zhi. Ah, she likes him. She actually said she likes him. Does this count as a mutual pursuit? If Lu Xiaoke has indeed harbored a secret crush on Li Zhi for years, then he has finally heard a response." The shippers were over the moon. Lin Rong excitedly cradled her face in her hands. "So sweet, how can they make everything seem so sweet?" There were no grand romantic declarations, just a simple admission of liking, yet, their gazes intertwined, thickening the air around them. Especially Lu Yanjing's heartbeat, and the fervor and intensity in his eyes, burned hotter than the blazing sun of Xinjiang's summer, igniting a rosy flush on the faces of those nearby. Fu Yanze watched, his eyes nearly bursting with frustration. He had never heard Li Zhi express such feelings for him, only catching glimpses of her sincere gaze directed at him amid the jests and teasing of others. Even Zhang Jiao, beside him, sensed his turmoil. She took the initiative to link her arm with Fu Yanze's. "Yanze, are you feeling too tired from driving?" It was only then that Fu Yanze withdrew his gaze, shaking off Zhang Jiao as he turned to leave the lounge. Lu Yanjing and Li Zhi completed their first task, and even as they removed the heart rate monitor, their rates did not decrease. He kept his eyes fixed on Li Zhi, occasionally lifting his lashes to glance at her, as if fearing that what he had just heard might have been a mere dream. But perhaps, it truly was just a dream, merely a task. Yet, even if it were just a task, the corners of his lips could not help but curl upward, the joy shining through his eyes and brows. Qi Jiashu remarked, "TSK. What a dog." Sang Ying's words struck him like a hammer, jolting him awake. "Are you pleased to see Zhi Zhi so devoted to Fu Yanze?" Qi Jiashu's brows furrowed tightly. His long, fair fingers pressed against his waist. That pretentious guy from the Fu family, does he even deserve it? He despised such pretentiousness. When he thought about it, Lu Yanjing standing beside Li Zhi suddenly appeared far more pleasing to the eye, extinguishing all discontent. Meanwhile, the game task continued. With her confession made, Li Zhi's heart raced, her heart fluttered like a candle flame, ignited by Lu Yanjing's scorching gaze. When it was her turn to throw the ball, the ping-pong ball struck a glass of orange juice on the opposite side. After drinking the beverage, she drew out the task card. "Please maintain a princess carry position until the next round of games concludes." This meant waiting for Lin Rong and Shang Su to finish their game. The princess carry was second nature to Jing Jiuyi, yet it was the first time for the audience to witness it. Lu Yanjing, with a carefree grin, gazed at Li Zhi, extending his arms. "Come here, princess." The camera zoomed in, capturing Lu Yanjing's well-defined fingers clasping Li Zhi's slender waist, while the other arm supported her beneath her knees, his muscular arm tensing as he securely lifted her into his embrace. Li Zhi wrapped her arms around his neck, raising her gaze and fluttering her eyelashes at him. "Is this a familiar act for you?" Lu Yanjing's eyes half-lidded, his fingertips gripping her waist tightened slightly, his throat bobbing with a hint of hoarseness. "Do you like me?" Li Zhi gently licked her lips, still tasting the sweetness of the orange juice, her breath mingling with Lu Yanjing's, filled with a fragrant fruitiness. "Is that a problem?" Li Zhi proudly tilted her chin. Lu Yanjing's fingers tightened, his warm breath cascading over her cheek. "Zhi Zhi, I take it seriously." Their microphones remained unmuted. Although their voices were soft, the audience cranked up the volume, straining to listen. Meanwhile, Li Zhi turned her face away with an air of pride, resting her head on Lu Yanjing's shoulder, her lips curving into a whisper. "I didn't say you couldn't take it seriously." The audience collectively swooned. Who dares to say Lu Yanjing isn't in love? What kind of normal couple has such a conversation? If you like someone, just say it. Why complicate it with taking it seriously? When the beautiful Zhi Zhi confessed, Lu's heart nearly exploded the monitor. He truly was hooked. After years of unrequited love finally bearing fruit, enduring for 8 years to hear a response, we owe our gratitude to Fu Yanze for not marrying. The shippers danced with excitement. From the dialogue between Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing, a complete narrative unfolded for Jing Jiuyi. Lu Yanjing had a crush on Li Zhi in high school, but she was bound by a verbal engagement with her childhood friend Fu Yanze, leaving him as a mere observer, helplessly watching the girl he adored fly with another. Yet, he could not accept this fate. He continued to silently support her, hiding his true feelings, even going so far as to assist her in delivering love letters to Fu Yanze. Years of unrequited love, estimated 6 to 8 years, he thought he would never have another chance, only to find that with Li Zhi's circumstances changing and Fu Yanze's downfall, he immediately returned to her side, proposing to help her dispel rumors of being a mistress through marriage, thus positioning himself as the new male lead and successfully winning her heart. This tale resounded with passion. The shippers of Jing Zhi instantly became enamored. They showered the analysis with likes, finally weaving together the fragmented clues into a coherent story. I've given the blogger a thumbs up. I humbly request similar fanfiction about Jing Zhi. Wow, this story keeps getting more engaging. The part where he refers to himself as a good buddy while delivering love letters is so fitting for Lu Yinjing. I seriously suspect the blogger knows the inside story. But this is truly delightful. After posting this analysis, Fu Yanze stepped back, satisfied as she watched the likes soar. She even felt she should not just be a dancer but should write novels on a platform. Li Zhi remained oblivious to what her good friend was doing online, unaware of the frenzy sweeping across the internet. She listened to Lu Yinjing's heartbeat, feeling his warmth as she embraced his neck. Lin Rome, while tossing ping-pong balls, was sweetened by the hushed whispers of the two being held in a princess carry. The comments were filled with prayers. Slow down, you two, take it easy. I want to see Jing Zhi embrace a little longer. Lu Yinjing's stamina is truly impressive. He has held the beautiful Zhi Zhi for so long without faltering. Ah, the veins in his arms are so defined. The tension in those muscles is simply explosive. Lin Rome understood what the audience wanted to see. She was fortunate that the task she drew was not particularly difficult, so she deliberately dragged it out during the game. At the very least, it allowed Jing Zhi to remain in each other's embrace for an additional 5 minutes. It wasn't until all 6 participants received their driving tickets that Lu Yinjing finally bent down to gently place Li Zhi back on the ground. Chapter 80. Luo Yinjing, it seems you have a crush on me. The crowd gathered before the map, contemplating their route. Lin Rome shared her insights. I've heard the Sky Grassland route is the most breathtaking. I typically lack strong opinions. Li Zhi had also researched the 3 routes in advance. She fluttered her eyelashes. I too wish to visit the Sky Grassland. Without hesitation, Shi Jiashu decided to follow Li Zhi. Moreover, with camping planned for the evening, they would need to collect treasure chests along the way to share resources, making teamwork essential. Everyone prepared to set off. However, Sanging lazily shrugged and glanced back at a treasure chest. Aren't we supposed to hide the task card? The production team had permitted concealment. Sanging was unconcerned about being criticized by Jiang Zhio's fans. She had always been protective of her own, indifferent to right or wrong. Jiang Zhio's fans felt a sudden spike of emotion. Unexpectedly, Li Zhi raised her chin haughtily. There's no need, they've already seen it, hiding it would be futile. Besides, I always confront my enemies directly. Li Zhi pouted playfully. I dislike playing dirty. The corners of Sang Ying's eyes lifted. She cast a sidelong glance at Shi Jiashu, genuinely surprised that these siblings shared such a similar approach to life. Luo Yinjing, seemingly already aware, casually smirked. Our proud princess has always believed in winning openly and fairly. Li Zhi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. With a whimsical gesture, she leaned towards Luo Yinjing, nudging him with her shoulder. I knew you would understand me. Let us go. Li Zhi's tone was light and cheerful. She tilted her face upwards, stepping out of the visitor center, inhaling deeply the fresh air that greeted her even before entering the grassland, absolutely stunning the lottie. Let us set off. Let us go, let us go. Ah, Li Zhi is absolutely gorgeous. I'm crying. Jiang Zhio resorted to rumors to undermine her, yet she refuses to retaliate. This is the true essence of a proud princess. The blazing sun re-emerged in the frame. A brief blur created a hazy, dreamy aura of Luo Yinjing, clad in a black shirt that accentuated his broad shoulders and slim waist, stood tall, holding an umbrella to shield the princess beside him. Meanwhile, that strikingly radiant figure in yellow moved gracefully, her long hair flowing, at times tilting her face to share laughter with him. It's so uncanny. Shi Jiashu's peach blossom eyes momentarily lost focus. He muted the microphone, avoiding the camera's gaze, gripping his phone tightly. Brother, she truly resembles her so much. In the Rosewood reception room, team is swirled. Chi Yubai had just concluded a business deal when he received a call from his younger brother, Shi Jiashu. His eyelids fluttered slightly as he caressed the tea set, his fingers pale and delicate like jade bamboo. As he moved his wrist, a faint red mole could be glimpsed on the inner side. His partner continued to engage him in lively conversation, creating a bit of noise. Chi Yubai tossed the tea lid back onto the bowl, fiddling with his ever-present string of prayer beads, and answered the phone. Brother, you wouldn't believe it if you hadn't seen her yourself. Her personality is strikingly similar to what I imagined. Every time I observe the expressions in her eyes, I feel as though a Yu has returned. Shi Jiashu spoke passionately, gripping his phone tightly. He turned to face the wall, pressing his clenched fist against it. She must be a Yu. Shi Yubai felt a ripple of emotion. He had long been aware of his brother's fixation on this matter. In their youth, Shi Yubai had often lamented why he hadn't stayed in Yicheng. Perhaps if he and Shi Jiashu had looked after a Yu together, this predicament could have been avoided. Have you obtained the sample? His voice was low and sharp, his fingers methodically rolling the prayer beads. Not yet. Shi Jiashu raised his chin slightly. I asked that rascal Luo Yinjing for help. Zhi Zhi just endured the online harassment of being labeled a homewrecker, and she is still wary of me. All right. Shi Yubai nodded. He stood tall beneath the pavilions of Qi Garden, his demeanor striking and ethereal, momentarily resembling a moon in a deep mountain stream. Yet no one could have predicted that upon learning his sister might finally be found, even his cold heart would be stirred. Qi Yubai lowered his gaze, his voice as frigid as frost. Zhi Zhi has just experienced the abandonment by the Zhang family. Young ladies tend to be sensitive, so don't startle her. I understand. Zhi Jiashu nodded eagerly. He cast a cautious glance around, surveying his surroundings. Brother, there's another matter. Zhi Yubai's pale fingers continued to roll the prayer beads. Zhi Jiashu lowered his voice. I'll try my best to help me obtain the sample today, but I'm worried something might go awry. After all, many have pretended to be you before, and what if, rest assured. Zhi Yubai interjected suddenly. There was a chill in his voice, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly. Just focus on obtaining the sample as quickly as possible. Zhi Yubai's fingers momentarily paused on the prayer beads. The veins on his hand were faintly visible, his cool skin tone sharply contrasting with the red mole on his wrist. I'll arrive tonight. Zhi Yubai's eyelashes fluttered slightly. I too believe she resembles you greatly. Therefore, I will personally retrieve the sample and ensure it is brought back to Kyoto for verification. The call ended. Zhi Jiashu's greatest concern had found resolution. His elder brother said he would come personally. With him overseeing, no one could manipulate the situation. Li Zhi had already returned to the off-road vehicle. As the cool air from the air conditioning enveloped her, she tilted her head back, relishing the refreshing sensation that evaporated her beads of sweat. However, despite the cool environment, the air was thick with an inexplicable tension and intimacy. Ever since Li Zhi confessed her feelings through the task, Luo Yanjing had not once dropped the smirk from his lips. The live-stream chat was flooded with comments calling him secretly thriving brother. Even Li Zhi, intrigued, tilted her head, resting her chin on one hand while gazing at him. Little Quebec. Luo Yanjing's gaze dimmed slightly. The way she addressed him always left him feeling embarrassingly flustered, his heart racing uncontrollably. Li Zhi smiled sweetly, pressing her fingertip against the corner of Luo Yanjing's lips. It seems you're struggling to contain something here. Luo Yanjing swallowed hard. This seemingly innocent gesture, devoid of any overt suggestion, was maddeningly enticing, leaving him parched. His voice came out hoarse. Isn't it you who is baiting me? I'm only just beginning to understand the meaning behind your WeChat profile picture. Li Zhi blinked her bright, clear eyes at him. Luo Yanjing glanced sideways. What do you mean? The bright moon startles the magpie from another branch. Li Zhi's gaze was pure, yet there was a hint of mischief in it. She let her eyes drift downwards, noticing his fingers tightening around the steering wheel. Luo Yanjing averted his face, handing over the driving pass. After the staff scanned it, he accelerated onto the road leading to the sky grassland, yet Li Zhi continued to watch him leisurely. Luo Yanjing. She tilted her head playfully, wearing the most innocent expression while uttering words that sent hearts racing. It seems you have a crush on me. Chapter 81, Do not harbor a secret crush on me. Try expressing it openly. In that fleeting moment, the very core of Luo Yanjing's heart was ignited, akin to a fierce blaze sweeping across a barren wasteland, rendering his once restrained heart utterly scorched. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel, as the long-buried obsession within him gradually eroded the boundaries he had meticulously upheld until his mind was entirely filled with the intoxicating fragrance of lychee and rose. Luo Yanjing eased the speed of the car, casting a sidelong glance at Li Zhi, whose clear, captivating eyes were still fixed upon him. His throat involuntarily moved slightly as he feigned nonchalance, murmuring, "Only just realized?" Li Zhi was momentarily taken aback. She lifted her eyelashes to gaze at Luo Yanjing, initially intending to casually test the waters, for all of it had merely been her conjecture. To her astonishment, Luo Yanjing actually admitted it. His confession left her breathless, her ears tinged with a faint blush. Luo Yanjing lazily raised his chin, casting a sidelong glance at Li Zhi. Does Miss Zhi wish to grant me a chance? Not a chance, Li Zhi replied with a crisp tone. Her decisive refusal doused the fervor blazing within Luo Yanjing's heart like a bucket of cold water. The rhythm of his heartbeat faltered, and the knuckles gripping the steering wheel gradually turned pale. His throat moved slightly as he rubbed his fingers against the leather of the steering wheel, concealing the intensity of his feelings once more, his voice turning hoarse. I was merely joking with you, Lu Xiaoxiao. Li Zhi interrupted him. The fire constricted in his throat as Luo Yanjing lowered his gaze, beginning to regret whether he had been too impulsive just now, yet, when he couldn't help but glance at her again, he found Li Zhi smiling, playfully cradling her face with one hand, looking at him with a teasing glint in her eyes. Why play at secret admiration with that face of yours? Luo Yanjing's suppressed emotions surged forth. He nearly slammed on the brakes, forcing Zhi Jiashu, who was following closely behind, to hastily decelerate, nearly causing his forehead to collide with the steering wheel. He cursed vehemently, "Damn you, Lu Xiaoxiao." However, within the car that had abruptly stopped, Li Zhi looked at him with a charming smile, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Try being upfront about it. Luo Yanjing's mind erupted in a cacophony. The feelings he had attempted to bury surged forth once again, sprouting like mushrooms after rain. He turned to Li Zhi, and for a brief moment, he felt that her earlier admission of affection for him might not have been solely a part of her task. She had spoken without any reservations. The corners of Luo Yanjing's lips curled upwards once more, the previously subdued corners of his eyes and brows blossoming into vibrant exuberance. She had urged him to take his feelings seriously. She had invited him to express his affection openly. Li Zhi tilted her head, observing Luo Yanjing, who had resumed driving. She noted the high arch of his lips, the proud brilliance in his eyes, and the defiant tilt of his chin. Arrogant, yet astonishingly childlike, as if a kindergarten child had just received candy from a teacher. Luo Yanjing's fingertips lightly tapped the steering wheel, savoring each of Li Zhi's words, and suddenly chuckled lazily. Very well, I shall express my feelings openly. The audience in the live stream erupted in ecstatic screams, analyzing Boss Lu's secret crush on that blogger is simply the best. Help! It is truly a secret crush scenario. Add another classic element, love after marriage. Oh my, I'm genuinely in tears. When Li Zhi said she wouldn't give him a chance, I saw Boss Lu's expression change, and he flustered, trying to explain it was just a joke. Secret admirers are always the humble ones, terrified of disturbing, so they strive to perform their solitary pantomime perfectly. I really want to believe the essay that said Boss Lu feared Li Zhi discovering his secret affections, hence he befriended her. His greatest fear is that she'd distance herself from him, leaving them unable to even be friends. Ah, but now it's transforming into mutual pursuit. The crowd was in a frenzy. Meanwhile, in the Jingduchi Yuan, chaos reigned. Yu Lanzi, in high heels, walked gracefully across the plush carpet in the living room, pacing back and forth. Qi Huqing sat on the sofa, his long legs crossed, his pale lips pressed together, the buttons of his white shirt fastened to the top. He emanated a dignified and aloof demeanor, save for a small mole slightly to the right of his nose that held a hint of allure. He lowered his gaze, examining the contract on the tablet, while Yu Lanzi's incessant chatter filled the air. Something's gone awry. I haven't even brought my precious daughter back, and she has already been whisked away by that boy from the Lu family. Originally, Su Sang told me that if I had a daughter, I should arrange a betrothal. I thought, when I saw Lu Xiaoqiao being cradled by her father, that it wouldn't do, and I had firmly refused back then, but now he has taken advantage of it. Yu Lanzi was visibly agitated. She raised her face, her fingers as fair and translucent as jade, pinching her delicate waist. Qi Huqing, clearly accustomed to his wife's incessant prattle, remained unfazed, his cool fingers gliding over the contract, marking sections that required amendments by the legal department. He responded calmly, "What's wrong with Yanjing?" Suddenly, a flicker appeared in Qi Huqing's eyes. His fingertip paused on the tablet screen for 2 seconds before he nonchalantly raised his gaze, except for being afraid of birds. Yu Lanzi, she inhaled deeply, her red lips parting. Just as she intended to enumerate Lu Yanjing's flaws, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Qi Huqing chuckled lightly, "Your concern is leading to confusion." Yu Lanzi waved her hand, dismissing the topic. Her beautiful eyes glimmered, her haughty demeanor suddenly fixating on Qi Huqing, prompting her to kick off her high heels and tread barefoot on the incredibly soft carpet. Suddenly, she knelt on the sofa, her delicate knees sinking into the cushions. With a flourish of her fingers, she snatched the tablet from Qi Huqing's hands and then plopped down on his lap. Qi Huqing's breath hitched slightly, ACI. She paid little heed to the disruption of Qi Huqing's breath. Instead, she cradled his head with her left arm while her right hand began to rummage through his hair. Qi Huqing's usually cool voice bore a hint of a raspy tone. "In broad daylight, what do you intend to do?" "Don't move," Yu Lanzi replied in a playful tone. She was earnestly selecting Qi Huqing's hair, and then suddenly, with utmost seriousness, she pulled hard. Ah, Qi Huqing instinctively inhaled sharply. His long, pale fingers tightened around Yu Lanzi's waist, his previously cool fingertips now tinged with a hint of pink. The raspy tone of his voice carried a dangerous warning, ACI. "Don't shout, don't shout. You're interrupting me while I'm pulling hair." Yu Lanzi's focus was clearly elsewhere, yet her actions only drew Qi Huqing in further. She relentlessly yanked out several strands of hair, before flipping off Qi Huqing's lap to examine if she had extracted any follicles. Bebe is going to Xinjiang tonight to retrieve Zhi Zhi's samples. Bebe, a nickname for Qi Yubai. Yu Lanzi pinched the hair between her fingers, thoroughly pleased with her selection. "I need to pick out a few prime strands to do a paternity test with Zhi Zhi. This is crucial." Qi Huqing, he rubbed his nose bridge in exasperation. ACI, every strand of hair has the same genes. "Shut up," Yu Lanzi shot him a sidelong glance. "Say one more word, and I'll pull all your hair out." Qi Huqing, I couldn't care less. Yu Lanzi continued to meticulously select. In any case, among these strands of hair, there must be one that reveals a lineage probability exceeding 99. 99. If not, I suggest you refrain from merely attending meetings at work every day. Instead, you would be better off convening a meeting with the hair, allowing it to reflect on its essence. Qi Huqing. Chapter 82. Fingers curling, ears tingling, Qi Huqing engaged in deep introspection regarding his hair. Li Zhi, in high spirits, rolled down the car window, tilting her face to embrace the wind and inhale the fresh air of the grasslands. The scenery of Naladi was breathtaking. Driving through the picturesque wilderness, they admired the rolling hills, meandering streams, and lush green meadows that resembled a living painting. It felt as though they had stepped into a realm akin to the Wizard of Oz, or perhaps the vividly colored gardens of Monet. As they explored, they would stop intermittently to take in the views. Whenever Li Zhi encountered a sight she adored, she would urge Lu Yanjing to halt the car and, in her vibrant yellow dress, would rush down to immerse herself in the beauty of the landscape. Lu Yanjing leaned against the car, casually bending one long leg, his black leather shoes tapping lightly against the ground. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he slightly raised his chin, his lips curling into a smile as he gazed at Li Zhi not far away. The blazing sun cast a hazy halo before him. Within that halo, Li Zhi was always looking back at another person. During the height of summer, in the intertwining shadows of the corridor, students laughed and played outside the classroom during their break. Li Zhi bounded back from the office with a stack of papers, skillfully weaving through the playful crowd. "Excuse me, handsome and beautiful people, coming through." She was quite popular at school. Upon seeing her return from the office, someone teased, "Is the school beauty off to help young Master Fu check the rankings again?" Li Zhi smiled softly. As she passed through the path made by her classmates, she dashed back into the classroom. "Fu Yanze, I went to check the grades with the homeroom teacher." Just as Lu Yanjing stepped over the threshold of the classroom, he spotted Li Zhi seated at the desk in front of Fu Yanze, turning around with her hands cupping her face, exclaiming, "You're amazing. Second in the grade, you scored 145 in math again." Fu Yanze was engrossed in a management book. The young man sat upright, his crisp white school uniform exuding a cool elegance, with his eyelashes lowered, his hair slightly falling over his forehead. He held the corner of the page with his long fingers, ready to turn it only to lift his gaze upon hearing Li Zhi's words. His face, as clear as the moonlight, slightly furrowed. It seemed he was quite dissatisfied with his exam results, his voice low. Who was first? Lu Yanjing, Li Zhi replied, tapping her cheek with her fingertip. Unbeknownst to her, the boy she spoke of swaggered past her, nonchalantly rolling up the sleeves of his school uniform while holding a bottle of orange soda, radiating an air of arrogance. Li Zhi reassured Fu Yanze, he doesn't even have to pay attention in class to score full marks in math. He is just too incredible. You scoring second is already fantastic. Don't compare yourself to him. Perhaps it was on the basketball court. The sound of the ball colliding with the ground intertwined with the fervent footsteps and cheers. Young men in red and blue jerseys competed against one another. Fu Yanze turned her back to the court, standing on her tiptoes to glance towards the supermarket. Zhi Zhi. Hurry up, little lychee. Li Zhi rushed over, clutching several bottles of water. Fu Yanze quickly vacated her spot. Why are you so late? The first quarter is almost over. The supermarket was packed with people. Li Zhi replied playfully, I had to wait in line for a bit. Look at the game. Fu Yanze gestured towards the court. You missed Fu Yanze scoring a two-pointer. Li Zhi quickly turned her gaze to the court. At that moment, Lu Yanjing leapt to retrieve the ball, a red sweatband adorning his forehead. As he soared into the air, his shirt lifted slightly, revealing a glimpse of his toned abdomen. With a precise shot, he scored 3 points. The entire audience of girls erupted in cheers for his achievement. Lu Yanjing smirked, casting a carefree glance towards the stands, where he indeed spotted Li Zhi waving at him. After giving him a thumbs up, she shifted her focus, shaking her water bottle as she shouted, Fu Yanze, go for it. There were countless moments like this. His dazzling pride could never eclipse the innocent camaraderie of childhood friends, nor the faithful bond sealed by their childhood promises. He always witnessed Li Zhi smiling at another person. Fu Yanze, come watch me perform ballet tonight. She would present him with a bouquet of flowers plucked from outside the wall. Fu Yanze, I just noticed the roses have bloomed again. It hurt so much, and he would forever remain a silent observer, finding other means to exchange for a ticket to the New Year's Eve gala to watch her ballet. Passing by the blooming roses after school, he would recall her radiant smile as she gifted flowers to others. He would secretly search for universities nearest to the Central Dance Academy, slipping Yunnan Baiyao into her desk when no one was watching. Now, however, the roles had reversed. As Fu Yanze drove Jiang Jiao past a sea of flowers, he caught sight of that bright yellow figure, her smile as radiant as a blossom. Li Zhi bent down to pluck a dandelion. With a light-hearted skip, she approached Lu Yanjing, twirling the flower stem and playfully winking. Lu Yanjing, do you think I can blow all the little umbrellas off in one breath? Lu Yanjing smirked nonchalantly. He leaned casually against the car, his gaze fixed on Li Zhi, a hint of indulgence in his eyes. Shall I take a guess? Li Zhi extended her pinky. Let us make a bet. I guess. Lu Yanjing's tone lingered on. Just as Li Zhi awaited his answer, Lu Yanjing suddenly leaned in closer. You can't. As soon as the words left his lips, he blew the dandelion apart. The scattered seeds instantly blurred Li Zhi's vision, prompting her to close her eyes, feeling the soft, fluffy sensations envelop her cheeks, even clinging to her eyelashes. Lu Yanjing. Li Zhi stomped her foot in frustration. She flicked the tiny seeds off her lashes and charged at him. Lu Yanjing, you're dead. The two began to chase each other through the flower field. Li Zhi's hair flowed freely, with a few dandelion seeds adorning it. Until, nearly tripping over a stone, she stumbled. Lu Yanjing immediately stepped forward, his strong hands gripping her delicate waist, drawing her into his embrace. Be careful, his voice suddenly tensed. Lu Yanjing's gaze dropped to her ankle. Is your foot all right? Yet, Li Zhi did not respond. Instead, she nestled into Lu Yanjing's arms, resting her chin on his shoulder as he bent down. Tilting her head, she gently brushed her lips against his ear, softly whispering his name, Lu Yanjing. Lu Yanjing's ears tingled. A surge of electricity coursed through him, sending a shiver down his spine. He turned his head to avoid her lips, lowering his gaze to meet Li Zhi's, only to see her suddenly produce a dandelion she had folded at an unknown time and blow it towards his face. Chapter 83. You better not think of stealing a kiss from me. Fu Yanze gripped the steering wheel tightly. He couldn't shake off the feeling that this scene was oddly familiar, yet the roles had shifted. Once, Li Zhi had smiled radiantly before him, lively and spirited, sharing everything. Her eyes were filled with him, while Lu Yanjing was supposed to be standing behind her, but now, the passenger seat was occupied by another. The girl who had once seen only him was now nestled in another man's embrace, blowing dandelion seeds towards him with a smile. Lu Yanjing sighed deeply, closing his eyes. The fluffy dandelion seed settled on his thick, dark lashes, lending his rebellious face an unexpectedly childish charm. The livestream chat was filled with ecstatic shouts. Help, what a super sweet scene. This cute couple is too adorable. Haha, the moment President Lu blew dandelion seeds at Zhi Zhi, I knew he would face retaliation. Why do couples always seem to trip over girls? Can't you tell? Haha, how could anyone trip on this flat lawn? Clearly, it's Zhi Zhi's doing. Oh dear, she accidentally fell into her husband's arms. And then took the opportunity to get back at him. Haha. The audience was thoroughly entertained. Meanwhile, Fu Yanze drove away, his gaze fixated on the rearview mirror, watching the figures of the two until Li Zhi vanished from his sight. Li Zhi helped Lu Yanjing brush away the dandelions, her fingers gliding over his lashes, grazing his lips, and gently caressing his cheek. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed beneath his slightly lowered lashes, his dark eyes were thick with unspoken desire. Li Zhi's gaze ventured over his shoulder. Lu Yanjing. I'm here. There's a little lamb. Li Zhi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she pointed behind him. Following her finger, Lu Yanjing turned to see two fluffy lambs trailing their mother, grazing along the way. Holding a lamb was a must-have experience in Nalati. The newborn lamb, soft and fluffy, nestled in Li Zhi's arms, looked particularly obedient, curiously glancing around. In fact, the little lamb nuzzled closer to her, gently nudging her cheek with its nose. Lu Yanjing's tone was cold yet playful. A tisk. He lowered his eyelids, looking at the seemingly innocent lamb, and with a low voice, However, Li Zhi holding the lamb triggered a task. The shepherdess presented them with a treasure chest containing a task card from the Sweet Traveler program. She blinked her eyelashes. Paper catching challenge. Please ask the local shepherd to release a piece of paper from the air. If both guests can catch it with their mouths within 3 attempts, the challenge is successful. Reward 1 hour of horseback riding. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. The paper catching game. The classic couples game is finally here. Oh my. Catching paper with your mouth is practically kissing. After all, the paper is just so thin. If they miss it, they might end up kissing anyway. Then why bother catching paper? Just let them kiss. I want to see them kiss. The viewers were all fired up. The shepherdess was already prepared with the paper, a smile playing on her lips. The live stream was flooded with "This auntie is me." Li Zhi tilted her head, her clear eyes blinking gently. Lu Yanjing, are we riding or not? Coming from a wealthy family inevitably meant exposure to equestrian skills from a young age. Although Chow Moya was not particularly close to her, she had never lacked for anything. Yet, her practice grounds were always at the riding club. She had never experienced the thrill of galloping across the prairie. Lu Yanjing gazed at her lazily, the sunlight illuminating her brows and eyes, making her already translucent, lychee-like gaze shine even more. There was anticipation in her eyes. So, Lu Yanjing lazily curled his lips, his eyes and brows exuding a carefree boldness. Ride. 3 attempts, right? Li Zhi turned her gaze. The shepherdess was ready with the candy. Yes, during the process, you can only catch with your mouth. If either party fails to catch it with their mouth, the task is not considered successful. The audience was on the edge of their seats, not caring whether they succeeded. They simply hoped they would fumble the paper and accidentally kiss. Lu Yanjing and Li Zhi stood facing each other. The shepherdess held the paper beside them, ready to assist in the game. Li Zhi, with a radiant and proud demeanor, raised her face to Lu Yanjing. You better not think of stealing a kiss from me. Lu Yanjing chuckled lightly, lifting his eyelids. He leaned closer, his lips curling lazily. What if we end up kissing? It seems like Miss Zhi Zhi bears half the responsibility. Li Zhi gently bit her lip, her ears turning slightly red, but as they prepared for the game, there was no trace of the previous shyness in her gaze. Instead, her lashes fluttered, shimmering with a hint of playful light and gentle smiles. Her heart raced like a lost fawn in her chest, yet unlike past worries about kissing him, this time, it stirred a flicker of anticipation. The air thrummed with unspoken tension, their eyes locked. Lu Yanjing also lowered his lashes to meet her gaze, his deep-set eyes filled with tender emotions. The camera, ever perceptive, zoomed in. The shepherdess raised the paper. Are you both ready? Li Zhi's heart raced faster. Lu Yanjing's voice was husky. The audience in the live stream held their breath, filled with anticipation, eyes glued to the screen. Suddenly, the shepherdess released her grip. The paper swiftly slipped from between Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing's lips, darting away like a fleeting shadow. Lu Yanjing bent forward, lowering his head towards Li Zhi, who instinctively tilted her face up to meet his approach, ready to catch with her mouth. However, the paper fell too quickly before Li Zhi could react. It had vanished from sight, replaced by the intoxicating scent of Lu Yanjing's cologne enveloping her. The camera zoomed in close-up. The audience watched in awe as Lu Yanjing's eyes darkened with desire, his body leaning closer as if to kiss Li Zhi. Their lips were mere inches apart, on the verge of a kiss. Yet, like opposing magnetic poles, they halted abruptly in midair as Li Zhi realized the paper had already dropped, and they could no longer catch it. Breathing quickly, Li Zhi's long, curled lashes trembled. She lifted her gaze to Lu Yanjing, feeling that this position was no different from the prelude to a kiss, but Lu Yanjing did not forcefully close the distance. Instead, he smiled lazily, glancing at her flushed ears, his voice a casual whisper. Shall we try again? Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow slightly. Li Zhi steadied her pounding heart, calming her breath as she nodded gently. Then, let's try again. Thus, they returned to their previous positions. The paper fell once more. Their lips, drawn together as if magnetically, suddenly halted midair once again. They failed to catch the paper, their breaths intermingled, yet the air grew thick with tension. Lu Yanjing gazed deeply into Li Zhi's eyes, captured by the camera, his Adam's apple visibly bobbing. For the third and final attempt, Li Zhi lightly licked her lips, still tasting Lu Yanjing's essence in her breath. She straightened her neck, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she blinked her lashes. How about we get a little closer? Lu Yanjing's voice was low and husky. Li Zhi's breath trembled as she spoke. Getting closer might make it easier to catch the paper. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple moved. All right. The live stream audience was on the verge of madness, claiming they could see the longing in Lu Yanjing's gaze. It was so evident, with no attempt to conceal it. Even Li Zhi felt her cheeks flush under his intense stare, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat, sending tingles throughout her body. The two gradually leaned toward each other, their shoe tips almost touching, as if they intended to kiss. The shepherdess lifted the paper again, letting it fall freely between their nearing lips. The camera zoomed in eagerly. Just then, Lu Yanjing suddenly leaned down towards Li Zhi's lips. She lifted her face, seemingly ready to kiss him. The paper continued its rapid descent. It brushed against Li Zhi's lips. But this time, perhaps because they were already so close, Li Zhi felt a gentle press on her lips through the thin paper. Lu Yanjing's soft, warm lips, accompanied by his heated breath, unexpectedly pressed against hers. Chapter 84 Clear as day, she felt the contour of his lips, and for a fleeting moment, Li Zhi's heartbeat seemed to pause. The paper was thin, gradually dampened by the breath that escaped between their lips and teeth. Even though it was not a kiss in the truest sense, she could distinctly feel the shape of Lu Yanjing's lips. She even sensed the warmth lingering upon his lips. Her heartbeat quickened abruptly, pounding fiercely as if it were attempting to leap from her chest. Li Zhi trembled and lifted her gaze. She found Lu Yanjing lowering his lashes, staring intently at her, his gaze ablaze like a wildfire, igniting the intensity of their shared glance into something searing. The audience in the livestream went wild. They kissed. Help, I don't care, I'll just pretend that paper doesn't exist. Jing Ji you just kissed. This cursed paper better behave. Oh my goodness. The desire in President Lu's eyes is overwhelming. It's as if he has written "I want to kiss my wife" on his face. Is he playing with paper? He wants to kiss his wife. Lu Yanjing. There is no need to use this game as an excuse. If you want to kiss, just do it already. Lu Yanjing felt a heat rising in his chest. He gazed deeply into the eyes of the beloved girl, his heart racing violently, as if a long-suppressed flood was finally breaking free, yearning to burst forth from his chest. Until that piece of paper was removed from between their lips, Li Zhi's ears remained flushed. The warmth of Lu Yanjing's lips invaded her rationality, bringing to mind that breathless night filled with urgency. Unable to resist, she lightly licked her lips and peeked at Lu Yanjing, whispering, "We succeeded." A subtle smile curved the corners of Lu Yanjing's lips. He raised his hand, gently brushing his fingertip over his lips, eliciting a hint of desire-laden crimson. Li Zhi felt utterly captivated by his small gesture. Ah, that charming man, how audacious he was to touch his lips, as if he had just experienced immense pleasure. Li Zhi's heart screamed, and the proud little swan hidden within her flapped its wings in delight. Yet, outwardly, she maintained an air of composure. She coyly raised her face. "Shall we go? I believe we've completed our mission." Li Zhi turned her lively gaze towards the shepherdess, beaming with an ant-like smile, nodded affirmatively. "Of course. Just continue along this road, and upon reaching the herder's home, present this task card to the local shepherd, and you shall enjoy an hour of horseback riding. Naturally, there are many other sights along the way. At Tianmu Terrace, you can even ride in a helicopter. This card has no time limit for redemption, so you are free to plan your time as you wish." She drew a heart on the task card, inscribing Jing Ji Yu Yi, before handing over this equivalent of a couple's horseback riding voucher to Li Zhi. With a graceful turn, Li Zhi looked back at Lu Yanjing, her vibrant skirt gently sweeping through the sea of flowers. "Let us set off." Lu Yanjing brushed his tongue lightly over his lips once more. His already alluring lips, now glistening with moisture, appeared even more enticing, beckoning one to succumb to temptation. The two returned to the rugged path, continuing their self-driven journey. Along the way, they stopped frequently, until they unknowingly arrived at the herder's home while playing. Li Zhi observed numerous herders along the route. The vast and flat grassland swayed with the wind, revealing herds of cattle, sheep, and horses. Nearby, a sea of flowers and a flowing stream. In the distance, the verdant mountains wound their way across the horizon. Li Zhi presented the task card to the shepherd, leading two horses. Lu Yanjing required no preparation. He effortlessly mounted the horse, his long legs swinging gracefully over the saddle. The reins wrapped around his slender fingers. When he tightened his grip, the veins on the back of his hand stood out prominently, the cuff of his sleeve clinging to his forearm, slightly bulging. The live stream erupted with comments. "So handsome, President Lu is too dashing. Every time I see his veins, I feel weak. Wow, a suit-clad gentleman. Ah, whose good man rides a horse in a black shirt, suit pants, and leather shoes? He is both elegant and alluring." Questioning Li Zhi, envying Li Zhi, wishing to be Li Zhi. "I'm absolutely shipping Jing Ji Yu Yi." The viewers went wild, enamored by the screen. Meanwhile, Li Zhi, having arrived in a dress, retrieved a pair of leggings from her suitcase and headed to the shepherd's small wooden cabin to change, ensuring she wouldn't accidentally expose herself or suffer chafing from riding too long. The cabin was a bit distant, and the shepherdess helped her mount the horse, temporarily holding her skirt to save time. Lu Yanjing guided the horse in circles, his posture upright, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, his gaze seemingly woven like threads, fixated on the direction from which Li Zhi and the shepherdess had departed. After a brief moment, Li Zhi finally returned, donning her leggings. Hearing the crisp sound of hooves galloping across the grassland, Lu Yanjing lifted his chin slightly to glance into the distance. He saw Chapter 85 A Gallant Ride, the laugh of the lofty lady. Unknown to all is Li Zhi's arrival across the vast expanse of the prairie, her yellow skirt billowing. Li Zhi rode a magnificent white steed, brandishing her whip as she galloped forth. The wind tousled the mane at the nape of the horse's neck, causing it to dance in tandem with her vibrant attire. The hooves of the horse struck the lush grass, resonating with a crisp giddy-up, as she raced from the quaint wooden cabin towards the grand banquet at Lu Yanjing. The interplay of light and shadow sliced through the canvas of this scene. Sunlight chased after Li Zhi's radiant visage, parting the clouds in her wake, gradually dispersing its warmth in the direction of Lu Yanjing. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing held the reins, his long legs clad in tailored trousers subtly gripping the horse's belly, a broad grin adorning his face as he awaited Li Zhi's approach. The livestream audience was instantly captivated. Help, what a breathtaking sight. The clouds and sunlight are truly the finest actors. It feels like Lu Yanjing has secretly pined for years, finally witnessing the moon after the clouds have cleared. Lady Lu, you deserve to take the lead position. Unbeknownst to Li Zhi, she had already been dubbed Lady Lu by the online community. She tightened the reins, bringing her steed to a halt. Earlier, while changing into leggings, she had casually styled her hair into a fluffy bun, enhancing her youthful charm. Li Zhi blinked her lovely eyes. Shall we go? Lu Yanjing's horse was larger than hers, and seated atop it, his stature was even more imposing, accentuating their height difference. Yet, he still guided the horse towards her, bending slightly to gaze down at her with a rebellious glint in his eyes. Elopement? In Li Zhi's beautiful orbs, a glimmer of daring sparkled. This time, she displayed a newfound boldness, no longer concerned with propriety or the potential breach of contract. All she knew was that with Lu Yanjing supporting her, the sky could never fall. Thus, she proudly lifted her chin very well. As the horse's hoof shifted slightly, raising its front legs, it inadvertently brought her closer to Lu Yanjing's lips. However, the elevation was quite limited, nearly causing Lu Yanjing's breath to hitch momentarily, his heart racing as he savored the scent of ripe lychee and roses that enveloped her, before she descended again with the horse's movement. Where to? Li Zhi inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Lu Yanjing swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. He leaned slightly closer to her. If we've eloped, can we still disclose our whereabouts? Jitang, the production team, the audience, ha 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 ha. What a blatant conspiracy. You two might as well tattoo elopement on your foreheads. Only Lu can audaciously rebel against the production team during a live broadcast. Oh no. I want to witness a super sweet romance. Everyone, stop laughing, wake up. Once they elope, there won't be any cameras left on them, and we won't get to see it. Goodness. The audience finally registered the situation. Yet, it seemed to be too late. The photographer had yet to mount his equipment when he witnessed Lu Yanjing and Li Zhi sharing an understanding glance. In an instant, Li Zhi's delicate fingers grasped the reins, lightly kicking the horse's belly. Giddy up, that striking yellow figure, in harmony with the winds of the Nalati grasslands, gallantly surged forward. Lu Yanjing smirked lazily, tilting his chin, a hint of amusement dancing in his deep-set eyes. He languidly cast a glance at Li Zhi, then turned with an air of swagger towards the production team. If we do not return in an hour, charge the excess rental fees to my account. The herdsman. He immediately extended his hand. That's not feasible, sir, the production team stated they would only rent for 1 hour. However, Lu Yanjing paid him no heed. With a playful curl of his lips, he averted his gaze, suddenly releasing his grip on the reins. Giddy up, the photographer quickly looked up. In the blink of an eye, the two figures were riding side by side, vanishing from the frame of the photographer. The production team, Jitang, listened in disbelief as she witnessed the two audaciously escape from the surveillance cameras. She sprang to her feet, get the photographer to chase them. The assistant director choked, the photographer can't ride a horse. Jitang cradled her head in despair, then have a herdsman ride and carry the photographer to pursue them. The photographer's voice crackled over the intercom. Forget it, Director G. I couldn't catch up with the motorcycle last time, let's not waste our time. Is my life not worth something? Ha 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 ha. Laughing so hard, the plight of the worker. The cameraman, whoever falls for whom, let it be. I may not have fixed days off, but I'll work tirelessly to capture Lu Yanjing and Li Zhi's moments. They're not earning a living, but rather funeral expenses. Just putting on a brave front, ha 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 ha. The livestream audience reveled in the unfolding drama. However, amidst their schadenfreude, they lamented the prospect of witnessing the blossoming romance between Jing and Zhi, feeling that a long drought of sweetness lay ahead. Zhi Jiaru was hot on their heels. He had been attempting to follow Lu Yanjing and Li Zhi, but was consistently thwarted by a series of absurd obstacles. For instance, a flock of sheep blocking his path, getting lost inexplicably, being halted by sudden tasks, and even suffering a flat tire. He had long since lost track of where the two had ventured. Sanging stood exasperated, donning sunglasses and lazily leaning against her vehicle. Zhi Jiaru, could you refrain from claiming to know me when you go out in the future? Zhi Jiaru crouched down, raising his gaze. Half of his sunglasses dangled on the bridge of his nose. In the brief interlude of changing the tire, he glanced at Sanging. This tire blew on its own, how can that be my fault? Sanging silently narrowed her eyes at him. Even though she hadn't removed her sunglasses, preventing any clarity of her expression, Zhi Jiaru held her gaze for 2 seconds before sighing and giving an okay sign with his hand. He lightly tapped his back teeth with his tongue. Fine, if my wife says it's my fault, then it is. Ex-girlfriend. Sanging folded her arms, casually turning her face to gaze at the scenery. Zhi Jiaru, understood, dear wife. The livestream audience continued to laugh heartily at their banter. When Zhi Jiaru finally reached the nomadic family's dwelling, he found the camera crew seated there, indulging in skewers of roasted lamb, scratching his head in confusion. Where are Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing? Oh. The photographer assigned to follow Jing and she calmly sipped on salty milk tea. They eloped. Zhi Jiaru. Where did they elope to? Unknown. The photographer spoke nonchalantly. In any case, Lu has already whisked Li Zhi away, riding off into the sunset. We might as well take a break for now. Zhi Jiaru, Sanging raised her hand to her forehead, then gestured dismissively. You'd better not claim to know me in the future. And to think they could lose someone in this manner. Zhi Jiaru, damn that Lu Xiao, it must be your curse on me. Chapter 86, I only thought about it while dreaming. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing and Li Zhi had already ridden far away, avoiding the crowd and distancing themselves from the clamor. Beyond the tranquility, the majestic snow-capped mountains gradually came into view. Cattle and sheep gazed at the flowing streams, and beneath the azure sky lay an expanse of boundless romance. 2 magnificent steeds galloped freely, their vibrant yellow skirts embracing the refreshing breeze of nature, while their riders guarded them closely. Lu Yanjing held the reins, effortlessly guiding his horse alongside Li Zhi. He lazily tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he met Li Zhi's proud and defiant gaze. The two seemed to be companions, yet there was an air of competitive rivalry between them. With an unspoken understanding, they averted their gazes, lifting their heads to gaze at the distant sea of flowers, simultaneously raising their whips. Thus, the two steeds thundered forward, charging toward the floral paradise with even greater exuberance. Li Zhi rode with exhilaration. In the past, while in Yichang, she had never encountered a competitor of equal caliber. Those socialites either merely learned superficial horsemanship or were simply no match for her. The gentleman often yielded to flatter her. However, Lu Yanjing was different. It seemed he understood her penchant for this sense of equally matched competition and the thrill of uncertainty until the very last moment. Ultimately, the two horses galloped across the grasslands, raising their front hooves to halt at the edge of the approaching flower sea. Yet, as Lu Yanjing tightened the reins a moment earlier, Li Zhi sensed his intentionality. Turning her head, she said, "Lu Yanjing." Her tone held a hint of playful reproach. "You let me win on purpose." Lu Yanjing chuckled lazily, glancing at her nonchalantly. "I only ensure that Miss Zhi enjoys herself during the race, but in the end, my dear wife will always be first." Li Zhi shot him a sidelong glance. Smooth talker. Yet, despite her feigned disdain, her lips curved into a subtle smile, seemingly pleased with Lu Yanjing's words. As she lifted her face to greet the sunlight, the brightness and romance of the day reflected in her clear, beautiful eyes. After relishing the freedom of galloping across the grasslands, Li Zhi dismounted, leading their horses to tie them nearby. She then reclined into the flower sea, in a secret realm of flowers at the grassy plains near the Snow Lotus Valley, where the mist caressed the distant snow-capped mountains. In the foreground, little yellow flowers swayed with the wind, and amidst the floral expanse lay her delicate figure. Li Zhi closed her eyes, basking in the sunlight, her long hair and skirt spread out among the flowers, her long, curled eyelashes resembling hovering butterflies. After checking the horse's reins, Lu Yanjing approached. Seeing Li Zhi peacefully resting with her eyes closed in the flower sea, he smiled softly. Bending down, he sat beside her, propping himself up with one hand. "Tired?" "Not at all," Li Zhi replied, opening her eyes and turning her head to look at him. Lu Yanjing lounged casually beside her, one long leg bent, the other stretched out, revealing a segment of black formal sock. His ankle was distinctly shaped, and his wrist rested nonchalantly on his knee, with his long fingers hanging down, the veins on the back of his hand particularly prominent. Li Zhi blinked. "The air is so fresh, and the scent of flowers so delightful. This is truly enjoying life." Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Li Zhi as he drawled lazily, "Is it? Then let me enjoy it too." Li Zhi momentarily didn't register his words. She turned her head back, tilting her face up to close her eyes, stretching her arms as if to yawn and seek rest. But at that moment, she vaguely heard a rustling nearby. Amidst the sweet floral fragrance wafting in her breath, a hint of Lu Yanjing's fresh yet subtly assertive cologne suddenly intruded. Li Zhi's heart skipped a beat. She opened her eyes to see Lu Yanjing, who had originally been sitting beside her, now reclining beside her, his long fingers interlaced behind his head, lounging casually. In that instant, the surrounding flower sea swayed in unison. Li Zhi held her breath, her heart racing. The sensation of lying so close together sent a jolt of inexplicable tension through her. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing wore a leisurely smile, casting a sideways glance at Li Zhi. Instinctively, she returned his gaze, but just that fleeting glance ensnared her in the intensity of his burning stare. Their eyes collided in the air, breaths intertwined. The fragrance of lychee roses merged with the floral sea, mingling with the crisp scent of Lu Yanjing's cologne. Li Zhi bit her lip, her gaze flickering. Yet, she feigned calmness. "How about this? Lying in the flower sea gives one a sense of happiness that merges with nature, doesn't it?" Lu Yanjing's gaze remained fervent. It was unclear whether he relished the secret realm of flowers beneath the snow-capped mountains or the presence of her beside him. Indeed, he replied with a languid smile, slightly withdrawing his gaze and raising his chin to look at the distant snow-capped peaks. "I only dreamed of this." Li Zhi's cheeks flushed suddenly. Dreaming, help, she was referring to enjoying a moment of tranquility in nature. What was Lu Yanjing implying? Li Zhi's teeth gently grazed her lips as she turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. But at that moment, the flower sea beside her began to sway again. Li Zhi's heart tightened, feeling that fresh yet sensual fragrance once more intrude upon her breath. She quickly turned her head back, only to see Lu Yanjing, who had been lying beside her. Li Zhi's face turned beet red. Just as she intended to dodge, Lu Yanjing suddenly lifted his hand to grasp her chin, his voice low and husky. "Don't move." Li Zhi's breath hitched. Her body stiffened, her scalp tingling. When Lu Yanjing's warm palm brushed against her cheek, it sent a jolt of electricity coursing through her. She dared not breathe yet. Lu Yanjing's heated breath washed over her, accompanied by his deep, husky voice, "There's a bug." Li Zhi's eyes widened in panic. What bug? The shock was even more intense than the tension of Lu Yanjing suddenly leaning over her. "Where is it? Get it off me quickly." Li Zhi's greatest fear was bugs of all kinds. The more legs they had, the more terrified she became, but nothing compared to her fear of poisonous spiders. "It's nothing, just a little." Nevertheless, she truly dared not move. Her body remained rigid in that position, unsure of the bug's exact location, even afraid to turn her head, so she simply raised her face, staring intently at Lu Yanjing's face. He was so close. His nearly flawless, strikingly handsome face, with deep-set double eyelids and prominent brow bones, drew her gaze downward to his lips, which were a rich and full shade. The atmosphere was charged, breaths mingling. All Li Zhi could feel was, Chapter 87. 8 years ago, I yearned to cross boundaries with you. Luo Yanjing's fingertips grazed her profile, imbued with his searing warmth, as he reached towards the delicate curve behind her ear. A tiny insect alighted upon Li Zhi's hair, quietly resting there, oblivious to the impending peril. Suddenly, Luo Yanjing leaned in closer, his hand unexpectedly teasing her hair. In that fleeting moment, Li Zhi's heart halted involuntarily, as if strands of hair had brushed against her cheek, sending ripples of electrifying sensation coursing through her entire being. The startled insect finally sensed the looming danger and hastily fluttered its wings, fleeing from Li Zhi's hair before Luo Yanjing could exhaust his patience. Li Zhi's lashes trembled. Did you scare it away? Yes, Luo Yanjing replied in a low voice. Yet even after the insect had departed, he remained half-turned, exerting an overwhelming sense of dominance as he leaned closer. Li Zhi lifted her lashes to steal a glance at him, while Luo Yanjing knelt on the grass, his arm propped on the ground, the taut muscles of his forearm subtly rippling. He lowered his gaze to meet hers, an inexplicable atmosphere of intimacy enveloping them, intertwined with the fragrant blossoms surrounding them, weaving a dreamlike haze between them. Li Zhi's heartstrings tightened, her attention wholly ensnared by the depths of Luo Yanjing's eyes, as if she found herself unable to control her racing heartbeat. In fact, being so near to his chest, she could distinctly hear the rhythm of his strong heartbeat. Luo Yanjing, Li Zhi breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. Her lashes fluttered. As a good friend, your current demeanor seems to tread on forbidden ground. Luo Yanjing's gaze remained fervent and intense. His eyes, partially veiled, held a depth shrouded in thick, obscure emotions. He fixated on Li Zhi unwaveringly, his gaze unyielding. It was not until the tension in his neck tightened and his Adam's apple bobbed that he slowly raised his slightly heated hand, gently caressing her cheek with his fingertips. But Luo Yanjing's gaze delved into her eyes. The fingertips that caressed her face trembled subtly, mirroring the tautness of his voice. Long before, 8 years ago, I desired to cross boundaries with you. In that instant, Li Zhi's mind went blank. She stared in astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the Luo Yanjing so close before her. The air thickened, her breaths becoming erratic, locked in the heat of his smoldering, desire-laden gaze. Li Zhi felt her heart constrict, overwhelmed by an impulsive thought. In rhythm with Luo Yanjing's deepening breaths, she suddenly wrapped her arms around the nape of his neck, her cool, delicate fingertips gliding along the sensitive line of his neck, weaving through his hair. Luo Yanjing's spine stiffened slightly. Before he could comprehend her intentions, he felt his lips softly pressed against hers. The fragrant essence of rose and lychee surged into his world, mingling with Li Zhi's breath and the surrounding floral aromas. It was as if Luo Yanjing's very soul was drawn away, the taut strings of his mind snapped, and years of suppressed desire evaporated into mere shadows. His dark pupils narrowed as he lowered his gaze to Li Zhi. Meeting her innocent eyes, which had just brushed against his lips, Luo Yanjing suddenly surrendered completely. Kneeling, he leaned forward, capturing Li Zhi's slender wrist. His heated fingertips glided over her palm, ascending until every sinew of her fingers intertwined with his grip, firm and resolute. With his other hand, he cradled her neck, his thumb lifting her chin, and then he leaned down to kiss her deeply. Chapter 88. It doesn't matter, only the snow-capped mountains bear witness. The mountains were adorned with snow. A thin veil of mist lingered at the mountain's peak, draped in the brilliant golden rays of the sun, transforming into a romantic observer. Li Zhi felt her entire being go numb. Her eyes were dazed, struggling to focus due to the proximity, as her hazy gaze locked with Luo Yanjing's. His scorching long fingers slipped into the gaps of her hand, the back of her palm pressed against the ground. From the depths of Luo Yanjing's eyes, Li Zhi glimpsed the tumultuous desires and fervent yearnings, only to feel the gentle brush against her nose. He pressed his lips against hers, tilting his head slightly, moving his nose from hers to her cheek, then deeper, capturing her lips with an ardent kiss. Her heart raced uncontrollably. The burning blood surged from her lips, sending electric currents of exhilaration coursing through her limbs. Li Zhi felt her heart throb with a sweet ache. She hadn't even had the chance to comprehend the meaning of Luo Yanjing's earlier words about wanting to cross boundaries 8 years ago when she heard his husky voice, accompanied by short, deep breaths, brushing against her ear, penetrating her very heart. Zhi Zhi. Luo Yanjing's nose drew slightly away from hers. He released her lips, yet the desire in his dark pupils lingered, like an inscrutable fog that threatened to envelop her. Open your mouth. Li Zhi's heartstrings tightened abruptly, her eyelashes trembled, and she gazed into Luo Yanjing's fervent eyes, which no longer concealed their affection. Their sticky glances intertwined. Her heart felt scorched by Luo Yanjing's gaze, and her limbs had become too weak to resist. A gentle breeze rustled the flowers and grass, their figures intertwined amidst the lush, yellow-green flora, ensnared in a sea of blossoms unnoticed by anyone else. An overwhelming sense of shame. An unabashed crossing of boundaries, the thrill of being outdoors made Li Zhi's heart swell, as if it might burst from her chest at any moment. She breathed shakily. Luo Yanjing, it seems inappropriate for us to be like this out in the wild, but Luo Yanjing merely chuckled softly, his nose brushing against hers. The deep laughter intertwined with her tension and quickened breaths. It doesn't matter, only the snow-capped mountains bear witness. As the words fell, he gently pressed his fingertip against Li Zhi's chin, parting her lips with a gentle force, pressing and enveloping her. Then, with an assertive fervor, he entwined with her. Li Zhi's mind went blank in an instant. She nearly forgot to breathe, overwhelmed by the mingling sense of Luo Yanjing's crisp cologne and the floral perfume of the sea of blossoms, wrapping her tightly. With heaven and earth as witnesses, she succumbed to the warmth of desire blooming amidst the flowers. Li Zhi gently closed her eyes, instinctively wrapping her arms around Luo Yanjing's neck and leaning in to meet him. After all, it didn't matter, only the snow-capped mountains bore witness. The audience in the livestream grew bored. Fu Yanze and Zhang Jiao's artificial sweetness left the viewers feeling utterly unfulfilled. Lin Rong and Shang Su, in hopes of securing 2 tents for the night and hot showers, reluctantly engaged in a game of exchanging sweet nothings. Lin Rong, today I felt so much, all because of you, thinking of you time and again. Shang Su, I like you. Lin Rong, my body is strong, capable of carrying rice sacks and gas canisters, but it cannot withstand the longing for you. Shang Su, I like you. Lin Rong, this is the back of my hand, this is the arch of my foot, you are the treasure upon my heart. Shang Su, I like you. Lin Rong, Shang Su. Can't you say something different? Shang Su, after a moment of silence, he replied, I want tea. The audience was in stitches over their antics. Shortly thereafter, Zhi Jiashu sauntered by, his collar open and sunglasses perched on his fair, handsome face, lazily smoking a cigarette, smirking as he passed them. Sang Ying felt that today, misfortune had struck him. She had no desire to stand near him, deliberately keeping a considerable distance. Sure enough, Zhi Jiashu walked past a cement truck. The vehicle, which had been stationary, inexplicably roared to life. The cement it carried burst forth like a puff of air. Suddenly, with a puff, it splattered Zhi Jiashu, covering him in muck. Zhi Jiashu, he promptly removed the cigarette from his mouth, adjusted his sunglasses down his nose, and glared at his mud-splattered attire, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "Damn it. Ha 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 ha." Thanks to the Qi and Sang couple and the battered Lin and Shang couple for providing the laughs of this segment. Lin and Shang are indeed battered. They have repeatedly suffered at the hands of the production team. Moreover, Shang Su has to endure Lin Rome's torment. Let us not be harsh. Rong Bao has shown remarkable restraint by not hitting Shangshan today. Ha, I thought it would be dull without Jing and Ji, but it turned out to be quite amusing. But when will Jing and Ji return? What have those two been up to? Ji Tang also felt a headache coming on. She noted that over an hour had passed, yet a certain rebellious lord had absconded with his lady, leaving them in suspense. With no other option, the production team had to cover the rental costs for the horses overdue, planning to settle the account with Lu Yanjing upon his return. Chapter 89. Lu Yanjing confessed, "Li Zhi, I have feelings for you." The sunlight cascaded upon the snow-capped mountains, painting them in hues of gold. Li Zhi was unaware of how long Lu Yanjing's kiss lingered. She merely felt her lips and heart tingling in unison, his lips, imbued with an overwhelming possessiveness, pressed against hers, his breaths coming in heavy gasps, his gaze clouded with intensity. In the fleeting moments between breaths, Li Zhi could perceive the rise and fall of his chest, as well as the disarray of his breathing. Her heart thudded heavily and rapidly. Each time he released her, his lips slightly parting for air, only to adjust angles and descend upon her again, ensnared her further in a quagmire. It was as if her mind had gone blank, leaving only a fog and a euphoric sensation coursing from her heart. Eventually, Li Zhi began to realize her desires for Lu Yanjing seemed to deepen. When he finally withdrew, creating a slight distance, his inky eyes remained fixed upon her, still bent slightly forward. "Li Zhi," he murmured, his voice husky. Yet, his already deep-hued lips glistened with a seductive sheen. "I like you." Li Zhi's breath trembled, and Lu Yanjing continued to hold her fingers, the veins on the back of her hands. Within his dark gaze surged the innate competitive spirit of a man. "I know I can do better than him. I like you more than he does." Li Zhi felt her heart moisten with warmth. It was then that she comprehended the magnitude of what she had missed and how all the things Lu Yanjing had done for her resonated with the love he had concealed for 8 years. The fluttering of her heart could no longer be concealed. Li Zhi lifted her gaze, willingly surrendering to the depths of his soulful eyes beneath his pronounced brow. She leaned in, gently pressing her lips against his. "I like you too," she whispered softly, her voice almost a whisper as their lips hovered close, making her words sound thick with longing. "Lu Yanjing, I have never liked anyone else. I have only ever liked you." Their lips met once more, this time with an intensity that eclipsed their previous kisses. The audience in the livestream remained oblivious to what they had missed, yet it was this secluded paradise that ignited an indelible fire within their hearts. The horses, growing impatient, began to nibble at the grass. As the sun dipped lower, casting a golden hue upon the mountains, a vast sea of flowers swayed in the breeze, while the spot where the two were entwined sank into the earth, unnoticed by the horses. Only the snow-capped mountains bore witness to their unrestrained fervor, granting them a sense of limitless freedom. Yet, Lu Yanjing refrained from pursuing anything further. He simply continued to kiss Li Zhi as if he wished to make up for the 8 years lost. Eventually, as the wind grew cooler, Li Zhi found herself nestled in Lu Yanjing's embrace, her skirt splayed around her. He held her tightly, his chest still radiating warmth, his heart beating steadily within. She tilted her face upwards, gazing at Lu Yanjing, who was looking down at her intently. "Do you think our little elopement is a bit excessive?" It had taken quite some time to write here, and they had lingered for an eternity. She had almost lost track of time, only realizing the day was waning by the enchanting view of the golden mountains. Lu Yanjing chuckled softly, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Yes." Li Zhi tilted her head, rubbing against his chest. "Then when we return, if Director Ji scolds me, you must protect me." "All right." Lu Yanjing replied nonchalantly, his eyes narrowed as he observed her lips, which, despite losing some lipstick, appeared even more alluringly flushed. He then caressed her lips with his fingertip, his voice dripping with sensuality. "Just say I was the one who wouldn't let go of Mrs. Lu." Li Zhi huffed playfully, "That is indeed the case." "Shall we head back?" Lu Yanjing asked casually, twisting a strand of her hair that had fallen onto the grass. He felt a twinge of reluctance, but with the desolation around them, waiting until dark would make it difficult to find their way back to the nomadic settlement. Li Zhi nodded. "We haven't yet gathered resources for tonight's lodging and dinner. If we don't return to search for supplies, we might truly end up sleeping under the stars." Lu Yanjing smirked defiantly, his lips curling into a playful smile. He pulled her close. "That cannot happen." His tone remained audacious. "I'll see who dares to let my wife sleep in the wild." Li Zhi's cheeks flushed slightly. Although Lu Yanjing had referred to her as his wife before, it had felt more like a performance for the cameras to solidify their relationship at this time. However, it felt genuine. "Let's go," she urged, tugging at Lu Yanjing to rise. "We need to hurry back to complete our tasks." "All right," he replied, a playful glint in his eyes. "Wife." Chapter 90. Zhi Zhi, what happened to your lips? Lu Yanjing inquired as he gently removed the grass clinging to Li Zhi's clothing, along with the petals that had mysteriously settled in her hair. Together, they guided their horses back to the nomadic dwelling. The sun descended slowly when Lu Yanjing and Li Zhi reappeared on camera. The Narit grassland was still illuminated by ample daylight. The other 6 guests had already begun to indulge in their meals. Sang Ying, with the fervor of a child tearing apart a toy, thoroughly rummaged through the area housing the cameras, ultimately discovering a task card regarding dinner resources from Ji Tang's tent. She excitedly shared the task details with Lin Rong. It's a trust challenge. The male and female guests must draw 6 truth cards without looking at the questions, and hand them over to the staff for safekeeping. Then, stand on either side of the small bridge, listen as the staff reads the truth question, and within 5 seconds, provide your answers simultaneously. If the answers match, you score a point and step forward. The higher your score, the more sumptuous the dinner resources. Zhang Jiao overheard the conversation. Seizing the moment between Lin Rong and Sang Ying's discussion, she hurriedly pulled Fu Yanze to draw a truth card. Fortunately, the questions were not too challenging. Thus, she and Fu Yanze scored 4 points. Delighting in the authentic local salted milk tea, Lin Rong and Shang Su, amidst their bickering, managed to score 3 points. Their humorous exchange continued when asked, "Do you believe in pure friendships between men and women?" The steadfast Lin Rong decisively nodded and replied, "Of course." To which Shang Su countered, "No." Lin Rong was taken aback, turning in disbelief, "Why not?" Shang Su frowned, "Why would there be?" Lin Rong retorted, "Are you secretly in love with me?" Shang Su casually clicked his tongue, "Time changes everything." Lin Rong exclaimed, "Then I should keep my distance from you." She took several steps back, declaring, "It would be better if we didn't play together anymore." The barrage of comments erupted with laughter. "Ah, look how scared our Lin Rong baby is. Oh dear, time changes everything. Could someone be changing now? Though they are both as solid as concrete, I can't shake the feeling that opposites attract. Perhaps one day they'll come to their senses." Laughing to death, Lin Rong is just a greedy girl, striving for food. When Shang Su was being flirty, it was so classically awkward, I nearly laughed myself silly. The two provided endless entertainment. With differing answers for 3 consecutive questions, their dinner resources were slightly inferior to those of Zhi and Fu, yet everyone had grown accustomed to such outcomes. Meanwhile, Sang Ying and Qi Jiashu achieved 5 points. The only question that deducted points was, "At what stage do you believe your relationship is?" Although Qi Jiashu had anticipated Sang Ying's answer, merely a former relationship, he stubbornly replied, "She is my future wife." Unexpectedly, Sang Ying altered her response. Resting her hands on the opposite arm, her beautifully manicured nails lightly brushed her skin as she lazily hummed, "Not familiar." "Ha ha 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 ha. Qi Xiao has once again suffered a downgrade. At least he was a former, but now it's just not familiar. A qualified ex should be as good as dead." From another perspective, it's commendable that Qi Xiao is still alive in Ying Ying's eyes. Laughing to death, but Qi Xiao is truly having a rough day. With flat tires and encountering a cement truck, it's as if the gods of variety shows have descended upon him. The live chat was in an uproar. While Chirwan feared Ying had temporarily secured the best dinner resources, Qi Jiashu maintained a sullen demeanor throughout the meal. As he bit into the bread and meat, he resembled someone ready to bite back, wanting to vent all his frustrations onto the lamb. The live comments flooded in, "Poor little lamb." At that moment, Lu Yanjing and Li Zhi finally returned. Upon seeing their faces again on the monitor, Ji Tang nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. It was Lin Rong who first waved, "Beauty Zhi Zhi." Li Zhi dismounted, leaning against the saddle. She seemed oblivious to the fact that her lipstick had been entirely consumed, her lips slightly swollen from Lu Yanjing's kisses. Yet, Li Zhi continued to smile brightly. She raised her hand, her eyes sparkling as she greeted Lin Rong, then tilted her head playfully towards Sang Ying. Sang Ying Jia. Sang Ying, having just finished a large dish of chicken, was pondering which plate to tackle next when she suddenly heard Li Zhi's voice. Lifting her eyelids, her gaze fell upon Li Zhi's lips, prompting her to withdraw her chopsticks and ask directly, "What happened to your lips?" Qi Jiashu also lifted his gaze. The camera swung around, revealing Li Zhi's lips, now a vivid red, unlike the lip gloss she had worn earlier. They glistened with a watery sheen and appeared somewhat swollen. Oh dear, those little lovebirds didn't sneak off for a kiss, did they? With lips so swollen, don't try to convince me it was just a bump. Were your hands idle while kissing? If your lips are this swollen, will your stomach break out in hives? Doge hee, I was wondering why they took so long to return. Turns out they were off having a secret rendezvous behind our backs. The audience in the live chat went wild. Yet, Li Zhi blinked in confusion, pressing her fingertips against her lips. "What is wrong with my lips?" She turned her puzzled gaze towards Lu Yanjing. Lu Yanjing, casting a sidelong glance at her swollen lips, raised an eyebrow with a hint of arrogance. He then lazily lifted his hand, gently rubbing his fingertip across Li Zhi's lips, leaning down to meet her gaze. "Does it hurt?" "Not at all," Li Zhi replied, still bewildered. Lu Yanjing's lips curled into a smirk. "Then it's nothing to worry about." Li Zhi, she turned her head towards Sang Ying, hoping for a different answer. Instead, she saw Sang Ying giving an okay sign after setting down her chopsticks. Nodding, she acknowledged, "I suppose I lack awareness." Qi Jiashu, rolling up his sleeves, muttered angrily through gritted teeth, "You little rascal, Lu Xiaoqiao." Li Zhi remained oblivious to any wrongdoing. Lin Rong quickly rose, handing her the task card. "Beauty Zhi Zhi, this is the game for dinner resources. You and Mr. Lu have been together for quite a while now. You must be hungry. Hurry and complete the task so you can join us for dinner." Li Zhi accepted the task card, lowering her gaze. This time, she proactively presented the card to Lu Yanjing, then tilted her face up to meet his eyes. "It doesn't seem too difficult. Indeed, Lu Yanjing chuckled softly, his gaze remained fixated on Li Zhi's crimson lips, his mind consumed by a singular thought, what tasks? He simply wanted to kiss her, not just to kiss, but to engage in deeper intimacy. However, no matter how fervently he desired that, he couldn't bear to let his beloved go hungry. Thus, Lu Yanjing lazily raised an eyebrow. Let us have dinner first, shall we, Miss Zhi Zhi? Would you like to draw your card? Although he had already referred to her as his wife, Li Zhi would always remain Li Zhi, his beloved Miss Li Zhi. Chapter 91, Without Exes, My Husband is the Best. The sunlight was scarce as dusk approached. Under the still blue sky that had yet to be completely enveloped by night, bright lanterns hung from the eaves of the wooden cabin and the lofty branches of verdant trees. Li Zhi sought out Ji Tang and drew 6 cards according to the task's requirements. She stepped onto the renowned Nalati bridge, listening to the gentle murmur of the stream beneath her, while she and Lu Yanjing stood at either end of the quaint bridge. This marked the final pair to undertake the task. Ji Tang took the lead, swiftly skimming through the questions Li Zhi had drawn, organizing them in a sequence before clearing her throat. Ahem. The camera captured her displaying a peculiar anti-smile. She raised her gaze towards Lu Yanjing and Li Zhi, asking with a knowing tone, "Are you both ready?" The audience in the live stream honed in on Ji Tang's expression, their anticipation palpable. Oh, look at Ji Dao's anti-smile. Surely, she didn't draw something scandalous, did she? When she asked Qi Ruan what her favorite position was earlier, I nearly gasped. Hee, I wouldn't mind asking the same question again. I want to sneak under the bed of Jing Ji Yu Yi. Ji Tang's anti-smile was laden with implications, stirring the viewer's excitement. In contrast, Lu Yanjing appeared relaxed, lazily lifting his eyelids to glance at Ji Tang, a defiant smirk gracing his features. Anytime. This tested the rapport between him and Li Zhi. He feared nothing. Li Zhi fluttered her lashes. I'm ready. The camera was positioned. The other 6 guests, who were enjoying their dinner, turned their heads with keen interest to watch the unfolding spectacle. Ji Tang first produced the simplest truth card. How would you describe the fragrance of our beauty, Zhi Zhi? This question posed no challenge for Li Zhi. She was well aware of the shower gel she used and the scent of perfume she favored. Within 5 seconds, she answered without hesitation. Li Zhi rose. Lu Yanjing chuckled lazily, tilting his chin slightly, watching Li Zhi with a relaxed confidence. Li Zhi rose. The two answered in unison. Their responses aligned perfectly. Ji Tang gestured for them to step closer. Lu Yanjing casually leaned against the tree trunk, standing upright, and took a step closer to Li Zhi across the bridge. Ji Tang continued, Li Zhi, which part of your partner's body do you like the most, and you, Lu, what do you think Zhi Zhi loves most about you? Li Zhi blinked, contemplating for a moment. She tilted her head, her gaze lingering on Lu Yanjing, starting from his pronounced brow bone down to the lips that had just pressed against hers in the flower sea. His collar was loose, revealing the sharply defined Adam's apple in the middle of his neck. Below it lay his strikingly pale collarbone, gleaming in the night. A soft gasp escaped Li Zhi as her heart fluttered. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing cast a fleeting look at himself, seemingly lost in thought. They had yet to explore each other's bodies, and discussing their favorite parts felt uncertain. Yet, a memory struck Lu Yanjing, a stormy night when Li Zhi had repeatedly nibbled at his Adam's apple, leaving red marks by morning. He wondered if Li Zhi recalled that incident. Ultimately, after careful consideration, one particular masculine feature piqued her curiosity and stirred her desire for exploration. Li Zhi's ears flushed slightly. For now, after all, there were still many parts she was yet to discover. Thus, she answered with a touch of caution. Her tone was light. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow lazily, as if testing the waters. Adam's apple. Adam's apple? The duo's responses coincided once more, earning them another point. Their eyes met above the flowing water, and as they stepped closer on the bridge, the audience could barely contain their excitement. Hee, Adam's apple drooling. I thought they might give a more explosive answer, like that one. I like Lu's Adam's apple too. Licking. So prominent, so sharp, so enticing. Everyone, note how cautiously our beauty, Zhi Zhi, chose her words. She said for now, perhaps she will explore more in the future and change her mind. Qi Jiashu nearly snapped his chopsticks in half. He recalled when he had flirted with Sang Ying, who had once asked such questions while wrapping an arm around his neck, the other trailing down his abs, before whispering in his ear, that place. When Ji Tang posed the question, he almost assumed Lu Yanjing would give a similar answer, especially in public. Flirting privately was playful, doing so publicly was downright shameless. However, after both merely stated Adam's apple, Qi Jiashu relaxed his grip on the chopsticks. At least he has some sense. Had he answered differently, she would have charged at him on the spot. Meanwhile, Fu Yanze's expression darkened as he unconsciously pressed a hand against his own Adam's apple, pondering inscrutably. The question then shifted to him. Next question, Ji Tang preemptively warned, Lu, prepare yourself, don't get angry. Lu Yanjing's brow twitched slightly, disdain evident as he scoffed, what a ridiculous question, do you think it could provoke me? Ji Tang glanced at both Li Zhi and Fu Yanze, clenching her fist as she coughed lightly. This question primarily concerns our beauty, Zhi Zhi. Do you think exes are better than current partners? This question was indeed provocative. The audience erupted with excitement. Even Fu Yanze, who had been deep in thought about the Adam's apple, suddenly turned to look at Li Zhi, while Jiang Jiao instinctively tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Yet, surprisingly, upon hearing Ji Tang's question, Lu Yanjing displayed no trace of anger. Instead, he smirked as if in control of the situation. He raised his chin defiantly, casting a sidelong glance at Fu Yanze, who was indeed fixated on Li Zhi. However, Li Zhi did not return Fu Yanze's gaze. The two answered in perfect harmony, Li Zhi's voice clear and melodious. I have no exes. Of course, my husband is the best. Lu Yanjing languidly added, my wife has no exes. Naturally, I am the best. The audience in the livestream was momentarily taken aback. Even Ji Tang was astonished by Li Zhi's response, staring blankly at the next card in her hand, feeling that perhaps there was no need for further questioning. Yet, driven by curiosity, she instinctively read the contents of the truth card aloud. Then, are you each other's first loves? Although Li Zhi's previous answer had already indicated that Lu Yanjing was her first, there was no certainty about his status, given his alluring appearance. But the two responded in unison once more, yes. Ji Tang raised the stakes. Zhi Zhi, if I say that an unconfirmed, one-sided love also counts as love, would you change your answer? She cast a sideways glance at Lu Yanjing, feeling a twinge of anxiety, fearing that this question might genuinely provoke the big shot. Yet, Lu Yanjing remained unperturbed. Li Zhi simply smiled gently. Yes, I wouldn't change, I have only ever liked Lu Yanjing. Chapter 92, When was the last time you kissed? The entire live broadcast room erupted in an instant. Even Fu Yanze tightened his grip on the chopsticks in his hand, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing, his emotions inscrutable. Lin Rong gasped in astonishment, first love? However, she quickly realized her exclamation was too loud, and lowered her voice to indulge in frenzied gossip, her eyes widening like saucers. Zhi and Fu Yanze have never been in a relationship? And she actually claims she has only liked President Lu, ah. The CP fans were in a frenzy, expressing their delight. Qi Jiashu slammed his chopsticks on the table, exclaiming, I knew my sister. Zhi Zhi's taste couldn't be that poor. Oh, Sang said lazily, propping her chin in her hand. She turned her gaze towards him with great interest. So, does that mean you are quite satisfied with President Lu? Qi Jiashu was momentarily speechless. The audience was going wild. Ji Tang was in a daze. Fu Yanze shot a glare, his brow furrowed as he looked at Li Zhi, seemingly unable to believe her answer. She has only liked Lu Yanjing? This meant, she never liked him. How could she not have liked him? Didn't she write him a love letter back in high school? She even prepared gifts for him during the Qixi festival, akin to pursuing him, and always assumed she would marry him. How could it be that she never liked him? Fu Yanze felt displeased. Moreover, this answer from Li Zhi left him in a state of turmoil. A complex mix of emotions swirled within him, resembling jealousy, reluctance, and perhaps even a hint of regret. Yet, Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing exchanged smiles, completely unfazed by Ji Tang's claims of anger. They seemed to have known the answer all along. Their conviction offered each other ample reassurance. The fifth question arrived amidst this emotional atmosphere. When was the last time you kissed? Li Zhi's cheeks instantly flushed. Lu Yanjing casually lowered his gaze, chuckling softly. Do you really want my wife to feel shy in front of the camera? Li Zhi. Lu Yanjing just now. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted once more. Ah. Just now. I knew it. I knew they must have done something inappropriate when they went off camera. Is it even necessary to say? Li Zhi's lips are swollen. President Lu, you really showed no mercy. You practically devoured her lipstick. How long have they been kissing behind our backs? Moreover, Li Zhi said she has never been in a relationship with Fu Yanze, not even in any form. Thus, the couple Lu and Zhi is truly a match made in heaven. The sixth question was quite simple, merely asking about their wedding anniversary. The two, in comparison to the previous 5 questions, effortlessly provided the same answer, June 24, 2024. This further solidified the speculations of netizens. Lu Yanjing had a crush on Li Zhi, and she married him out of concern over rumors, resulting in a gradual deepening of their feelings during their time together. This culminated in their simultaneous response to Ji Tang's question about the last time they kissed. The couple, Lu and Zhi, earned 6 points. With each point, they moved closer to one another, with some comments in the chat likening the moment to stepping into the sacred hall of marriage. They were directly witnessing a wedding. The dinner was lavish. Li Zhi beamed as she held Lu Yanjing's hand, partaking in their shared meal alongside other guests. The 3 girls laughed and joked, while Lu Yanjing exchanged a few words with Qi Jiashu. Only Fu Yanze, gripping his wineglass, was lost in thought, replaying every question Li Zhi had just answered. She liked his Adam's apple, and the day she saw Lu Yanjing in front of the Zhengba building, noticing the red marks on his neck, especially around his Adam's apple. Lu Yanjing was her first love. She had never liked herself, yet now she openly admitted on camera that she had fallen for Lu Yanjing. The last kiss was just moments ago. As they rode away from the camera, they had engaged in an intimate gesture that Fu Yanze could hardly dare to imagine. Fu Yanze drank his drink in silence, grappling with why Li Zhi could so coldly turn away, and why she claimed to have never liked him. Meanwhile, he sought solace in the thought that at least his choice of Jiang Zhiyu was not in vain. He had gained from it, as the Jiang family would assist him in reclaiming the power of the Fu family. Li Zhi also quite liked salty milk tea. She shared her bountiful dinner with Sang Ying and Lin Rong, and even made sure Qi Jiashu benefited. In contrast, Fu Yanze seemed isolated regarding his marriage, sitting at the edge of the long table, each lost in their own complex emotions. The night in the grasslands was rife with mosquitoes. Qi Jiashu fetched his insect repellent and herbal balm from the car, navigating around the food to spray a couple of rounds around Sang Ying and Li Zhi. Li Zhi cradled a warm cup of milk tea. In the darkness, her eyes remained bright and radiant, her long eyelashes fluttering as she gazed at Lu Yanjing, Lu Xiaoqiao. Lu Yanjing's grip on his chopsticks slackened suddenly. He swallowed hard, subtly adjusting his demeanor, tightening his grip on the chopsticks once more, and meeting Li Zhi's clear, beautiful eyes. She tilted her head with an air of curiosity. How did you know my favorite is your Adam's apple? The two whispered to each other, but the microphone was still on. Even though their voices were soft, they were captured in the livestream, causing the audience to perk up their ears in an attempt to listen. Lu Yanjing chuckled lightly, his fingers idly swirling the wineglass. Who was it that night, nibbling and biting at my Adam's apple? The audience in the livestream? Which night? Do elaborate. Oh, this sounds like a story I would love to hear. It doesn't seem to be during the dating show, otherwise, President Lu could have simply said last night or the night before. Oh my, could it be that it's not just a case of marrying first and loving later, but also some sort of do first and love later story? Li Zhi's ears instantly turned crimson. She anxiously glanced at the camera, her eyes filled with indignation. I didn't. How could I have been nibbling and biting at your Adam's apple, Lu Xiaoxiao? Don't tarnish my innocence. Lu Yanjing raised an eyebrow slightly. Didn't you? Li Zhi shook her head firmly. No. Lu Yanjing seemed completely at ease, showing no intention of competing with Li Zhi. He simply raised his hand. Then let me review the video my aunt sent me. I wouldn't want to falsely accuse Miss Zhi Zhi. Li Zhi's eyes widened in alarm, as if fearing Lu Yanjing would publicly play the embarrassing footage from that night. She rushed towards him, covering his phone. No. However, in her haste, she miscalculated her leap. Lu Yanjing instinctively reached out to catch her waist to prevent her from falling, but unexpectedly, Li Zhi, aiming for his hand, missed and inadvertently pressed down on the very spot at the root of his thigh. Chapter 93, I need you, madam, to shield me. Such a captivating moment, the camera captured it perfectly. One could see Li Zhi pressing her palm against an inappropriate spot, causing Lu Yanjing. Then came a low, breathy groan. In that instant, Lu Yanjing felt his blood surge uncontrollably. Realizing the camera was still rolling, he swiftly placed his palm on Li Zhi's back, suddenly lifting her and pressing her onto his thigh. The viewers in the livestream went wild. Oh my goodness, what did I just witness? Is this even allowed to be broadcast? It certainly does not sound appropriate. Will the livestream be shut down? Ah, Li Zhi, you know how to touch. Help, where are your hands going? That sound Lu Yanjing made. Truly, I sometimes wonder, after 3 days of filming, how is Li Zhi's belly not showing yet? I would allow President Lu to stop filming right now and carry Zhi Zhi away to do what they ought to. Fainting. Who can withstand this? Li Zhi's cheeks burned with embarrassment. She had merely intended to snatch Lu Yanjing's phone but had inadvertently touched the wrong place in her flustered state. At that moment, her entire being turned crimson. To make matters worse, the microphone recorded their whispered, heart-pounding conversation. Lu Yanjing, put me down. I cannot just yet. Either you come down, or I do. I can't come down. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed. As he leaned close to Li Zhi's ear, his voice was husky and alluring. Moreover, with the camera rolling, it may not be convenient for you to leave. I would greatly appreciate it if you could help me shield this. The viewers in the livestream completely lost it. They could hardly fathom the seductive words exchanged. Zhi Jiashu was nearly breaking the chicken head with his chopsticks, the atmosphere thick with tantalizing tension, punctuated by the sound of his chopsticks poking at the chicken bones. Lu Yanjing held Li Zhi on his thigh, his arms encircling her waist, tightening slightly. The tension in his hand displayed both immense restraint and enduring control. He rested his chin on Li Zhi's shoulder, his breathing growing deeper and warmer, cascading over her skin, rendering her utterly weak and unable to resist. All she could do was blush profusely. It was only when Lu Yanjing seemed to regain his composure that he relaxed his grip slightly inside. All right. Li Zhi sprang to her feet almost immediately. Upon returning to her seat, she found Lu Yanjing reclining casually, his long legs crossed in a relaxed manner, a playful smile gracing his lips. Thank you for your efforts, madam. Oh my goodness. What were they just doing behind our backs? Why did it suddenly become such hard work? Damn, President Lu's words make me want to imagine things. After all, Zhi Zhi is wearing a dress. If Lu Yanjing had loosened his belt, I would have really started to think in that direction. This scene is simply too suggestive. Li Zhi was still flushed with warmth. She hurriedly sipped some yogurt, attempting to quell her rapidly racing heart with the cool sensation. Zhi Jiashu remarked sarcastically, perverted rogue. Sanging lightly scoffed, people tend to flock together. Zhi Jiashu? He took a deep breath, about to retort, when suddenly his phone screen lit up with a new message. Zhi Jiashu had been eagerly awaiting his elder brother's news. Seeing the screen illuminate, his attention was immediately diverted as he grabbed his phone for facial recognition. It was indeed a WeChat message from Chi Yubai. Bro, arrived. Bro, where? Concise and to the point. Zhi Jiashu had no idea whether Chi Yubai had just landed in Ili or reached the Nalati scenic area. In any case, he sent him a location pin along with a long string of complaints. We are at the Nalati herdsman's home. Bro, hurry up, you have no idea how much of a rogue Lu Xiaoke is. He has swollen my sister's lips, and he is flaunting his prowess in front of the camera. I can't hold on any longer. If you don't come soon, my sister will be completely taken away by this rogue from the Lu family. However, Chi Yubai did not reply to his WeChat message. He had always been taciturn. Zhi Jiashu had long since grown accustomed to his brother and father's silence regarding unreturned messages. Fortunately, after a considerable amount of time, Chi Yubai finally sent 2 messages. Bro, understood. Zhi Jiashu couldn't help but smile. His brows relaxed, and he leaned back comfortably, then playfully kicked Lu Yanjing's shoe. Hey. Lu Yanjing glanced at him sideways. Zhi Jiashu suddenly leaned in closer, resting his arm on his knee. My brother will be coming soon. Lu Yanjing's brow slightly furrowed. He instinctively glanced in Li Zhi's direction, then casually lifted his chin and oh. Is that your only reaction? Zhi Jiashu asked incredulously. My brother is not as easy to deal with as I am. Lu Yanjing scoffed dismissively, his voice low and indifferent. He lightly tapped his knee with his fingertips, his chin slightly raised, exuding a relaxed demeanor. But he is far more reasonable than you. He will care more about whether Zhi Zhi is happy. Zhi Jiashu. He let out a soft hiss of discontent, as he leaned over, the necklace around his neck swung gently from his collarbone. I care too, you know. Zhi Jiashu kicked Lu Yinjing once more. I don't care. I order you to handle that matter. My brother is here to take things back to Kyoto. Lu Yinjing nodded, about to respond, but at that moment, Li Zhi unexpectedly leaned over. What are you two talking about? Who is coming? Zhi Jiashu instantly felt like a thief caught red-handed, his gaze darting away. The air was thick with secrecy. Meanwhile, Lu Yinjing remained unperturbed, casually swirling the wineglass in his hand. Qi Jiao Jiao's brother. Qi Jiao Jiao, hearing such a nickname, left him speechless. Subsequently, adhering to the principle of dragging everyone into the mire, he quickly added, Qi Bei Bei. The viewers in the livestream erupted in laughter. Ha, Jiao Jiao Bei Bei. What a delightful nickname. Instantly conjuring an image of a charming young boy. Though he is Qi Jiashu's brother, this nickname somehow makes me feel he should be even cuter than Jiao Jiao. I can't help but picture Ling Na Bei. Hee, but he must be a handsome guy. I can't wait, just wondering what he is here for. It seems like he is not here for the show. From what Jiao Jiao and Keigo were saying, it sounds like he is here for business. And it seems to be related to Li Zhi? But those two seem to share a heavy secret. They don't seem inclined to reveal anything to Li Zhi. Li Zhi remained oblivious to all this. Upon hearing the nickname Qi Bei Bei, she fell silent for a long while. Your brother must be very cute. Put. Qi Jiashu nearly spat out the drink he had just taken. Fortunately, Li Zhi quickly withdrew her head. She thought to herself, Qi Jiashu's brother, so what if he comes? What does it have to do with her? Chapter 94 Attempt Resource Exchange. Pop Rock's challenge. The dinner was immensely enjoyable. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the guests began to fret over the unresolved accommodation issue for the night. Lin Rong had never anticipated securing high-end lodging resources. Thus, when she encountered the resource for hot showers, she hastily completed a game of exchanging 5 romantic phrases to redeem it. However, the luxurious starry sky tents here came equipped with private bathrooms. Sang lazily shrugged. Let us search around. After all, the camping site is nearby, and the task card must be hidden not far away. The only drawback was the dim lighting. Li Zhi blinked her eyes. Well, if we truly cannot find it, the three of us can begrudgingly squeeze with Director Ji. Lin Rong nodded. Oh, great idea. Ji Tang, her exasperated voice suddenly crackled through the intercom. Are you three actually planning to steal my bed? Li Zhi's eyes appeared innocent and clear, yet a hint of mischief lurked within. After all, it's Director Ji who has left us without a place to sleep tonight. This little swan was clearly, with her neck held high and her head slightly tilted, she exuded an air of vibrant nobility mixed with a touch of whimsy. Fine. Lu Yinjing casually shoved his hands into his pockets, his tone as audacious as ever. When the time comes, I'll help my wife snatch it. Let us see who dares to make her sleep on the ground. Ji Tang, just be good, I beg you. She quickly contacted the props team. Hurry up and dig that treasure chest out of the ground. Put it in a more accessible spot. Initially, she had contemplated creating some difficulty for the guests, making it so that no one could find the accommodation resources, thus generating some show effect. However, with a certain influential figure making such a statement, Ji Tang dared not pursue any mischief further. After recording for several days, everyone had discerned Lu Yinjing's temperament. The props team hurriedly began excavating. Zhang Jiao lowered her eyelashes, listening to the other three groups discussing their plans to collaborate in the search and share their findings. Completely disregarding her presence, Zhang Jiao could not help but feel a surge of vengeful desire. She could not comprehend, she truly did not understand what special charm Li Zhi possessed that made Lin Rong and Sanging only wish to associate with her. She was certain that Li Zhi had spoken ill of her behind her back, leading the other guests to ostracize her. Zhang Jiao was extremely displeased, even quickly drafting a narrative in her mind where she was the true heiress and protagonist, envisioning herself monopolizing the task card, being the first to find the treasure chest with Fu Yanze, luxuriating in the opulent starry sky tent, secretly hoarding resources, and isolating all 6 of them by her own efforts. However, at that moment Li Zhi's melodious voice suddenly chimed in. Oh, that light over there is so bright, could it be a treasure chest? The others immediately turned to follow her gaze. Lin Rong squinted hard, spotting a group of people not far away at the horse ranch, shining their lights and wielding shovels, frantically digging for something. What the hell? Qi Jiashu couldn't help but exclaim, with that commotion, there is definitely a corpse buried. The crowd. Lin Rong black man ? Face. Don't scare us in the dead of night. It's nearly midnight in Kyoto, I advise you not to engage in such eerie matters. Buried corpses? Watching a live broadcast and I stumble upon this? Then hurry up and call the police. Sanging, she promptly slapped Qi Jiashu on the head. Have you ever seen someone bury a corpse with such pomp and circumstance, shining such bright lights? Can't a murderer have night blindness? Qi Jiashu rebutted with a rather peculiar logic. Lu Yinjing snorted dismissively. He languidly raised an eyebrow, slightly tilting his chin to gaze at the scene before him. Rather than a buried corpse, I would prefer to believe that Director Ji has sent the props team to unearth something. Li Zhi smiled lightly, her eyes sparkling. She turned her head to meet Lu Yinjing's gaze, almost instantly understanding his implication. Oh, someone is being honest now. Her tone was lively. Li Zhi disregarded Qi Jiashu's corpse remarks and simply looked towards Lin Rong and sang, let us go. Director Ji must have already helped us dig out that treasure chest. Lin Rong, in disbelief, opened her mouth. How bizarre, buried in the ground, who could possibly discover it? Only Qi Jiashu remained bewildered. Qi Jiashu, he looked around. What? Sang, her arms casually crossed, displayed a rare seriousness in her enchanting fox-like eyes. Qi Jiashu. Present. Zhi Jiashu immediately straightened his posture. He smiled, his lips curving into a playful smirk. What's up, wife? But Sang Ying merely cast a lazy glance. From now on, don't call yourself Zhi Jiashu. Call yourself the rescue team. Zhi Jiashu's smile froze on his face. He watched as Sang Ying tapped her finger against her forehead. You hear? Urgently need rescuing. Ha 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 ha. Goddamn rescue team. All QJs. I'm not kidding, I never realized Qi Xiao had such a comedic side while scrolling through his Douyin. I bet his brother isn't too normal either, huh? And buried corpses? I am done. I genuinely thought I was watching a dating show live broadcast and stumbled upon a murder scene. The audience in the live broadcast fell into a hushed silence. Lin Rong was the first to reach the buried corpse murder scene, capturing the camera's attention as it filmed the props team members, covered in dirt. She leaned in. Oh, are you digging for a treasure chest? Props team. Lin Rong held her palm upwards. Stop struggling. Do you need to hide it again? Just hand it over directly? By the time Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing arrived, the spirited Lin Rong had already violently pried open the treasure chest, retrieving the task card inside. Given Jiang Jiao's propensity for eavesdropping, Lin Rong deliberately turned her back to avoid that little thief before sharing the content of the task card with the other five. Li Zhi softly read aloud, Candy Wrapper Challenge. Please use the koala hug position. One person bites one end of the candy wrapper, while the other uses their mouth to peel it off, and both must correctly identify the flavor of the candy. You have 1 minute. Successfully unwrapping 6 candies will grant you access to the luxurious Starry Sky tent resources. In other words, they needed to unwrap 1 candy every 10 seconds on average. Lin Rong's expression darkened as she read the minuscule text below. Note, if you wish to have 2 tenths, please successfully complete the game twice. Oh my heavens. She immediately spread her arms wide, using our mouths to unwrap candy wrappers. And in a koala hug, twice, might as well send me and Shang Su into the wild to survive. The treasure chest was already nestled in Li Zhi's arms. The camera zoomed in, revealing that inside the chest was a box of pop rocks, the packaging identical, rendering it impossible to discern the flavors from the surface, yet it was evident they contained different types of candy. An entire box of pop rocks. Chapter 95, Do you want me to kiss you with a sweet or a non-sweet? The audience in the livestream blushed with excitement. Jumping candy, oh my, if it were to be held in the mouth during a kiss, one could only imagine the overwhelming sensations of sweetness, desire, and explosive passion. Moreover, the rules stipulate that both parties must correctly identify the flavor of the candy. This implies that the one unwrapping the candy must find a way to feed it to the other's mouth. Imported candy is undoubtedly the best choice. Whether the two are intimate or not is a matter of speculation for the viewers. However, following the usual practice, Qi Ruofei would undoubtedly go in for the kiss. Everyone eagerly rubbed their hands in anticipation. Indeed, Sang Ying wasted no time with idle chatter. She lazily raised her gaze, her fox-like eyes slightly uplifted, and pointed her lovely chin directly at Zhi Jiashu. Come on. Zhi Jiashu raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. He then effortlessly scooped Sang Ying into his arms. The staff nearby assisted by handing them the jumping candy while timing and overseeing the quality of the game. Lin Rong was entirely resistant. She did not wish to partake in this game and dragged Shang Su away in search of slightly lower tier accommodation. Meanwhile, Qi Ruofei and Sang Ying executed the task with remarkable efficiency. Sang Ying bit down on one end of the candy wrapper, while Zhi Jiashu tilted his head slightly to tear it open. After tasting some of the jumping candy, he pulled away the wrapper that Sang Ying had clamped onto and leaned in for a kiss. Vocal. So thrilling, so thrilling. True couples dare to kiss. What true couple? They clearly aren't familiar. Sang Ying redefines unfamiliar. Qi Ruofei and Sang Ying successfully completed the candy unwrapping challenge, identifying the flavors of 6 packets within a minute, earning them a luxurious starry tent resource. Li Zhi, watching from the side, felt her cheeks flush. After all, witnessing the intimate and suggestive scene up close was immensely impactful. The staff handed the tent exchange card to Sang Ying and then excitedly looked at Lu Yanqing and Li Zhi. Next up, please, Jing Ji Yi. Li Zhi suddenly gasped, her eyelashes fluttering. The long, curled lashes seemed to hover like a butterfly over a petal. Startled into flight, she turned her gaze towards Lu Yanqing, finding herself locked in his piercing eyes. The light accentuated the contours of his brow bone, revealing the faint outline of a small mole at the corner of his eye. Lu Yanqing, with a languid demeanor, tilted his head to look at Li Zhi, his lips curving into a teasing smile. Shall we? The audience in the live stream? Lu Fei. You better be precise with your words. What do you mean, shall we? Ah, what are you going to do? Lu Yanqing chuckled softly. Miss Zhi Zhi. Li Zhi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She, echoing the viewer's thoughts, huffed under her breath. If we are playing a game, then let us just play. No need for euphemisms. It sounds just like. Lu Yanqing maintained his playful grin. Li Zhi had never been one to compromise easily. Moreover, her delicate skin was often compared to that of a pea princess. She took no offense to this characterization. She simply could not tolerate a rough mattress and had no desire to stay in a low-quality tent. Lu Yanqing seemed to have already grasped her thoughts, casually replying, so, shall we? Still, with no direct object mentioned. Li Zhi, proud as ever, lifted her chin. Of course, we shall. They had already kissed, expressed their affections openly, and their pure camaraderie had long since been shattered. This was merely a playful game with her lawful husband. There was nothing to feel shy about. A little swan hidden in Li Zhi's heart even fluttered its wings, harboring a hint of anticipation. Zhi Jiashu glanced sideways at Lu Yanqing. However, that esteemed gentleman, relying on his legal status and having won the affections of his wife, paid little heed to his cousin. He exuded an air of arrogance and confidence. His elongated eyes, immersed in the night, seemed only to accommodate Li Zhi. Lu Yanqing approached her. Li Zhi intertwined her fingers, extending her arms to in a leisurely manner. Lu Yanqing bent down, revealing a hint of submission and indulgence amidst his rebellious demeanor. His well-defined fingers clasped Li Zhi's arm, guiding her to wrap her arms around his neck. Then, with his strong fingers, he grasped her slender waist and the edge of her hip. Veins suddenly flared to life as Lu Yanqing lifted Li Zhi effortlessly. The live stream erupted in a chorus of screams. The camera zoomed in. There was Li Zhi, tightly clutching his neck while Lu Yanqing held her in a koala embrace, nearly enveloping her in his warmth. With his right hand pressed against her back, Li Zhi found herself almost lying against his chest, feeling the heat of his body and the rapidity of his heartbeat. Her breath quickened, her heart synchronizing with Lu Yanqing's. Li Zhi teasingly brushed her fingertips against the nape of his neck, playfully scratching it twice. Little Chow. Lu Yanqing's arm suddenly went limp. He quickly tightened his grip, exerting a bit of force to lift Li Zhi higher, ensuring she would not fall. Li Zhi blinked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She suddenly realized that this nickname seemed to be a sensitive point for Lu Yanqing. Every time she said it, his demeanor would shift dramatically. A glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes. She deliberately leaned in, pressing her lips near his ear, whispering playfully, "Little Chow." Lu Yanqing felt a jolt run down his spine. An inexplicable sensation rendered his limbs weak, and his ears tingled, so much so that he struggled to control his breathing. Li Zhi was close to his cheek when, unexpectedly, a short, breathy sound escaped, a low, enticing whisper that tickled her ears. Li Zhi looked up, her eyes arched with playful mischief. She smiled lightly. "You really are sensitive, what?" Lu Yanqing's voice tightened, the arrogance of moments before replaced by a husky timbre. Li Zhi licked her lips lightly, quickly steering the conversation away. "I said, darling." Lu Yanqing's fingers tightened once more. He felt Li Zhi brushing against his ear, her head slightly tilted. "If you hold me like this, it seems we can't complete the task." Lu Yanqing's Adam's apple bobbed twice. He suddenly tilted his head, his lips inadvertently grazing her cheek, his low, husky voice dripping with allure. "So, in this game, does Mrs. Lu wish for me to kiss her, or not?" The tips of Li Zhi's ears flushed crimson in an instant. She had always been defenseless against Lu Yanqing's sensuously melodic voice, her heart melting in response. Her gaze flickered shyly towards the nearby camera, and she quickly murmured, "Whatever, whatever. All right." Lu Yanqing's voice remained sultry, playfully teasing her ear as he chuckled. His scorching palm slid down Li Zhi's lower back, whispering, "Then I shall take creative liberties." As his words fell, Lu Yanqing's strong fingers gripped Li Zhi's thigh, adjusting their embrace from a tight hold to a slightly more spaced-out koala position. "I shall unwrap it." His deep-set gaze remained fixed on Li Zhi. "We can start timing whenever." The staff had been internally screaming for quite some time. She was unsure if the audience could hear their conversation, but she certainly could hear every word. Help of this discussion about kissing was utterly nerve-wracking. The staff could hardly wait to witness the two share a passionate kiss with the jumping candy, promptly raising the timer in her left hand while positioning a packet of jumping candy for Li Zhi to bite down on with her right. She pressed a button. "Time starts now." Chapter 96. Zhi Zhi, do you desire your brother? The camera immediately zooms in on the two. One can see Lu Yanqing's eyes, deep and luminous, slightly narrowing as he gazes at Li Zhi, who is biting down on the popping candy handed to her by the staff. Li Zhi's lips gently close, her candy wrapper pinched between them, her eyelashes trembling as she returns his gaze. As soon as the staff member's voice fades, Lu Yanqing resembles a lion stalking its prey on the grasslands, unabashedly fixating on her with an overwhelming. He bites down on the candy wrapper, tilts his head, and with a swift motion tears it open. After enclosing dozens of popping candies in his mouth, before they even have the chance to pop, he leans in again, using his teeth to tug away the wrapper she has been holding, and directly kisses her lips. Li Zhi's eyes widen in shock. Although she anticipated that Lu Yanqing would indeed kiss her, the rapidity and precision of his actions left her no time to react. The popping candies instantly burst between their lips. Her heart fluttered, her arms nearly loosening their grip around his neck. The sensation of the candy popping sent a thrilling jolt through her tongue, and the sweetness that followed tantalized her taste buds, leaving her feeling as if an electric current surged through her entire being. The audience went wild. "Ah, they kissed, they really kissed. Help, the faithful devotee has accumulated virtue throughout her life. This is something I should be witnessing. My phone screen is not your bed. How lowly of me, I want to watch this end times." When President Lu kisses the beautiful Zhi Zhi, it's simply so arousing. It feels just like a predator's advance. The sexual tension and hormones are practically assaulting my senses. The livestream chat was ablaze. Unfortunately, the candy wrapper challenge had a time limit. Lu Yanqing merely kissed Li Zhi, pushing the popping candy into her mouth, and within a breath, he released her. Li Zhi's ears were entirely flushed. When she opened her eyes, they glistened with moisture, the blush at the corners reminiscent of melted snow upon the plum branches. The staff member inquired, "What flavor is it?" Li Zhi and Lu Yanqing answered in unison, "Lemon." Time stood still at 8 seconds. They were completely at ease with the timing of a single candy. The staff then handed over another package of popping candy. Just as Li Zhi bit down on the wrapper, Lu Yanqing suddenly leaned in. As he tore the wrapper away, the sharp lines of his jaw and the prominent outline of his Adam's apple, visible from the side of his neck, exuded a compelling, icy allure. Each kiss made Li Zhi's heart race. The audience was flushed with excitement. The tension of their kisses, hanging in the air, was even more tantalizing, yet the brevity left them yearning for more. It was simply insatiable. As the central figure of this encounter, Lu Yanqing was utterly relentless. The final package of candy was lychee flavored. After they answered the question, they successfully completed the game and won a luxurious starry tent provided by the production team. However, Lu Yanjing did not set Li Zhi down just yet. He lowered his neck to rest against her nose, his breathing heavy, remnants of the candy's tingle still lingering on his tongue. Li Zhi's cheeks burned intensely. She lightly licked her lips, desperately wanting to suppress the lingering sourness of the popping candy. Alright, it seems to be over. Lu Yanjing's breath enveloped her senses. Ignoring the nearby cameras, his lips, darker in hue, shimmered with moisture as they parted slightly. But I still wish to kiss you. That Li Zhi was about to refuse when suddenly, she felt her center of gravity shift. The camera hardly had time to react as Lu Yanjing spun her around, turning his back to the lens to prevent the photographer from capturing them, and once again fervently kissed her lips. The audience in the live stream erupted in ecstatic screams, clamoring to see more, yet, the photographer, seemingly attuned to Lu Yanjing's temperament, understood that he would not permit them to capture this moment. Thus, he discreetly aimed the camera in another direction, inadvertently landing on Zhi Zhi, who was clenching his fists, glaring at Lu Yanjing as if he wished to crush his teeth in frustration. Damn that Lu Xiaoqiao, Zhi Zhi seated, he's shameless. He is a rogue, he is so lowly. Sang Ying, with a languid demeanor, crossed her arms, casting a casual glance at Zhi Zhi before striding away in her high heels. Where are you going, wife? Zhi Zhi called out. Wife, you aren't going to stand with me? Isn't Lu Xiaoqiao lowly? I'm waiting for my brother to come and deal with him. The audience in the livestream was left bewildered. What? How could Lu Fei be chosen, kissing the beautiful Zhi Zhi, and Zhao Jiao is calling him lowly? What could be the reason? He looks just like that jealous husband. I genuinely feel that Qi Xiao is overly concerned about Li Zhi, especially whenever Lu Fei attempts to get close to her. It seems like Qi Xiao is ready to take him down. If you say this resembles a rivalry for Li Zhi's affection, it doesn't quite fit. The relationship seems fine, and from Sang Ying's reaction, there seems to be no sense of crisis. Besides, Qi Xiao was so generous in publicly kissing Sang Ying. But if he has no feelings for Li Zhi, then why act this way? Qi Xiao's brother is about to drop in at Nalati, doesn't he understand? He is definitely looking for his sister. The livestream was buzzing with various opinions. Many on Zhi Jiashu's Weibo were also discussing the matter, genuinely perplexed. However, the possibility of him looking for his biological sister was quite plausible. A closer inspection of Zhi Jiashu and Li Zhi's features, well, they didn't really resemble each other much. Thus, fans of Zhang Jiao took the opportunity to criticize. How many hired commenters did that little third party buy? I see it as Li Zhi seducing Qi Xiao. Has he ever mentioned having a sister? After all, some people are habitual offenders, once a homewrecker, always a homewrecker, but I admire her boldness for trying to seduce someone in front of the cameras. Only Sang Ying has the temperament to tolerate this. If I were her, I would have torn Li Zhi apart by now. Bystanders were left speechless. Clearly, Li Zhi was in love with President Lu. What would she gain from seducing Qi Jiashu? Moreover, everything was being recorded live. Li Zhi maintained a respectful distance from Qi Jiashu, clearly aware of the need to avoid scandalous rumors, yet, she never anticipated that these baseless claims would arise. The guests were momentarily oblivious to their phones and the ongoing discussions. Meanwhile, Lu Yanjing had already carried Li Zhi to a nearby grove. He still held her in the embrace of a koala, pressing her against a tree, his long fingers gripping her thigh, his dark eyes shrouded in the night's obscurity. Zhi Zhi. As Lu Yanjing's lips parted, his breath grew heavier, a soft pant escaping him. His elegant, pale fingers slowly traced the line of her spine, seamlessly weaving into her hair. Do you desire your brother? Li Zhi's eyelashes fluttered in alarm as she looked at him. Her heart had yet to settle. The tingling sensation from the popping candy still lingered on her lips. For a moment, her mind couldn't quite grasp Lu Yanjing's meaning. Desire. What did she desire? That. Ah, why was he so audacious, even referring to himself as brother? Li Zhi's breath quivered, her lips parting as the fragrance of lychee and rose intertwined with his breath. Chapter 97. Grasping her hair in his palm, a palpable tension lingered in the air. The cool light brushed against Lu Yanjing's skin, yet an inexplicable heat ignited within him. Li Zhi's breath was light and somewhat hurried. She lifted her trembling eyelashes to gaze at Lu Yanjing, their proximity rendering her vision hazy, yet she could still penetrate the depths of his unwavering gaze. Li Zhi felt an overwhelming restlessness. Her slender fingers, wrapped around his neck, instinctively tightened. Such matters should not require my inquiry. Lu Yanjing arched an eyebrow, his tone low and teasing. Li Zhi's cheeks flushed crimson as she averted her eyes, turning her face away. Shouldn't it unfold naturally? Just like that night, she couldn't recall the exact events, only waking up to find herself having unexpectedly spent the night with him. He even dared to ask, did he not know her pride? Even if she wished to, how could she admit it? Was it of any use to inquire? Why not just get straight to the point? Countless thoughts swirled in Li Zhi's mind, yet she never anticipated that their mental wavelengths were entirely misaligned. Lu Yanjing remained oblivious. He had always been accustomed to his reckless, free-spirited demeanor, unrestrained and straightforward. In his understanding, the question he posed held no ulterior motives. He couldn't fathom what kind of man would be so brazen, calling himself brother at that. Thus, Lu Yanjing simply chuckled softly. Unfold naturally? So, he didn't wish to pursue it deliberately, but if it came to pass, he would embrace it as fate? In that case, he still needed to help Qi Jiao steal her hair. All right. Lu Yanjing tenderly brushed his nose against hers, his lips parting as breath mingled thickly. Understood. Li Zhi's heart suddenly tightened. The heat coursing through her veins was still in disarray, and before she could regain her composure, a chilling, untamed presence swept over her. Lu Yanjing's Adam's apple bobbed as he tilted her chin, pressing his warm lips against hers anew. Li Zhi's heart melted entirely, her breath quivered, and her hands, entwined around his neck, grew weak and powerless. Once her eyes closed, her vision faded, and her other senses were magnified infinitely. The warmth, the softness, the hurried breaths intertwined, trembling. Li Zhi had completely lost the will to resist, yet she never intended to. Before her was Lu Yanjing's searing body heat, while her back pressed against the tree trunk. Her heart was drenched with longing, feeling Lu Yanjing's palm resting at the back of her head, protecting her yet offering no escape, until the buzzing of mosquitoes intruded, buzzing insistently in her ear. Only then did she slowly open her misty eyes, flushed with a delicate haze, and gently scratched Lu Yanjing's neck with her fingertips. There are mosquitoes. All right. Lu Yanjing replied with a lazy chuckle. He casually flexed his knuckles, gathering a few stray strands of her hair and concealing them in his palm. His breath remained heavy. Then let's kiss again when we return. Li Zhi's cheeks burned. She had never anticipated that Lu Yanjing would be like this when it came to romance, desirous yet perpetually unsatisfied. His possessiveness was so strong, that if it weren't for the inappropriate timing of filming a variety show, she would even suspect he could hold her and kiss her all day long. Fortunately, the mosquitoes couldn't bear to watch any longer. Lu Yanjing pressed his scorching lips against her ear, his warm breath cascading over her. Can you still walk? His voice carried a husky timbre, as if it had been sanded down, infused with a heightened sensuality. Of course, Li Zhi murmured softly. She still possessed the flexibility and muscle strength in her legs, having climbed for so long. She wasn't exhausted. Moreover, Lu Yanjing's hand supported her. With a hint of defiance, she lifted her face. Don't underestimate a ballet dancer. The principal at the Central Ballet is quite formidable. Li Zhi always felt proud of her career. Lu Yanjing chuckled lazily. Who would dare underestimate our swan princess? I merely indulge Mrs. Lu. It wasn't only when she was tired that he would carry her. Even when she playfully pouted, wishing to be held, he would oblige. However, Li Zhi ultimately allowed Lu Yanjing to set her down, for there were certainly cameras still filming. She would not continue to cling to him like a koala. Such behavior would tarnish the image of a swan princess. As Lu Yanjing bent down to let Li Zhi down, he discreetly clenched a few strands of her hair in his palm. They had not been gone for too long. Compared to their earlier escapade of eloping on horseback, Jitang was immensely grateful that they had returned so swiftly. Lin Rong and Shang Su had completed their task, acquiring resources for a mid-level tent and engaging in a game called You Retreat, I Advance. They played rock paper scissors in a shepherd's wooden cabin. The winner advanced, while the loser withdrew until one party was backed against the wall. The other would seize the opportunity to perform a wall slam for a kiss photo. Lin Rong was a genius at games. She achieved an impressive winning streak. When Shang Su found himself cornered against the wall, she slapped her palm against the wall with such force that it almost seemed as if she would push him through. Then, she stood on her tiptoes, preparing to take the wall slam kissing photo, only to realize her legs were a bit too short, so, she beckoned Shang Su closer. Come a little closer. Shang Su looked at Lin Rong with lowered eyelashes, his Adam's apple subtly bobbing, before he slowly bent down. Lin Rong, with the camera rolling, wall slammed towards him. Their gazes collided, though they wouldn't truly kiss, merely posing. The intimate proximity and the softly lit backdrop conjured an air of ambiguity. Ahem. Lin Rong quickly withdrew her hand, awkwardly dodging her gaze, glancing back. This should suffice, right? Shang Su also swallowed, subtly lifting his chin, avoiding eye contact. The staff handed Lin Rong the mid-level tent exchange card. Alright, the mid-level tent lacks a bathroom, so if you need to go at night, you'll have to use the public restroom at the camping base. Lin Rong exhaled a sigh of relief. She still avoided Shang Su's gaze, deliberately acting more vivacious than usual to ease the awkwardness. Fortunately, this game is relatively simple. Let's go, I just heard there's a bonfire party outside. Let's hurry and join the fun before it's too late. Xinjiang's time was 2 hours later than Kyoto's. Although it was already past midnight in Kyoto, it was just after 10 in Xinjiang, the perfect time to enjoy the nightlife. Upon returning to the camping base, Li Zhi noticed a throng of shepherds nearby, singing and dancing, carefully avoiding the flammable grasslands, as the bonfire crackled with vibrant sparks upon the sandy ground. Upon seeing that Li Zhi and Lu Yanjing had finally returned, Qi Jiashu, who had been carefree, suddenly raised his gaze, noticing Lu Yanjing's brow slightly furrowed, discreetly moving his wrist that held Li Zhi's hair. Chapter 98 Brother Qi Yubai finally arrives. Qi Jiashu's pupils suddenly constricted. He almost instantly propelled himself off the ground with one hand, synchronously locking eyes with Lu Yanjing. Sang Ying was taken aback. She arched her fox-like eyes toward Qi Jiashu, ready to chastise him, but noticed the taut line of his jaw and his unwavering gaze fixed ahead. Following his line of sight, Sang Ying observed Lu Yanjing's wrist movements, as if he were silently communicating with Qi Jiashu. Suddenly, she comprehended the situation. Thus, Sang Ying broke into a radiant smile, enthusiastically beckoning to Li Zhi. Zhi Zhi, come over quickly. Li Zhi, with her striking beauty, tilted her head and offered a gentle smile. She glanced at Lu Yanjing before trotting towards Sang Ying and the fervent bonfire. The two gentlemen, who had exchanged glances, quietly withdrew from their seats. Qi Jiashu grasped Lu Yanjing's wrist tightly, his gaze burning with intensity and eagerness. He regarded Qi Jiashu with a languid demeanor, his voice a low, dismissive scoff. Could I possibly make a mistake? Hurry and give it to me. Qi Jiashu felt as though his heart had been ignited. After all, confirming the familial bond and obtaining Zhi Zhi's hair as a sample for verification was the most crucial step. Lu Yanjing remained nonchalant and indifferent. He extricated his wrist from Qi Jiashu's grasp, slightly relaxing his fingers to reveal his palm towards him. Qi Jiashu immediately reached out to take it, yet Lu Yanjing suddenly tightened his grip, clutching Li Zhi's hair, evading Qi Jiashu's movement. Qi Jiashu's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly displeased. He clicked his tongue. Lu Xiaoqiao, what are you up to? Lu Yanjing's gaze remained fixed on Qi Jiashu. He raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes still harboring vigilance towards the Qi family. Can you guarantee that you will treat her well? Isn't that obvious? Qi Jiashu replied briskly. However, Lu Yinjing's demeanor his gaze shifted to Lu Yinjing's hand. My brother even came personally to collect her hair. My parents have never ceased searching for you all these years, you know ms.yu. She has even set up several statues of the Guanyin deity at home, and every day while lighting incense, she prays for Guanyin to bring you back. Lu Yinjing remained silent. He had indeed heard of ms.yu Lan Xi's actions. After all, this prominent socialite from the Hong Kong circle had caused quite a stir since moving to the capital, making her a figure of great renown in high society. Gossip media thrived on her escapades, often uncovering amusing tales. The story of her styling the hair of the child cradled by Guanyin had been widely circulated over the years. And it wasn't just about the pigtails. Rumor had it she even placed a dot on the child's nose. The implication was clear: she desired a daughter but had no intention of asking Guanyin for a new one. She merely wanted a you returned to her. Lu Yinjing's eyes softened slightly, reflecting on these matters and Qi Jiashu's assurances. His vigilance lessened considerably, yet his tone remained audaciously defiant. If Zhi Zhi truly is your sister, Qi Jiajia, you know my temperament. Anyone who dares to bully her, even the Qi family in the capital, I would not hesitate to confront. I will always stand by her side. Qi Jiashu felt he was overthinking it. There was simply no one in the Qi family who would dare to mistreat Zhi Zhi. They were more likely to pamper and compensate her. Yet Qi Jiashu was unaware that for Lu Yinjing, he had already allowed Li Zhi to be harmed once due to his negligence. Now that he stood beside her, he would not allow her to be wronged again. Ultimately, Lu Yinjing finally relented and handed over the hair. Qi Jiashu carefully retrieved a sample bag from his pocket, delicately preserving the strands. With the transaction complete, the two returned to the bonfire scene as if nothing had happened. The herdsmen were singing and dancing. The exuberance of Xinjiang's music filled the air, with vibrant dance steps resonating to the rhythm of instruments. Swaying alongside the central bonfire, Lin Rong was truly a quintessential performer. Naturally gifted in song and dance, she soon dashed into the crowd, joining hands with the herdsmen in jubilant revelry. Upon Lu Yinjing's return, he spotted Li Zhi and Sanging seated at the periphery. The sparks from the bonfire danced in the air, illuminating her already beautiful and lively eyes. They appeared to be engrossed in conversation. Li Zhi's bright smile arched her eyes, exuding the charming demeanor of a girl accustomed to being spoiled. Lin Rong energetically waved at the two, urging them to join in the spirited singing and dancing. Sanging declined, being tone-deaf and uncoordinated. She had long declared herself a mere ornamental vase. However, Li Zhi was different. Thus, Sanging languidly reclined, propping herself on her hands, and playfully raised an eyebrow at her. Aren't you going? Li Zhi tilted her head, gently fluttering her eyelashes. It seemed she began to seriously contemplate the matter, and just as she slightly shifted her legs, as if preparing to move, the Xinjiang sister leading the dance quickly turned towards the sound system, snapping her fingers in anticipation. In an instant, the exotic music transformed abruptly. The elegant and noble Swan Lake waltz resonated across the Nalati grasslands. Lin Rong quickly waved her hands, cheering, Zhi Zhi. The herdsmen surrounding the bonfire immediately parted to create a pathway, collectively gesturing towards Li Zhi, seated on the other side. The principal dancer from the central ballet certainly did not fear performing in public. Li Zhi gracefully rose onto her toes. With a fluid motion, she arched her back, lifted her leg, straightened her foot, and unfurled her shoulders, dancing amidst the enthusiastic applause of the crowd, resembling a regal swan. The audience in the live stream erupted in screams. Our proud little swan is back. The herdsmen are fantastic. The production team truly knows what we want to see. The bonfire blazed, sparks flying. Li Zhi, still clad in that vibrant yellow dress from earlier, raised her arm and glanced back with a charming smile, locking eyes with Lu Yinjing, who gazed at her with deep affection. She lowered her eyes, her lips curving ever so slightly. Then, she extended her slender, fair arm, as if fluttering the delicate wings on her shoulder, smiling as she averted her gaze. With her long, white legs swaying the hem of her dress, she executed a light and elegant leap toward the welcoming bonfire and the herdsmen. Amidst the flickering shadows of the bonfire, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, casting a dim glow. A figure with a graceful demeanor stood silently behind a tree, fixated with serene eyes upon the silhouette dancing in front of the bonfire. Qi Yubai's countenance was strikingly refined, his fair, cool skin bathed in the gentle darkness of the night. Observing that radiant figure, whose features mirrored those of his parents, and bearing an expression strikingly reminiscent of Yulan Xi's proud smile, his indifferent gaze gradually ignited with intensity. Chapter 99. His siblings reunited. Hello, Qi Yubai. Laughter echoed around the campfire. In the end, Sanging could not withstand the charm offensive of Li Zhi and Lin Rong, who took turns to act coy, and was drawn over by them. With a graceful flick of her long hair, she swayed her hips, her figure accentuated to perfection. A lively jazz dance unfolded before the astonished eyes of the crowd. Lin Rong screamed in delight. Sister Sanging, you are absolutely stunning. And you still claim to be just a pretty face. Sanging's crimson lips curled into a smile. She turned to glance at the two, winking playfully with her right eye, exuding a fox-like allure, just being modest. The viewers in the live stream exclaimed, my wife, you are too humble. Damn you, vertical stripe guy. You snatched my wife away first, you lucky dog. Qi Jiashu, lazily biting on a cigarette, chuckled softly. He tapped the cigarette case, pushing another stick out, which he handed along with a lighter to Lu Yinjing beside him. To his surprise, Lu Yinjing merely cast a sidelong glance, then nonchalantly shoved his hands into his pockets, his brow slightly furrowing, planning for pregnancy at any moment. No smoking. Qi Jiashu, irritated, let out a low hiss. He was on the verge of muttering curses. Zhi Zhi is still so young, why talk about pregnancy? No preparations. Lu Yanjing shot him an indifferent look of pulling out a nicotine gum. He let out a low scoff, his tone arrogant. None of your business. Qi Jiashu, he wanted to lodge a complaint. He would report this to the authorities. When his brother arrived, he would certainly recount all of Lu Yanjing's misdeeds in detail. Lu Yanjing, uninterested, averted his gaze again, chewing on his gum. He watched Li Zhi, who was battling it out on the dance floor with Sang Ying, a lazy smile curling on his lips. The talk of pregnancy was merely a jest. For dancers, childbirth poses significant challenges, often impacting their careers. Thus, he would refrain from urging her until Li Zhi had concrete plans. However, he relished in teasing Qi Jiashu a bit. As the flames of the campfire dwindled, the three sisters danced joyfully around the flickering light. The fire illuminated Li Zhi's bright eyes, making her smile radiate even more vibrantly. In the last flicker of light, she resembled a swan princess from a music box, raising her arms and spinning gracefully. When she turned back to glance, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a tall figure, akin to a jade mountain, lurking in the nearby forest. The features were blurred in the dim light, reminiscent of moonlight in a secluded valley, with the elegance of a pine and crane. She felt as though his gaze was fixed upon her. As she completed her final spin, Li Zhi turned her head, puzzled, to stare in that direction. Lin Rong noticed. Zhi Zhi, what's wrong? It's nothing. Li Zhi blinked, retracting her gaze. I just felt like someone was watching me. As she spoke, she turned back to the forest, only to realize that the figure had vanished. The campfire extinguished, and the night deepened. Jitang finally announced the end of the recording, and the livestream audience lamented their departure. Fortunately, they would return at the same time tomorrow, and there were still treats to enjoy. Lin Rong clung to Li Zhi, insisting she accompany her to the restroom. The public restroom was a bit distant, and the prairie was dimly lit, making her feel somewhat afraid. While waiting outside, Li Zhi, feeling bored, turned to admire the night sky, only to unexpectedly meet those tranquil eyes. Once more startled, she quickly turned on the flashlight on her phone, directing it at the man who? With a strong sense of vigilance, Li Zhi took 2 steps back. The light from her phone illuminated a strikingly handsome face. Qi Yubai turned his head slightly, squinting against the glaring beam, his pale skin appearing even cooler against the night. Seeing that he bore no malice, Li Zhi's eyelashes fluttered. She adjusted the light slightly to the side, and Qi Yubai gradually turned back to meet her gaze. The man possessed exquisite features, deep yet gentle, reserved yet three-dimensional. His eyes resembled a delicate ink painting, carrying an ethereal quality, while the beads on his wrist accentuated a small, incongruous crimson mole, hinting at an underlying allure. In summary, he was disarmingly charming. Li Zhi vaguely felt that his face seemed somewhat familiar, yet upon closer inspection, it held significant differences. Still, she recalled Qi Jiashu mentioning that his elder brother would be coming to Nalati tonight. Merging the two faces in her mind, Li Zhi settled on a conjecture. Tentatively, she ventured, Qi go? Qi Yubai's clear gaze flickered momentarily. His fingers, which had been playing with the prayer beads, paused amidst the cool white light tinged with a hint of pink. You know me? Li Zhi let out a sigh of relief. Initially, she had feared being targeted by some nefarious individual, but it turned out to be Qi Jiashu's brother. Surely, he could not be a bad person. Thus, she turned off her flashlight and smiled gently. Qi Jiashu mentioned you, saying his brother would be here tonight. Recalling how she had flashed the light in his eyes moments ago, she felt a bit embarrassed and bit her lip. It's a pleasure to meet you. The lighting was poor, and I almost mistook you for a villain. I hope you can forgive me, Mr. Qi Bebe. Qi Yubai's eyelids lifted slightly upon hearing the name. He chuckled lightly, his eyes narrowing in amusement. Qi Bebe? Ah. Li Zhi replied, her expression perplexed. Isn't that so? Qi Jiashu had introduced him this way. He had said his brother was called Qi Bebe. Qi Yubai could surmise that it was Qi Jiashu's playful banter. He had not yet arrived, yet his nickname had already been divulged. With a faint smile curving his lips, he shook his head helplessly. Indeed, that was a nickname given to me by my mother during a playful moment with my father. Hello, Qi Yubai. He extended his hand politely, his demeanor far more composed than Qi Jiashu's. Li Zhi, feeling no burden, reached out and gently shook his hand before retracting it. Li Zhi. Qi Yubai feigned ignorance, nodding slightly as if just realizing her identity. However, he certainly knew she was Li Zhi, and also Yu. Yet, Qi Yubai refrained from voicing this, understanding that Li Zhi was quite measured in her interactions with males. He had been caught stealing glances at her twice already. To speak further would breach the boundaries and potentially frighten her. At that moment, Lin Rong finally emerged from the restroom, bouncing with joy. Zhi, huh, who is this? Qi Yubai calmly introduced himself again. Lin Rong's eyes widened in shock. You are the one. Qi Bebe? Qi Yubai lightly tapped the prayer beads with his fingertips. Lin Rong leaned closer to Li Zhi. This aura doesn't match his nickname at all. Qi Jiashu has such a pompous and humorous personality, yet he has a brother like this? They had all imagined him as a lovable big boy. Instead, he was. Lin Rong discreetly sized up Qi Yubai once more. Goodness, a distinguished figure from the capital. She quickly tagged him with an accurate label. Li Zhi shot Lin Rong a sidelong glance. Lin Rong, do you have any manners? Lin Rong playfully stuck out her tongue. She pointed back towards the direction of the campfire. Mr. Qi Bebe, Qi Yubai, you must be looking for Qi Jiashu, right? If he hasn't left, he should be over there. Chapter 100. The way she calls him husband is exceedingly melodious. Qi Yubai, with his prayer beads in hand, nodded slightly. His gaze, devoid of any emotional nuance, lingered on Li Zhi for a few more seconds. I shall take my leave now. May fate bring us together again. Li Zhi waved goodbye to Qi Yubai. However, they were also heading back to the campfire, as the camping tents provided by the production team were nearby. Watching Qi Yubai's retreating figure, Li Zhi blinked her eyelashes lightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Lin Rong tilted her head in puzzlement. How odd. Logically, he should have passed by the camping base on his way to the public restroom. Why didn't he run into Qi Jiashu? Instead, he ended up here, chatting with Li Zhi. Li Zhi shook her head, I don't know. Besides that strange sense of familiarity, she found Qi Yubai somewhat peculiar as well. Li Zhi did not conceal her thoughts from Lin Rong. Just now, while dancing, I felt like someone was watching me, and it seemed to be him. Eh? Lin Rong was even more confused. She tapped her cheek with her fingertip, but I feel like you and Qi Yubai bear a slight resemblance. I wonder if I'm mistaken. Lin Rong was thoroughly engaged in her 5G surfing. Even while she was in the restroom, she couldn't resist pulling out her phone to browse the discussion topics on Sweet Travelers. She noticed someone mentioned Qi Jiashu came to the dating show to find his biological sister. Netizens provided astute analyses, suggesting that his attitude towards Li Zhi was particularly special, yet it did not seem romantic. He likely perceived her as his sister. Lin Rong even indulged in a bit of imagination. She did not think Li Zhi and Qi Jiashu looked alike, although both possessed striking features. Qi Jiashu had typical peach blossom eyes, a high nose bridge with a slight hump, and full lips with a remarkably perfect ratio. In contrast, Li Zhi exuded brightness and elegance. Her eyes, though also upturned, were not as elongated and inwardly hooked as Qi Jiashu's. Instead, they were round, full, and brimming with vitality. She had a high nose bridge, but without a hump. Her nose tip was slightly upturned. Her lips were also quite full. In summary, the only similarity lay in their lips. Their overall demeanor was vastly different. However, upon Qi Yubai's arrival, she suddenly felt a peculiar connection. Although their temperaments remained distinctly dissimilar, one exuding an air of noble elegance, the other vibrant and lively, their eye shapes were not alike, nor did Qi Yubai's nose tip resemble Li Zhi's. Logically, they should not have had any connection yet. There was an inexplicable resemblance that if one were to seek a reason, it could be summarized as their bone structure shared a striking similarity. Both possessed the exquisite bone structure of noble Eastern beauties. Li Zhi also felt inexplicably, in what way do we resemble each other, but he does seem to appear more benevolent than his brother. That's true. Lin Rong nodded in agreement. The two sisters linked arms as they made their way to the camping base. Along the way, Li Zhi mentioned to Lin Rong that if she felt too frightened at night, she could come to her tent to use the restroom. Lin Rong quickly waved her hands in refusal. You newlyweds, what would it be like if I barged in at midnight? Li Zhi suddenly froze. It dawned on her that she was supposed to share a tent with Lu Yanjing tonight. Previously, in Yili, Lu Yanjing had secured 2 rooms from the production team under the pretext of separating wet and dry areas, but this time, the task card indicated they could provide 2 tents, but she forgot to repeat the game. Li Zhi's cheeks turned crimson in an instant. She even recalled Lu Yanjing asking her if she wanted, but her answer had been that it would come naturally. She hadn't refused. So tonight. Li Zhi's imagination ran wild, and her ears felt as if they were bleeding from embarrassment, completely oblivious to the broad and firm chest that stood before her. Lin Rong quietly stepped aside, watching her collide without uttering a word of warning, tactfully choosing to feign ignorance, until Li Zhi stumbled into Lu Yanjing's embrace. She regretfully pressed her fingertip to her forehead. Ouch! Li Zhi lightly wrinkled her nose and gazed up. Indeed, she had crashed into Lu Yanjing's dark, unruly eyes, which sparkled with mirth. He raised a hand to gently rub her forehead, smirking leisurely. What were you so lost in thought about that made you blush, Miss Zhi Zhi? Li Zhi had no intention of sharing her thoughts. She did not wish to express her anxiety and embarrassment about sharing a tent tonight. After all, they were already married. Although the sequence was somewhat reversed, love following marriage, such matters would need to be embraced sooner or later. Despite her nerves, her heart fluttered with anticipation. Thus, Li Zhi merely lifted her eyelids and playfully cast him a glance of nothing. She turned to find that Lin Rong had already vanished without a trace. Li Zhi fluttered her eyelashes and saw Lu Yanjing, his demeanor relaxed, still absent-mindedly rubbing her forehead, his thumb moving rhythmically. In truth, her forehead didn't hurt much, it was just that the impact had been slightly stronger. She raised her hand to remove Lu Yanjing's, blinking in confusion. What brings you to find me? Isn't it because I saw our Miss Zhi Zhi wandering off to the restroom, fearing she might fall in? Lu Yanjing chuckled nonchalantly. His fingertip grazed her cheek, moving to her ear as he leaned closer, and fearing someone might abduct you. From a distance, he had seen a man searching for her. Only upon approaching did he realize it was Qi Yubai. Li Zhi's gaze flickered, suddenly recalling that she had indeed encountered another man earlier. That's Qi Jiashu's brother. She took the initiative to explain to Lu Yanjing that it was not because she felt the need to report every detail to him post-relationship. Rather, she was aware of his jealousy concerning Fu Yanze's presence, so she wished to offer him reassurance. Lu Yanjing chuckled lazily. I know. He affectionately rubbed Li Zhi's ear, leaning in closer. Is Miss Zhi Zhi intentionally explaining this to me? Li Zhi charmingly blinked her eyes, allowing him to touch her. With a light tone, she replied, I'm just explaining to my husband. Lu Yanjing's eyes suddenly dimmed. Hearing such a melodious term of endearment flow from her lips stirred something within him, causing his throat to tighten. His heart raced, thundering with urgency. Yet he sensed Li Zhi was intentionally moving closer to him. When she cared for someone, she was always so generous and bright, and this time, the protagonist was finally him. Lu Yanjing's lips curled upwards. He rubbed her earlobe gently with his fingertip. Qi Yubai is 4 years older than I am. Our family has thrown the 3 of us together since childhood, asking him to look after me and Qi Jiaojia. In a sense, he could be considered my brother. Lu Yanjing's demeanor held a hint of pride. I haven't introduced you to him yet. Would you accompany me to meet him? Li Zhi did not refuse. Sure. She smiled radiantly, looking up at Lu Yanjing, willingly drawing closer to link her arm with his. The sweet fragrance of lychee and roses enveloped them. Lu Yanjing felt his spine tingle, his muscles tightening momentarily, and his throat grew hot. He turned to gaze deeply at Li Zhi by his side, pausing for a while before grasping the hand she had looped through his arm, gently tightening his grip. Then Lu Yanjing suddenly bent down, sidestepping, his hand encircling Li Zhi's waist, his lips brushing against the corner of her mouth. Li Zhi was momentarily taken aback. She looked up in confusion at Lu Yanjing, and before her gaze could focus, an even more fervent kiss enveloped her.